Battle Through the Heavens, Rebirth of Emperor Yan Chapter 719 to Chapter 794. In the huge sky above Xian City, two figures each brought with them a terrifying aura that could destroy the world as they heavily smashed into each other. Following an earth-shaking explosion, an extremely terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions with the two of them as the center. It was like an invisible tsunami. Everyone's expressions changed drastically at this moment. The frightening energy wave forced everyone in the sky back by 1,000 feet. Many of the buildings in the city below were also destroyed by this energy. The half-emperors were also heavily injured. It was hard to imagine that the destructive force that was created from the first head-on collision between the two of them was already this frightening. A Dodi was really this frightening. High up in the sky, Su Songming's old face was solemn as he withstood the energy storm that was attacking him. The doqi within his body crazily surged out. Even his spiritual strength did not hold back as it surged out, protecting himself and Su Yao behind him. A moment later, when the energy storm scattered, the city below was already in a complete mess. A large number of buildings had been mercilessly destroyed by the energy storm. Even the city below had an enormous deep pit. The originally bustling Xian city now looked like ruins. Countless number of Ban Di experts withdrew from the battleground with frightened faces. Even though this was the case, there were still some who died or were injured. The strength of an elite Dodi was really frighteningly strong. A mere Ban Di was just like an ant in front of them. They were not even worth mentioning. Outside of the battlefield, countless people revealed frightened expressions as they looked at the center of the storm. At that place, there were two people standing proudly. They were looking at each other with grave expressions. The two of them looked at each other. Other than this, it was as if the world around them had nothing to do with them. Everyone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they saw the black-robed, expressionless young man in the battleground. Everyone in Xian City knew that Lin Zheong was a genuine elite Dodi. His strength was so great that the number of people in the entire Xian City who could contend with him could be counted with one's fingers. All of those people were elite Dodi. However, from the looks of it, this black-robed young man seemed to be only a half-emperor. Why was it that after the two of them clashed, they appeared to be evenly matched? The former was, after all, a Dodi with overwhelming strength. However, this black-robed young man was only a half-emperor. How did he do it? These two people, their strength is actually evenly matched. In the Alchemist Guild, a shocked expression involuntarily appeared on the solemn old face. As a veteran force in Xian City, he was naturally very clear about Lin Zheong's strength. However, what he did not expect was that this black-robed young man, whom he had only met once, was actually able to fight evenly with the latter. This kind of thing was really hard to imagine. At this very moment, Zhenzhong was not the only one who had such thoughts in his heart. Su Songming and those experts from the Lin clan in the sky were similarly filled with shock and amazement when they looked at the black-robed, young man. This was especially the case for Lin Zheong, who was currently in the middle of the fight. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the strength that Xiaoyan's palm contained. Xiaoyan's palm did not truly collide with Lin Zheong's palm. Instead, it collided with the palm of the illusionary figure behind Xiaoyan. It was also because of this that Lin Zheong was able to directly sense the strength of that palm. Although the strength of Xiaoyan's palm was quite strong, the true source of its strength was not doqi. Instead, it was the illusionary figure standing behind Xiaoyan. Compared to the yellow spring palm that Xiaoyan had used, the strength of the illusionary figure itself was the truly frightening one. It was also because of the existence of that illusionary figure that the current battle was evenly matched. If this was not the case, Lin Zheong was confident that with his strength and doqi, the black-robed young man in front of him would definitely not be able to last one exchange with him. However, reality would always break common sense. No matter how invulnerable one's imagination was, it would always be filled with loopholes in the face of reality. Xiaoyan and Lin Zheong stood facing each other in the sky. The two of them were separated by a distance of over 100 feet. Both of their gazes were focused on each other. Xiaoyan's body did not move. The expression on his face was both calm and indifferent. However, under this calmness and indifference, his right hand, which was currently covered by his sleeve, could not help but tremble slightly. His entire hand had turned bright red. Clearly, despite having received Lin Zihong's palm earlier, Xiaoyan did not feel good. After all, no matter how one put it, the other party was an elite Dodi. With Xiaoyan's current strength, he would more or less find it a little strenuous. Of course, if Xiaoyan felt bad on this side, Lin Ziyang on the other side was naturally not any better. His right hand, which was behind his back, was tightly grabbed by his left hand. Compared to Xiaoyan, Lin Zihong's entire arm was twitching and trembling. Although his face pretended to be unconcerned, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that the latter was currently sucking in threads of cold air between his lips and teeth. It was as though he was using this to suppress the intense pain that was being transmitted from his arm. Bastard brat, what great brute force. It seems that I have underestimated you. It was a long while later before Lin Ziyang opened his mouth with a gloomy expression. At the same time as his words were spat out, his arms shook. Do Qi surged and swiftly wiped away the intense pain that was being transmitted from his arm. His large hand suddenly tightened and a majestic Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a long spear. Cuckoo, the same to you. Clan head Lin's strength is not weak. I have also just succeeded in practicing this Do technique. Today, I can borrow Clan head Lin's hand to test the strength of this Do technique of mine. At the same time, Xiaoyan on the other side also let out a cold laugh. Under his sleeve, his wrist suddenly twisted. Pure Do Qi swiftly surfaced and wiped away the remaining pain. A thought passed through Lin Zihong's mind and the vast spiritual strength between his brows swept out at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire battleground where the two of them were located. Under the wrapping of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, each of Lin Zihong's actions would be sensed by Xiaoyan. Humph, brat, you really boast shamelessly. Don't think that you can fight against me with just brute force. In front of a Dodi, no matter how strong your physical body is, you are not a Dodi. Wanting to defeat me is ultimately just empty talk. Lin Ziyang could not help but frown slightly as he sensed the spiritual strength that descended from around him. Soon after, however, a cold laugh was emitted from his mouth. In the next moment, his feet heavily stepped on empty air. At the same time that the space under his feet collapsed, his body also disappeared in an instant. The appearance of this scene also caused those elite Dodi outside of the battleground to frown slightly. It was likely that even they might not be able to catch up with such a frightening speed. However, Xiaoyan merely parted his mouth and smiled in the face of this. Putting aside the fact that he had the sky extinction step, just by relying on the spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist, Xiaoyan was able to easily sense the latter's location. This Lin Ziyang was really underestimating a rank 3 alchemist. At the same time that Lin Zihong's body disappeared, Xiaoyan finally slowly raised his hand. His 5 fingers were tightly clenched into a fist. The enormous illusionary figure behind him also moved. The seemingly invisible illusionary figure's movements appeared simple and casual. However, the strength that erupted from it was something that even an elite Dodi did not dare to underestimate. It's coming. Xiaoyan's eyes were indifferent until a certain moment when the empty space beside Xiaoyan suddenly became distorted. A cold laugh was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. His tightly clenched fist appeared to have expected as it violently smashed toward the empty space beside him. At the same time, the illusionary figure behind Xiaoyan also similarly threw a heavy punch. What? This sudden unforeseen event caused the heart of Lin Ziyang, who was hiding in the empty space, to change drastically. However, the arrow had already been knocked and he had no choice but to release it. Facing the latter's attack, he already had no way of dodging. Currently, he could only mercilessly fight with it in order to have the opportunity to gain the upper hand. The instant Xiaoyan's fist was thrown out, Lin Zihong's figure suddenly appeared in the empty space beside him. The long spear in his hand flew and directly pierced towards Xiaoyan's fist. Ding! However, what collided violently with Lin Zihong's spear was a somewhat illusionary huge fist. When the two collided, neither of them gave way to the other. Xiaoyan lifted a fist and charged directly at Lin Ziyang. His body was towering and did not move. On the other hand, Lin Ziyang used all of his strength, wanting to use the long spear in his hand to break the illusionary fist in front of him. Humph, back off. The stalemate between the two lasted for less than 10 breaths of time. However, Xiaoyan suddenly opened his mouth. At the same time that a cold cry was emitted from his mouth, his arms shook. Even the enormous illusionary fist in front of him also shook violently. A huge force poured out and its might was shocking. The enormous fist violently pushed forward. Lin Zihong's expression swiftly became solemn. The long spear in his hand was swiftly bent into an extremely strange angle under that frightening huge force. Outside the battle circle, everyone's faces revealed an extremely shocked expression when they saw that Lin Ziyang had actually been blocked by Xiaoyan's fist. If the previous collision was said to be a fluke, then the current situation had truly displayed Xiaoyan's strength to everyone present. Who could have imagined that this seemingly young black-robed young man in the arena actually possessed a frightening strength that could contend against an elite Dodi? What? Feeling the frightening strength that had suddenly increased on the enormous fist in front of him, Lin Zihong's heart was suddenly shocked. He was just about to let go of the long spear in his hand when the next moment, bang! Following an intense bang sound, the long spear that was extremely bent under the huge fist actually exploded in the next moment. Immediately, the space fluctuated. Lin Ziyang forcefully endured the pain that was transmitted from his palm as his body hurriedly retreated. Since I have already decided to attack, why should I retreat? Today, my force elephant technique has just been completed. Let me use you to test it. Seeing Lin Zihong's appearance of retreating, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth curled into a cold smile. He was the one who said that he wanted to attack. Now, the one who wanted to retreat was also him. He could advance or retreat as he pleased. Who did he think he, Xiaoyan, was? At the same time that the cold laughter came out of his mouth, Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly. Immediately, he continuously flickered above the empty space. After leaving behind a few afterimages, he once again flickered and was already in front of Lin Ziyang. Get lost. Seeing Xiaoyan's figure that was like a ghost, Lin Zihong's heart was first shocked. After which, he hurriedly mobilized the douqi in his body and heavily smashed a fist onto Xiaoyan's body in front of him. In an instant, his body was penetrated. This is an afterimage. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Zihong's pupils abruptly shrunk. At the same time that the expression on his face changed, a chill suddenly rose from his back. In his perception, there was a person standing behind him at this moment. Brat, don't go too far. Lin Zihong's heart was greatly shocked. His body hurriedly turned around and waved his arm. Without any hesitation, he ruthlessly smashed towards Xiaoyan who had just appeared behind him. However, what? Another afterimage. The scene that appeared in front of his eyes once again caused fear to rise in Lin Zihong's heart. Only now did he understand that the black-robed young man that he was facing was not an ordinary bandit. His strength was likely stronger than those elite Dodi in Xian City. Going too far? Don't tell me that clan head Lin doesn't think that your words are a little laughable? At the same time that the expression on Lin Zihong's face suddenly changed, a cold laugh was transmitted from beside his ear. From the sound of this voice, the person who spoke seemed to be right beside his ear. Upon hearing these words, the expression on Lin Zihong's face suddenly turned into one of horror. However, before he could do anything, a heavy punch mercilessly landed on his chest in the next instant. Bang! When the punch landed, Lin Zihong's body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. His entire mind had become a little chaotic because of this punch. Soon after, without waiting for Lin Ziyang to stabilize his body, Xiaoyan's figure once again appeared in the empty space beside him as he flew backwards. His body twisted and a whip kick heavily smashed onto Lin Zihong's back. Bang! Lin Zihong's body once again flew forward. Xiaoyan's body also continuously flashed. Each time a blow landed, Xiaoyan would coldly reprimand. Yesterday's matter was clearly your son and that girl's fault. Today, you came looking for me and even used force to threaten me to apologize. You said that I was going too far, but don't forget that you were the one who brought people to look for me. You were also the one who started the fight. I said that I didn't want to cause any trouble, but the head of the Lin clan was overbearing and insisted on using force to force me. Why? Is being a Dodi that great? Don't think that you can be unbridled just because you have become a Dodi. On this continent, there are many people who are stronger than a Dodi. Those who can defeat you might not necessarily have a stronger cultivation than you. Bang! When Xiaoyan's last sentence fell, another heavy whip kick ruthlessly smashed onto Lin Zihong's abdomen. The latter's body once again flew backwards. On the other hand, Xiaoyan stood in the empty space and no longer moved. Only when Lin Zihong's body flew far away from the battle did the few experts from the Lin clan hurriedly fly forward and catch Lin Zihong's injured body. Seeing the large and small wounds on their clan head's body, the few experts from the Lin clan could not help but reveal an expression of shame and anger. Seeing their clan head being beaten up while they could only helplessly watch from outside the battle circle, how could they feel good in their hearts? They did not have the opportunity to participate in a battle of this level. Regardless of whether they entered the battle circle of these two people or not, they would not be able to change the result. After all, even Lin Ziyang, who was a Dodi, was beaten by this black-robed young man until he did not have the ability to retaliate. There was no need to even think about the result if they, who were to enter. Speaking of which, although they were extremely ashamed and angry in their hearts, their old faces turned green when they heard Xiaoyan's words. It was just as Xiaoyan had said. The beginning of all this was the fault of the younger generation of their two clans. They could only say that they had brought this upon themselves. Thinking until this point, the few experts from the Lin clan helplessly shook their heads and sighed bitterly. Although they were unwilling to do so, Lin Ziyang was after all the clan head. They were also extremely helpless. After finishing off Lin Ziyang, Xiaoyan turned his gaze towards Su Songming. This matter was not only started by Lin Ziyang alone. It was likely that the main reason was this old fellow. The latter's expression suddenly changed when he saw the cold gaze that Xiaoyan shot toward him. Even Lin Ziyang was no match for Xiaoyan. How could he possibly do so? Brat, the old me is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. The matter last time, noisy. Before Su Songming's voice sounded, Xiaoyan coldly spoke. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body suddenly flashed and appeared beside Su Songming in front of his horrified eyes. The battle in the sky above Xian City finally ended with the Lin clan and Su Songming retreating in defeat. Since the battle had ended, the waves gradually returned to calmness. However, a heavily damaged Xian City was left behind. The bustling city from the previous day was no longer present. At this moment, it was filled with desolation as far as the eye could see. Countless Bandi experts had died and the atmosphere of the entire city appeared extremely pressuring. The repair of the city's buildings was naturally an easy task for a Bandi expert. However, the impact of the battle this time around was something that could not be erased. However, regardless of how the wind and clouds stirred under the water, it was unable to change the gorgeous scene above the water. Following the gradual calming down of the situation, the experts outside the city continued to wildly gather towards Xian City. These people were not concerned about the battle that had occurred in the city. All they cared about was the auction this time around. The continuous influx of people from outside temporarily suppressed the matter that had occurred in the morning. The city swiftly became lively and bustling. No one would give up on their path to wealth because of a little incident. The smiles on their faces and the greedy glint in their eyes successfully caused them to forget about the battle that had occurred in the morning. As long as they obtained the money, these people who loved money as much as their lives would not keep the unpleasant matter in their hearts. Even though, this kind of matter could not be hidden for long. As expected, after a couple of hours, the human flow in the city had reached a saturation point. Those people who had arrived later also began to hear about the matter that had occurred in the morning one after another. Gossip was a fearful thing. After being spread by a countless number of people, the matter that had occurred in the morning was successfully magnified. It was still alright for the elite Dodi. They boasted of their great strength and could not help but feel a little nervous in their hearts. However, they still remained in the city. Those Bandi experts, however, were not so lucky. Their hearts were afraid that a battle like the one in the morning would occur again. Hence, a large portion of them were unwilling to continue staying in the city. Although they could leave, the money that they had taken out and handed to the shop owners was like throwing it into the mouth of a crocodile. Naturally, it was impossible for them to spit it out. It was fine if it was the strong ones. However, those weak ones could only sigh and return dejectedly despite feeling furious in their hearts. Those shops, on the other hand, borrowed the empty rooms left behind by the previous group of people who had left and did the same thing. They swallowed the money in the pockets of these people one batch after another. He turned around and looked at Xiaoyan. After the battle in the morning, Xiaoyan finally had a clearer understanding of the force elephant tactic. Inside the room, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. Within the cyclone within his body, there was a powerful medicinal pill being gradually refined. Traces of medicinal power were extracted from the pill and then dispersed to every part of Xiaoyan's body, especially his limbs. The distribution of medicinal power was especially focused. And the reason for this was because of the battle in the morning. During the battle between Xiaoyan and Lin Ziyang, Xiaoyan himself did not have much of an intuitive feeling. Only after the battle ended and Xiaoyan returned to his room, did an extremely sudden change occur to various parts of his body. Every part of his body that Xiaoyan had used the force elephant tactic to exchange blows with Lin Ziyang had turned completely red at this moment. In fact, the most serious injury on Xiaoyan's left hand had even broken 2 bones. Fortunately, it was only a slight fracture and it would not take long for it to completely recover. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xiaoyan refined the medicinal pill in his body that had yet to be completely refined. At the same time, his mind carefully recalled the battle with Lin Ziyang in the morning. In the battle in the morning, Xiaoyan had mostly relied on the might of the force elephant tactic. Even though Xiaoyan had relied on his own speed to successfully suppress Lin Ziyang, Xiaoyan also understood in his heart that the other party was after all a Dodi with great strength. How could Xiaoyan easily defeat him with just the force elephant tactic? Even though Xiaoyan had used the force elephant tactic to cause the other party to be unable to retaliate, but even so, with just the strength of his physical body, he could only at the very most injure Lin Ziyang's muscles and bones. It was somewhat impossible to injure the latter's essence. After carefully thinking about it, Xiaoyan also discovered some clues. In the subsequent battle, Xiaoyan did not use his actual body to come into contact with Lin Ziyang. Throughout the entire battle, the illusory figure behind him was the main force. During this process, each time Lin Ziyang blocked, it would be completely blocked by the illusory figure. During this process, Xiaoyan did not feel any pain. Only after the battle ended, the parts of the illusory figure that had come into contact with Lin Ziyang would change. In other words, when the illusory figure was released, Xiaoyan did not completely block his opponent's attack. Instead, it completely covered up the damage, as though he had completely lost his sense of pain. Only after the battle had ended would the damage truly appear on Xiaoyan's body. By the time Xiaoyan once again opened his eyes, the sky outside had gradually become dark. At this moment, Xian City was filled with people. There were an uncountable number of Ban Di experts. Even ordinary Dodi could be seen all over Xian City. There were 4 elite Dodi existences within the area covered by Xiaoyan's spiritual strength at this moment. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan did not have the mood to care about these. After withdrawing the spiritual strength that had spread out, Xiaoyan's mind once again returned to the force elephant skill. In the battle in the morning, after Xiaoyan had summoned the illusory figure, he could clearly feel that with the help of the force elephant skill, his physical strength had greatly increased. His explosive strength was much stronger than before. Every action was filled with strength. The strength of that strength was so strong that it was as though Xiaoyan could shatter the surrounding space with just a slight movement. After this morning's battle with Lin Ziyang, Xiaoyan was certain that unless he met an expert above the middle stage of a 1-star Dodi, even if he met an expert above the middle stage of a 1-star Dodi, Xiaoyan was confident that he would not lose by relying on the force elephant skill and other methods. In the eyes of the current Xiaoyan, the so-called Dodi was not impossible to fight. The extent to which the force elephant skill increased his strength was something that Xiaoyan did not expect. However, at the same time that his strength increased, the flaws of the force elephant skill also appeared. The force elephant skill might be able to unleash the greatest amount of physical strength, but during this process, the illusionary figure that was agglomerated from the force elephant skill did not possess any defensive ability. It did not even feel pain. Hence, if the illusionary figure was seriously injured during a battle, Xiaoyan would definitely end up in a seriously injured state after the battle. Being seriously injured while he was unaware of it would undoubtedly send Xiaoyan into the jaws of a tiger. Of course, on the other hand, the increase in strength of the Force Elephant skill caused Xiaoyan's strength to increase exponentially. The powerful strength allowed Xiaoyan to always be in an invincible position in the battle. As long as he could defeat his opponent in the shortest amount of time, the so-called injury would naturally not occur. In short, the characteristic of the Force Elephant skill was that it used offense as defense. It used powerful strength to overcome its own weakness. In the face of absolute strength, any attack would appear weak. In the end, even Xiaoyan himself was unable to determine whether this was the weakness or the strength of the Force Elephant skill. Night gradually enveloped the entire city. In the distant sky, the bright moon hung high up in the sky like a silver plate, sprinkling down a thin layer of snow-white sand that covered the sky and covered the earth. The city and the night gradually quietened down. The bustling of the day was pulled down by the arrival of night. Only when the sun rose tomorrow would this vast stage be pulled open once again. The snow-white moonlight enveloped the entire city. From time to time, strange bird cries would resound between the heavens and the earth. They were heavy and urgent, as if they were telling an extremely terrifying story. Coupled with the night, it created an additional strange atmosphere between the heavens and the earth. On the surface, the entire city looked especially quiet. There were no lights and no hustle and bustle. In the dark corners of the city, there were ghostly shadows flickering. It was unknown whether they were rats or poisonous snakes. Lin family mansion. In the guest room, Su Songming's face was gloomy. Ever since he returned to the Lin family mansion this morning, he had been sitting here for an entire day. In his mind, he carefully recalled all the alchemists he had met in the past and even the entire alchemist alliance, hoping to find out the origin of this black-robed youth. However, it was a pity that no matter how hard he racked his brains, he was still unable to obtain any useful information. Under the sleeves of his robe, the old man's withered hands were tightly clenched together. His old face was extremely gloomy. Today's matter not only did not allow him to vent his anger for his granddaughter, it also caused him to lose face once again. If this matter were to spread to the ears of the group of old fogies in the Alchemist Alliance, it would really become a joke. Bang! A heavy palm landed and the table under the old man's hand instantly exploded, turning into fragments that shot in all directions. Outside the door, the attendant could feel the biting cold killing intent from within the room. His face could not help but reveal a trace of fear as he hurriedly retreated. Damn it! Even if I found the information, what's the use? This brat already became a Tier 3 alchemist at such a young age. His accomplishments are even above mine. Even if I found his information, I'm still the same, unable to harm a single hair on his head. Standing up, Su Songming lifted his head and stared at the beam of the room. Flames of anger rose in his gloomy old eyes. Immediately after, he could not help but cough violently. This was what Xiaoyan had given him today. Just one punch had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Even with the help of pills, he was unable to recover to his peak in a short period of time. Xiaoyan's strength had already far surpassed that of ordinary half-martial emperors. Even though he was an 8-star half-martial emperor, in Xiaoyan's eyes, he was no different from a dousheng, an ant. Next door, the girl in the red dress had calmed down. She was sitting at the table in a daze. She wasn't like Su Songming. She was weak like an ordinary girl who didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken. Of course, that was just how she looked. After all, in Xian City, everyone knew that she was a half-step great emperor. Who would dare say that she was weak? Creak, the door was suddenly opened. An old man with a gloomy expression walked in with a walking stick in his hand. Woo woo woo. Grandfather. Seeing the person who had walked in, the young girl with a dull expression immediately recovered. Tears immediately flowed out from her red eyes. It was as if she had been wronged and also as if she had been humiliated. No one knew what kind of emotion was contained within those tears. A poisonous snake had no tears. Everyone knew how vicious it was. Although humans had tears, no one knew if those tears were sincere or fake. Crying. All you know is to cry. If crying was useful, why did you ask me to attack? Seeing the young girl sobbing again, the old man was merciless. He coldly reprimanded. Immediately, the young girl appeared as if her throat was blocked. Soft sobbing noises were emitted from her nose and gradually disappeared. On the other side, Lin Zheong and his son were seated within the large hall. The two of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. As expected of father and son, their sitting posture and expressions were exactly the same. Perhaps even their temperaments were the same. It could be said that Lin Ran had inherited everything from his father. Of course, other than his strength. Father, what should we do now? Everyone knows that Xian City is our Lin family's territory. Now that someone from our Lin family has been beaten up in our own territory, if we don't get back at him, I'm afraid our Lin family will be ridiculed by others. Lin Ran's face was gloomy. His eyes revealed a sinister look. Towards the black-robed young man today, he was both frightened and resentful. I will get back at him sooner or later. But now, let's get down to business first. That old man will definitely not let that brat go. His heart is narrower than ours. It is like the gap between our fingers. Other than time, nothing can pass through. Let him deal with that brat. What we should pay attention to now is the people from the two big families. They are here? Hearing Lin Zhehong's words, Lin Ran immediately frowned. The black-robed young man was not easy to deal with. The people from the two big families were even more difficult to deal with. In order to curry favor with them, the Lin family had spent a lot of money. Not yet, but this auction is going to attract a lot of attention, so they definitely won't miss it. As far as I know, the Bai family's patriarch will come personally, and he'll bring his son. The Hua family will also send an elder with real power. It seems like they know some inside information about the auction, so we have to be careful. Oh? Bai Ying's son? It is said that he has been a 9-star half-martial emperor for more than 10 years. He is only a trash. His Bai family will be kicked out of the 4 big families sooner or later. Lin Ran sneered again. He had also heard about Bai Zhan. However, in his opinion, a mere 9-star half-martial emperor would not be able to do anything. You better be careful when you speak. Regardless of whether he is a trash or not, at the very least, his strength is stronger than the current you. Moreover, his Bai family is currently one of the 4 big families. Just based on this point, you must curry favor with him. Only by doing so will Bai Ying have a good impression of us. This is only beneficial to our Lin family. You must not mess this up. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Zheong reprimanded in a deep voice. The latter immediately smiled awkwardly and did not dare to say anything. After giving a few more instructions, Lin Zheong finally slowly withdrew his gaze. His mind involuntarily recalled the battle this morning. He had never thought that a half-martial emperor would actually be able to beat him, a Do Di, into such a miserable state. Brat, you better not fall into my hands. The next day. The moment the morning light scattered on the ground, the entire Xian city had already completely awakened from the night. The enormous Xian city was crowded with people and was unusually bustling. On the bed, Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and resting, slowly opened his eyes. The sun shone brightly in the distant sky. Today was the day that the auction in Xian city would officially begin. The liveliness in the city was naturally different from before. The sun had only just peeked out, but the atmosphere in Xian city had already been swiftly ignited, as though it was on fire. The entire city was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless experts had gathered in this place, and their eyes revealed anticipation as they waited for the auction to begin. The Lin family mansion. High up in the sky, Lin Zheong and his son, Lin Ran, stood upright and unafraid. Their faces were as warm as the spring breeze, as if they had already forgotten what had happened yesterday. Just as the two of them were in the air, 2 figures suddenly rose from the large manor below. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared beside the father and son of the Lin family. Clan leader Lin has woken up early. You didn't even inform us. Ha 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 ha, the 2 people who had come up were Su Songming and Su Yao, the grandfather and granddaughter pair. Just like the former, the 2 of them had also withdrawn their gloomy expressions from the previous day, as though nothing had happened. Before the 2 of them even came close, Su Songming had already laughed loudly and joked with Lin Zheong. Haha, Grandmaster has misunderstood. The 2 of us just didn't want to disturb Grandmaster's rest. Moreover, we woke up so early because we were waiting for someone. Lin Zihong's eyes flashed. He stared at Su Songming in front of him and said meaningfully. Hearing this, Su Songming's sinister old eyes immediately flashed with a glint. He rolled his eyes and asked a question that he already knew the answer to. May I know who the person clan leader Lin is waiting for? Haha, yes, oh, they're here. Lin Ziyang put on a fake smile. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, two figures covered in white robes suddenly appeared in the sight of the father and son duo. Immediately, Lin Zihong's mouth turned into a soft laugh. At the same time, Su Songming and Su Yao by the side also subconsciously looked over. Clan leader Bai, I have been waiting here for a long time. Without waiting for Su Songming to recover, Lin Ziyang had already cupped his hands together and laughed loudly at the two white-robed figures. Soon after, Su Songming and his grandson finally saw the two people. The expression in the old man's eyes immediately hardened. These people were members of the Bai clan, one of the four great clans. One was a middle-aged man while the other was a young man. The middle-aged man was the current clan leader of the Bai clan, Bai Ying. Beside him was Bai Ying's son, Bai Zhan. Seeing Lin Zihong's gaze shoot over, Bai Ying smiled slightly. Disdain flashed across the depths of his eyes. Even though the Lin clan had done a lot for the Bai and Hui clans over the years, how could the Bai and Hui clans not know their thoughts? Although they were polite on the surface, they were secretly afraid of each other. Of course, among them, the Lin clan was naturally more afraid of the two great clans. After all, with the strength of the Lin clan, there was only one Dodi, Lin Ziyang, in the entire clan. Withdrawing his thoughts, Lin Ziyang and his son had already flown forward. They once again cupped their hands respectfully to Bai Ying and his son. Regardless of their secret relationship, half of the control of Xian City was currently in the hands of the Bai clan. Without sufficient strength, the Lin clan would ultimately be inferior to the Bai clan. Haha, clan leader Lin, it has been a few years since we last met. Your strength has become much stronger. Bai Ying casually cupped his hands together. His gaze met Bai Zhan's for a moment before he smiled and said. No. It is only a small improvement. How can it be compared to clan leader Bai's strength? The current me is likely unable to see through clan leader Bai's strength. Lin Ziyang parted his mouth and smiled. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. By the side, Lin Rant's gaze had already landed on Bai Zhan. The person in front of him had already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm for many years. Until now, he still had not advanced to the Dodi realm. This caused him to feel disdain in his heart. He believed that if it was him, with such a family background, his strength would have already stepped into the Dodi class. The Bai Zhan in front of him was like a piece of trash in his eyes. It was unknown how he would feel if he knew Bai Zhan's true strength. Haha, I think that this must be young Master Bai. I have long heard that young master is a young hero who has already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm at such a young age. However, looking at it now, it is likely that you are about to step into the Dodi class. Lin Zihong's gaze ruthlessly cut at Lin Ran by the side. After the latter withdrew his gaze with an embarrassed expression, Lin Ziyang faced Bai Zhan and spoke in a flattering tone. A young hero? He has stayed in the same realm for 10 years. Can he be considered a young hero? From the way I see it, his strength will stop at this level for the rest of his life. However, just as Lin Zihong's words left his mouth, a disdainful sneer suddenly sounded from the sky. At this moment, the gazes of the few people instantly turned around and looked toward the source of the sound. They saw two figures in black robes flying toward them from a short distance away. One of the two people was old while the other was young. The old man had a long beard and a shriveled face. He appeared to be just skin and bones. The other person was a young man. From his appearance, his age should be about the same as Bai Zhan and Lin Ran. Hui Yuning. Hui Ting. The instant the Bai family's father and son saw the two people who had arrived, the expressions in their eyes suddenly hardened. Their mouths involuntarily cried out in surprise. They were both shocked by the appearance of these two people. Hui Ting. It is unexpected that the Hui clan has actually sent him to protect Hui Yuning this time around. Bai Ying knit his brows tightly. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness. This Huting was the long-bearded old man standing behind the black-robed man at this moment. The young man standing in front of him was the current young master of the Hu clan, Huitiani's elder brother, Huting. Among the two of them, Huting's strength had already reached the initial 2-star Do-D class. This point was something that everyone present other than Lin Ran and Su Yao could see. As for Hui Yuning, other than Bai Ying, only Su Songming could see the strength of this old man. This Hui Yuning was an expert who had reached the advanced 3-star Do-D class. Her strength was even a little stronger than Bai Ying. While this group of people appeared in the sky above Xian City, Xiao Yan had already spread his spiritual strength over the entire Xian City within a certain remote inn within the city. The scene that was currently occurring in the sky above Xian City was naturally clearly reflected in Xiao Yan's mind. Only at a certain moment did Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, slowly open them. He frowned slightly and a solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. It was unexpected that 2 3-star Do-D had appeared. It was fine if it was Bai Ying, but the old man called Hui Yuning was actually an advanced 3-star Do-D class expert. This was much more dangerous. Haha, so it's Hu third elder. Above the void, while the expressions of the Bai family's father and son changed, Lin Zihong's face once again showed a smile. He cupped his fists respectfully towards the old man. The expression on his face was undoubtedly more attentive than when he saw the Bai family's father and son just now. What a fence-sitter. Seeing this, Bai Ying couldn't help but curse inwardly, feeling a wave of disdain. The Hu third elder that Lin Ziyang spoke of was Huting. Huting was the third elder of the Hu clan, and he was one of the few people in the Hu clan with real power. He had a high position, and in the entire Hu clan, no one dared to look down on his words. What surprised Lin Ziyang the most was that the Hu family had actually sent such a powerhouse for this auction. His appearance represented the entire Hu family. It seemed that not only the Bai family, but the Hu family was also particularly concerned about this auction. He just did not know what kind of priceless treasure would appear in this auction that could move the two clans so much. Patriarch Lin, I remember that the last time we met was 2 years ago. Hearing Lin Zihong's words, Huting's old face did not change. The Hu clan did not care about a mere Lin clan. Even if the Lin clan had made great contributions to the Hu clan, he was still not a member of the Hu clan. In his eyes, the Lin clan was just an outsider. Even if there were differences, it was just a relationship of using them. If the Lin clan had lost its value, the Hu clan would not hesitate to abandon them in the wilderness and let them fend for themselves. Haha, third elder is still strong. I haven't seen you for 2 years, and you are even stronger than before. I'm afraid you are about to break through to the 4-star level. Lin Zihong's flattery was no different from what he had said to Bai Ying earlier. Based on this, even people who were not familiar with him could tell that this person was an extremely hypocritical person. Hui Yuning, what do you mean by what you just said? After withdrawing his gaze, the expression on Bai Ying's face suddenly turned cold. The indifferent expression in his eyes instantly turned ice cold. Even the aura on his body involuntarily fluctuated. When Bai Zhan saw this, he hurriedly grabbed the latter's wrist and slowly shook his head. His face was solemn. Seeing this, Bai Ying withdrew his gaze with a gloomy expression. Even with Hui Yuning's strength, his heart involuntarily palpitated when he saw the icy cold gaze that shot over from Bai Ying's eyes. A chill immediately rose from his back. The other party was after all a 3-star Do-D. His strength far surpassed Hui Yuning's. Just that invisible aura was enough to intimidate him. Haha, Patriarch Bai, my young master is young and impetuous. He speaks without thinking. Patriarch Bai, you don't have to take his words to heart. I apologize on his behalf. Huting cupped his hands to Bai Ying as he softly laughed. Although he appeared to be apologizing, the smile that was revealed on the corner of his mouth was filled with disdain. Although the members of these two clans appeared friendly, the smell of gunpowder was extremely dense. This also further reflected the relationship between the 4 large clans. The 2 clans only exchanged words with each other. Lin Ziyang and Su Songming, who were standing by the side, were completely ignored. Immediately, the expressions on the faces of these 2 people were different. On the other side, Xiao Yan, who was within the inn, was observing everything that was happening in the city. He sensed the smell of gunpowder that spread between the 2 clans. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily relaxed. If these two clans were to restrain each other, it would undoubtedly reduce a lot of trouble for Xiaoyan. While the few factions in the sky were facing each other, circular invisible spatial ripples suddenly surged in a certain empty space within Xian City. In an instant, over a dozen gazes within Xian City were uniformly looking at the spot where the spatial ripples were spreading. All of these people were elite Dodi. Among them were naturally the two from the Bai clan and the Hua clan, as well as Lin Ziyang, who was currently beside them, and Su Songming, who was a rank 3 alchemist. Of course, Xiaoyan, who was currently within the inn, was naturally no exception. Over a dozen gazes within the enormous Xian City were like spotlights as they gathered at a certain spot in the empty space. The spatial ripples at that spot were becoming increasingly obvious. At a certain moment, the invisible empty space seemed to have been torn apart and separated. It turned into a spatial tunnel. Soon after, a couple of human figures flashed out from within it. The gazes of Xiaoyan's group also landed on these few human figures. Finally, the spatial ripples gradually calmed down. Over a dozen human figures were already standing in the empty space. The bodies of these human figures were covered by large black robes. Not only was it impossible to see their bodies, but it was also impossible to detect their strength under the cover of the black robes. However, just from the fact that they were able to tear apart the empty space, the strength of this group of people was definitely not weak. It was likely that they were at least elite Dodi. Over a dozen elite Dodi. Such a lineup was in existence that could do whatever they wanted within the western region. Even the 4 large sects had no choice but to be cautious when faced with such a luxurious lineup. Have they finally arrived? Baying narrowed his eyes as he stood in the empty space. His gaze swept over the dozen human figures. Even with his character, a deep solemnness involuntarily appeared deep within his eyes. Following the appearance of this group of people, the people in the city below quickly discovered their existence. Soon after, numerous fiery hot gazes were swiftly shot over. The greed in their eyes was not hidden at all. Xiaoyan, who was seated cross-legged on the bed within the inn, stood up. The attire of this group of people might be strange, but from their appearance and the degree of attention that everyone in the city gave them, it was not difficult to imagine that this group of people should be the organizers of this auction. With the help of his spiritual strength, Xiaoyan swiftly observed the bodies of these 10+ human figures. However, when he turned his head, Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned. These 10+ human figures were completely covered by black robes. At a glance, they were a black mass. It was impossible to see anything unusual about them. The only difference on their bodies was that there was a circle of strange golden runes on the collar of their robes. From the looks of those runes, it should be some kind of formation, and they were borrowing the power of this formation to conceal their auras. After Xiaoyan's eyes shifted away from this group of people, the leader of the black-robed group suddenly waved his large sleeve. A glass-like golden light immediately agglomerated in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a palm-sized, porcelain-white jade plate. Some complicated symbols were carved on it in a crooked manner. Xiaoyan immediately felt a surprise in his heart when he saw this jade plate. This was because this person had taken out an array plate. In the sky above Xian City, countless pairs of eyes simultaneously landed on the group of black-robed figures who had appeared in the sky. Everyone's eyes contained a fiery hot expression, and the emotions in their hearts became increasingly excited because of this. Under everyone's gaze, the leader of the group of black-robed men had a palm-sized disc array standing in the void in front of him. From the crooked strange runes on it, a faint golden brilliance was emitted, enveloping the entire disc array. After the leader of the group took out the array disc, the other black-robed figures behind him also took out an array disc of the same size and placed it in the air in front of them. Is it finally about to begin? I've heard of many auctions that these fellows have organized. It's a pity that I've never had the chance to personally participate. Now, I finally get the chance. Huating's old face was filled with anticipation when he saw the dozen black-robed figures in the air each take out an array disc. Even Baiying and the others could not help but reveal a burning passion in their eyes. They stared intently at the group of black-robed figures, anticipating what would happen next. In the inn, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. Powerful spiritual strength gathered outside him, and the movements of the dozen figures clearly appeared in Xiaoyan's mind. The wide sleeves were lifted to their chests, and 10 skinny bamboo-like fingers stretched out from the black robes. The 10 fingers linked together, and numerous complicated seals were rapidly formed. The movements of this group of black-robed people were coherent and compact. Even the speed of the seals and the distance between the 10 fingers were extremely strict. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that the degree of tacit understanding between this group of black-robed people had reached an extremely shocking level. But soon after, waves of enormous spiritual strength actually surged out from the bodies of this group of people and poured into the array plate in front of them. Immediately, the porcelain white array plate shone brightly, and those golden symbols also emitted a dazzling light at this moment. This group of people are all formation masters. Even with Xiaoyan's mental fortitude, he could not help but feel shocked when he sensed the enormous spiritual strength that surged out from the group of black-robed figures. The muscles on the corner of his eyes twitched involuntarily. This group of people were all formation masters. Moreover, from the strength of the spiritual strength that he sensed from each of them, they should all be rank 3 formation masters, rank 3 formation masters. This also meant that the spiritual strength of this group of people was not inferior to his. It might even be superior. On the surface, this group did not appear to have any problems. Who could have imagined that the strength that they contained was actually this strong? The strength of an elite Dodi and the spiritual strength of a rank 3 formation master. By relying on these factors, this group of people was in existence that could sweep through the entire western region. Even the 4 great sects would not be able to resist if they were to face with this group of black-robed figures. After a wave of shock passed through Xiaoyan's heart, the formation plates in front of the group of black-robed figures in the sky finally began to move. Following the pouring in of the enormous spiritual strength, the glow on the 10+ formation plates became increasingly bright. In the end, those formation plates appeared like numerous small suns that were suspended in the sky when viewed from a distance. Soon after, the group of black-robed figures began to move and spread out. They controlled the formation plates with one hand and formed a huge circle in the sky. After which, the hands of this group of people once again moved under the suspicious gazes of everyone in the city. One could see them controlling the formation plates to be suspended in front of them. They once again formed some seals in unison. Immediately, numerous energy light pillars suddenly shot out from the formation plates that were flashing brightly. They gathered in the empty space even higher up. Immediately, the invisible empty space churned intensely. Circular spatial ripples surged like ocean waves until the empty space collapsed and turned into an endless darkness. Only then did the space where the energy gathered gradually stabilize. In the end, the bright energy light gradually disappeared. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone in the city was an enormous spatial tunnel. This spatial tunnel was an enormous circular shape. Its width was enough to accommodate over 10 people side by side. At this moment, there were waves of silver-white spatial strength repeatedly surging out from within the spatial tunnel, maintaining the normal operation of the spatial tunnel. Other than this, the energy light pillars that were shot out from the formation plates were also pouring energy into the spatial tunnel. It could be said that the existence of the spatial tunnel was completely supported by the formation plates. This is a spatial tunnel, huh? The expression on Xiaoyan's face involuntarily widened when he saw the spatial tunnel. After which, he recovered. His spiritual strength carefully observed the spatial tunnel that was condensed in the empty space. Even with Xiaoyan's temperament, a shocked expression involuntarily surged onto his face. TSK, this is really extravagant. To be able to condense a spatial tunnel in such a short period of time. This is not something that can be done with just spiritual strength and do-qi. Xiaoyan let out an exclamation in his mouth. He controlled his spiritual strength and focused his gaze. Indeed, on the formation plate in front of those black-robed people, Xiaoyan could vaguely see a crystal rock with an irregular shape suspended in the air above the formation plate despite being blocked by the bright light pillar. It was not difficult to guess that it was undoubtedly a spirit stone. The energy source of the formation plates and the spatial tunnel all came from the spirit stone. Humph, those fellows who used to hide their heads and only show their tails, pretending to be mysterious and mystifying. After all this time, the auction venue is actually not within Xian City. Aren't they intentionally making a fool of us? In the sky, Hui Yexing's eyes were indifferent as she stared at the group of black-robed figures in the distant sky. Her expression was slightly gloomy. They were clearly the ones who organized the auction. In the end, they actually had to wait bitterly. This caused Hui Yexing to be extremely displeased. The instant Hui Yexing's words left her mouth, the expression on Hu Ting's old face changed slightly. He hurriedly grabbed the latter's wrist and shook his head at Hui Yexing with a solemn expression, indicating that the latter should not continue speaking. Upon seeing this, Hui Yexing was stunned. She gently curled her lips and did not say anything else. Then, Hu Ting looked at the group of black-robed figures in the sky. When he saw that they were not paying attention to them, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine that Hui Yexing did not know how terrifying these fellows were, but Hu Ting clearly knew that none of these people were to be trifled with. Even the four great sects did not dare to underestimate them, let alone their subordinates. Yexing, it's better to be more cautious in the future. Even the sect leader does not dare to provoke this group of people, let alone us. Upon hearing Hu Ting mention the sect leader, the expression on Hui Yexing's face changed slightly. A look of surprise flashed across the depths of her eyes. She did not expect that in the entire western region, there would be another force other than the three great sects that the Heavenly Sword sect did not dare to provoke. Who exactly were these people? There's no need to be surprised. The western region is much larger than what you've seen. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are also many experts who live in seclusion. Although our four great sects are considered to be standing at the peak of the western region on the surface, those forces in the dark are not people that we can easily touch. For example, the hidden cloud pavilion, and even, as if he could see the shock in Hui Yexing's heart, Hu Ting furrowed his brows and explained for her. However, at the end of his words, the old man suddenly stopped talking. It was as if he had thought of something terrifying. His Adam's apple moved, but he did not say anything else. Father, what is this? On the other side, Baijian frowned as he looked at the spatial channel in the sky. He could not help but reveal a trace of confusion in his eyes. He had never heard of an auction being held like this. Did they want them to travel to another city to participate in the auction? Have you heard of spatial auctions? This is it. Baiying smiled slightly. Compared to the arrogance of the Hua family, Baiying and his son were much more humble. Or rather, they were more careful with their words and actions. Hearing Baiying's words, Baijian raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of understanding. He said, so it's a spatial auction. I've long heard that in order to prevent people from fighting over the auction items during the auction, they would choose to set up their auction in the endless void. I didn't expect them to do this. No wonder the auctions they hold are not only of high value, but there have never been any accidents. So it's because of this. When Baijian said these words, Baiying nodded once again. The two of them raised their eyes at the same time and looked at the group of black-robed people. Their expressions were even more solemn. Just as Baijian had said, the spatial auction was built in the boundless void. Spatial turbulence existed there, and it was like a natural protective barrier had been added to the auction. It was impossible to force your way in, and it was impossible to force your way out. If one tried to forcefully enter, one's life or death would be difficult to predict. Under the spatial turbulence, even an elite Dou-Di might not be able to survive. The only way to enter and exit safely was through the spatial channel. However, the spatial channel was controlled by the auction organizer. With these various reasons, those who participated in the auction would naturally have some misgivings in their hearts. Hence, normally speaking, those who participated in the spatial auction would not only not cause trouble during the auction but would also restrict each other. This was to prevent anything from happening during the auction. In the end, the one who would end up being harmed would be themselves. Xiao Yan frowned slightly within the inn. He used his spiritual strength to observe the spatial channel. His heart involuntarily felt some doubt. At this moment, the black-robed person from the group of black-robed people in the sky, who was the first to take out the formation plate, arrived in front of the spatial channel. Everyone, for the sake of safety, the venue of our auction is set up in the endless void. At this moment, the spatial channel that connects to our auction is behind me. As long as one passes through this channel, one will be able to reach the spatial auction. We will begin the auction there. A somewhat hoarse old voice reverberated over the sky of Xian City. Immediately, everyone in the city turned their heated eyes toward the black-robed person who had spoken. More accurately speaking, they were looking at the spatial channel that was currently standing behind him. After a moment of hesitation, the black mass of human figures below immediately began to move. Like a churning wave, everyone rose to the sky at this moment and swiftly flew toward the spatial channel. However, in the very next moment, an overwhelming oppressive might suddenly enveloped the entire region. Before those half-martial emperors who had just stepped into the sky could even stabilize themselves, they were once again suppressed by that frightening oppressive might. What is the meaning of this? Isn't this an auction? Why won't we be allowed in? At the same time that they were suppressed by the pressure, the people below immediately became restless. Dissatisfied shouts rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, the entire Xian city had descended into chaos. However, soon after, just as everyone in the city was clamoring to enter the spatial tunnel, another invisible pressure suddenly descended on everyone's heads. Under the threat of this pressure, no one dared to act rashly again. The clamor was gradually suppressed as well. According to the rules of the auction house, there is a requirement to enter the spatial auction. Everyone must pay 500,000 spirit coins to enter. Of course, if you are able to take out an item that is worth 500,000 spirit coins, we will also allow you to enter. Otherwise, no one will be allowed to enter. The somewhat hoarse old voice was once again emitted from under the large black robe. The expressions of everyone in the city below suddenly changed drastically. 500,000 spirit coins, after all, it was quite a huge sum for ordinary quasi-emperors. In the current Xian city, 500,000 spirit coins was not something that the half-emperors could not take out. However, once they handed over the 500,000 spirit coins, they would also be unable to participate in the auction of the items in the auction. In other words, just this requirement alone was enough to filter out most of the half-emperors in Xian city from participating in the auction. This undoubtedly increased the quality of the auction. The financial strength of the remaining half-emperors was definitely not weak. In this way, the value of the items in the auction would also increase by quite a bit. In the room of the inn, Xiaoyan could not help but reveal a trace of shame. 500,000 spirit coins was truly an exorbitant demand. If it was in the past, Xiaoyan might have hesitated for a long time. However, now, with the amount of spirit stones he had obtained in the desolate ancient ruins, this amount of spirit coins was naturally nothing. A countless number of people within Xian city were shocked by the high entrance fee. 500,000 spirit coins. This was enough to eliminate over half of the people in Xian city from this auction. Faced with such a high entrance fee, those people could only bitterly return even though they were unwilling. After all, they had witnessed the strength of this group of black-robed people. From the looks of the enormous spiritual strength that had surged out from their bodies earlier, the strength that this group of people possessed was definitely not below that of a Dodi. With just this group of Bandi in the city, it was likely that they would not be a match for them even if they were to attack together. The people in the city were aware of this point. Although most of the people had missed the opportunity to participate in the auction this time around, the remaining group of people would not miss such a good opportunity. A moment later, numerous human figures within the city rushed into the sky and arrived in front of the black-robed person standing in front of the spatial tunnel. A small group of people among them held an indifferent attitude toward the 500,000 spirit coins. However, most people's faces would involuntarily reveal an extremely pained expression when they took out the 500,000 spirit coins. Clearly, even though the remaining group of people had the capital to participate in this spatial auction, this capital did not mean that they were absolutely wealthy. Within a short moment, the front of the spatial tunnel was already filled with people. In order to maintain order, the black-robed person had no choice but to reveal a little of his might. Only then did the chaotic crowd become orderly and separate into 3 lines. Even though this was the case, the end of these 3 lines had already reached the end of one's sight. From this, one could tell just how great the influence of this spatial auction was. Each time a faction entered the spatial tunnel, 500,000 spirit coins would land in the sleeves of the black-robed person or an item of similar value. No one was an exception to this point. Even the 2 large clans had to hand over 500,000 spirit coins. Xiaoyan was wearing a black robe. His body was completely covered by the black robe. His eyes watched the long line in front of him gradually move forward. His heart felt somewhat helpless. It was unexpected that entering the auction house was actually so troublesome. Earlier, he had merely been a little slower and ended up at the back of the line. However, he did not know just how long he would have to wait until he entered the auction house. Ugh, as he thought of this, Xiaoyan's mouth involuntarily let out a soft helpless sigh. Soon after, however, when Xiaoyan's gaze randomly glanced over the crowd in front of him, the expression in his eyes suddenly became dull. In his sight, there were a couple of human figures standing in the queue. Looking at those familiar faces, they were the people from the two large clans. They are actually also, Xiaoyan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He involuntarily felt a surprise in his heart. He did not expect that the people from the two large clans would actually be in the line. Originally, Hu Yuhao thought that with the strength of the two large clans, they would receive special treatment and should have already entered the auction house. However, looking at their current appearance, their faces seemed to be filled with helplessness. Their faces were somewhat ashen. It was obvious that they were extremely dissatisfied in their hearts. They did not expect that with the strength of their clans, they would actually have to line up here. However, Xiaoyan thought about it again and his heart felt relieved. The strength of this group of black-robed people was extraordinary. Even the four large sects were a little wary of them. Naturally, the two large clans would not dare to provoke them. With regards to their rules, it was likely that even the people from the Heavenly Sword sect could only obediently abide by them. Xiaoyan's gaze swept across the two men from the Hu clan as a glint flashed across his eyes. Immediately, his gaze landed on the Bai clan father and son. Both of his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the two. Suspicions involuntarily rose in Xiaoyan's heart. At the same time, he also felt a sense of seriousness. The father and son were extremely scheming. They were able to treat everything with caution. Whatever they did, they seemed to have a motive. This was especially so for Bai Zhan, who had purposely concealed his strength. This was something that even the other three large clans did not know. Even though the three large clans had their suspicions, they were unable to find any evidence to prove Bai Zhan's strength. Even when they tried to probe him and threatened him with their lives, this fellow actually did not pay any attention to them. Just based on this point alone, it was enough to be called frightening. With this father and son duo in the Bai clan, their future was likely to be extraordinary. Although a powerful tiger could take a person's life, it would also suffer the pain of a counterattack. However, a venomous snake that hid in the dark was different. Once it attacked and bit down, not only would it not give a person the chance to counterattack, it would also take a person's life. There was no chance of survival. The Heavenly Sword sect was like a ferocious tiger, while the Bai clan was like a venomous snake that was entrenched under its body. Once it revealed its venomous fangs, no matter how powerful the Heavenly Sword sect was, it would be difficult for them to escape death. This Bai clan must be treated with caution. Even though Xiaoyan had a secret agreement with the Bai clan, Xiaoyan had no choice but to be cautious. This group of people had been working under the Heavenly Sword Gate for many years. Everything they did was for the sake of lying low and waiting for the best opportunity to completely overthrow the Heavenly Sword Gate. Their scheming was so deep that it caused one's back to feel a chill. It was likely that regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan or any other faction that cooperated with them, it was likely that they would be terrified. Huh? Suddenly, Bai Ying, who was a 3-star Dodi in the front of the group, suddenly frowned. He turned his head and his sharp eyes swiftly swept over the group behind him. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed a gaze with a hidden meaning. That gaze was clearly aimed at them. Moreover, that kind of feeling caused Bai Ying's heart to tremble slightly. The depths of his heart swayed slightly. That was fear. How can this be? Who is that person? What is he planning to do? Why does he cause me to feel afraid? Bai Ying's sleek red face had unknowingly turned pale. The expression in his eyes was especially grave. Threads of cold sweat slowly flowed down from his forehead. Even the breath in his nose had swayed slightly. That gaze from earlier had caused him to sense a trace of a dangerous aura. It was as though that gaze could take away his life. It was just like the sickle of a ghost, causing one's heart to tremble. He had sensed this kind of feeling not long ago. It was from that young man in the desolate ancient remains a couple of months ago. That young man was terrifyingly strong despite his young age. Could it be him? Bai Ying's heart involuntarily thought of a person. Although he did not expect it, that person's figure would linger in his mind once he thought of it. It was just like a dream. Father, what is it? Bai Zhan by the side had a slight change in expression when he sensed the change in expression on Bai Ying's face. He understood his father very well. His father's mental state had never changed in so many years. No matter who or what he faced, he would always be able to calmly face it. However, at this moment, the sudden change in expression on his father's face caused him to feel a little uneasy. It's nothing. That should be a misconception. Try to be careful when you enter the auction house later. Not only must you be careful of these few hungry wolves, there are also other people, Bai Ying vaguely spoke. After which, he slowly turned around and inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he gradually calmed down. Bai Zhan knit his brows tightly when he heard this. The suspicion in his heart involuntarily increased. At the same time, he also felt shocked. He could sense that his father's mental state had undergone a change. This was the first time this had happened in so many years. The queue in the sky above Xian City was very long. This meant that the time needed to enter the spatial auction house was also very long. In reality, this process lasted for an entire day. When Xiaoyan entered the auction house, the sky above Xian City was already close to dusk. However, the queue behind him was still very long. From this morning until dusk, there was still such a huge flow of people. From this, it could be seen how great the attraction of the spatial auction was to ordinary people. However, at this moment, Xiaoyan had successfully entered the auction house. Everything that happened in the outside world naturally had nothing to do with him anymore. When Xiaoyan walked to the front of the spatial tunnel, the black-robed person, who was originally not moving and only caring about collecting money, suddenly moved. Xiaoyan's face carried a doubtful expression as he turned his head. The latter also turned his head at the same time. However, due to the black robe covering them, both parties were unable to see each other's faces. You are very special. Faintly, just as Xiaoyan turned around and was about to step into the spatial tunnel, the old man's old and hoarse voice suddenly sounded beside Xiaoyan's ear. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's eyes suddenly shrank. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. He had clearly tried his best to hide all of his aura. However, he did not expect that he would still be recognized by someone. Xiaoyan believed that an ordinary Dodi or an alchemist of the same level would not be able to detect his exact strength. However, this black-robed person was actually able to do so. This meant that the latter was either a high-class Dodi or an alchemist of rank 4 or above. Moreover, he was both of these. With this thought in his heart, Xiaoyan's figure quickly disappeared from the empty space. Dazzling white light filled Xiaoyan's surroundings, causing him to be unable to open his eyes. Immediately, Xiaoyan only felt an intense white light pass through his eyelids. Xiaoyan's eyes were tightly shut. He could not help but raise his hands to block in front of his eyes. A moment later, Xiaoyan once again opened his eyes. The thing that appeared in front of Xiaoyan was a square. In front of this square was an enormous building that appeared like an ancient city. It was like a fierce beast that was in a deep slumber. The invisible aura that it emitted caused one's heart to feel fear. Xiaoyan looked around the space in front of him. This space was not considered big. At a glance, there was no other space other than the ancient building in front of him. What entered their eyes was a vast expanse of void. When they focused their attention, they could vaguely see some wrinkle-like spatial cracks at the edge of the space. Those spatial cracks were clearly left behind by someone with the purpose of sealing the space. Of course, in addition to this, in the deeper parts of the void, there were waves of powerful spatial turbulence that were like poisonous snakes circling around this space. Anyone who stepped into this space would immediately be swallowed by the spatial turbulence. However, at this moment, numerous human figures were leaping towards the huge building in front of him. Everyone's face had changed from the painful expression from before. Their eyes were filled with a fiery passion as they quickly flew towards the huge building that had already opened its door. Is this the spatial auction house? It's quite imposing. The ancient building looked quite old. Other than the pitch-black and heavy building itself, there was also a rich vicissitude aura gathered within this space. Xiaoyan's footsteps followed the crowd that appeared behind him. He leaped and flew towards the huge auction house in front of him. The interior structure of the auction house was not much different from an ordinary auction house. If one had to point out a difference, it would be that the seating arrangement here was different from an ordinary auction house. In this place, regardless of whether one was a bandi or a dodi, one's seat was the same. Xiaoyan randomly found a seat. The number of people that surged in from the outside world also decreased. In the end, the auction house was filled to the brim and the flow of people entering the auction house also came to an end. Xiaoyan's figure sat in the middle of the crowd within the huge auction house. He eyed the empty crystal platform below the audience seats. Both of his eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Buzz buzz buzz, suddenly, a buzzing sound was emitted from the quiet stone platform below. At the same time this sound was emitted, everyone present felt that the entire auction house was shaking. Soon after, in front of the gazes of everyone present, the crystal platform in the middle of the auction house actually began to shake clearly at this moment. At the same time, the height of the entire stone platform also rose at this moment. Everyone in the auction house only sighed in relief when the stone platform stopped shaking. However, at the next moment, when they once again raised their eyes to look at the middle of the stone platform, a human figure had unknowingly stood in the middle of the stone platform. This human figure was different from those black-robed people that they had seen in the outside world earlier. Although this human figure was also an old man, the way he dressed was no different from an ordinary old man. At the very least, compared to those black-robed people, this old man was even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. At the very least, he would not cause people to reject him. Of course, other than this, under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, the strength of this plainly dressed old man was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Under the probing of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, the strength of this old man in front of him had already completely exceeded the range of Xiaoyan's probing. It was likely that the strength of this old man was at the very least above a 7-star dodi. As for the latter's spiritual strength, Xiaoyan did not sense it. This could not be denied that he did not have it. After all, the strength of that group of black-robed people outside was already frighteningly strong. It might not be that this old man did not have spiritual strength. It was just that his spiritual strength was too strong. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily trembled when he thought of this. This western region was really a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The so-called 4 large sects were not the true overlords. The true experts were always hidden in the world. Even though they were close at hand, it was still impossible for others to discover them. Everyone, the old me is the auctioneer for this auction. I will first wish that everyone who has come here today will be able to return with a fruitful harvest and obtain the items that you desire. The words of this old man were a little straightforward. He did not beat around the bush, nor did he flatter. Perhaps those things were unnecessary in his opinion. After a short period of nonsense, the old man did not say anything else. His sleek, white hand randomly drew across the empty space in front of him. Soon after, a palm-sized jade box landed in the old man's hand out of nowhere. Following this, a surging energy aura spread out from within the jade box. This is the first auction item today, the jade bone fruit. The first item to be auctioned, the jade bone fruit, was a kind of fruit that was filled with a large amount of qi. After it was refined and swallowed, it could increase the practitioner's cultivation by a certain amount in the shortest amount of time. Of course, the amount of increase in one's cultivation was divided according to one's strength. At that moment, the jade bone fruit being auctioned could at most increase the strength of a half-martial emperor by a tiny bit. However, it was precisely because of that the vast majority of the people in the auction were half-martial emperors. Thus, the appearance of the jade bone fruit immediately attracted the fervent gazes of many people. After hearing the old man's introduction, the emotions of everyone present were swiftly lifted. The originally somewhat solemn auction house immediately became lively. Numerous heated gazes were like eagle claws as they stared intently at the jade box in the old man's hand. At this moment, within the opened lid of the jade box, a fruit that was as white as jade was slowly lying within the jade box. Jade bone fruit. The starting price is 800,000 spirit coins. The ceiling is 5 million. The old man's faint voice was slowly emitted from the stone platform. Soon after, the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly became dull when they heard this number. Everyone's hearts involuntarily paused for an instant. 800,000 spirit coins. They had already paid 500,000 spirit coins in order to enter this auction house. However, they did not expect that the price of the first auction item would be so high. It was really difficult to imagine just how high the price of the later auction items would be. Ladies and gentlemen, although the price we offered seems high, everything has to be based on one's strength. The jade bone fruit can help a half-martial emperor increase their strength by 10 miles in the shortest amount of time without any side effects. This is something that 800,000 spirit coins can't do no matter how hard you try. Money is merely a worldly possession. Using worldly possessions to exchange for permanent strength, I believe that everyone present has their own conclusions. No matter how good money is, it cannot be kept for one's entire life. It is even more impossible for it to save one's life at a critical moment. Don't forget that on this continent, strength is respected. As long as one has strength, would anyone be short of 800,000 spirit coins? Seeing the hesitation on everyone's faces, the old man's expression was calm and his heart was incomparably calm. He did not know how many times he had seen such a scene and had experienced it many times. He could easily guess what the people present were worried about. Hence, after his words, all the indicators pointed towards the strength of the people present. That's right, strength was respected in the Yuanwu continent. With strength, who would care about 800,000 spirit coins? I bid 800,000 spirit coins. 900,000. 950,000. 1 million. After a short moment of hesitation, the first cry was emitted from an unknown spot in the auction ground. Following which, repeated calls for bids sounded in the auction ground. Within a short moment, the value of the jade bone fruit had far exceeded the starting price of 800,000 spirit coins. It had even reached close to 2 million spirit coins. From this, one could see just how great an attraction this thing had to the people present. Of course, other than this, the elite Dodi who had witnessed all of this did not think so in their hearts. It was merely a jade bone fruit. Although it was able to increase the strength of a bandit, it was merely a little. 2 million spirit coins had already far exceeded the value of the jade bone fruit. 3 million spirit coins. Suddenly, just as the crowd in the auction ground was becoming increasingly intense, an auction that had exceeded everyone's expectations suddenly sounded from a certain spot on the stone stage. It was just like a sudden thunder that shook one's soul. Those bandit experts on the stone stage, who were repeatedly raising the price, focused their eyes. They saw that the person who had spoken was a human figure wrapped in a black robe. The face of this human figure could not be seen clearly. However, since he was able to come to this place and even bid for the jade bone fruit, it was likely that he was at least a bandit. TSK, 3 million spirit coins to bid for a jade bone fruit. This kind of price is likely enough to buy 2 or 3 in the outside world. It is unexpected that there would actually be such a foolish person who would bid for it. 3 million spirit coins right off the bat. This kind of person is either rich or a fool. Hey, to be able to become a bandit and come here, which one of them is a fool? Words that contained some ridicule sounded one after another from the stone stage. Other than some unreconciled gazes, there were also some eyes that were filled with cold laughter and ridicule as they looked at the black-robed person. After all, using 3 million spirit coins to bid for a jade bone fruit had indeed exceeded the value of the jade bone fruit. Hee, this mister has bid 3 million spirit coins for the jade bone fruit. Is there anyone who is willing to raise the price? At this moment, the old man on the crystal stage below finally revealed a smile on his calm face. It was a smile of satisfaction. From his point of view, the value of this jade bone fruit was at most 2,500,000 spirit coins. However, he never expected that the mysterious black-robed person would actually raise the price to 3 million spirit coins right off the bat. This was truly a pleasant surprise. The old man's gaze swept across the auction ground in front of him. As the old man spoke, the entire place suddenly quieted down. No one said anything else. The old man seemed to have received the answer from their eyes and withdrew his gaze. Since no one is going to raise the price, I will announce that this jade bone fruit will be sold to this mister for 3 million spirit coins. The old man's gaze quickly swept across the auction ground. In the end, he firmly fixed his gaze on the black-robed person who had bid for the jade bone fruit. As he left, he slowly lifted the jade box in his hand that was once again covered. Mister, the rules of the auction ground are to sell on the spot. One hand for the money, and the other hand for the goods. I wonder if Mr. Swoosh. Before the old man finished speaking, a ray of light suddenly flashed across the auction ground. It was like a shooting star, but also like a bolt of lightning. It shot towards the old man on the crystal stage. The old man's expression did not change. With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out and blocked the incoming ray of light. Soon after, he extended his hand and grabbed it. A low-grade storage ring appeared in his hand. The old man smiled slightly. With a thought, a wisp of spiritual strength was quickly injected into the storage ring. After a round of checking, he raised his head and once again looked at the black-robed figure. He smiled and nodded as he said, "Yes, senior brother. That's right. There are 3 million spirit coins in here. Mister, the jade bone fruit is yours." The old man smiled. At the same time, the hand that was holding the jade box pushed forward. The jade box immediately soared into the air and quickly shot towards the black-robed person. The black-robed person extended his hand and a suction force gushed out from his palm. He grabbed the jade box that had yet to arrive in his hand. Soon after, he turned his wrist and the jade box in his hand was stored in the storage ring. Under the black robe, the corners of the young man's mouth curled into a smile. Looking at his face, who else could it be other than Xianxia? In the next moment, the old man withdrew his gaze. His eyes once again swept across the entire auction ground. 2 red hands gently pressed against the empty space. Everyone's gaze in the auction ground followed and looked towards the old man. The second item to be auctioned is a spirit rank cultivation method. In the first auction, the jade bone fruit was successfully auctioned off at a high price of 3 million spirit coins. This was undoubtedly a good start for the auction this time around. When the smile on the old man's face on the auction stage relaxed, one after another quite valuable auction items appeared in the old man's hands. Various chi methods and dough techniques appeared one after another. This old man was just like a treasure trove. It was as though the treasures in his hands were inexhaustible. Of course, following the successful auction of the first auction item, the atmosphere in the auction house was gradually stirred up. The old man on the auction stage also struck while the iron was hot. He took out other auction items one after another. These auction items also relied on their high value and the auctioneer's intentional flattery to cause everyone in the auction house to raise the price crazily. Sounds of bidding continuously sounded in the auction house. Following which, the corners of the old man's mouth gradually lifted into a smile. In the end, these auction items were all sold for quite a good price. However, it must be said that the reason these auction items were able to be sold for such a high price was not a coincidence. From the looks of the quality of these auction items, they were definitely the most precious items that Xianxia had seen in all these years. Of course, this kind of preciousness was only seen through the eyes of the public. The things that could truly move the hearts of Xianxia and those elite dodi on the stage had yet to appear. As time slowly flowed by, the auction ground continued under this fiery atmosphere for a couple of hours. At the same time, the quality of the auction items that appeared in the auction ground became increasingly higher. The atmosphere within the auction ground also became increasingly fiery. This auction continued for a full day. At this moment, some of the auction items that had appeared were already able to cause those elite dodi in the auction ground to bid. Some of them even caused Xianxia to have the impulse to bid. However, after some consideration, Xianxia still did not easily open his mouth. It was better to choose something that was suitable for him when purchasing things. As those elite dodi on the stage competed with each other, the atmosphere within the auction ground became increasingly fiery. Due to the fact that most of the factions that participated in the auction this time around were factions under the rule of the Heavenly Sword sect, most of them did not see eye to eye with each other due to their own interests. If some of the factions that had a fiery relationship with each other were to meet, they would definitely go all out to raise the price. That imposing manner of not giving up until the other party was crushed caused quite a number of people to quietly click their tongues. They were indeed worthy of being factions under the rule of the Heavenly Sword sect. Compared to those ordinary factions present, this kind of wealth was not something that they could easily achieve. Xiaoyan could not help but laugh involuntarily in the face of those red-eyed and thick-necked people. His body lazily leaned against the back of the chair. He extended a finger and gently tapped on the armrest. Under Xiaoyan's gaze, which seemed to be watching a show, the old man on the auction stage waved his sleeve. Following a flash of light, another jade box appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The instant that jade box appeared, an extremely dense bloodthirsty aura surged out from within. A thin layer of red-colored fog agglomerated in the empty space around the jade box. If one were to carefully sniff it, one would actually be able to smell a faint bloody scent from it. Everyone, the next item to be auctioned is a monster core. On the auction stage, the old man's mouth opened and closed as he slowly spat out a sentence. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone on the stage immediately looked towards the jade box in the old man's hand in unison. They couldn't help but reveal a wisp of doubt in their eyes. This old man actually took out a monster core in an auction of this level. Isn't this a little too casual? It should be known that in the Origin Martial Continent, the monster cores of ordinary low-rank magical beasts were no longer of interest to ordinary experts below the half-emperor level. After all, as one's strength increased, the monster cores of low-rank magical beasts were no longer of any value to half-emperors. As for the monster cores of high-rank magical beasts, although they were precious, they were very difficult to obtain. Not to mention how difficult it was to kill a high-rank magical beast. Even if one had the ability to kill it, these magical beasts would usually risk their lives and self-destruct their monster cores at the last moment in order to achieve the goal of perishing together with their enemies. It was precisely because of this that high-rank monster cores that could truly be auctioned on the continent were extremely rare. After all, when faced with powerful magical beasts, even humans were unwilling to rashly become enemies with them. Experts naturally had their own rules. Perhaps they were unwilling to follow them in the beginning, but as time passed, they would naturally understand each other better. No one wished to bring disaster upon themselves. As a result, the deaths of truly powerful magical beasts were even rarer. This also meant that the monster cores of high-rank magical beasts were destined to be pitifully few and far between. Everyone did not mishear. The auction item for this round is a monster core. The old man spoke once more, and his firm tone confirmed the suspicion in everyone's hearts. As the old man's words sounded, the expressions of everyone on the stage changed slightly. However, at this moment, from where the Bai clan and the Hua clan were located, Bai Ying's eyes instantly locked onto the jade box in the old man's hand below the stage. A fiery heat surged within his eyes. As for Bai Zhan by the side, even though the emotions in the depths of his heart were similarly fluctuating, there was an indifferent expression on his face. On the other side, Hua Ting and Hu Yuning from the Hua family revealed expressions of pleasant surprise. Others might not know, but they knew. Wasn't this what they had waited so long for? Now, it had finally come. On the stone stage, the old man flicked his finger, and a stream of light immediately shot out from his fingertip. It lifted the jade box but did not shatter it. The lid of the jade box flew into the air, revealing a fist-sized scarlet bead in the jade box. This bead was a magic core. The moment this golden-red monster core was exposed to the air, a wild and violent energy uncontrollably rose from it. A scarlet blood mist spread out like a cloud of smoke, condensing into a blurry magical beast in the air in front of the old man. Roar! A low beastly roar was emitted from the blood mist. Even though everyone present knew that the magical beast's body was already dead, the hearts of most people could not help but tremble when they heard this beast roar. Soon after, a feeling of horror involuntarily rose in everyone's hearts. Currently, what appeared before them was merely the monster core of this magical beast. It did not have any intelligence, and was at most a rock that contained a wild and violent energy. Even so, this monster core was still able to release such a domineering power. It was difficult to imagine just how terrifying this magical beast was when it was alive. Evil beast, your body is already dead. You are merely a thread of remnant aura, yet you actually dare to be rampant here. Break! The appearance of this scene did not cause much of a fluctuation to appear on the old man's face. It was as though all of this was within his expectations. Seeing the blood mist agglomerate, the old man waved his sleeves. Powerful doqi immediately surged out, wrapping around this cluster of blood mist from all directions. Soon after, the old man twisted his wrist after this cluster of blood mist was wrapped by the doqi. His 5 fingers suddenly clenched tightly, and the cluster of blood mist that was wrapped by the doqi exploded with a bang, gradually scattering in the empty air. When everyone on the stage saw this scene, the expressions on their faces changed one after another. When they looked at the old man on the stone platform, shock involuntarily surged into their eyes. That magical beast was already extremely powerful. However, from the looks of it, this old man seemed to be even more terrifying. Everyone, you have also seen that although this evil beast is already dead, it still has the ability to retaliate. This is all because this beast's strength had already reached the level of a human 5-star Dodi when it was alive. Hua! Everyone present was immediately shocked when the words from the old man's mouth sounded. Although they had thought that this magical beast's strength was extraordinary when it was alive, they were at the very most certain that it was a Dodi-class magical beast. However, they did not expect that this fellow's strength had actually reached the level of a 5-star Dodi. Xiaoyan, who was seated lazily in the viewing gallery, suddenly raised his eyes at this moment. His gaze instantly landed on the completely round fist-sized scarlet monster core. His eyes similarly revealed a surprised expression. It was unexpected that this monster core was actually the monster core of a 5-star Dodi. On the other 2 sides, the people from the Bai clan and the Hua clan were similarly staring at the monster core with heated gazes at this moment. Although they already had an answer in their hearts still involuntarily became even more excited and surprised when they heard this old man personally say it. Xiaoyan was naturally observing the situation of these 2 clans at all times. Immediately, Xiaoyan's heart gained some understanding of the general purpose of these 2 clans' trip. He did not dare to say everything, but at the very least, this monster core of a 5-star Dodi-class magical beast was definitely within their plans for this trip. Huh? Bai Ying, who was originally staring at the monster core with an excited expression, suddenly frowned. His gaze suddenly turned and swept over the viewing gallery. Just a moment ago, it was that gaze again. He had once again sensed that aura. Just who is he? Bai Ying was quietly shocked in his heart. He inhaled a deep breath of air and was just about to withdraw his gaze when the expression in his eyes became slightly stern. He once again raised his eyes and looked over. On the opposite side, Hua Ting from the Hua clan was staring at him with widened eyes. Just a moment ago, he had also sensed an unusual aura. Without any hesitation, he believed that the origin of the aura was the Bai clan. The 2 of them looked at each other from a distance. They were separated by an auction ground, but they quickly frowned at the same time. This was because they had also sensed that the mysterious aura did not originate from the other party. The owner of this monster core does not intend to use spirit coins to auction this monster core. Instead, he hopes to use something of equivalent value to exchange for this monster core. Therefore, everyone present can just bid. The value of the items that you bid will be judged by me. The person who bids the highest will obtain this monster core. Everyone, please begin. The old man slowly extended his arm after he finished speaking. He made a pleased gesture to everyone present. In an instant, the large auction ground was filled with discussions. However, no one bid after a long while. It was not that they did not want this monster core. It was just that they were unable to take out something of equivalent value to a 5-star Dodi-class monster core. At this moment, even the few elite Dodi on the tall platform involuntarily revealed a difficult expression on their faces. Although they each had their own trump cards in their hands, the auction had yet to reach its end. The finale item had yet to appear. They were more or less unwilling to spend their trump cards now. No one bid in the large auction ground. Gradually, the discussions quietly scattered. Everyone looked at each other. Some people wore cold smiles on their faces, some were indifferent, and there were even some who held an eager attitude as they attempted to bid at the last moment to obtain this monster core at the lowest price. Time passed second by second. The people in the auction hall seemed indifferent, but in fact, everyone was suppressing a burning fire in their hearts. If there was really no one to bid, these people would definitely make a move at the last moment. the old man on the auction stage had a calm expression. His heart was not the slightest ripple. It was just as he had said earlier. This old man had seen such a situation many times. It could be said that he was very familiar with it. He had even seen worse situations. What could this little thing in front of him be considered? The old man's bright old eyes slowly swept over the auction ground. First, they paused on the members of the Hui clan. After which, they paused on the father and son of the Bai clan. When his gaze landed on the handsome Bai Zhan, the expression in the old man's eyes flickered. A surprise involuntarily flashed deep within his eyes before it was immediately withdrawn. I'm very regretful. Since no one is bidding for this auction item, the old me can only regretfully announce that this monster core will be, I bid a tier 3 medicinal pill. At a certain moment, the old man shook his head regretfully. Just as he was about to put away the jade box in his hand, a voice suddenly sounded within the auction ground. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned over. The person who had bid earlier was a shifty-eyed middle-aged man. From the looks of the timing of his bid, it was obvious that he was intending to make a huge profit. Unfortunately, he was not the only one present who had such thoughts. I bid 2 tier 3 medicinal pills. I bid 3. 4. Everyone's eyes were focused on the jade box in the old man's hand. The people from the large factions no longer hesitated. The Hui clan and the Bai clan looked at each other from a distance. To them, only the two of them were formidable opponents in this auction. Only they could stop them from obtaining this monster core. The others were merely a group of clowns who could not even be brought to the stage. Bai Ying and Hui Ting looked at each other from a distance. It was as if they wanted to see through each other. The Hui clan and Hui Ting's clapping became increasingly intense. The atmosphere, which had been silent for a moment, seemed to be accumulating energy, waiting for this moment to erupt. Originally, no one had bid because of the high price. However, at this moment, everyone's voices were louder and louder. The Hui clan and Hui Ting's clapping sounds were like waves crashing against the ground. I bid a high-level spiritual secret art. At a certain moment, a somewhat low and deep shout resounded in the noisy auction ground. This sound was like the sound of a bell that reverberated endlessly, reverberating in the ears of everyone present. The auction ground, which was originally as noisy as boiling water, gradually quietened down because of this one sentence. Although a tier 3 medicinal pill was precious, it was clearly not enough when compared to a high-level secret art. Compared to a consumable like a medicinal pill, a secret art could be passed down for hundreds of generations. It would play an important role in the future generations of a clan. In comparison, it was believed that most people would choose a secret art. With regards to this, the gradually quieting crowd already had an answer. On the auction stage, the old man also looked over and saw that the person who had spoken was Hui Ting from the Hui clan. The old man's eyes flickered slightly and the corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. Rather than saying that the secret art he had offered was too precious, in his opinion, it was more accurate to say that the Hui clan's deterrence was too strong. As one of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect, the Hui clan's influence in Xian City was obvious. However, which faction in this area did not fear the Hui clan? I bid 2 secret arts. Soon after, a loud clapping sound rang out from somewhere in the auction house. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. The old man on the auction stage had a faint smile on his face. Needless to say, the one who dared to argue with the Hui clan was the Bai clan. On the viewing platform, Bai Ying's figure stood upright as he looked at Hui Ting. His eyes were sharp. No matter what, this monster core had to fall into his hands today. I bid 3 secret arts. For secret arts. Just as Hui Ting finished speaking, Bai Ying immediately spoke up, causing the latter's expression to involuntarily change slightly. Although this monster core was expensive, the secret art scroll in his hand was not something that he could take just because he wanted to. He had to consider everything for his clan first. This monster core was only one of his goals on this trip. If he paid too much at this time, it would undoubtedly cause a lot of trouble in the upcoming auction. 5 secret arts. After hesitating for a long time, Hui Ting finally spoke up again. This was already his bottom line. 5 high-spirit secret arts. Even in the clan, this was still a considerable amount of wealth. 5 high-grade spirit rank techniques and 1 low-grade spirit rank technique. Bai Ying's expression was calm, and his tone did not show the slightest intention of backing down. Third Elder Hua, if you can continue to bid for 1 more high spirit secret art, I will give this monster core to you. Just as Hu Ting was about to speak, Bai Ying leisurely spoke up. The corners of his mouth lifted into a cold smile, and a playful expression appeared in his eyes. You want to use this opportunity to trick me? The expression in Hu Ting's eyes hardened slightly, but soon after, he sneered. He had seen such methods many times. Haha, then there is no need for Elder Hua to hesitate. Please go ahead. Bai Ying's expression did not change at all when he heard this. Instead, he sneered and gestured towards the ladder before returning to his seat. Upon seeing this, Hu Ting could not help but frown slightly. Beside him, Hu Yuning also frowned. Although this monster core was important, they had no choice but to hesitate. Humph, since you want it, go ahead. If I am not wrong, you should be preparing it for Bai Zhan. Hu Ting coldly laughed. He had noticed that Bai Ying's gaze would occasionally land on Bai Zhan when the two of them had called out to bid earlier. From the way he thought about it, this monster core should be auctioned for Bai Zhan. Bai Zhan had been trapped at the Dodi realm for many years. This was an indisputable fact in everyone's eyes. Even if he were to obtain this monster core and refine it, the wild and violent energy within the monster core would be completely refined. Even if he were to swallow it, the effect would be extremely small. At the very most, it would allow him to break through to a 2-star Dodi. However, there was still a world of difference when compared to their Hu clan. At the end of the day, he is just a piece of trash. Just take it. Humph. Hu Ting coldly snorted. Although he was still unwilling in his heart, the ultimate goal of this trip was not this. He could not lose the big picture for a small gain. Hu Ting exchanged glances with Hu Yuning by the side. Seeing that the latter's face did not show any emotion, Hu Ting finally returned to his seat. His gaze was cold as he looked at Bai Ying opposite him. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. Although this monster core did not land in their hands in the end, being able to make the Bai clan bleed was considered a happy thing. As for Hu Yuning, the latter was also very concerned about the monster core. However, at the same time, she also understood that the greatest goal of this trip was the final thing. Before that, they needed to preserve the strength in their hands. May I know if anyone is willing to bid a higher price? The old man's gaze slowly swept across the entire place on the auction stage. This was especially the case when his gaze passed by the few elite Dodi. His eyes would pause as though he was waiting for them to open their mouths. After looking around, the old man withdrew his gaze. He glanced at the jade box in front of him. After which, he turned his gaze and looked at Bai Ying in the viewing gallery. In that case, I would like to congratulate this mister for successfully obtaining this 5-star Dodi class monster core with 5 high spirit chi methods and 1 low spirit chi method. As he said this, the old man raised the jade box in his hand. It was as if he was telling Bai Ying that it was time to hand over the goods. Upon seeing this, the latter frowned and glanced at Hu Ting. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards the old man on the auction stage. He cupped his hands together respectfully towards the old man. With a wave of his large sleeve, 6 rays of light shot out from nowhere. Each of them drew a beautiful arc in the air as they swiftly shot towards the old man. On the auction stage, the old man's expression was calm. He looked at the 6 streams of light that were shooting towards him. With a wave of his sleeve, an invisible force swept out. When the 6 streams of light arrived in front of him, he had already controlled them. With a thought, they floated in front of the old man. Subsequently, after the old man carefully probed, he raised his head and swept his gaze over the entire place. Under the curious gazes of everyone present, he slowly nodded his head and said, "That's right. These are the 5 high spirit chi methods and 1 low spirit chi method. This monster core belongs to you." Finally, the jade box in the old man's hand flew out the instant his words sounded. It turned into a ray of light that flew over the heads of the group of people in the viewing gallery, attracting numerous heated gazes. Finally, Bai Ying extended his hand and beckoned. It turned into a jade box that he grabbed. After carefully inspecting it, he finally nodded gently. He turned his gaze and looked at Baijian beside him. After nodding his head once again, he stored it into his storage ring. At this point, the auction of the monster core had come to an end. However, this was not the end of the auction. As various precious items flew out from the old man's hands, the originally fiery atmosphere in the auction house became even more intense. On the high platform, Xiaoyan's figure was lazily nestled in the chair. Although the items that were auctioned later were also quite valuable, there were not many that could truly attract Xiaoyan's attention. As for the people from the two great clans, they simply closed their eyes and rested. It was as if they were waiting for the end of the auction. Time slowly passed by. 3 days had passed since the start of the auction. During these 3 days, the atmosphere in the auction house had maintained an extremely lively state. The auctioned items were brought out one after another, causing these people to be in an extremely excited state from the beginning to the end. Almost every time an auction item was brought out, these people would shout at the top of their lungs with all their might. The atmosphere in the auction house became increasingly fiery. Spirit coins and various natural treasures, chi methods, and do techniques leaped out of the mouths of these people like flowing water. Everyone in the auction house fought with each other. On the auction stage, the various auction items in the old man's hands repeatedly changed direction. However, the smile that was revealed on his old face never disappeared. The popularity of the auction this time around had already exceeded their expectations. This caused them to be surprised. However, they were even more pleasantly surprised. The grandeur of the auction was destined to bring great profits to their auction house. Naturally, the old man would not be unhappy. After another round of auction came to an end, countless people in the viewing gallery raised their heads. Numerous pairs of bright eyes stared intently at the old man on the auction stage. They were just like a pack of hungry wolves staring at their prey. Everyone, the item that will be auctioned next is something that most of the people present here will not be interested in. Of course, if everyone is willing, feel free to bid. On the auction stage, the old man had an amiable smile on his face. A pair of bright old eyes once again swept across the entire place. Ever since the start of the auction, a smile had been hanging on the old man's face. At this moment, even the skin at the corner of his eyes had been lifted into a smile. It was as though the wrinkles had accumulated over a long period of time. At the same time that his words sounded, the old man flipped his hand. Unlike before, the thing that appeared in the air above the old man's palm was not a jade box. Instead, it was a cluster of flames. The instant this cluster of flames appeared, the temperature in the auction house immediately changed. The gazes of the various strong people in the auction house uniformly landed on the cluster of flames. Their eyes could not help but reveal a shocked expression. The bright red flame emitted an extremely high temperature. The surrounding space was slightly distorted because of this temperature. This time around, the auction item was actually a cluster of flames. However, immediately after, when the people present focused their eyes on it, they could not help but frown slightly. Although this cluster of flames appeared ferocious, when they focused their attention on it, they could clearly see that there were actually a few dark green leaves directly below the cluster of flames. They stood gracefully under the flames, as though they had not been eroded by the flames. When the crowd took a closer look, they realized that the flower stem that was connected to the few leaves actually led directly to the interior of the cluster of flames. This ball of flame and the plant beneath it were basically connected in the same breath. From this point of view, rather than calling it a ball of flame, it would be more appropriate to call it a flower with the appearance of a flame. Just as this flame-like flower appeared in front of everyone's eyes, on the high platform, Xiaoyan, who was resting on a chair with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. A tinge of surprise flashed across his eyes, and in the depths of his mind, the silent soul orb also slightly vibrated at this moment. The moment he opened his eyes, Xiaoyan's gaze immediately landed on the flame-like flower in front of the old man on the auction stage. This flame-like flower was Xiaoyan's main objective for this trip. Fire plume flower. At the same time that Xiaoyan opened his eyes, in another corner of the auction house, the Lin family father and son and Su Soming's gazes also landed on the fire plume flower at this moment. Coincidentally, their main objective for this trip was also here. As a medicinal ingredient, the fire plume flower was in great demand for many high-tier elixirs. In fact, there were some high-tier elixirs that could not be refined without the fire plume flower. This point was just like the ice spirit pill that Xiaoyan needed to refine. As a rank 3 alchemist, Su Songming naturally placed great importance on a high-tier medicinal ingredient like the fire plume flower. The reason why he participated in the auction in Xian City this time was mainly because he had heard that the fire plume flower was rumored to exist in this auction. He did not expect that he would actually come across it. As for the Lin family father and son, the reason why they wanted the fire plume flower was entirely because of Su Songming. As Lin Rant's teacher, regardless of their secret relationship, Su Songming was now a rank 3 alchemist. If they wanted to obtain his help, the Lin family had to make a contribution. For example, auctioning off the fire plume flower and then gifting it to Su Songming. This method would be able to bring the relationship between the two families closer in the shortest time possible. Furthermore, the previous unhappiness caused by the younger generation of the two families would naturally be written off. For the future of the Lin family, this was an inexhaustible benefit. After all, the power of a rank 3 alchemist was enormous. Furthermore, Su Songming was a member of the Alchemist Alliance. Once they were able to climb up this high branch, the future of the Lin family would be far greater than this. How could a small Xian city satisfy their deepest desires? What they desired was an even greater power, and the Alchemist Alliance would undoubtedly be able to help them fulfill this wish. As for Su Songming, he was merely a stepping stone on the Lin family's future path. Even though they still had to bow down to him and be courteous, they would treat all of this as an investment. When the day comes their return, they would be even more pleasantly surprised. Ladies and gentlemen, the flame in front of your eyes is actually not a real flame. It is actually a medicinal ingredient. Its name is fire plume flower. Fire plume flower, in Xian City's eyes, Xian City's, S of S of the crowd's eyes instantly locked eyes. This is truly unexpected. In the past, we have only heard of its name but never seen its shadow. To think that this is the legendary fire plume flower. This is a medicinal ingredient used to refine rank 3 pills. TSK, not only rank 3 pills, many high-tier pills require the fire plume flower as a neutralizing agent. Without the fire spirit flower, those pills cannot be successfully refined. This is the main ingredient. In an instant, the crowd, which had quietened down due to the old man's reminder, once again burst into an uproar. They did not expect that the fire plume flower would appear this time. On the high platform, Xiaoyan's gaze locked onto the fire plume flower. The fiery glow in the depths of his eyes was self-evident. At the same time, the corners of his mouth also curled into a confident smile. No matter what, this fire plume flower must land in his hands today. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan seemed to have sensed something. His eyebrows slightly furrowed as he lifted his gaze and looked towards a certain direction. Immediately, Xiaoyan softly chuckled in his heart as the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. That feeling came from the direction of Su Songming. At this moment, the latter's eyes were wide open as he stared at him. The enmity in his eyes was needless to say. Xiaoyan had embarrassed him twice. Today, in the auction, the two of them were eyeing the same item. At the same time. This time, no matter what, Su Songming would definitely not let Xiaoyan take advantage of him. Everyone, regarding the fire plume flower, I believe that I do not need to introduce it further. The starting price is 8 million spirit coins, and each increment must not be less than 500,000 spirit coins. Of course, you can also use items of similar value as the auction item. Now, the auction for the fire plume flower begins. Even though the fire plume flower itself was extremely valuable, the people present were not fools. Even though the fire plume flower was good, in this world, other than alchemists, ordinary people would not be able to do anything about it even if they were to obtain it. If it were to be eyed by some people with bad intentions, it would instead become a hot potato. Because of this, although most of the people present were passionate about the fire plume flower, after some deliberation in their hearts, they still withdrew their thoughts. Although the treasure was good, it was not something that anyone could possess. Furthermore, they were unable to use it, and there was no value in keeping it in their hands. Rather than that, it was better to wait and see. I am willing to bid 8 million spirit coins. Just as everyone was secretly hesitating whether to bid or not, on the high platform, the head of the Lin family, Lin Zehong, suddenly stood up and opened his mouth. His voice was like the sound of a bell, reverberating endlessly in the vast auction house. Seeing this scene, on the other side, Su Songming, who was staring at Xiaoyan, was slightly stunned. Then, the corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. This was what he wanted to see. He did not have to put in any effort for the Lin family to help him auction off the fire plume flower. This would undoubtedly save him a lot of money, so why would he not do it? However, Su Songming did not seem to think that if the Lin family did not intend to give him the fire plume flower that they had auctioned off, how would he end up then? Fortunately, the Lin family's so-called motive for auctioning off the fire plume flower was him, Su Songming. However, it was poles apart from his inner thoughts. On the other side, when Xiaoyan heard that the first person to bid was actually from the Lin family, his face did not show much surprise. These two families were in the same boat and were jackals of the same tribe. The Lin family's action was completely within Xiaoyan's expectations. I bid 10 million spirit coins. Xiaoyan's face was calm as he said faintly. It was as if he did not care about the 10 million spirit coins. In fact, this was indeed the case. 10 million spirit coins. After Xiaoyan's words sounded, the gazes of everyone in the auction ground immediately gathered on Xiaoyan's body. Numerous gazes were filled with shock. Everyone had a stunned expression on their faces. Who would have expected that this mysterious black-robed person would actually make such a big move? At this moment, even the people from the Hua clan and the Bai clan on the tall platform could not help but shift their gazes over. The two people from the Hua clan frowned as they stared at Xiaoyan, who was facing off against Su Songming in the auction ground. A strange expression involuntarily flashed across their eyes. 10 million spirit coins. If it was them, it was not that they could not take it out. However, it would also cause them to suffer a great loss. In that case, it would be troublesome for them in the auction later on. On the other side, the father and son of the Bai clan similarly stared at Xiaoyan in the auction ground. Bai Zhan's face revealed the same expression as the others. On the other hand, a worried expression involuntarily flashed across Bai Ying's face. Although he did not plan to auction this fire plume flower, the person in front of him gave him a strange feeling. That feeling was like a certain person, someone who had left a deep impression on him. I bid 11 million spirit coins. It was a long while later when the old man on the auction stage could not help but speak. Only then did the head of the Lin clan's face turn gloomy. His tone was especially deep and it sounded as though it was forcefully squeezed out from between his teeth. 12 million spirit coins. Xiaoyan's expression did not change. He even stared intently at Su Songming in front of him. His eyes were cold and indifferent, without the slightest emotion. There was even a trace of a cold smile hidden within. Seemingly having sensed this, Su Songming involuntarily shivered. As a rank 3 alchemist, Su Songming's sensitivity was far from what an ordinary elite Dodi could compare with. Even the two from the two large clans could not be compared with him. In the huge auction ground, everyone's gaze repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiaoyan and Lin Zheong. Until now, the situation in the auction ground was still within the control of these two people. However, when comparing them, most people still leaned towards Xiaoyan. This was because he was too calm. Xiaoyan was as calm as a stone pillar. Wind could not blow him away and lightning could not strike him. Regardless of how furious Su Songming was, Xiaoyan remained unmoved. At this moment, Lin Zehong's expression was gloomy. He had long expected that his Lin Zheong would pay a great price to curry favor with Su Songming. However, he did not expect that this black-robed person would be so calm. The latter's calmness caused Lin Zehong's heart to feel increasingly uneasy. Even though he continuously warned himself in his heart, once his state of mind was affected, it was not something that could be easily calmed down. I bid 13 million spirit coins. Lin Zheong clenched his teeth. His heart became increasingly anxious. 13 million spirit coins was already considered a large sum to their Lin clan. Once they took it out, it would definitely affect the foundation of their Lin clan in Xian City. 14 million. Xiaoyan's expression was calm. His tone was calm and neither salty nor indifferent. The words from his mouth immediately followed Lin Zehong's words. It seemed that he did not intend to give the latter any chance to breathe. Hearing the words that came out of Xiaoyan's mouth once again, Lin Zihong's body instantly became sluggish. Within his eyes, his pupils could not help but shrink slightly. A thread of cold sweat slowly rolled down from the corner of his forehead, indicating the struggle in his heart. If they increased the price, it would affect the foundation of the Lin family. If they did not increase the price, it would affect the relationship between the Lin family and Su Songming. This would indirectly affect the future of the Lin family. Both of these factors were extremely important to the current Lin family. No matter which one they lost, the future of the Lin family would be affected. Damn it. It's all because of you. If not for you, this fire plume flower would belong to my Lin clan. Staring at Xiaoyan from afar, Lin Ziyang could not help but feel a ball of anger rising in his heart. He continuously struggled in his heart. After a long while, he finally opened his mouth again. I bid 15 million spirit coins. Lin Ziyang said in a deep voice. His voice was so deep that it sounded like a low growl. 20 million spirit coins. This time, Xiaoyan directly increased the price by 5 million spirit coins. This caused Lin Zihong's body to violently tremble. The crowd in the auction hall also instantly focused their gazes on Xiaoyan. At this moment, every one of them had their mouths agape. Their faces were filled with a stunned expression. At this moment, Xiaoyan was like a lunatic in their eyes. A lunatic who had no scruples. Even if he did not lack spirit coins, money should not be squandered like this. That was a total of 20 million spirit coins. On the auction stage, the old man's face was all smiles as he looked at Xiaoyan on the stage. He recognized that it was this black-robed person who had won the first auction item. Moreover, from the looks of Xiaoyan's calm manner at this moment, it appeared that he did not care about 20 million Ling coins. As he thought of this, an additional curiosity appeared in the old man's eyes when he looked at Xiaoyan. It should be known that this was 20 million spirit coins. Even if it was him, he would have to think twice before taking out this amount of spirit coins. This fellow, where did he come from? Before this, I don't seem to have heard of someone like him. The old man quietly frowned in his heart. He randomly guessed Xiaoyan's identity. As for the 4 large sacks and the like, they were all thrown out of his mind right from the start. This was because the old man had already seen through Xiaoyan's strength. Right from the start. A bandit. He did not think that such a person would belong to the 4 large sections. It should be known that the few true geniuses within the 4 large sects had already reached the Do-D class. It was also at this moment that the situation in the auction finally changed. The old man is willing to take out 10 low-grade spirit stones to auction this fire-plumed flower. Su Songming, who was standing opposite of Xiaoyan, stared intently at Xiaoyan. A cold smile, ridicule, and disdain surged into his old eyes. What is the use of having so many spirit coins? The so-called spirit coins are nothing in front of spirit stones. Su Songming said disdainfully in his heart. At the same time, he extended his hand and exposed it to the air. A thought passed through his mind and a wave of light flashed. Soon after, 10 smooth white energy crystals, which were like suet jade, appeared in the air above Su Songming's extended hand and quietly floated. These 10 snow-white energy crystals were precisely 10 spirit stones. Hua! The appearance of this scene caused everyone in the auction ground to be shocked once again. They did not expect that a mere fire-plumed flower would actually cause such an uproar. Not only was the high price of 20 million spirit coins, even spirit stones were taken out. In the huge auction hall, countless burning gazes fell on Su Songming like spotlights. To be precise, they were staring at the 10 spiritual stones that were floating in front of him. Everyone knew that all of the spirit coins on the continent were ultimately derived from spirit ores. Therefore, the value of spirit ores was usually above the value of spirit coins, which was exactly what was happening at the auction house at the moment. Xiaoyan had taken out 20 million spirit coins. Although the amount seemed to be a lot, if one were to really compared to 20 million spirit coins, almost everyone would choose 10 spiritual stones. The value of spiritual stones was incomparable to spirit coins. This was also the reason why Su Songming had such an insolent expression. Spirit coins were worthless in front of spiritual stones. Su Songming's lips slowly curled into a smile as he felt everyone's burning gazes on him. Under his deliberate control, the 10 spirit stones were like trophies revolving around Su Songming's body. He was like a champion under everyone's gaze, like a resplendent star. "Senior, you can drop the hammer now." Su Songming's lips curled into a sarcastic smile. He shifted his gaze and looked at the elder on the auction stage below. He did not care about Xiaoyan at all. It was as if the battle had ended with the spiritual stones in his hand. At this moment, he was only waiting for the moment to settle the score. "Mister, why are you so anxious? That person has not said that this is the end." The elder smiled faintly. From Xiaoyan's calm expression, he could tell that the latter's heart was not affected at all. "Haha, you're just a half-emperor. Even if you can take out 20 million spirit coins, this should be your limit. Let's not talk about how many spirit coins you have left. Based on the number of spirit stones you have, as long as you can take out 1 spirit stone more than me, I will give you this fire plume flower and the 10 spirit stones as a gift." The corners of Su Songming's mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Speaking of spirit coins, perhaps the black-robed man in front of him still had some. But speaking of spirit stones, even the 10 spirit stones in his hand were not easy to come by. How could he believe that the black-robed man in front of him had spirit stones? The crowd burst into an uproar as soon as these words were spoken. Everyone hated that they didn't have 11 spirit stones. Otherwise, they would have taken the spirit stones from Su Songming's hands. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and a strange expression appeared on his face. He looked at Su Songming in the distance as if he was looking at a fool. "Humph, since you don't have it, then sit down obediently. This old man is determined to get the fire plume flower." A ruthless look appeared on Su Songming's face. After suffering 2 blows, this time, he could finally repay the pain that Xiaoyan had caused him. "Hee, who told you that I can't take out spirit stones? Are spirit stones exclusive to you?" However, Xiaoyan smiled coldly. His smile was filled with mockery. Ugh, upon hearing this, Su Songming's expression was slightly stunned. Soon after, a thick feeling of unease swiftly rose from the bottom of Su Songming's heart. Don't tell me, he really has spirit stones? Su Songming's heart was slightly sluggish. He really didn't dare to believe that this black-robed man really had spirit stones. One must know that after so many years of hard work and savings, the number of spirit stones that he had accumulated was only 100. This time, for the fire plume flower, he had already taken out 1/10 of his spirit stones. How could this half-emperor before him have spirit stones? Under everyone's gazes, the smile that was lifted from the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth became increasingly cold. He did not expect that Su Songming would actually say such words. This was no different from cupping one's hands and giving it away. "Heh, who doesn't have spirit stones?" Xiaoyan softly sneered. Soon after, with a thought, the space in front of him suddenly distorted. Soon after a flash of light, a completely white energy crystal appeared in front of Xiaoyan. This was a spirit stone. However, after seeing this scene, the worry on Su Songming's face instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a sinister sneer. "Ha ha ha ha. So, you only have 1 spirit stone. Just based on this, you want to obtain the fire plume flower, you." However, before the laughter from Su Songming's mouth sounded, the empty space in front of Xiaoyan became distorted once again. Another spirit stone appeared. Soon after, another one appeared. When Xiaoyan finally stopped, there were exactly 11 spirit stones floating in front of Xiaoyan. Compared to the spirit stones that Su Songming had taken out, there was 1 spirit stone more. How is this possible? Su Songming's face was filled with disbelief. He really didn't expect that Xiaoyan would actually be able to take out 11 spirit stones. In his anger, Su Songming waved his sleeve without hesitation. Immediately, another 10 spirit stones appeared in front of Su Songming. "So what if you have 11 spirit stones? I don't believe that you can have so many. The final winner will still be me." At this moment, Su Songming's expression was sinister. He simply threw the words that he had just said to the back of his mind. "My friend, you have just said that if this gentleman can take out 11 spirit stones, you will give the fire plume flower to him. At the same time, you will also give him these 10 spirit stones." However, at this moment, the elder on the auction stage suddenly spoke. An invisible pressure spread out and suppressed Su Songming, who didn't care about anything else. Humph! Under the coercion of this pressure, Su Songming couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. However, he immediately gritted his teeth and his gaze fell on the elder on the auction stage. "Elder, this is a matter between me and him. Elder shouldn't interfere." When he said these words, Su Songming's aura was clearly reduced. It wasn't for any other reason but because the elder on the auction stage was terrifyingly powerful. "I shouldn't interfere in the matters between the two of you. However, this is the territory of the spatial auction. I have the right to control everything that happens here. Since you have already said those words, you should abide by them. Otherwise, I will use the name of the spatial auction to expel you from here forever. You will never be able to participate in the void auction again." The elder's words caused Su Songming's expression to change drastically. He didn't expect that this fellow would appear out of nowhere. In this way, not only would he not be able to obtain the fire plume flower, he would also have to give away the spirit stones that he had painstakingly accumulated to someone else. Most importantly, this person was someone that he couldn't wait to grind into dust. Just thinking about this caused a ball of anger to rise in Su Songming's heart. In the end, due to the elder's appearance, even though Su Songming was extremely unwilling, he still sat down angrily. At the same time, other than the 10 spirit stones required to purchase the fire plume flower, the remaining 10 spirit stones also belonged to Xiaoyan. This was because he had said that as long as Xiaoyan was able to produce 11 spirit stones, the fire plume flower and the spirit stones would be gifted to Xiaoyan. This was something that Su Songming had personally said in front of so many people. Naturally, he could not go back on his words. Of course, the most important reason was because of the elder on the auction stage. Just like what the elder had said, he had the authority to manage any affairs in the void auction house. With just a word from him, Su Songming would never be able to participate in the void auction house in the future. Regarding this point, Su Songming did not have any doubts in his heart. After going through the intense competition previously, Su Songming clearly knew that the void auction house was hiding a huge amount of power. If there was an opportunity in the future, he would definitely not miss it. It was also because of this that if he wanted to participate in the void auction house in the future, he must not offend the people in the void auction house. Although Su Songming was now a rank 3 alchemist, he also understood that his status as a rank 3 alchemist was nothing in the eyes of these fellows. As for Xiaoyan's side, after obtaining the fire plume flower, Xiaoyan was already satisfied. The other 10 spirit stones were gifted to the void auction house by Xiaoyan in his own name. Of course, the void auction house did not lack these spirit stones. However, Xiaoyan's actions would make them feel good about him. At least, he would not be hated like Su Songming. On the auction stage, the elder kept the 20 spirit stones that were flying towards him. The smile on his aged face became even more amiable. However, all of this was directed towards Xiaoyan. Although Su Songming was the owner of these spirit stones, he was the previous owner. 20 spirit stones to the void auction house was not considered a lot, but it was also not considered a small amount. To them, 20 spiritual stones were insignificant. However, to ordinary people, 20 spiritual stones might be more than what they had accumulated over the years. The value of these spiritual stones could not be measured by mere numbers. On the viewing platform, Xiaoyan returned to his seat and placed the fire plume flower into the jade box that he had prepared beforehand. After keeping it in his storage ring, he waved his hand and the 11 spirit stones that were floating around Xiaoyan entered his storage ring in a flash. Xiaoyan admitted that he was not a stingy person. However, he was far from being generous. The reason why he had handed over the 10 spirit stones to the elder on the auction stage was simply because these spirit stones did not belong to him in his eyes. What he had won from Su Songming was merely the right to use these 10 spirit stones. In Xiaoyan's eyes, the value of these spirit stones no longer mattered. Rather than keeping them, he might as well do them a favor. To put it bluntly, Xiaoyan did not need Su Songming's spirit stones at all. In Xiaoyan's eyes, the latter's spirit stones were just like ordinary stones. They were completely worthless. Retracting his thoughts, Xiaoyan's heart finally gradually calmed down at this moment. With the fire plume flower in his hands, this meant that he had basically gathered all the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill. Now, he only needed to wait for the east wind to arrive before he could begin refining the ice spirit pill, and this east wind was not referring to the ice spirit liquid, but the Bodhi restoration pill. The medicinal ingredients needed to refine the Bodhi restoration pill had already been gathered. Based on Xiaoyan's current medicinal ingredients, he had a total of 4 pills. In other words, Xiaoyan only had 3 chances of failing to refine the Bodhi restoration pill. If he failed the 4th time, then he would have no hope of refining the ice spirit pill. As for the ice spirit pill, even if Xiaoyan was conservative and tried his best to control the amount of medicinal ingredients within an acceptable range, a stalk of fire plume flower could only be used twice at most. Even if it was used together with the other medicinal ingredients, it would still be average. Therefore, even Xiaoyan only had 2 chances to refine the ice spirit pill. Once he failed, it would be impossible for him to gather all the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill again. On the other side, Su Songming looked at Xiaoyan, who was hiding under a black robe, from afar. Murderous intent gradually gathered in the depths of his turbid old eyes. The person before him had made him lose face time and time again. This kind of humiliation would make him unable to stand in front of others in the future. Once the realm auction ended and he returned to the Alchemist Alliance, this matter would quickly spread. At that time, he would be ridiculed again. How could Su Songming swallow this anger in his heart? Kid, this old man will definitely get revenge for today's humiliation. The other 3 families, Bai family, Hua family, and Lin family were also observing the situation. The Bai family and Hua family were not concerned, but the atmosphere on the Lin family's side was somewhat gloomy. Originally, they wanted to give the fire plume flower to Su Songming as a gift. This way, they would be able to quickly improve the relationship between the 2 families. But now, not only did the auction of the fire plume flower meet with a nose full of dust, Su Songming must be extremely dissatisfied with them. Who knew what this old man would do to their Lin family after this matter? Fortunately, as a subordinate faction of the 2 great families, the Lin family did not have to worry about being targeted by Su Songming's men. After this small interlude, the old man unhurriedly took out another auction item. Regardless of the emotions in the hearts of the few families on the stage, once the auction started, unless it ended, no one would be able to stop it. Very quickly, the atmosphere on the auction stage was once again stirred up as the cheers grew louder. These people could not wait to go up on stage and directly snatch the auction item from the old man's hands. In the auction house, almost everyone's eyes were once again gathered on the auction item. Even the people from the 2 great families were no exception. Only Xiaoyan was currently lazily leaning against the back of his chair. Under the black robe, his eyes were slightly shut as he waited for the auction to end. With the fire plume flower in his hands, Xiaoyan had already achieved the main purpose of his trip to Xian City. As for the rest, Xiaoyan did not have the mood to care about them. He would let these lunatics fight for those items. As time passed, the auction became more and more popular. Even the value of the auction items on the stage rapidly increased. In the end, it was even related to spirit stones. A few of the precious auction items had already reached the stage where they could only be auctioned with spirit stones. This caused the majority of the people present to feel a great sense of regret in their hearts. At the same time, the expressions on their faces became even more fervent. Everyone, it's not that you don't know, but this year's auction is already nearing its end. I believe that most of the people present here are still not satisfied. Don't worry, our auction will be held in other places. However, if there are any friends who are interested, you can still participate. On the auction stage, the smile on the old man's face became increasingly radiant due to the consecutive high bids. At this moment, the old man revealed a warm smile to everyone present for the first time. Immediately, the old man's figure, which was standing at the edge of the auction stage, slowly retreated and walked to the center of the auction stage. His gaze once again swept across the entire auction house. Only then did he raise his hands and clap 3 times in succession with a face full of smiles. Clap. 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 In the next instant, the auction stage beneath the old man's feet suddenly shook. At the same time, the crowd on the high platform saw that, other than the area where the old man was standing, the auction stage around him had suddenly split apart. The originally complete auction stage had split into 4 pieces. Including the piece beneath the old man's feet, there were 5 pieces. The space that had been split apart was like a bottomless abyss. It was completely dark and empty. Soon after, 4 rays of light shot out from the crack. They were like 4 light walls that swiftly wrapped around the entire auction stage. The old man was also surrounded by the light walls. The appearance of this scene caused most of the people present to be startled. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a surprised glint. The words of the old man earlier did not mean that the auction had ended. From the looks of the current situation, the item that was about to be auctioned next seemed to be a little unusual. Just from looking at this light wall, the elite Dodi present did not dare to underestimate it. Even the representatives of the 2 large clans, Bai Ying and Huating, did not have the confidence to break this light wall. Is it finally about to appear? Huating's shriveled hand slowly tightened under his wide sleeves. Hu Yuning by the side also focused her attention. Her gaze was fixed on the old man on the stage. The father and son of the Bai clan on the other side were also doing the same. Although the gazes of the other people were still heated, they did not know anything about the next auction item. Other than being curious in their hearts, they did not dare to have any other thoughts. Everyone, the next item is the final auction item of this auction. It is also the finale item of our auction house. The expression of the old man within the stone stage that was wrapped by the light wall gradually became solemn. His gaze slowly swept over the entire place. His eyes were sharp, causing the hearts of those who saw it to involuntarily tighten. Sensing the change in the atmosphere of the auction ground, Xiao Yan, who was resting with his eyes shut while waiting for the auction to end, could not help but slowly open his eyes. His gaze was surprised as he looked at the auction ground at this moment. Immediately, the old man withdrew his gaze when everyone's gazes gathered on him. Powerful doqi slowly surged within his body. After which, a deep old voice was slowly spat out from his mouth. Everyone has also seen that the light walls that have risen from all 4 sides are something that even an elite Dodi would not be able to easily break. Therefore, if there is anyone present who has other thoughts, it is best that they do not think too much about it. Although everyone present was in the endless empty space, the old man still spoke out to warn them. This was also to eliminate any unnecessary trouble. Seeing that everyone present were looking at each other, the old man's gaze once again swept over the entire place. He withdrew his gaze and paused for a moment. Only then did he use his feet to gently step on the ground 3 times. Soon after, another light shot out from the crack line in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a completely dark black ancient scroll. Finale auction item, Xianxia method. Saint Tier cultivation method. When these words left his mouth, the expressions of everyone present instantly changed. Some people were even stunned by these words, and some people looked at each other suspiciously, as if they were doubting their own ears, afraid that they had misheard and would attract mocking gazes. However, regardless of whether they were looking left and right or were filled with shock, when they once again looked at the old man in the auction hall, the answer in their hearts was confirmed. At this moment, the old man was holding a pitch-black scroll in one hand and holding it in the air above his palm. His old eyes were calm and collected as his turbid eyes swept across the hall once again. Everyone, you didn't hear wrongly. The final item of the auction is the Saint Tier cultivation method. Hua. After hearing the old man's confirmation, the crowd no longer had any doubts. A clamor immediately sounded in the auction hall. The noise was so loud that it seemed as if the roof of the auction hall would be forcefully lifted off. Saint Tier cultivation method? Is it really a Saint Tier cultivation method? I never imagined that a Saint Tier cultivation method would appear in the western region. For a time, voices filled with shock continuously sounded in the auction hall. A Saint Tier cultivation method was a super cultivation method that stood at the peak of all cultivation methods. Apart from Saint Tier taboo cultivation methods, no other cultivation method could compare to it. As for Saint class cultivation techniques, they were extremely rare even in the entire Yuanwu continent. In fact, in the past few hundred years, there had never been any news of a Saint class cultivation technique appearing anywhere. Just this point alone was enough to show how rare Saint class cultivation techniques were. Right now, a Saint Tier cultivation method had actually appeared in the western region, which was publicly recognized as the most barren place in the continent. It was inevitable that people would not dare to easily believe this. Since there were people who didn't believe it, there were naturally people who believed it. For example, the Bai clan's father and son and the Hui clan's people had come for the Saint Tier cultivation method from the very beginning. Now that the cultivation method had appeared, they were naturally overjoyed. This is a Saint Tier cultivation method. Hui Ting and Hui Yu stared at the ancient black scroll in front of the old man. Their breathing quickened. Not to mention the Hui clan, even in the entire western region, it was impossible for any force to possess a Saint Tier cultivation method. However, such a cultivation method had actually appeared before their eyes. If they could obtain it, then their clan would definitely undergo a qualitative change. They might even be able to create the fifth force in the western region. Of course, the Hui clan and the Bai clan hadn't thought of that yet. Their only hope was to obtain the Saint Tier cultivation technique first. Compared to any other item that had been auctioned off before this, the value of this Saint grade cultivation method alone was enough to crush all the other items that had been auctioned off before this. Even the father and son of the Bai clan, who were originally calm, couldn't help but reveal a trace of excitement on their faces. One could imagine just how great of a surprise this Saint grade cultivation technique brought to them. Xiaoyan focused his eyes and looked down from the tall platform. His gaze immediately locked onto the black-colored scroll. Surprise involuntarily flashed across his eyes. A Saint Tier cultivation method. How could a Saint Tier cultivation method appear in a barren land like the western region? Unlike the people from the other two clans, Xiaoyan's heart was filled with suspicion. Everyone in the mainland knew how precious a Saint Tier cultivation method was. Who would be willing to auction it off if they could get their hands on it? Even if the cultivation method's attribute was different from one's own cultivation attribute, it could be left for the younger generation to use. In Xiaoyan's opinion, no one would be stupid enough to auction off a Saint Tier cultivation method unless the person didn't care about a Saint Tier cultivation method at all, but that was impossible. Even if the owner of this cultivation method had an even more profound cultivation method, no matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't easily auction off a Saint Tier cultivation method. Xiaoyan would definitely not believe that there was nothing fishy going on. At this moment, the old man in the middle of the auction stage opened his mouth once again. Everyone, before the auction begins, this old man has one more thing to say. When the old man opened his mouth, the crowd immediately turned their gazes over. Now, every word this old man said was related to a Saint Tier cultivation method. Naturally, no one dared to miss out on the old man's words. Even the people from the other two clans didn't dare to. When he saw the crowd's gazes, the old man slightly nodded his head. He slowly extended two fingers and pointed at the black scroll floating in midair. His fingers gently moved left and right twice. Immediately, the crowd saw the black scroll slowly unfurl under the old man's control. Everyone, this cultivation method is indeed a Saint Tier cultivation method. Moreover, according to our auction house's research, this cultivation method is a middle Saint Tier cultivation method. However, the one in our hands is merely a remnant. The old man solemnly opened his mouth. At the same time, the black scroll in front of him slowly unfurled. Immediately, what appeared in front of the crowd's eyes was an incomplete piece of the cultivation method. In the auction house, the crowd focused their gazes. Within the black scroll, there was still a piece of black parchment. Only when the scroll was completely unfurled did the crowd see a small piece of palm-sized bronze parchment. It was tightly attached to the black scroll and was preserved in a corner of the entire scroll. From this point of view, one could tell with a single glance that this scroll was indeed just a fragment. A remnant? When this scene appeared, it caused many people to be instantly stunned. The Hui clan and Bai clan members also revealed disappointed expressions on their faces. Regarding this Saint Tier cultivation method, they only knew that it was a Saint Tier cultivation method. What they didn't expect was that this cultivation method was actually a remnant. A mere remnant. Even if they obtained it, what use would it be? At the very most, it could only be displayed as a decoration. If they wanted to gain enlightenment from it, it would be even more difficult. When they thought of this, the originally excited Bai clan and Hui clan members immediately lost interest in this Saint Tier cultivation method. Damn it, this spatial auction actually dares to deceive our Hui clan. What Saint Tier cultivation method? It's simply a remnant. It's just a useless piece of trash. Hu tightly clenched his teeth. His eyebrows were deeply furrowed like a hemp rope. His eyes were filled with anger. Forget it. Forget it, it's not that they lied to us. The cultivation technique is indeed a sage-level cultivation technique. It's just that we didn't expect that it was just a fragment of a scroll. Greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. They thought that we would lose our sense of propriety because of the sage-level cultivation technique. We can't blame them for this. It's just a pity that we should have paid a price to get that monster core. At this very moment, Huating's heart could not help but feel resentful. However, things had already developed to this point. Even if he was angry, it was useless. When he thought back to the monster core from before, his heart was filled with anger. In the end, they did not obtain anything. This trip to the spatial auction could be said to be returning empty-handed. This won't do. If we return empty-handed, the clan head will definitely be angry. Even if we can't obtain the complete Saint Tier cultivation method, if we can bring this remnant back, it can barely be considered as completing our mission. Huating thought in his heart. He lifted his gaze and looked at the elder on the auction stage below. He cupped his hands together and slowly said, "Senior, please make your bid." When these words came out, everyone present was surprised. It was only a remnant scroll. If they could not obtain the complete cultivation method, it would be useless even if they bought it. They did not expect the Hu clan to still want to auction it. Could it be that they were muddle-headed? The Bai clan's father and son frowned slightly. Since they already knew that it was a remnant scroll, they naturally lost interest. However, what surprised them was that the Hu clan was not willing to give up. However, after thinking about it, Buying understood. You want to take it back to complete your mission? Then you can have it. Buying secretly sneered in his heart. His gaze turned back to the scroll, and a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. It's a pity that it's only a remnant scroll. If it was complete, then in the future, on the auction stage, the elder was slightly surprised when he heard Huating's words. He originally thought that no one would bid again. He did not expect Huating to make a bid at this moment. The elder's eyes flickered. There were only two reasons why Huating made a bid. First, he wanted to take it back to put on a show. Second, the Hu clan had something related to the Saint Tier cultivation method fragment on the scroll. Could it be? The elder narrowed his eyes. However, in an instant, thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he shook his head. Regardless of whether there were or not, this was not something he should be thinking about right now. He was the person in charge of the auction house. After so many years of auctioning, he had sold at least 8,000 if not 10,000 items. He only knew that his mission was to successfully sell the auction items in his hands. The old man took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. After which, he slowly lifted his head. A smile surfaced on his aged face as he faced Huating and slowly said, "Brother Hua, I'm not going to let you go. Because this Saint Tier cultivation method is only a remnant scroll, its value has been greatly reduced. Therefore, our auction house has decided to set the starting price at 50 spirit stones. Each bid must not be less than 10 spirit stones." When these words were spoken, many people's expressions changed. 50 spirit stones was only the price of a remnant scroll of a Saint Tier cultivation method. At the same time, 50 spirit stones was the highest price in the entire auction. Even though it was just a fragment, the price was already as high as 50 spirit stones. It was hard to imagine how valuable a complete saint-level technique would be. Of course, these people did not think too much about it. This was because they did not think that a true Saint Tier cultivation method could not be measured by price. This was because even the lowest level Saint Tier cultivation method could create countless powerful individuals. How could this be measured by spirit stones? Alright, 50 spirit stones. 50 spirit stones it is. Huating's expression darkened. Even though he was unhappy, he still gritted his teeth and said it. On the other side, Buying could not help but frown slightly when he saw this. The corners of his mouth curled into an indescribable smile. Just as he was about to speak, another voice suddenly sounded from the other side of the high platform. "I bid 60 spirit stones." And the instant the black-colored scroll was completely opened on the auction stage below, Xiaoyan's originally expressionless face on the high platform suddenly underwent a change. At the moment when the black-colored scroll in front of the old man was opened and the Xianxia Qi method fragment was exposed to the air, Xiaoyan clearly sensed that something that appeared inconspicuous, but was extremely important to Xiaoyan, within his storage ring, began to tremble slightly at this moment. It was the wisp of Xiaoxian's soul that was behaving strangely. Xiaoyan's heart was greatly shaken. His entire body and even his soul involuntarily trembled. The muscles all over his body suddenly tightened at this moment. Even his repeatedly beating heart paused as though it had been petrified. Xiaoyan's breathing paused. It was as though his life had stopped in an instant. Only that pair of pitch-black eyes gradually surged with astonishing excitement. Other than that, there was also shock. Xiaoxian, who had always been in a state of confusion between life and death, actually moved at this moment. This made Xiaoyan, who had always been looking forward to it, extremely excited. In an instant, emotions gushed out like a volcanic eruption. When Xiaoyan came back to his senses, his eyes had turned crimson red. Tears of excitement gathered in his eyes and almost gushed out. Ever since Xiaoyan began his journey, there had been many times when he was excited. However, there were very few times when he was truly moved from the bottom of his soul. He had cried for his father. He had cried for his teacher. However, there had never been a time when he was as excited as he was now. It was difficult to express such emotions with simple words. Xiaoxian. Ancestor. Xiaoyan had always held a respectful attitude towards Xiaoxian from the beginning. Whether it was the latter's strength or his great love for his family, Xiaoyan had always been extremely respectful towards him. It could be said that Xiaoxian was the most important person to Xiaoyan apart from a few others. In essence, Xiaoyan's current strength also included Xiaoxian's sacrifice. Brat, what has happened? The sudden change in Xiaoyan's emotions caused Guyu, who had been in a deep slumber, to be startled. Xiaoyan's emotions could directly affect him. However, Guyu was unaware of what had happened in Xiaoyan's storage ring. Ancestor Xiaoxian, he moved. What? Xiaoyan's heart was filled with uncontrollable excitement as he spoke. Guyu's attention suddenly shook after his words sounded. He was even more aware of Xiaoxian's situation than Xiaoyan. In Xiaoxian's current condition, it was impossible for him to act on his own. Unless there was something that was attracting him. In an instant, Guyu's mind spun rapidly, and he quickly thought of something. In the Yuanwu continent, there was likely only one thing that could cause Xiaoxian's soul. Could it be the Guiyuan skill? Guyu's heart shook once again when he thought of this. His heart was filled with incomparable surprise. Xiaoyan, or rather Xiaoxian, was too lucky. The Guiyuan skill was something that had long disappeared from the Yuanwu continent. For thousands of years, many people had tried to find the whereabouts of the Guiyuan skill, but they had ended up empty-handed. Guyu did not expect Xiaoxian to coincidentally stumble upon it. Guyu only noticed Xiaoyan's current location after having thought this through in his heart. The auction hall, Guyu muttered in his heart. Soon after, his eyes were like sharp blades as they swiftly locked onto the black scroll in front of the old man in the middle of the auction hall. That is, Guyu once again fell into deep thought. At the same time, shock surged from the bottom of his heart. Brat, that Qi method, it is a Xianxia Qi method. Unfortunately, it is incomplete. Xiaoyan quickly opened his mouth to explain after Guyu's words sounded. Although he was a little doubtful about Guyu's question, Xiaoyan did not hide anything. There was no need for him to hide anything. Xianxia Qi method? Guyu's heart shook. At the same time, he became even more certain of his guess. Xianxia Qi method. Guiyuan skill. Since it was a Xianxia Qi method that had appeared in the auction hall and caused Xiaoxian's soul to fluctuate, this incomplete Xianxia Qi method was definitely the Guiyuan skill. Brat, you must obtain this incomplete Qi method. It is very likely that this is the reason for your ancestor's unusual reaction. Guyu's tone was extremely solemn as he warned Xiaoyan in his heart. At the same time, the expression on Xiaoyan's face suddenly changed. From Guyu's words, it was not difficult to tell that this incomplete Xianxia Qi method was extremely important to him. Moreover, it seemed to be related to his ancestor, Xianxia. Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little surprised when he thought of this. He could not figure out how Xianxia was related to this incomplete qi method. Just what exactly was this qi method? In an instant, numerous doubtful questions continuously rose in Xiaoyan's heart like a small stream of flowing water. On the other hand, Huating, who had already thought of a plan, announced his price. 50 spirit stones. Everyone, this mister is willing to bid 50 spiritual stones. Is there anyone who wishes to bid a higher price? The old man stood at the middle of the auction stage, where only a stone pillar remained. His bright eyes slowly swept over the entire place. His gaze paused on the Bai clan and Xiaoyan. From the way he thought about it, it was likely that only these two people had the ability to compete with Huating. On the high platform, the corners of Bai Ying's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. Now that this qi method was incomplete, it no longer had any value to him. However, since Huating wanted to buy it, Bai Ying naturally could not let him have it so easily. However, just as Bai Ying was about to open his mouth, Xiaoyan on the auction stage suppressed the excitement in his heart. He raised his head and revealed half of his young face under the black robe. Both of his eyes were overflowing with brilliance as he stared at the black-colored scroll in the auction ground. His voice was clear and powerful as he opened his mouth and spoke. I bid 60 spiritual stones. His voice had just sounded when numerous sharp gazes shot toward Xiaoyan like arrows in the enormous auction ground. Soon after, a surprised expression once again surfaced on everyone's faces. It was unexpected that the person who had bid this time around would actually be this mysterious fellow. On the tall platform, Huating involuntarily frowned when he heard these words. Astonishment swiftly flashed across his elderly face. He did not expect that this mysterious little brat would actually dare to snatch the item that his Hua clan had set their eyes on. Wasn't his courage a little too great? Xiaoyan's figure stood tall and straight on the high platform in the huge auction ground. Countless number of people shot their gazes over. Surprise surfaced in their eyes. No one would have thought that this mysterious black-robed person would actually clash with the Hua clan after repeatedly provoking the Lin clan and Su Songming. This was really a case of a newborn calf not being afraid of a tiger. Did he not know that the Hua clan was one of the 4 great clans? This guy really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Does he think that he can do whatever he wants just because he's a rank 3 alchemist? Who is the Hua clan? It's one of the 4 strongest clans under the Skysword sect, and it's ranked 2nd. Daring to go against them is simply courting death. That's right. In the entire western region, other than the people from the 4 great sects, which faction can fight with them? He even dares to provoke the Hua clan. Is he not intentionally seeking death? I think that he is about to suffer a calamity. In an instant, numerous pitiful or disdainful words were emitted from the crowd. Just from those words, one could hear a cold laughter. Even though this was the case, some fear involuntarily surged into these people's eyes when they looked at Xiaoyan. No matter how one put it, Xiaoyan's strength was still displayed. Even Lin Zheong, who was an elite Dodi, was no match for him. In that case, how could they, who were mere bandits, be his opponents? These people were all existences that were like vultures. They were extremely lively and did not dare to touch anyone. Normally, they would act like ducks that were passing by. However, when they saw someone who was about to die, they would immediately reveal their true colors. They were greedy and timid. Occasionally, they would grumble a little. It was as though they were excited after snatching a piece of meat. They were even scarier than scum. Haha, what a group of cowards. If you have the ability, why don't you discuss it face to face? Why do you need to exchange words here and there? After all, you are just a group of small fries. You are destined to stay in this small western region for the rest of your lives. When someone laughed coldly in disdain, there would naturally be people who felt admiration. Everyone knew that the 4 great clans were extremely arrogant and despotic. Naturally, there was no lack of people who hated them. The strong man who spoke just now was such a person. We're just stating facts. The strength of the 4 great clans is tyrannical. In the entire western region, besides the 4 great sects, there's absolutely no other power that dares to rashly provoke them. Immediately, words that were filled with flattery swiftly spread across the tall platform. Among these people, there were naturally quite a number of people who hoped to be like the Lin family and be able to rely on the four great clans. In order to express their goodwill, every word that they spoke was naturally in favor of the four great clans. Haha, no one dares to challenge you? Truly a bunch of idiots. Have you all forgotten that not long ago, the four great clans were almost completely wiped out in the desolate ancient ruins? If it wasn't for their good luck, they would have already died in the desolate ancient ruins. Furthermore, the person who caused all of this was merely a six-star half-martial emperor. Now, you all are saying that no one provoked him? What an enormous joke. Clamor. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In an instant, this person's words were like an invisible storm that swept through the entire auction house. In the auction house, these words reverberated in the ears of everyone present. Even if some of the people present inadvertently thought about it, the information about that person was like a drum that reverberated in their minds in an instant. Xiaoyan, it's Xiaoyan. 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 In an instant, Xiaoyan's battle achievements swiftly swept across the auction ground. Everyone's mind involuntarily recalled that legendary person. Until now, there was not a single person present who had truly seen him. However, these people were already familiar with the latter's battle achievements. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could recite them backwards. He was currently the public enemy of the entire western region. Everyone wished that they could immediately capture him when they saw him. However, until now, even the elite Dodi who had met him were unable to do anything to him. As for an ordinary bandit, they would not even be able to last a single exchange in his hands. They would not even be able to block a single punch from him. This was especially the case during the battle at Coldstream City back then. Xiaoyan had fought against 100 people by himself. He had relied on his own strength to fight against an entire city of people. These various things were deeply imprinted in the minds of these people. Even though they had never seen it with their own eyes, it was something that they would never forget. After the news regarding Xiaoyan spread throughout the auction ground, the expressions of some people in various parts of the auction ground involuntarily changed. A couple of suspicious gazes involuntarily landed on Xiaoyan, who was currently standing on the tall stage. At this moment, the old man on the auction stage was frowning as he looked at Xiaoyan through the light wall in front of him. Other than the suspicion in his old eyes, there was also a surprise hidden within them. According to what these people have said, could he be Xiaoyan? On the other side, Hu Ting and Hu Yuning revealed solemn expressions as they stared at the black-robed human figure in the auction ground. Their hands slowly tightened under their sleeves. If the person in front of them was really Xiaoyan, it was likely that they would not return empty-handed from this trip to Xian City. Hu Yuning's eyes stared intently at the black-robed human figure. A murderous intent gradually surged from deep within her eyes. Her younger brother had died because of this. Hu Yuning would definitely avenge her brother once this person landed in her hands. Young master, I know. Let's not act recklessly first. I have already sent out the news. It is likely that the clan has already received it. Our people should be arriving soon after the auction is over. Compared to before, Hu Yuning was much calmer when faced with this matter. Hu Ting nodded slightly. Regardless of whether this person was really Xiaoyan or not, they had to give it a try. If it wasn't, then so be it, but if it really was Xiaoyan, then they could not let him go no matter what. On the other side, the father and son from the Bai clan were staring at Xiaoyan with various expressions, especially Bai Ying. He had personally sensed the energy that Xiaoyan had emitted. Even a simple recollection of the trip to the desolate ancient remains would cause his heart to involuntarily tremble. That kind of power was simply too terrifying. It was also because of this that the gaze she used to look at Xiaoyan did not contain the slightest trace of enmity. Of course, this was perhaps because the two of them had a secret cooperative relationship. Beside Bai Ying, Bai Zhan immediately noticed the change in his father's expression. He did not need to think too much and immediately understood this. From the looks of it, the reason father revealed that kind of expression earlier was likely because he had sensed his qi. Xiaoyan, who exactly are you? Xiaoyan was naturally able to sense the change in the atmosphere of the auction ground in front of the eyes of tens of thousands of people. Although most people held a surprised and disdainful attitude toward him, there was still a small group of people who began to doubt his identity. After all, the strength of this black-robed person who had appeared in front of them at this moment was coincidentally that of a bandit. Moreover, from the fact that he was able to defeat Lin Zheong, his fighting strength was clearly at the Do D class. The most coincidental thing was that he was also a rank 3 alchemist. These 2 points coincided, and he was also a young man. Those elite Do D present were even certain that this black-robed person, who was still standing alone in the arena, was definitely Xiaoyan. There was no mistake about it. Damn it, this group of people who only know how to play tricks. They are really careless. It is unexpected that my identity has been exposed because of all of you. Xiaoyan knit his brows tightly under the black robe. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness. Just a moment ago, his enormous spiritual strength had clearly sensed an unusual energy ripple spreading from the position of the 2 people from the Hu clan. If he had guessed correctly, they were definitely reporting to their clan. It was likely that the people from the Hu clan would arrive as soon as the auction ended. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt even more solemn when he thought of this point. His originally tightly knit brows were tightly knit together at this moment. Xian City was originally the territory of both the Hu clan and the Bai clan. Exposing his identity here was no different from sending a lamb into a tiger's mouth. Once the experts from the 2 clans gathered here and formed an encirclement, Xiaoyan would not be able to escape even if he died. Xiaoyan did indeed have a cooperative relationship with the Bai clan. However, no one could guarantee that the Bai clan would not secretly act for Xiaoyan in this kind of situation. If they did, it would undoubtedly be a great help to Xiaoyan. If they did not, Xiaoyan would definitely become a turtle in a jar, unable to escape even if he had wings. Now, I can only hope that the people from the Hu clan will not arrive after the auction ends. Xiaoyan helplessly sighed in his heart. He could only quietly hope. After all, the spatial auction was not an ordinary place. How could Xiaoyan leave just because he wanted to? Other than anxiously waiting in this place, Xiaoyan had no other choice. On the other side, the father and son from the Bai clan were also quietly communicating. Father, have you sensed it? Yes, they have likely already recognized his identity and have already gathered the experts within the clan. Bai quietly nodded his head when he heard Bai Zhan's words. He was constantly paying attention to the little of the Hu clan's actions. His heart involuntarily tightened as he began to hesitate. Xiaoyan was an enemy to the 4 great sections. He was an existence that they could not easily let go of. The ancient heavenly tomb was far too important to the 4 great sections. They had to capture Xiaoyan no matter what. However, Xiaoyan was neither an enemy nor a friend to their Bai clan. However, he was an existence that they had to keep alive. This was because only with Xiaoyan's survival would they be able to divert the attention of the 4 great sections. This way, with Xiaoyan holding them back, it would naturally be much easier for the Bai clan to act. Xiaoyan was an important key to the rise of the Bai clan. No matter what, nothing could happen to him. At the very least, before the Bai clan had the ability to separate from the Heavenly Sword sect, Xiaoyan could not die. Father, now that the Hu clan has already made their move, should we also, wait a little longer? We have to wait a little longer. If we gather the clan members at this time, he will have no chance to escape if both of our forces arrive. We must give him a chance to escape. Let's send out a message before the auction ends. Yes, father. Bai Zhan nodded and kept a jade slip in his hand under his sleeve into his storage ring. Father, what should we do if we run into him? Bai Zhan suddenly frowned after keeping the jade strip and turned his head to ask Bai Ying. Bai Zhan was naturally worried that after the auction ended, even if the Hu clan members did not arrive, what would they do if they discovered Xiaoyan's identity? It was impossible for them to not attack Xiaoyan. If they did so, their Bai clan would be targeted by the Heavenly Sword sect. Once they lost the trust of the Heavenly Sword sect, they would be suspected of anything they did in the future, much less strengthen the Bai clan. However, if they were to attack, with 2 3-star Do D and Hu Yuning, whose strength had already reached the initial 2-star Do D level, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have difficulty dealing with the 3 of them. If something were to happen to Xiaoyan, it would be troublesome. Let's wait and see when the time comes. In short, we will try our best to hold back. Whether he can leave or not will depend on him. Buying frowned slightly. How could he have imagined that Xiaoyan would actually dare to come to the territory of their 4 great clans with such great fanfare? Now, he was actually sitting in the same auction ground as them. This was really shocking. The auction continued. However, the atmosphere in the place gradually changed without anyone noticing. This mister has bid 60 spirit stones. May I know if there is anyone present who is willing to bid a higher price? The old man's eyes slowly swept over the entire place from the auction stage. His sharp eyes paused on a couple of spots in the auction ground. This was especially the case when they swept past Xiaoyan. The old man's eyes flickered. Immediately, he withdrew his gaze and slowly opened his mouth to speak. Regardless of what happened, no one could stop the auction from continuing as usual. The old me will bid 70 spirit stones. Huating once again spoke from the tall stage. Since he had decided to keep Xiaoyan here, he would naturally try his best to delay time before the experts from the Hu clan arrived. Delaying the auction was undoubtedly the best and most effective method. 80 spirit stones. Xiaoyan's brows were tightly knit together. While his heart felt increasingly solemn, he did not dare to hesitate. He was clearly aware of the latter's intentions. If he were to hesitate at this moment, would he not be taking the initiative to push himself into the fire pit? 90 spirit stones. Xiaoyan did not dare to hesitate. On the other hand, Huating had a leisurely look on his face. Ever since he had confirmed Xiaoyan's identity, he no longer planned to compete for the auction of this remnant scroll. After all, as long as he could capture Xiaoyan and bring him back to the Hu clan, even if this remnant scroll ended up in his hands now, it would only be a temporary safekeeping. In any case, it would return to the Hu clan sooner or later. Naturally, it did not matter where it was now. Time passed bit by bit. The price of the auction had increased from the initial 50 spirit stones to 180 spirit stones. Moreover, the time that had passed was actually 1 hour. Huating was intentionally stalling for time. Almost everyone present could see this. However, there were very few people who knew the truth. A strange atmosphere pervaded the huge auction house. Everyone's eyes were suspiciously looking at the 2 people who were increasing the bid. No one knew what exactly was going on. The old me will bid 190 spirit stones. 200 spirit stones. The auction ground was silent for a long time. Finally, everyone heard Huating's leisurely bid. The instant Huating's words sounded, Xiaoyan's bid was immediately heard from the auction ground. Huating was helpless. According to Gu Yu, this Saint Class Chi method remnant scroll was extremely useful to Xiaoyan. Hence, no matter what, Xiaoyan had to obtain this Chi method remnant scroll today. Otherwise, he would have allowed Huating to take it away and would not have delayed until now. Even the old man on the auction stage could not help but frown when he saw this scene. However, he felt somewhat helpless in his heart. Huating had an extremely accurate grasp of time. Every time he would bid within a limited time. He would neither exceed nor exceed the time limit. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was different. In order to end this battle as soon as possible, he would always hurriedly raise the price the moment Huating bid. It was as if Huating had unlimited time, while he only had 1 or 2 seconds. As Xiaoyan opened his mouth once again, his loud voice reverberated throughout the auction ground. Everyone present was already intimidated by this strange aura. They held their breaths and carefully waited for the outcome of the 2 people. On the auction stage below, the old man's expression was a little gloomy. He did not expect Huating to take advantage of their spatial auction ground. Unfortunately, Huating had a legitimate reason for doing so. Even the old man could not do anything about it. A pair of old eyes gloomily swept across Huating's body. At the same time, a cold glint inadvertently flashed across the old man's eyes. Xiaoyan's body stood upright on the high stage. He had already been standing there for a full hour. Even though his body was not tired, his heart was enduring an enormous amount of pressure. Time passed by minute by minute. Finally, the silence in the auction ground continued and broke through the agreed time period. Huating did not speak again. At this moment, everyone in the auction ground slowly heaved a sigh of relief. Soft cries rang out clearly in the auction ground at this moment. Xiaoyan's heart trembled slightly at this moment. He suddenly raised his head and his gaze instantly fell on the black scroll in front of the old man on the auction stage. A complicated expression flashed across his pitch-black eyes. Today, for the sake of this cultivation technique, he was afraid that he would have to leave his life here. Phew, but fortunately, this cultivation method had finally fallen into his hands. Congratulations to this mister for successfully auctioning off this year's final auction item. At the same time, the old man on the auction stage finally heaved a long sigh of relief. This annoying auction was finally over, due to the uniqueness of the auction item. The exchange this time was different from the previous ones. Xiaoyan descended from the high stage and was allowed to enter the light wall by the old man. A huge curtain suddenly fell from the sky and covered the entire auction stage. Due to the uniqueness of the curtain, the people on the auction stage were unable to clearly see the contents of the curtain. This was the rule of previous auctions. Some of the people present were very clear about this. Hence, they did not have any other thoughts. On the other hand, the members of the Hua clan did not wish for Xiaoyan to disappear from their sight before they caught him. Even though it was only a short period of time, a sense of unease still rose in their hearts. When the enormous black curtain was pulled apart, two human figures slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. One of them was an old man wearing a white robe. He was the auctioneer. The other person was wearing a black robe. His aura was completely hidden under the black robe. With the cover of the black robe, no one present was able to detect his aura. Hua Ting, who was on the tall platform, slowly sighed in relief when he saw the appearance of these two people. As long as Xiaoyan was still around, everything would be under his control. Humph, Xiaoyan, let's see where you can escape to this time around. Hua Ting quietly cursed in his heart. The shriveled hand under his sleeve slowly tightened. Both of his eyes revealed a cold glint. Beside him, Hu Yuning's eyes were also staring intently at Xiaoyan, who was currently being watched by tens of thousands of people. However, other thoughts rose in her heart. Although the Sky Absolute Steps was only a human class agility do technique, its value far surpassed some spirit class agility do techniques. Under the same class, the advantage that the Sky Absolute Steps could display was something that other do techniques could not compare with. This point had already been proven by Xiaoyan. It was also because of this that Hu Yuning began to yearn for the Sky Absolute Steps in her heart. If he was able to obtain the Sky Absolute Steps and carefully practice it, he was confident that he would not need to fear anyone of the same class after successfully mastering the Sky Absolute Steps. He was even confident that he could rely on his current strength to fight with Shuolin. This was the might of the Sky Absolute Steps. Various do techniques had their own advantages. Regardless of whether it was speed or strength, as long as one had an advantage, one would have a chance of winning in a battle. The advantage of the Sky Absolute Steps was something that most agility do techniques could not compare with. According to its actual effect, the level of the Sky Absolute Steps was far from being as simple as a human class do technique. On the tall platform on the other side, the eyes of the Bai clan's father and son had also landed on Xiaoyan. Bai Ying nodded gently and indicated to Bai Zhang by his side. The latter understood. His hand under his sleeves trembled gently and a jade strip appeared in his palm. Soon after, it was instantly crushed by Bai Zhang. The moment the jade strip exploded, an invisible energy ripple quietly spread out of the auction house. Not long after this invisible energy spread out, the old man on the auction stage below raised his pair of bright old eyes slightly. His gaze instantly landed on Bai Zhang. Soon after, he withdrew his gaze. He laughed coldly in his heart and did not say anything else. Thank you all for coming to this year's auction. Time is running out, and our auction is coming to an end. I sincerely hope that the friends who have gained something in this auction will be satisfied with this auction. The old man cupped his fists at the crowd and said with a smile. Of course, you don't have to worry if you don't get it this time. You can still participate in the next auction. Before you leave, you can receive a free name card from our auction house. Next time, you can directly enter the auction house with this card. After giving his blessings, the old man changed his tone and used another method of the auction house to deal with those who did not obtain anything. As soon as these words were spoken, most of the people in the auction house who did not obtain anything were pleasantly surprised. They were originally worried that they had wasted 50 spirit stones and did not obtain anything in the end. However, from the looks of it now, that was not necessarily the case. As long as they obtained this name card, they could enter the auction house for free next time. It would not be too late to choose at that time. In this way, it seemed that the 50 spirit stones were not wasted. Seeing the surprised expressions on the faces of the people in the auction house, the old man smiled slightly. He immediately raised his hands and gently pressed the void in front of him. Everyone in the auction house immediately gathered their gazes. Now, I announce that this year's spatial auction in Xian City has come to an end. As soon as the old man finished speaking, everyone in the auction house stood up and walked back the way they came. As for Xiaoyan, he followed at the back of the group. With the old man beside him guarding, no one dared to make a move. "Mister, I will be responsible for the safety of everyone in our spatial auction house. However, once you leave the auction house and return to Xian City, we will no longer be the ones in charge." After stabilizing his body, the old man glanced at the people who had left into the distance. After which, he turned his head to look at Xiaoyan by the side. At this moment, the two of them had already left the auction house and appeared in the open ground. Behind them was the enormous auction house that was like a huge beast crawling on the ground. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan also turned his gaze to the old man in front of him and smiled kindly at the latter. From the old man's words, Xiaoyan could hear a trace of warning. "Thank you for telling me, senior. I will be more careful." Xiaoyan's voice was calm, but his gaze was firm. Not only did he find the fire-plumed flower, he also obtained the remnant of the sage-class cultivation method that was related to his ancestor Xiaoxian. No matter what, he would definitely leave this place, definitely. Seeing the firm expression on Xiaoyan's face, the old man felt a little helpless in his heart. He could only nod and say, "Then please go ahead." Xiaoyan nodded slightly. He lifted his foot and walked towards the spatial tunnel. Behind him, the old man's eyes slowly narrowed as he stared at Xiaoyan's back. When the latter was about to step into the spatial tunnel, the old man suddenly spoke, "Mister, may I ask if you are Xiaoyan?" Xiaoyan's body suddenly shook, and his lifted foot stopped in midair. In an instant, it was as if he had turned into a statue. After pausing for a few seconds, Xiaoyan sensed that the person behind him did not seem to have any ill intentions. Only then did he nod his head and hurriedly step into the spatial tunnel in front of him. The moment his body completely disappeared, a leisurely voice floated out. "I am Xiaoyan." Soon after, Xiaoyan's figure disappeared from the spatial tunnel. The old man in the original spot immediately nodded when he heard these words. He gently exhaled a breath of air. The expression in his old eyes was unusually deep. Xian City. The brilliant sunlight spread throughout the city. The space auction had been going on for an entire week. Until this moment. Circular water-like spatial ripples suddenly spread apart in the flat and unadorned sky. Soon after, over a dozen black-robed human figures took a step forward. A technique similar to the one from a week ago was once again displayed at this moment. Not long after the spatial tunnel was successfully formed, human figures stepped out from within. In the city below, countless gazes were looking up at the changes in the sky. Their gazes contained various expressions. "The auction has ended." Suddenly, someone in the city said. Following the end of the auction, numerous human figures swarmed out of the spatial tunnel in the sky above Xian City. Soon, human figures filled the sky above Xian City. They were just like a black mass of dark clouds, causing the city to be enveloped in an unusual atmosphere. When all these people appeared in the sky, the strange atmosphere that enveloped Xian City also disappeared. As the crowd surged out, the noise gradually spread. The entire Xian City became even more lively. Everyone in the city could not help but raise their heads to look at the sky. Everyone's eyes contained a tinge of surprise. The spatial auction was a grand auction that countless people in the Western region hoped to participate in. Unfortunately, expectations were just expectations. Very few people actually had the opportunity to participate in each auction. When they saw the people who had participated in the auction walk out with satisfied and excited smiles on their faces, the people in the city could not help but feel a little jealous. Some people even began to have other thoughts at this moment. Robbing those who had participated in the auction in order to profit from it was not uncommon on the continent. This was basically a common problem, and it was also like an unwritten rule. Of course, whether this rule was valid or not was up to the strong to decide. The group of people who had just walked out of the spatial tunnel seemed to know what was going to happen next. Those who were strong were naturally not afraid at all. They held their heads high and left with their chests puffed out. It was as if they were prepared to deal with whatever came their way. As for those who were not strong enough and had gained something from the auction this time, they appeared cautious and vigilant. Their shifty eyes looked around in a slight panic. Soon after, their figures hurriedly flashed and flew out of Xian City. Usually, only these people would be followed by groups of 2 or 3 like hyenas. In a short period of time, the people who had just emerged from the spatial tunnel had either scattered or left. Once everyone had left, the people from the Hui clan, the Bai clan, and the Lin clan, as well as Su Songming and his granddaughter, were still waiting in the sky. The Hui clan and Bai clan had a clear goal. Naturally, they were here for Xiaoyan. Due to their relationship with the Hui clan and Bai clan, the Lin clan did not dare to act carelessly. Since they did not leave, the Lin clan's father and son naturally did not dare to act rashly. As for Su Songming, other than being suspicious of the situation in the arena, there was also the hatred in his heart towards Xiaoyan which caused him to remain at this place. Of course, an even greater reason was that Xiaoyan had offended the people from the Hui clan. He only wanted to stay and watch the show. Even if he could not personally vent his anger, his mood would more or less be a little happier if he could see the black-robed person being beaten by the people from the Hui clan. Oh? What's going on? Where are the people from my Hui clan? Why aren't they here yet? Judging by the time, they should be here by now. In the sky, Hu Ting's gaze slowly swept across the horizon before he frowned and looked down at Xian City below. After a simple investigation, he was shocked to discover that he could not detect any aura from the Hui clan. How can this be? We have been delayed for an hour. Logically speaking, even if they are not here yet, they should be close to our aura detection range. What is going on? Hearing this, Hui Yuning could not help but frown slightly. Based on the time, the people from the Hui clan should have arrived at Xian City less than an hour ago. From the time the auction ended until they came out, the people from the Hui clan should have arrived. Even if they were not here yet, they should be within their aura detection range. However, the current situation was that not only was there no sign of them, but they also could not detect any aura at all. It was as if they were not here at all. Could it be that the Hui clan did not receive the message from our jade strip? Hui Yuning frowned and guessed. That shouldn't be the case. As long as they are not too far away, the Hui clan should be able to receive the message. However, from the looks of it, either there is a problem with the jade strip, or the energy from the jade strip has been blocked by someone. Hu Ting shook his head and denied it. Hui Yuning's body suddenly shook when these words were uttered. The expression on her face also changed. Other than Xiaoyan, it was likely that only the Bai clan would dare to stop their actions within the spatial auction ground. Could it be them? As if he suddenly thought of something, Hu Ting's eyes narrowed and his gloomy expression changed abruptly. If it was them, then there should be no problem. With their strength, even if the 2 great clans joined forces, they might not be a match for them. Could it be those fellows from the space auction? What? It can't be. Haven't those fellows always been neutral? Why would they? Hui Yesing was taken aback, and she looked a little surprised. No, nothing is absolute. Do you think they will really be neutral just because they say so? In the face of absolute benefits, no one will maintain their so-called neutrality. Those words are just lies. Hu Ting shook his head and said solemnly. Benefits? Yes, Xiaoyan. His cultivation talent is too terrifying and his combat strength far surpasses experts of the same level. In addition, he is a rank 3 alchemist. With such strength, if the 4 great sects are not enemies with him, they will definitely not be willing to provoke him. However, the problem now is that once the people from the space auction intervene, this matter will be troublesome. As expected of a wise old man, Hu Ting had lived for so many years. After all, Hui Yuning, a greenhorn, could not compare with him. What should we do now? Are we just going to leave them alone? Leave them alone? How can we leave them alone? Although their auction house is quite powerful, don't forget that this is the western region, the territory of our 4 great sections. Immediately use another jade strip. I don't believe that the person my sky rapier sect wants can be easily stopped by them. Huating's expression was cold as he stared at the space tunnel in front of him. He did not say anything else and waited for Xiaoyan to appear. Hu Yuning, who was beside him, flipped her hand and another jade strip appeared in her palm. Without any hesitation, she crushed it. Almost at the same time, the same thing happened between the father and son of the Bai clan on the other side. Soon after, the 4 great sects in the square quietened down. Each of them had different thoughts as they waited for a certain person to appear. Under the waiting of the 4 great sects, Xiaoyan, who was dressed in a black robe, finally walked out of the space tunnel in front of everyone. Feeling the dazzling sunlight in front of him, Xiaoyan could not help but let out a long breath. The scene in front of him made Xiaoyan feel as if he had just been released from a cave. Although he would only be participating in the auction for 7 days, during these 7 days, the loud noise in the auction house made Xiaoyan feel quite uncomfortable. Perhaps it was because he had been alone for too long and could not get used to such a noisy atmosphere. His gaze slowly shifted downwards. Immediately, what entered his eyes was the people from the 3 clans who had surrounded him in front of the spatial passageway. As for Su Songming, he stood to the side and watched coldly. Cuckoo, I have long since heard of Mister's great name. It is said that you are extremely bold. Even the 4 great sects have been toyed with by you. Today, the old me shall personally witness just how great the rumored Xiaoyan is. Huating took a step forward. His eyes were cold as he stared at Xiaoyan. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. His body shook and the powerful aura of an advanced 3-star Dodi immediately erupted from his body. It was just like an invisible small mountain that pressed down on Xiaoyan from all directions. Hu Yuning, who was standing beside the old man, also laughed coldly the instant this powerful aura surged out. Although he had heard of Xiaoyan's battle results in the desolate ancient remains, he had not personally witnessed it. He only thought that Zhuo Lin had exaggerated. After all, Xiaoyan's strength was merely that of a 6-star bandit. This was an indisputable fact. How could a mere bandit be a match for an elite Dodi? Moreover, the person he was facing was Huating, who was an advanced 3-star Dodi. However, when Huating's words were transmitted into the ears of the Lin father and son, as well as Su Songming and his grandson, the expressions of the members of the 2 clans changed at this moment. Their faces involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. At the same time, their eyes involuntarily revealed a terrified expression when they looked at Xiaoyan. He is actually that Xiaoyan. The Xiaoyan who killed a group of elite Dodi by himself in the desolate ancient remains. Lin Zheong involuntarily took a couple of steps back as he cried out in shock. The shock in his heart was incomparable. He had never imagined that Xiaoyan, who had shocked the entire western region, would actually appear in front of him. Moreover, he had nearly truly fought with Xiaoyan. Should that happen, he did not dare to imagine just what kind of situation he would end up in. What do you mean by relying on his own strength? He merely borrowed the formation within the remains back then. At the end of the day, the deaths of those elite Dodi were caused by the formation within the remains. With his mere bandit strength, how could he possibly fight against an elite Dodi? That is merely a rumor. All of you actually believe it. Hu Yuning scolded coldly. Her words were filled with disdain. A clan like this wants to squeeze into the ranks of the 4 great clans? Do you think you're worthy? Hu Yexing glanced at Lin Zheong coldly before she retracted her gaze. On the other side, Bai turned a blind eye to all of this, and he sneered in his heart. He'd personally witnessed Xiaoyan's strength in the desolate ancient ruins. Xiaoyan's true combat strength had far exceeded his current level of strength, so it was undoubtedly impossible for Bai to suppress Xiaoyan with just this little bit of aura. Xiaoyan, suppress him for me. Huating's expression was fierce as he cried out coldly in his heart. The aura that surged out was even stronger than before. Xiaoyan, who was still running, could not help but frown slightly in the face of the latter's aura. He was naturally not afraid of this aura, but the problem was that he was currently in Xian City, the territory of the 2 great clans. Since his identity had been exposed, it was likely that it would bring him endless trouble if he continued to be dragged here. I must leave this place as soon as possible. Xiaoyan violently clenched his teeth as he quietly exclaimed in his heart. After which, he lifted his gaze and met Huating's gaze. There was a stern expression in his dark black eyes, and there was not the slightest trace of fear. Since his identity had been exposed in front of the other party, Xiaoyan naturally did not need to hide anymore. He might as well bring out his true ability and use his fastest speed to force back the other party's aura. His current goal was to leave this place first, and not to put on a brave front. King Kong Glass Body, rise. Due to the drawback of the Force Elephant skill, Xiaoyan did not use the Force Elephant skill immediately. Instead, he used the King Kong Glass Body, which he was most familiar with, to face his opponent. Xiaoyan let out a low cry in his heart. Suddenly, a golden light shone from Xiaoyan's body, and he turned into a King Kong giant god in the blink of an eye. His huge body was like a small mountain standing in front of everyone. His body trembled slightly, and a buzzing sound could be heard between the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, the terrifying aura that came head-on pressed heavily on Xiaoyan's body like a tsunami. However, with the King Kong Glass Body, the aura and pressure were naturally reduced by a lot. Huh! Xiaoyan's body shook as he bore the terrifying pressure that came down on him. His powerful physical strength was displayed at this moment. In addition to Xiaoyan's fighting chi and enormous soul power, the three of them combined to block the aura and pressure. What? The appearance of this scene not only shocked the few people in the sky, but even the spectators in the city below also revealed shocked expressions on their faces. These people in the city had lived in this place for many years. Although they did not know everyone from the two great clans, they could guess that Huating was a member of the Hua clan based on the arrogance of both parties. As for Xiaoyan, Huating had just announced his identity in front of everyone in the city. Everyone in the city naturally knew about him. At this moment, the expressions of everyone in the city below suddenly stiffened when they saw that Huating's aura and pressure had been blocked by Xiaoyan. They had long heard that Xiaoyan's strength was extraordinary. Now that they had seen it for themselves, he was really powerful. With the strength of a bandit, he was actually able to contend against an elite Dodi. How many people in the entire continent could do this? What a frightening strength. That is the pressure of an elite Dodi. He is actually able to forcefully block it with the strength of a 6-star bandit. Is this fellow really just a bandit? This person's strength is extraordinary and can be said to be terrifying. If he grows up in the future, it is likely that he will become a legendary existence like Tianju. Looks like the big battle that was spread in the desolate ancient remains earlier was not completely false. His strength has indeed reached the level where it is comparable to an elite Dodi. It is really difficult to imagine just how he trains. The appearance of this scene in the sky caused a wave of exclamations to be repeatedly emitted from the city below. However, in the blink of an eye, the entire Xian city had turned into an uproar. Countless number of gazes were like spotlights as they landed on the golden human figure in the sky. At this moment, this human figure was just like a giant god that stood proudly between the sky and the earth. Any strength placed in front of him was completely useless. Huating's face was also completely stunned as he stood in the sky. He had also not expected that Xiaoyan in front of him would actually be able to block his aura and pressure. Before this scene appeared, he would never have believed that this was possible. However, at this moment, this was something that was impossible in the eyes of everyone. However, it was truly placed in front of him. How is this possible? Huating widened his eyes. The shock in his heart caused him to speak incoherently. A long while later, he finally spat out a sentence with great difficulty. Xiaoyan, who had transformed into a giant god, completely ignored this. His small mountain-like body suddenly shook. A frightening strength immediately swept out like a volcanic eruption, forcefully pushing back the group of people around him. After which, Xiaoyan did not hesitate. He identified a direction and his body moved. He instantly used the absolute sky steps under his feet and chose to leave without any hesitation. Since things had developed to this point, there was naturally no need for him to continue hiding since his identity had already been exposed. However, this was the territory of the Hua clan and the Bai clan. Regardless of whether he was afraid of these people, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. No matter what, he could only choose to leave this place first. With the speed of the absolute sky steps, in addition to the people around him who had been forcefully pushed back, Xiaoyan used this opportunity to flash and disappear in front of the people from the four factions. By the time the few people in the sky recovered, Xiaoyan had already disappeared. Huating's heart was furious. His old face had also turned green. Originally, he thought that he would be able to easily capture a mere bandit. However, Xiaoyan in front of him had far exceeded his imagination. This kind of strength was not something that a bandit could possess. Damn it. You want to leave? I want to see where you can run to with the old me around. Chase. No matter what happens today, we must leave Xiaoyan here. Huating coldly cried out. His body moved and swiftly chased in the direction that Xiaoyan had disappeared. Behind him, the rest of the people also looked at each other before following closely behind. After using the King Kong glass body, the black robe that covered Xiaoyan's body had also scattered. His aura had already been exposed to the world. Additionally, Huating was a 3-star Dodi. It was naturally not difficult for him to chase after Xiaoyan's aura. Xiaoyan had already scattered the King Kong glass body in the distant sky. Unfortunately, his position had already been exposed. At this moment, it was a little difficult for him to hide his aura. Hence, Xiaoyan could only do his best to use the Sky Absolute Step and use it to dodge the pursuit of the people behind him. Behind Xiaoyan, the 3-star Dodi Huating and Baiying were the fastest. Within a short moment, they were already able to vaguely see Xiaoyan's back. It must be said that the Sky Absolute Step might be frightening, but Xiaoyan's strength was lacking. It was still too difficult for him to easily dodge the pursuit of Huating's group. As for Lin Zheong and Su Songming, they followed far behind Huating and Su Songming. After all, their strength was inferior to Huating's and Su Songming's speed was naturally inferior. As for Baizhan and the other three, they remained where they were and waited for the members of their respective clans to arrive. Xiaoyan's body was like a black bolt of lightning as it swiftly moved through the empty space. Biting cold wind swiftly blew past Xiaoyan's body, carrying a wave of ear-piercing sonic booms. Wherever he passed, the frightening wind pressure that was brought about by Xiaoyan formed a ditch in the mountain forest. Only when Xiaoyan's body flashed past did the ditch gradually recover. Following close behind, Huating and Baiying also unleashed their speed. With their full strength, the speed of these two people was undoubtedly a little faster than Xiaoyan. The distance between them was gradually shortening. It was likely that Huating and Baiying would catch up to Xiaoyan's speed soon. Damn it. They're really fast. Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily narrowed when he sensed the two presences rapidly approaching behind him. He fiercely clenched his teeth as his body jerked. His speed once again increased, and in the blink of an eye, he had already disappeared from the sky. Humph, Xiaoyan, where do you think you're going? Don't even think about escaping from my hands today. Huating let out a cold snort when he sensed that Xiaoyan had suddenly increased his speed. The expression on his old face became ferocious. His body suddenly jerked as his feet stomped on the empty space a few times. Every time his foot landed, space would shatter. His body was like an arrow as he tore through the empty space at an extremely fast speed, swiftly chasing after Xiaoyan. Behind him, Baiying was not willing to be outdone. While the two of them were chasing after each other, they did not notice that a figure in black robes was stealthily following behind Huating and Baiying. This situation continued for an entire 2 hours. During these 2 hours, Xiaoyan spared no effort as he hurried forward with all his might. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan discover that although he had left Xian City, he had entered the territory of the Bai clan. As long as Baiying was willing, he could mobilize his clan members in the shortest amount of time possible. Naturally, it would not be difficult for him to intercept Xiaoyan. However, before this scene could appear, the current Xiaoyan had already been blocked by Huating and the other man who had hurried over from the front and the back in a pincer attack. Humph, Xiaoyan, if you surrender now, I guarantee that I will leave your corpse intact in the future. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a flip of Huating's hand, a longsword landed in his palm. When he focused his eyes on it, he realized that this longsword was different from an ordinary sword. The difference was that an ordinary sword's blade was straight and sharp, but this sword was different. The blade was not straight at all. Instead, it was shaped like a saw. From this point of view, it was impossible for this sword to not tear off a piece of flesh once it landed on a person's body. On the other side, Bai clenched his large hand. A dazzling thunderbolt rose from his arm. It lingered around his arm before transforming into a long lightning spear. The tip of the spear was pointed and a cold glint was pointed at Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's gaze looked to his left and right. His frown deepened without him realizing it. The current situation in the battleground was really one where there was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Once they attacked together, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not be a match for them even if he had the help of the strength elephant skill. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily became solemn when he thought of this. At the same time, he also felt somewhat helpless. His path forward had been cut off and he no longer had any path of retreat. He could only brace himself and rush forward when faced with 2 3-star Dodi. There was no way to retreat. The only way was to fight. His right hand was lowered and a glow flashed in his palm. An enormous heavy Shan ruler appeared inch by inch and was held in Xiaoyan's hand. The weight of the enormous ruler emitted a chi-chi sound of rushing air as Xiaoyan's hand fell. The biting cold wind pressure caused one to tremble without fighting. Humph humph, the old me thought that you only know how to run. Huating parted his mouth and laughed mockingly. Even if Xiaoyan could withstand his aura and pressure, he was confident that he could suppress the latter if they were to really fight. Of course, this was indeed the case. Before his strength reached the Dodi class, Xiaoyan could at the very most fight with a 1-star Dodi by relying on the force elephant skill. He would barely be able to deal with a 2-star Dodi, let alone a 3-star Dodi. Huating's laughter sounded as he lifted the sawtooth-like long sword in his hand. The body of the sword reflected a piercingly cold glow. As doqi was poured in, the entire longsword emitted a faint doqi glow. On the other side, Bai also lifted the long spear in his hand at this moment. Doqi was poured in and numerous thunderbolts were like small snakes that coiled around the long spear. Once Bai gave the order, those thunderbolts would carry an aura that could destroy the world as they wildly bombarded Xiaoyan. Sensing this, Xiaoyan's hand, which was holding the heavy Shan ruler, involuntarily tightened. Threads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The doqi in his body did not dare to be careless as it surged out. The heavenly flame surged and agglomerated into a heavenly flame armor on the surface of Xiaoyan's body. Even though he knew that a heavenly flame armor would not be of much use in such a battle, Xiaoyan still agglomerated it. The bright sunlight scattered over the land like golden sand. The sky had already gradually darkened. One could vaguely see a beautiful glow in the distant west. The golden sun, which no one dared to look directly at, was gradually descending toward the western mountains. Far away in the forest, 3 figures stood in the sky. However, judging from the current situation, things didn't seem to be looking good for them. It is rumored that you possess the strength to contend with an elite Dodi. In that case, allow the old me to see just how capable you, Xiaoyan, are. Huating's head was covered by a glow as he stood in the empty air. The fiery red sunset shone on his body, causing him to appear like the sun that was about to set in the west. He appeared like an old man past his prime. Of course, this old man appeared to be nearing his twilight. However, the strength of this old man was so great that it was unimaginable. The current him was at his peak. The old man's body suddenly shot forward the instant his cry sounded. The long sword in his hand was pointed at Xiaoyan. A cold glint flickered on the edge of the sword. The old man's body was as fast as lightning. From the looks of it, it was as though he wanted to take Xiaoyan's life with one strike. Xiaoyan did not dare to slight the attack. He waved the enormous ruler in his hand and a chi-chi sound was emitted in the air in front of him. The heavenly flame soared with the wind and swiftly spread over the enormous ruler, wrapping it within. The enormous ruler was lifted and a ruler glow swept out. It soared with the wind and transformed into 100,000 feet large red glow. Its aura was majestic as it violently smashed toward Huating, who was charging toward him. 7-layered sky-breaking ruler. Insignificant skill. Huating coldly laughed with disdain. The long sword in his hand trembled. A couple of sword glows were drawn in front of him as he charged forward. Although the sword glows did not possess the majestic aura of the ruler glow, their strength was much more concentrated. The moment the two collided, Xiaoyan's ruler glow was broken. A mere bandit actually dares to show off in front of an elite Dodi. You really overestimate yourself. Huating coldly laughed with disdain. However, a surprise inadvertently flashed across the deep regions of his eyes when these words sounded. However, he swiftly withdrew it in the blink of an eye. Today, I will let you experience the gap between you and a Dodi. Xiaoyan's heart was greatly startled when the ruler glow was broken. The other party was indeed worthy of being a 3-star Dodi. The strength of this strength was not something that an ordinary elite Dodi could compare with. With his current strength, it was really impossible for him to fight against it. Moreover, there was Baiying behind him at this moment. The former's aura was aggressive while the latter was eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. If Xiaoyan was the slightest bit careless, it was possible for him to fall into a situation where he would not be able to recover. Force Elephant Formula, activate! Xiaoyan shouted angrily in his heart. He didn't dare to hold back anymore. The only thing he could do now was to leave this place first. The situation was dangerous, so Xiaoyan couldn't care less. As the cry sounded in his heart, an enormous illusory figure also formed behind Xiaoyan's back. It held an illusory giant ruler that was similar to the heavy Xian ruler in its hand. The attack in its hand followed Xiaoyan's movements and attacked forward. Humph, you still dare to attack again. You really overestimate yourself. Break! Huating immediately let out a cold snort of disdain when he saw Xiaoyan's attack coming again. He turned his body and appeared in the air above the illusionary figure. The longsword in his hand danced and heavily hacked at the illusionary figure behind Xiaoyan. Ha! The illusory figure behind Xiaoyan moved. The giant ruler in its hand rose and easily blocked the old man's attack. At the same time, an even more terrifying force flowed into the old man's body through the longsword, causing the old man's expression to quickly change. Damn it! What a strange strength! Could it be that this brat is a magical beast? The muscles on Huating's old face twitched as he grimaced in pain. His entire arm, which was holding on to the longsword, was completely numb at this moment. A sharp pain was transmitted from the bones beneath his flesh, causing Huating to be unable to endure it. In the blink of an eye, Huating had already recovered. However, the gaze that he used to look at Xiaoyan did not dare to underestimate him. Xiaoyan was actually able to reach this stage. He naturally had his own ability. After the collision earlier, Huating had already clearly discovered that Xiaoyan's strength was indeed not something that an ordinary bandit could possess. That kind of strength was enough to allow Xiaoyan to run amok among the bandit experts. It was likely that he even had the ability to fight against an ordinary Dodi. Thinking of this, Huating's heart involuntarily felt a chill. The Doqi in his body churned. He waved the longsword in his hand and once again charged toward Xiaoyan. Baiying, why are you still standing there in a daze? Since this brat is someone that the sect leader wants, we will naturally work together to capture him. We must not allow him to escape. The longsword danced as it engaged in a big battle with the illusory figure behind Xiaoyan. They continuously collided over a dozen times. Both parties were equally matched. At this moment, even Huating felt somewhat helpless against Xiaoyan. At this moment, he could only turn his attack toward Baiying. As long as Baiying attacked, Xiaoyan would definitely not be able to endure against 2 3-star Dodi. Baiying involuntarily frowned when he heard this. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan's strength had risen to another level after not seeing him for half a year. At this moment, even a 3-star Dodi was unable to easily take him down. Of course, they did not know that the reason Xiaoyan was able to remain undefeated after dozens of exchanges with Huating was because of the Strength Elephant skill. With the Strength Elephant skill on his body, Xiaoyan would not be able to feel any pain during this period of time. Hence, the speed and sharpness of his attacks would naturally not change. Huating, on the other hand, was different. In the face of the strange illusory figure behind Xiaoyan, even he could not help but feel a headache. Thus, Xiaoyan would naturally be in an undefeatable position for a short period of time. Of course, the exact situation would likely have to wait until this battle was over. Finally, Baiying's body shook. He waved the long spear in his hand and joined the battle. Earlier, he had merely observed from outside the battle circle. The reason he did so was not only to give Huating an opportunity to display his strength but also to leave some leeway for Xiaoyan. Originally, Bai Ying thought that with Huating's strength, he should be able to suppress Xiaoyan. It was likely that even if he did not intervene, Xiaoyan would not be defeated within a short period of time. However, the current situation caused Bai Ying to be a little stunned. Not only was Huating unable to suppress Xiaoyan, but he was also being held back by the latter. Without the help of an outsider, forget about a short period of time, it was likely that the two of them would not be able to determine a victor even if they fought for another day and night. This caused Bai Ying's heart to be extremely shocked. Just think about it. With the strength of a 6-star half-D, he was able to restrain a 3-star elite Do-D and ensure that he did not fall into a disadvantage. This kind of ability was something that no one on the current continent could achieve. This fellow is really a freak. Even Bai Ying involuntarily cursed in his heart when he thought of this. He really did not know which faction had groomed such a monstrous talent. According to his current growth rate, it was likely that he would have a place in the entire Yuanwu continent in the future. Bai Ying raised his head when he thought of this. He turned the long spear in his hand and the tip of the spear was slightly twisted. He avoided the vital points of the illusory figure and used the body of the spear to suppress the enemy. This could be considered Bai Ying's final trump card. With the sudden addition of Bai Ying, the originally balanced battle immediately became one-sided. The strength of 2 3-star Do-D was indeed not to be trifled with. The strong joining hands to deal with Xiaoyan, who was only a 6-star half-D. If news of this spread, it was likely that they would be laughed at by others. However, in the current situation, it was likely that this was the only way to suppress Xiaoyan. After all, the latter's strength was really strange. All of their attacks were blocked by the illusory figure behind Xiaoyan. From the beginning until the end, Xiaoyan was not injured at all. This was also the thing that caused Bai Ying the greatest headache. If this was not the case, it was likely that Xiaoyan would have long since become their captive. How would the two of them have to go through so much trouble to capture him? Damn it! Does this brat not have any weaknesses? With that illusory figure around, our attacks are unable to cause him the slightest harm. On the other hand, his aura has not weakened at all since the beginning. Huating viciously cursed. He had also never seen such a strange chi method and Do technique. It was actually able to block all of their attacks. Other than those high-class Do techniques that Xiaoyan had barely dodged, every sword and spear attack was blocked by the illusory figure. This damn thing was like an invincible existence, causing the two of them to be extremely furious in their hearts. However, compared to the two of them at this moment, Xiaoyan's heart was even more solemn. Others might not know, but he clearly understood that all of the damage that the two of them dealt to the illusory figure would ultimately be reflected on him. At that time, Xiaoyan, who had received so much damage, would likely be seriously injured even if he did not die. He needed to quickly think of a way to escape during this period of time. Otherwise, once the Force Elephant skill disappeared, it would be the time of Xiaoyan's death. Bang! After another intense collision, Huating were forcefully pushed back by the illusory figure behind Xiaoyan. After which, they hurriedly turned their bodies and swiftly rushed towards the mountain forest behind them. Behind them, Huating's face immediately revealed a fierce expression when he saw that Xiaoyan was about to leave. He cried out loudly and moved his body in an attempt to stop Xiaoyan. However, it was also at this moment that a black-robed human figure strangely appeared in the empty space not far in front of the two of them. Huh? The sudden appearance of this human figure caused Huating's faces to be startled. Their forward-charging bodies were also forced to stop. From the appearance of the latter, it was obvious that he had not come with good intentions. Moreover, from the looks of it, it was extremely likely that he had come for Xiaoyan. Who are you? Huating's face was green. How could he be willing to just watch the duck that was about to reach his mouth fly away just like that? The person who will stop you. Under the black robe, a faint old voice was slowly spat out. It did not contain the slightest emotion. It was as though he did not feel the slightest pressure when facing 2 3-star Do-D at the same time. Huating fiercely clenched his teeth. His gaze passed over the black-robed person in front of him and looked at Xiaoyan, who was swiftly rushing away. At this moment, the latter's speed was much slower than before. If Huating wanted to catch up to him, it would be extremely easy. However, the appearance of the person in front of him had broken all of his plans. The pitch-black night sky gradually enveloped the entire land. Tonight, the moon did not shine and the stars were dim. The entire world was enveloped in darkness. There was an invisible oppressive atmosphere that filled the entire world. In the vast mountain forest, the dense forest was dark. The mountain forest, which was usually gloomy, had become as dark as ink at this moment. Looking from afar, under the ink-black sky, there was an endless mountain forest that obstructed one's sight. In the distance, the towering mountain peaks were like huge beasts that stood between the sky and the earth under the cover of the night. Even though it was already late at night, this scene still caused one to feel an unusual sense of shock. At this moment, in the dark mountain forest, within the thicket, a pitch-black figure was swiftly moving like a ghost. Wherever he passed, the trees within a dozen feet of him were forcefully destroyed by an invisible force. However, the speed of this figure became slower and slower after a few twists and turns. The invisible energy that was originally around his body also suddenly disappeared. In the end, the body of the figure that was flashing suddenly became weak. He immediately fell from the sky uncontrollably like a rolling stone. After tumbling miserably on the ground a few times, he heavily smashed into the trunk of a tree. Following a muffled low sound, if one looked carefully, this figure was surprisingly a person. This person was Xiaoyan, who had hurriedly escaped from the hands of Huating and the other person not long ago. After flying for a short distance, Xiaoyan's force elephant tactic finally scattered uncontrollably. At the same time, all the injuries that the force elephant tactic had received in the previous big battle were also fed back to Xiaoyan at this moment. After suffering repeated heavy injuries, Xiaoyan was currently in unbearable pain even though he was not seriously injured to the point of near death. His body was unable to move and even the doqi in his body had been exhausted in the previous big battle. In the dark night, Xiaoyan's face appeared particularly pale. His entire body was covered in various wounds and bruises. Some of the wounds seemed to have been forcefully torn by some kind of sharp weapon. As for the majority of the bruises, they were basically caused by Baiying. Even so, Xiaoyan understood that Baiying had held back in the battle. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured at this moment, let alone be conscious. The intense pain that came from all over his body caused Xiaoyan to have no choice but to curl up. The consciousness in his mind gradually dimmed. There was an invisible chill that wrapped around Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan clearly understood that this was a sign that he was about to faint. Once he fainted at this moment, it was very likely that he would be found by those two fellows. No matter what, he could not fall asleep now. No. I can't sleep. I must not sleep. At this moment, there seemed to be something deep within Xiaoyan's heart that was calling out to him. A short moment later, Xiaoyan, whose mind had become increasingly giddy, suddenly widened his eyes. Unlike his pale face, the current Xiaoyan's eyes were scarlet red. There was a cluster of purple flames burning fiercely deep within his eyes. 3000 burning flame. The 3000 burning flame was known as the undying flame. As long as the flame was not extinguished, there would be room for recovery regardless of how serious the injuries were. At this moment, Xiaoyan was borrowing the mysteriousness of the 3000 burning flame to do his best to recover from the injuries within his body. Of course, just the 3000 burning flame was far from enough. Although the heavenly flame was strong, it was after all not his actual body. The help it could provide to Xiaoyan was limited. If he wanted to swiftly recover from the injuries within his body, he still had to rely on the strength of the medicinal pill. Xiaoyan lifted his hand that was covered in fresh blood in front of him. He forcefully endured the intense pain within his body. With a flip of his hand, a round medicinal pill appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan immediately swallowed the medicinal pill. Immediately, the powerful medicinal strength swiftly spread within Xiaoyan's body. Although the medicinal strength was dense, it did not have much of an effect on Xiaoyan's body. However, when the medicinal strength passed through Xiaoyan's internal organs, it caused him to feel an intense pain. Soon after, however, it brought about the recovery of his injuries. Xiaoyan's heart slowly sighed in relief as he sensed the injuries within his body gradually recovering. However, his heart still did not dare to relax. The remaining spiritual strength carefully surged out as he remained cautious of the situation around him. At the same time, on the other side, Hua Ting and Bai Ying were facing the strange black-robed person who had suddenly appeared in front of them. The expressions of the two of them were solemn. "Who exactly are you?" Hua Ting's expression was gloomy as he spoke. It was not difficult to hear fury in his voice. Although everyone was also an elite Dodi, the strength of this mysterious black-robed person in front of them was clearly above the two of them. This was because he and Bai Ying were actually unable to gain any advantage from this black-robed person in the earlier collision between the two of them. Originally, they wanted to send one of them to chase after Xiaoyan. However, from the looks of things, it was impossible. The other party's intention was to help Xiaoyan block the two of them from the very beginning. Who I am is not important. What is important is that all of you can forget about leaving this place with me around. A faint voice was softly emitted from under the black robe. However, it caused Hua Ting's expression to become increasingly gloomy. We are members of the Heavenly Sword Gate. If you dare to stop us, you will be going against the Heavenly Sword Gate. This time around, the old man laughed softly and considered it a reply. You. Hua Ting's heart immediately became furious when he heard this laughter filled with disdain. Soon after, he appeared to have suddenly recalled something. Both of his eyes suddenly narrowed. His gaze stared intently at the black-robed person in front of him. His gaze swept over the latter's collar, which had been purposely covered. He immediately raised his head and said, "You are someone from the spatial auction house." Under the black robe, a surprised expression flashed across the old face. Immediately, it turned into a soft smile and was non-committal. "In that case, the one who stopped us from transmitting information through the jade token in the auction house is also you." Hua Ting's expression was gloomy as he continued to speak when he saw that the person who had fled did not deny it. Hearing these words, a look of surprise also appeared on Bai Ying's face. As for what he was thinking in his heart, it was unknown. Helping Xiaoyan escape. Are you going to publicly become enemies with our four great sects? You should know that Xiaoyan is a person that the four great sects jointly want to capture. Are the four great sects very strong? What did you say? The old man spoke indifferently. His words contained a trace of contempt. When these words reached Hua Ting's ears, the latter was instantly enraged. He had never seen anyone who dared to evaluate the four great sects in such a manner. The so-called four great sects only have some achievements in the Xiling region. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourselves? Others may be afraid of your four great sects, but we are not. The black-robed old man laughed coldly. He completely ignored the ashen expressions of the two people in front of him. However, at this moment, a large group of people flew over from afar behind Hua Ting and Hua Ting. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of Hua Ting and Hua Ting. The people were divided into two groups. One group was dressed in white robes with the word "Bai" written on the badge on their chests. The other group was dressed in black robes with the word "Hua" carved on their chests. These two groups of people were the experts of the Bai and Hua clans. At this moment, there was a young man leading the group in front of them. The two were the young masters of their respective clans, Bai Zhan and Hui Yuning. "Father." Bai Zhan respectfully greeted Bai Ying as he approached. Bai Ying nodded slightly. His eyes met with Bai Zhan's as their minds merged. Hua Ting's expression immediately became pleasantly surprised when he saw this group of people who had arrived in time. This sudden reinforcement made him extremely happy. As long as they were here, even if he and Bai Ying were held back by the black-robed man, these people could still enter the mountain to search for Xiaoyan's traces. The heavens are really on my side. Old man, the two of us will accompany you here today. As for the rest of you, immediately enter the mountain and search inch by inch. You must find Xiaoyan's traces. Hua Ting first laughed coldly at the black-robed man. Then, his gaze turned back to the group behind him as he laughed loudly and ordered. The people of the Hua clan immediately nodded when they heard the order. The people of the Bai clan looked at Bai Ying and his father, as if waiting for their orders. Third Elder Hua, Xiaoyan's strength is extraordinary. He has the sky extinction step. In addition, the two of us were held back by him just now. I'm afraid he has already left this mountain range, right? Bai Ying secretly frowned as he probed Huating. No. I personally saw that fellow's speed become increasingly slower as he left. I am certain that Xiaoyan must have been seriously injured in the previous battle. That illusionary figure of his could not have completely blocked our attacks. Currently, Xiaoyan is likely hiding in the mountain forest to secretly recover from his injuries. Huating violently shook his head. He recalled the battle with Xiaoyan earlier. While he pondered in his heart, his words hit the nail on the head. He had actually guessed Xiaoyan's current situation. Bai Ying's heart immediately jumped when he heard this. Indeed, he had also seen the scene when Xiaoyan left. At that time, Xiaoyan's speed was much slower than before. Moreover, he also had some doubts about the illusionary figure behind Xiaoyan. It was impossible for there to be a Do technique that was so powerful. It was not that there were no defensive Do techniques that could block attacks, but it was impossible for them to reach such a level. From the way Xiaoyan hurriedly left, he should be aware of his own situation. It was likely that a large part of the reason he had escaped from the two of them was to prevent the illusionary figure's effect from passing and causing him to fall into their hands. It had to be said that Huating and Bai Ying's guesses were extremely accurate. They had pretty much guessed Xiaoyan's current situation. The simultaneous movement of the two clans added quite a lot of pressure on Xiaoyan. In the night sky, Bai Ying and Huating continued to confront the black-robed man. As for the others, they circled around the black-robed man and scattered towards the mountain forest in the distance. The black-robed man did not stop them. However, his old face under the black robe frowned slightly. He was slightly worried in his heart. Opposite him, Huating sneered. While he stared at the black-robed man, he was also paying attention to the movements in the mountain forest behind him. Once Xiaoyan appeared, no matter how strong the black-robed man was, he would not be able to protect Xiaoyan. The pitch-black forest was completely silent. Ever since the group of people in the sky appeared, the magical beasts in the mountain forest below had also obediently quieted down. This time, the Hua clan and the Bai clan had moved together. There were a total of 200 to 300 people from the two clans. All of them were half-martial emperors. The strongest among them had even reached the level of a 9-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, there were a total of 4 of them. Other than these people from the two clans, the leaders were Hui Yuning, Bai Zhan, the head of the Lin clan, Lin Zheong, and Su Songming. Originally, Su Songming did not want to interfere in the matters of the two clans. However, this matter was related to Xiaoyan. He wished that he could immediately capture Xiaoyan. According to Huating's words earlier, Xiaoyan was definitely heavily injured. If he could find him, Su Songming would definitely torture him properly to vent his and his granddaughter's anger. Hundreds of half-martial emperors moved together. Their momentum was vast and mighty. The invisible pressure that was created caused the entire area to be enveloped in a somber feeling. After a small search, the crowd was unable to find anything. Helpless, they could only scatter in all directions. While these people scattered, Xiaoyan sat up with great difficulty in the pitch-black forest. The injuries on the surface of his body had already been completely healed by the 3000 burning flame. However, it was likely that it would be difficult to recover from the internal injuries within his body without a period of time. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of air. With a thought, he maneuvered the little doqi in his body and began to refine the medicinal pill that he had just swallowed. The hundreds of half-martial emperors spread out in the sky above the dense forest. They were just like an enormous net that covered a large area of the dense forest. The location where Xiaoyan was located was coincidentally within their search area. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's current location was at the border of their search area. If he was lucky, they might not be able to search this place. Of course, if he was unlucky, it would be hard to say. However, the helpless thing was that the injuries within Xiaoyan's body were quite serious. The current situation did not allow him to be careless. If he did not recover from the injuries within his body in time, it was likely that even if he was able to forcefully avoid this search, it was likely that there would be repercussions that would be difficult to heal after he recovered from his injuries. This would undoubtedly be an extremely serious blow to his training path. Naturally, Xiaoyan would do his best to put an end to this. Time slowly flowed by. The 3 people in the sky were still facing each other. The black-robed person did not attack. Tingbai could only frown and wait. With the black-robed person in front of them, it was impossible for them to bypass him no matter what. With the latter's strength, it was likely that they would have already fallen if he did not intend to attack them. The strength of this black-robed person was far above the two of them. It was likely that he had already reached the level of a 6-star Do. In the sky above the dense forest, the search area gradually expanded. Xiaoyan, who was refining the medicinal pill in his body, could already hear the human voices in the sky not far away. Immediately, Xiaoyan's heart sank slightly. He did not expect that these fellows would actually come to this place so quickly. It appeared that he could no longer continue to stay in this place that he was currently at. A short moment later, when Xiaoyan heard that the human voices were getting closer, he could only forcefully stop the refining process of the medicinal pill within his body. He opened his eyes. His pale face seemed to be vaguely visible in the dark night sky. After identifying the direction, Xiaoyan's body moved and swiftly rushed toward the deeper parts of the dense forest. The group of people searching in the sky above the dense forest had finally reached this place. However, Xiaoyan's figure had already left long ago. In the blink of an eye, one night had already passed. Other than discovering some traces that were related to Xiaoyan, the group of people who were searching did not discover the latter's figure from the beginning until the end. The chase continued for an entire night. After repeatedly dodging for an entire night, the injuries on Xiaoyan's body did not seem to have improved. Instead, those fellows who were like shadows behind him were getting closer and closer to Xiaoyan. As for Tingbai and Baiying, they had already disappeared from their sight into the distance. In the dense forest of towering trees, the dense branches and leaves covered the blazing sun. Occasionally, some spots of light would shoot down from the gaps between the branches and leaves, shining on the ground like stars, forming a natural pattern of spots of light. It was a beautiful sight. The forest was completely silent. Occasionally, a low roar from an unknown magical beast could be heard. It passed through the dense forest and lingered in the forest. Although this was still the Bai family's territory, Xiaoyan discovered that the magical beasts here were getting stronger and stronger the deeper he went into the forest. At this moment, Xiaoyan used his spiritual energy to investigate and discovered that there were no less than 10 half-martial emperor-level magical beasts. There was even a 9-star half-martial emperor. Moreover, it was right in front of Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan's complexion was pale as he stood on the trunk of a huge tree. His gaze was looking into the distance. At the end of his line of sight was a mountain peak. The owner of the 9-star half-martial emperor aura was there. Turning his gaze, Xiaoyan turned his head and looked into the distance behind him. He could faintly see a few black dots. Immediately, Xiaoyan's heart moved and a trace of light flashed through his eyes. Soon after, he leaped and flew towards the mountain peak in front of him. After a short moment, Xiaoyan's figure appeared at the foot of the mountain. Before Xiaoyan was an enormous cave entrance. The 9-star half-martial emperor aura was within this cave. As for this place, it was its cave dwelling. Xiaoyan's feet moved and he strode into the cave. Roar! Where did this human come from? This is this king's territory. Quickly retreat and this king will spare your life. Otherwise, if you dare to take another step forward, I will immediately take your life. The tall mountain peak stood like a pillar that supported the sky. Xiaoyan's gaze was calm as he stood at the entrance of the cave at the foot of the mountain. Xiaoyan was indifferent to the waves of thunder-like beast roars that were transmitted from deep within the cave. He turned his head and looked behind him. Immediately, he moved his feet and continued walking toward the deep parts of the cave. As one of the 4 great clans, the Bai clan's territory was not small. Currently, the people from the Bai clan and the Hua clan had formed a circle around the area where Xiaoyan was, and were carefully searching for his whereabouts. Under this kind of situation, repeatedly moving and hiding would only delay the healing of the injuries within Xiaoyan's body. In the long run, not only would his injuries not recover, they would also become increasingly serious. Being in such a dangerous situation, Xiaoyan could no longer delay any longer. With his current condition, unless he completely recovered from the injuries within his body, he would sooner or later be dragged to his death by these fellows. Roar! Human, are you courting death? Based on Xiaoyan's current state, the 9-star half-martial emperor in the cave immediately saw through his strength. A 6-star half-martial emperor was currently injured. Entering his cave was undoubtedly courting death. The words from before were already his final warning. However, Xiaoyan still had an indifferent appearance. This was a direct violation of the territory of this 9-star half-martial emperor. Roar. Following a deafening roar, a violent gale suddenly swept out from the depths of the cave. Immediately after, the space in front of Xiaoyan suddenly distorted, and a figure of light suddenly flashed and appeared before Xiaoyan. After the figure of light condensed, a middle-aged man with a vigorous aura appeared. Judging from his aura, he had already reached the level of a 9-star half-martial emperor. In the nearby mountain range, he could be said to be a king-like existence. Human, this king does not wish to become enemies with you. However, since you insist on courting death, you can't blame me. Scram. This middle-aged man had the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. In his opinion, the black-cloaked man before him was merely a 6-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, the black-cloaked man was seriously injured. A single punch from him was enough to take his life. The middle-aged man clenched his right fist and threw a punch at Xiaoyan without hesitation. In the face of such a situation, Xiaoyan's pale face was calm, and his thoughts were extremely clear. A pair of pitch-black eyes stared at the rapidly growing fist. When the fist was in front of him, Xiaoyan flicked his finger, and a black light suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Almost at the instant when the fist was about to land on Xiaoyan's face, the black shadow reached out and firmly locked the middle-aged man's hand. In an instant, the sharp wind from the fist blew past Xiaoyan's cheeks, blowing up his hair. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, at this moment, his eyes were wide open as he stared fixedly at the terrifying fellow who had suddenly appeared in front of him. His face was filled with a sluggish expression. This? You, bang. The black shadow instantly released the hand that was grabbing the middle-aged man's wrist. At the same time, a fist smashed into the middle-aged man's face. With just one punch, this 9-star half-martial emperor, the king of the nearby mountain range, was sent flying. He heavily smashed into the stone wall, and his entire body was deeply embedded in it. Xiaoyan turned his head and looked at this black figure. It was the Northern King in Xiaoyan's storage ring. Currently, the Northern King's strength had already reached the level of a 1-star Dodi. If he went all out, even a 2-star Dodi would not be able to defeat him. It was naturally easy for him to deal with a mere half-martial emperor. Bang! The middle-aged man's body miserably fell out of the stone wall and heavily smashed into the ground. He instantly woke up and hurriedly raised his head. His gaze instantly locked onto the Northern King, and his eyes revealed a frightened expression. Sir, I did not mean to offend you, please forgive me. The middle-aged man hurriedly arrived in front of the Northern King and respectfully bowed. His entire body trembled as he kowtowed. Each time he kowtowed, a muffled sound would be heard. However, the middle-aged man did not hold back. It was as if he was afraid that this expert in front of him would be dissatisfied with him. Although he had only received one punch from the Northern King, the middle-aged man immediately understood that he was no match for the black shadow in front of him. To be able to send a 9-star half-martial emperor flying with one punch, who else could possess such strength other than an elite Dodi? However, due to the fear in his heart, the middle-aged man did not dare to raise his head to look at the Northern King in front of him. He did not even dare to probe the latter's aura. This was why he was unable to identify the puppet body of the Northern King in time. Get up. I don't want your life. Xiaoyan took a step forward and casually spoke. The middle-aged man was slightly startled. He raised his head only to see the pale-faced Xiaoyan standing in front of him. Soon after, his gaze swept over the Northern King behind Xiaoyan. Only then did he realize that the latter's eyes were empty and lifeless. It was as if it did not have a soul. Puppet. The middle-aged man's heart was suddenly startled. He did not expect that the elite Dodi in front of him was actually a puppet. Since this was the case, was this black-robed young man not the owner of this puppet? Ah? The middle-aged man's heart trembled when he thought of this. He hurriedly bowed to Xiaoyan once again. His body trembled, but he did not dare to get up again. All right, get up. I have already said that I will not kill you. I have only looked for you to ask for your help. Xiaoyan felt helpless when he saw that the middle-aged man would kneel at the slightest provocation. Could it be that these magical beasts were all so casual? Sir, you must be joking. Since Sir wants this little one's help, this little one will naturally not refuse. I still have to thank Sir for giving me this opportunity to perform. The middle-aged man hurriedly replied respectfully when he heard Xiaoyan's words. His words were filled with respect for Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not comment on this. He directly said, I need to borrow your cave. I need to borrow your cave for a while. After that, someone will come looking for me. As long as you can drive them away, this is yours. Xiaoyan's words had just sounded when the Northern King behind him took half a step forward. Immediately, an extremely dangerous aura swiftly enveloped the middle-aged man's heart, causing him to feel extremely terrified. Soon after, a transparent jade bottle appeared in Xiaoyan's hand after Xiaoyan's words sounded. The moment the jade bottle appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance spread out from within. A Tier 3 medicinal pill. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. He raised his hands and was about to take it from Xiaoyan's hands. If you want it, you'd better do what I want you to do first. Xiaoyan coldly snorted, instantly startling the middle-aged man. He immediately flipped his hand and put away the medicinal pill in his hand. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurriedly bowed to the side and raised his hands. He made an inviting gesture to Xiaoyan and respectfully said, Sir, this way please. Glancing at the middle-aged man, Xiaoyan expressionlessly nodded. He moved his feet and walked towards the depths of the cave. After a short while, Xiaoyan had already arrived at the deepest part of the cave. It was different from the narrow and dark space from before. Not only was it spacious, but it was also brightly lit. The middle-aged man had decorated it quite well. However, Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about this. He directly walked to the deepest part of the cave and sat down. His gaze turned and once again landed on the middle-aged man in front of him. I'm only borrowing your cave. I don't want to do anything to you. Therefore, I hope that you don't have any other intentions. Otherwise, if even one of them comes in, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, the Northern King took a step forward. The terrifying aura caused the middle-aged man's body to tremble uncontrollably. Sir, you must be joking. It's my honor to have you in my humble abode. Sir, you can stay for as long as you want. Why would I object? The middle-aged man was shocked and hurriedly replied with a silly smile. His gaze occasionally glanced at the Northern King. This was the real reason why he was so afraid. Hearing this, Xiaoyan did not comment. He casually sent the middle-aged man to guard the door. Soon after, under the protection of the Northern King, he began to concentrate on refining the medicinal pill in his body. First, there was the intimidation of the Northern King. Then, there was the temptation of the medicinal pellet. With the two added together, the middle-aged man was indeed well-behaved. In the depths of the cave, only after Xiaoyan confirmed that the middle-aged man did not do anything else, did he relax and wholeheartedly immerse himself in refining the medicinal pellet within his body. At this moment, the search of several hundred half-martial emperors was also in full swing. This time around, the invisible battle between Xiaoyan and this group of people would be a tug-of-war. The final outcome would be determined by whether or not this group of people could find Xiaoyan before he recovered from his injuries. Time was like the sand between one's fingers. Unknowingly, a lot of time had already passed. Within the cave, Xiaoyan was immersed in refining the medicinal pellet within his body. As for the people outside, they had finally expanded their search range to this place. The mountain wind whistled. It was like the low roar of wild beasts as it blew through the mountain forest. At the foot of the mountain was an enormous cave. A valiant aura was faintly emitted from within, causing one to feel solemn. At this moment, 3 middle-aged men in black robes slowly descended from the sky. Their gazes landed on the interior of the cave. Among the 3 of them, one was an 8-star half-martial emperor and the other 2 were 7-star half-martial emperors. With such a lineup, they would be able to move unhindered in this mountain range. Huiyun, do you think that Xiaoyan might be here? A frail-looking 7-star half-martial emperor among the 3 asked with a frown on his face. Carefully, he asked a middle-aged man with the strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor. When he said those words, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the pitch-black cave. The person inside the cave caused him to be extremely nervous. I don't know. Let's look around first. Didn't we detect a trace of Xiaoyan's aura earlier? This means that he is definitely in the vicinity. We have already searched the surroundings, except for this place. As for whether he is here or not, we will know once we give it a try. The middle-aged man called Huiyun shook his head. His tone was rather firm. But the guy inside seems to be a 9-star half-martial emperor. His strength, what's there to be nervous about? Even if he's a 9-star half-martial emperor, could it be that he would dare to touch a member of our Hu clan? Moreover, with the three of us working together, how could we possibly fear him? Before the thin middle-aged man could finish his words, he was immediately reprimanded by Huiyun. The latter's head shrank and he did not dare to say anything else. He scratched his head, while his gaze was still somewhat nervous as he looked at the cave entrance. After that, the three of them, led by Huiyun, headed towards the cave. The three of them arrived at the entrance of the cave one after another. As they got closer, an extremely thick smell of blood gushed out from the cave and assaulted the three of them. Smelling the nauseating stench of blood, the expressions of the three changed. Such a strong stench of blood, just how ferocious was this magical beast? Although this was the case, it did not stop the footsteps of the three of them. Before they left, Huiting had already issued a reward. As long as any one of them was able to find Xiaoyan, they would obtain 5 Tier 3 medicinal pills. How could they be willing to accept such a temptation? However, just as the three of them stepped into the cave entrance, a beastly roar that caused one's heart to tremble was suddenly emitted from the deep interior of the cave. Roar. Where did these humans come from? How dare you trespass into this king's territory? A furious cry was emitted. In the blink of an eye, an extremely powerful and frightening aura wildly attacked from deep within the cave, forcefully forcing the three of them back. The three of them were startled. Their footsteps hurriedly pulled back. While their expressions changed, the doqi within their bodies swiftly surged out at this moment to block this aura. We are from the Hu clan, one of the 4 great clans. We are here to do our job impartially and only to search for one person. We do not wish to start a conflict with you. If we have offended you, please forgive us. Huiyun's expression changed drastically. He was surprised in his heart. The three of them had only just stepped into this fellow's territory. How could he be so powerful and overbearing? However, after thinking about it, this fellow was just like a fiend. That heavy stench of blood from earlier made it no wonder that his temper was so irritable. After staying in this kind of environment for too long, it was likely that even they would not be able to endure it. However, they did not know that the reason this fellow in the cave was so irritable was because Xiaoyan had occupied his nest. Even though Xiaoyan had said that he would use Tier 3 medicinal pills as a reward, he was still suppressing the resentment in his heart. The appearance of these 3 people at this moment had allowed him to find a target to vent his anger. Oh, people from the 4 great clans. A soft cry of surprise was emitted from deep within the cave. The middle-aged man frowned. He did not expect that the people Xiaoyan had asked him to block would actually be people from the 4 great clans. This was going to be a little troublesome. The hearts of the 3 people outside the cave immediately rejoiced when they heard the voice that was emitted from the interior of the cave. They thought in their hearts that this fellow was indeed afraid of the boldness of their 4 great clans. Immediately, the 3 of them exchanged glances and smiled. They lifted their feet and prepared to enter the cave once again. Stop right there. It was also at this moment that the middle-aged man within the cave cried out a command. The hearts of the 3 people leaped and their footsteps once again came to a halt. Even if you are people from the Hu clan, you should be clear that this is the territory of the Bai clan. This mountain range is under the jurisdiction of the Old Me. What right do you people from the Hu clan have to enter the territory of the Bai clan to search for someone? Enough. I don't want to hear any more from you. On account that you are also from the 4 great clans, if you turn around and leave now, I can pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, even if you are from the Hu clan, don't blame me for being impolite. Without waiting for Huiyun to open his mouth, the middle-aged man within the mountain cave spoke a sentence that forcefully stuffed the latter's words back into his mouth. At the same time, a powerful aura once again attacked, causing the trio's expressions to abruptly change drastically. They had already sensed a dense killing intent from this aura and pressure. They did not doubt that if the three of them continued to stay here, they would definitely end up calling out this lunatic. At that time, they would really have no way to survive. In the face of this situation, the expression on Huiyun's face fluctuated indeterminately. Who would have expected that this madman would actually completely ignore their status as members of the Hu clan? Although the three of them were high-level half-emperors, in the face of absolute strength, no matter how many of them they had, it was useless. Although the words that he had spoken previously were very courageous, in reality, even Huiyun was incomparably nervous in his heart. It was only because the two people beside him were present that he deliberately pretended to be fearless. "Old brother Huiyun, what should we do now?" To the side, the skinny middle-aged man's face had already turned deathly pale from fright. Helpless, he could only seek help from Huiyun. When he heard these words, Huiyun really wished that he could immediately turn around and give him a slap. However, the current situation was dangerous and they had no choice but to work together. Huiyun hurriedly thought about it in his heart. In the end, the method that Huiyun thought of was to retreat backwards. Helpless, with that fellow in the cave present, they were destined to be unable to enter this place. However, when Huiyun thought about it again, he could not help but laugh at himself in his heart. If even they were unable to enter this cave, how could the injured Xiaoyan possibly enter? If that was the case, he would have long been killed by that fellow in the cave. After which, the three of them respectfully cupped their hands together towards the pitch-black cave and hurriedly left, leaving behind three miserable figures. It was only at this moment that the middle-aged man in the cave secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the three of them were not as strong as him. Otherwise, if he was unable to subdue them today, once Xiaoyan was awakened, not only would they be finished, even his little life would not be able to be saved. The middle-aged man arrived in front of the cave and gazed at the sky above the mountain forest in the distance. Figures that were like grains of black rice were constantly flashing, as if they were searching for something. However, when they passed by his vicinity, they were extremely sensible and left. When he saw this scene, the middle-aged man secretly rejoiced in his heart. At the same time, a feeling of suspicion involuntarily rose in his heart. At this moment, who exactly was the identity of the black-robed man in his cave, to actually cause one of the four great clans, the Hu clan, to mobilize so many people? In the blink of an eye, a full week had passed since Xiaoyan had disappeared from the Bai family's sphere of influence. During this week, the Bai family and the Hu family had searched the entire mountain range, from the periphery of the mountain range to the core. The orders from the higher-ups were to find Huiting if he was alive, and Xiaoyan was definitely still in the mountain range. Unfortunately, a week had passed, and the people looking for Xiaoyan had searched back and forth no less than 5 times, but they still could not find any trace of Xiaoyan. In the void, the black-clothed man had already left, and Huiting had no choice but to return to the Hu family under pressure. Many people in the Hu family even thought that he had persisted because he wanted to cover up his mistake at the auction. For a time, Huiting, who did not gain any favor outside and was constantly under pressure within the Hu family, fell into a state of depression because of this matter. In his heart, he was even more determined to find Xiaoyan. At the same time, in the mountain range, Xiaoyan, who was in the cave, had more or less recovered from his injuries after a week of recovery. In the outside world, the experts sent by the Hu family were also called back to the Hu family. Due to Huiting's matter, they would no longer be under his command for the time being. As for the Bai family, they had moved completely to cooperate with the Hu family's actions. From the beginning to the end, Baiing had not given any orders to find Xiaoyan. All the actions of the Bai family experts were controlled by Huiting. Now that the experts of the Hu family had been called back, the people of the Bai family naturally returned to the Hu family. In the cave, Xiaoyan slowly opened his eyes. Not long ago, he had spread out his soul strength and clearly sensed that the two families had all retreated. Although the situation seemed to be safe for the time being, Xiaoyan did not intend to leave just like that. There were always exceptions to everything. If the two families left just to bait Xiaoyan, then wouldn't he be falling into their trap if he left now? Moreover, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and took out an exquisitely crafted jade box from his storage ring. Inside this jade box was the first auction item that Xiaoyan had won in the last auction, the jade bone fruit. The jade bone fruit was able to increase the cultivation level of the person who devoured it. However, this level of increase was limited to a Bandi expert. For example, the current Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the intermediate level of a 6-star Bandi. If he were to swallow this jade bone fruit, his strength would once again increase to an advanced level of a 6-star Bandi. Although they were both 6-star half-emperors, the gap between the middle stage and the late stage was like the gap between heaven and earth. With Xiaoyan's current strength, after using all of his techniques, he would at the very most be comparable to an ordinary middle stage 1-star Dodi. In the long run, Xiaoyan would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, once Xiaoyan swallowed this jade bone fruit, his strength would increase to the late stage of a 6-star half-emperor. At that time, Xiaoyan would have the confidence to face a late stage 1-star Dodi. Even if he were to face a middle stage 1-star Dodi, Xiaoyan would still have the strength to fight. Of course, all of this was merely Xiaoyan's personal guess. As for the true strength, it would depend on the strength that Xiaoyan was able to erupt within an actual battle. After taking out the jade bone fruit, Xiaoyan did not hurry to swallow it. Instead, a thought passed through his mind and he used his powerful soul strength to call back the middle-aged man, who was still obediently guarding the entrance of the cave. "Cuckoo, sir, do you have a mission to hand over to Bao since you have summoned me?" After entering the cave, the middle-aged man who called himself Bao immediately bowed to Xiaoyan. His face was filled with smiles. His heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. This time around, his eyes did not pay attention to the northern king beside Xiaoyan. Instead, they were focused on Xiaoyan. The soul strength of this black-robed young man in front of him had already reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist. Even an elite Dodi would have to be respectful when meeting an alchemist of this level. How would Bao dare to be careless? If he could form a relationship with such a person, it would bring him endless benefits. Here. Xiaoyan randomly tossed it. A ray of light immediately shot toward Bao. Seeing this, the latter hurriedly and carefully caught it in his hand. After which, he focused his eyes and saw that it was a round medicinal pill that had landed in his hand. This is a rank 3 medicinal pill. Seeing this, Bao was immediately overjoyed. Both of his eyes revealed a deep excitement. His entire body involuntarily trembled because of the wild joy in his heart. A rank 3 medicinal pill was something that he did not even dare to think about in the past. Now that it had actually landed in his hands, how could he not be overjoyed? There is no need to be surprised. This is only your reward for this week. I still need to borrow your cave for a period of time. Once the time is up, these medicinal pills will also be yours. Xiaoyan casually said as he waved the jade bottle in his hand. Through the bottle, one could clearly see 3 round medicinal pills. These 3 medicinal pills were all rank 3 medicinal pills. Sir, feel free to use them. You can use them for as long as you want. Bao will definitely not be dissatisfied. The middle-aged man was overjoyed. Xiaoyan had taken out medicinal pills as a reward. He could not be happier in his heart, so how could he feel dissatisfied? Thinking about being able to obtain 3 rank 3 medicinal pills, Bao's heart became even more excited. During this week, although there had been many people wandering around his territory, no one had dared to come to his place. It could be said that the medicinal pill in his hand was something that he had been waiting for. He had not spent the slightest bit of effort. Now that such a good thing had been placed in front of him, Bao naturally would not miss it. My request is very simple. It's the same as this week. As long as no one can enter this place and disturb me, these 3 medicinal pills will be yours. Otherwise, sir, don't worry. With Bao here, no one can enter this place. Bao will definitely not let anyone disturb sir. Before Xiaoyan's words sounded, Bao continued to open his mouth. At the same time, he patted his chest, appearing as though he was leaving everything to him. He appeared to be quite confident. Xiaoyan raised his eyes and looked at the latter. His eyes faintly flickered, but he did not comment. Although Abao's strength could be considered as an expert in this mountain range, a mere 9-star half-emperor was already nothing in Xiaoyan's eyes. In the eyes of the 4 great clans, Abao was worthless. If Huating intended to search for Xiaoyan, Abao would definitely be unable to stop him with his strength. Abao randomly gave a couple of instructions before withdrawing with a heart filled with joy. Xiaoyan also withdrew his thoughts as his gaze once again landed on the jade box in his hand. Whether or not he could leave this place completely depended on this jade bone fruit. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Within the Hua clan, Huating's old face was gloomy as he sat on the main seat in a large hall. Due to the previous incident, he, as the 3rd elder of the clan, had been grounded for a month. Only now was the ban lifted. At this moment, other than the gloomy Huating, there were quite a number of people in the hall. They were the various deacons of the Hua clan and more or less had some authority in the clan. At the same time, they were also the people who had been sent by Huating to search for Xiaoyan's whereabouts a month ago. "Humph, I haven't seen you for a month. How have you all been?" Huating's cold eyes swept across everyone present. Every clan had its own faction. Even if they were from the same clan, these people did not always work together. For example, the people present were in Huating's faction. As for the 1st elder and 2nd elder of the clan, they also had their own factions behind them. Of course, no matter how they were divided within the clan, as long as it concerned the interests of the clan, these people would usually immediately work together. Upon hearing Huating's words, quite a number of people present looked to each other. Their expressions became awkward. They belonged to the same faction, yet they did nothing when Huating was grounded. Such a matter was indeed enough to make one feel bitterly disappointed. "Humph, I don't want to care about these matters now. I only want to ask, there are so many of you. In addition to the many clan members that I sent after, why were you unable to find Xiaoyan in the end? You all must give me an answer on this matter." Huating's hand heavily slammed on the table below him. The frightening force caused the wooden table to instantly explode. The expressions on the faces of everyone present abruptly changed at this moment. "3rd elder, we did indeed search the entire mountain range back then. Moreover, we repeatedly searched 4 to 5 times. However, we did not find any trace of Xiaoyan from the beginning until the end. Perhaps he had already left that mountain range back then." Among the people seated below the stage, someone braced himself and voiced his opinion to Huating. The instant these words left his mouth, Huating's sinister gaze immediately landed on the person who had spoken. That extremely cold gaze seemed to want to forcefully freeze a person. Everyone below the stage who saw the scene shrank back in fear. "Do you mean that this old man did not investigate and that this old man allowed all of you to make this trip in vain?" Gulp gulp, after Huating's words left his mouth, an invisible aura was emitted from his body and swiftly enveloped the entire hall. Everyone felt as if they were carrying a mountain. This was especially the case for the person who had just spoken. The person's entire body was unable to help but tremble. "Humph, since this old man allowed all of you to search, I naturally had full confidence. Based on the situation at that time, even if that brat was not seriously injured, he could not have easily left the mountain range. However, since you were unable to find him, this means that all of you did not search carefully. There must be places that you missed in that mountain range." Huating's stern gaze slowly swept across everyone present. After meeting Huating's gaze, the majority of the people looked to their left and right with a doubtful expression on their faces. It was as if they did not understand what was going on. There were also some who were deep in thought, as if they were trying to recall if there were any places that they had missed in that mountain range a month ago. Just as Huating's gaze swept across a certain person, his gaze, which was originally about to pass by, suddenly paused. His eyes narrowed as he stared at a skinny middle-aged man in the hall. Huating's brows were tightly knitted together as he asked in a deep voice. "Huafeng, is there something that you have not told me?" No. The middle-aged man, who was called Huafeng, hurriedly stood up. The expression on his face was clearly somewhat flustered. "Humph, you're truly audacious. You dare to play tricks in front of this old man? I think that you don't want to live a peaceful life anymore." After being coldly reprimanded by Huating, the middle-aged man's face was filled with fear. His face rapidly turned pale as his gaze involuntarily looked around. In the end, when he saw Hui Yun, his eyes abruptly lit up. It was also at this moment that Hu Ting noticed the change in the latter's expression. Immediately, his stern gaze landed on Hui Yun. Hui Yun, speak. Exactly what is going on? If you don't speak, then you can forget about your position as a deacon. Once those words were spoken, Hui Yun's expression, which was already ugly to begin with, suddenly became frightened. He knew the meaning behind Hu Feng's gaze. It was none other than the matter of Ah Bao's cave. After all, that was the only place that they had not searched. Subsequently, under Hu Ting's unceasing pressure, Hui Yun had no choice but to tell Hu Ting everything that had happened that day. What did you say? A mere 9-star half-martial emperor actually managed to stop a deacon of my Hu clan. You even brought 2 7-star half-martial emperors with you. You really are. After listening to Hui Yun's narration, Hu Ting's heart became even more infuriated. His gaze ruthlessly cut through the 3 people from that day as if he wanted to devour them. After a long while, he finally took a deep breath, slightly closed his old eyes, and weakly said, "Pass down the order. Hui Yun's position as a deacon will be revoked from today onwards. In addition, he will be fined 10 spirit stones and 3 months' salary. The same goes for the other 2. In addition, they will face the wall for a month. Within this month, they are not allowed to take even half a step out of their homes." Under the terrified gazes of Hui Yun and the other 2, the Hu clan's guards entered from outside. They first brought the other 2 out. When they arrived at Hui Yun's place, the latter's entire body trembled as he knelt down. His eyes were about to split open as he kowtowed to Hu Ting and begged for mercy. "Scram! You'd best not let me see you again unless you want to die." Hu Ting showed no mercy. With a wave of his sleeve, a frightening energy immediately surged out. With merely a single strike, he sent Hui Yun flying. After Hui Yun ruthlessly smashed through several walls in the courtyard, he landed on the ground with serious injuries. It must be said that this time around, Xiaoyan had escaped unscathed. Hu Ting was truly enraged in his heart. As the Hu clan's 3rd elder, he possessed a high status and authority. Yet, he had been reduced to such a sorry state by a mere brat. Not only had he failed to capture the culprit, he had even been grounded for a month. As the leader of the Hu clan, this matter had caused him to lose all face. Right now, immediately, order people to go to Xian City and inform that bastard Lin Zheong to capture that 9-star half-martial emperor. This old man wants to personally consult him. Xian City, Lin family residence. Humph. Old bastard, how dare you treat our Lin family like your lackeys? How dare you ask me to clean up after you, Hu Ting? In the Lin family's meeting hall, Lin Zheong's body trembled slightly as he sat on the main seat. With a furious look on his face, he violently threw away a jade strip in his hand. Lin Ran could not help but frown when he saw this. He walked over and picked up the jade strip. Then, he lifted his head to look at Lin Zheong and asked in a puzzled voice, "Father, what happened? What did Hu Ting say?" Lin Ran's brows were tightly knitted together as he asked this question. Since his father was so angry, it could not be anything good. "Humph, take a look for yourself. That old bastard, when our Lin family rises in the future, we will definitely destroy your Hu family to show our Lin family's might." Under his sleeves, Lin Zheong's hands were tightly clenched into fists. His veins were bulging and the anger on his face was a reflection of his inner emotions. At the same time, Lin Ran injected a trace of spiritual energy into the jade strip in his hand. Then, the information contained in the jade strip appeared in Lin Ran's mind without missing a single detail. After a few short breaths, Lin Ran's expression quickly turned dark. Deep resentment gushed out from his eyes. Hu Ting was treating them like his lackeys. According to the information contained in the jade strip, Hu Ting wanted Lin Zheong to go to the Bai family's territory and capture the Beast King in the mountain range that they had searched previously. Soon, Hu Ting would personally come over to ask about it. Furthermore, Hu Ting had also threatened that if Lin Zheong did not handle this matter well, he would double the tribute that the Lin family had to pay this year. This was bullying. This Hu clan is really too much of a bully. Our Lin clan has done so much for them in the past. Now, they actually suppress our Lin clan just because of a disagreement. He is clearly venting all of the anger that Xiaoyan has caused him on us. Lin Ran frowned, the expression on his face was as gloomy as his father's. No wonder they were father and son, their expressions were extremely similar. Humph, what's the point of saying so much now? We can only endure for now. The problem now is that even though the strongest person in that mountain range only possesses the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor, that place is the Bai family's territory. This is a bit troublesome. Lin Zheong coldly snorted. He could not help but furrow his brows. The territories of the 4 great clans usually did not interfere with each other. Even Huating was unwilling to step into the Bai clan's territory. His Lin clan was currently only a subsidiary force of the other 2 clans. If he stepped into the Bai clan's territory, he was afraid that the Bai clan would inevitably become the subject of ridicule. At that time, the 2 clans would jointly pressure the Lin clan, which would be even more troublesome. What should we do now? If we don't bring that bastard back, Huating will definitely vent his anger on our Lin family. When that happens, we will have to pay twice the salary and the Bai family. This is a huge price to pay. The Lin clan had already spent a lot of money in the previous auction. If they had to pay twice the salary now, it would definitely shake the foundations of the Lin clan. Damn it, I can't care about so much now. The Bai clan's territory is so huge, they can't possibly take care of everything. Moreover, if something really happens, we can just push the responsibility to Huating. Right now, the most important thing is to capture that bastard. After making up his mind, Lin Zheong withdrew his thoughts. Whether or not he went was the most important thing. If he was able to safely bring that bastard back, this matter would naturally end here. However, if he was discovered, the result would be the same. Therefore, it was better to give it a try and test his luck. After which, Lin Zheong moved and flew towards the southern part of Xian City alone. That place was the Bai clan's territory. At the same time that Lin Zheong left Xian City, a white-clothed, young man at a certain spot in Xian City also saw the scene. Immediately, the white-clothed, young man gently raised his eyes. Both of his eyes stared in the direction that Lin Zheong had left in. He hesitated for a moment before moving and following close behind. The territory of the Bai clan was extremely vast. However, it was merely SOSO in the eyes of an elite Dodi. With Lin Zheong's speed, he had already approached the middle of the mountain range below after a long journey in less than 2 hours. Lin Zheong, who was originally swiftly flying forward, suddenly frowned after arriving at this place. He had been busy with his journey and was worried that he would bump into the members of the Bai clan. Hence, he did not pay attention to his surroundings. Despite this, he was still able to sense a faint aura that had been following close behind him not long ago. Although Lin Zheong had left the other party far behind due to the difference in strength between the 2 parties, the other party had actually caught up with him a short while later. This involuntarily caused Lin Zheong's heart to be slightly startled. He wondered if the person who was following close behind him was someone from the Bai clan. A killing intent involuntarily rose in Lin Zheong's heart when he thought of this. Judging from the aura, the other party was clearly no match for him. If this person was a bandit from the Bai clan, Lin Zheong would take the opportunity to kill him and end everything once and for all. It would also prevent him from creating any trouble. With this thought in his heart, Lin Zheong immediately flashed and hid in the mountain forest below. He withdrew his aura and waited for the arrival of that person. A short while later, there was indeed a person who swiftly flew over from the distant empty space. Just as he passed by the empty space above Lin Zheong's head, the figure paused. He frowned and looked into the distance, as though he was searching for something. A short moment later, the young figure helplessly frowned. His handsome face revealed a suspicious expression. Immediately, his body moved and he continued to fly towards the depths of the mountain range. Lin Zheong's heart leaped when he saw this person in the mountain forest below. He did not expect to meet him here. At this moment, the fluttering white-clothed young man standing in the air was the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan. Why is it him? This fellow usually does not step out of his house. Why would he appear here? However, looking at his appearance just now, it seems that he did not recognize me. Otherwise, I would be in big trouble. Lin Zheong quietly said in his heart. Only then did he let out a sigh of relief. However, he did not dare to relax in his heart. When he saw Baijian, Lin Zihong's body no longer soared into the air. Instead, he chose to move quickly in the forest below in order to avoid meeting Baijian. On the other side, after Baijian confirmed that he had distanced himself from Lin Ziyang, his body paused in the air. His eyes narrowed and a cold glint gradually appeared in his eyes. The majestic mountain peak towered into the clouds. Under the sunlight, the shadow of the mountain covered a large area of the forest below. At this moment, a figure was moving rapidly in the forest. In a short while, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Unlike the dense forest in the distance, there was quite a large empty space at the foot of the mountain. At a glance, one could see the remains of quite a number of large magical beast corpses. The air was filled with a dense bloody scent that caused one to feel nauseous. Normally speaking, the cave of an ordinary magical beast would be arranged in a more secretive manner in order to increase its safety. However, this place was different. An enormous cave was purposely exposed. The skeletons of those magical beasts served as a foil to the majesty and overbearing aura of the owner of this place. It was likely that one would not be able to find a second place in the entire mountain range that could compare with this cave. At this moment, the target of that human figure was precisely this place. According to Lin Zihong's information, that 9-star half-martial emperor-level demonic beast was an extreme shadow leopard. It was the only 9-star half-martial emperor in this mountain range. It could be said that everything in this mountain range was under its control. In the blink of an eye, Lin Ziyang had already appeared in front of Ah Bao's cave. At the same time, Ah Bao, who was within the cave, appeared to have sensed something and instantly opened his eyes. However, this time around was different from the last time. The instant Ah Bao opened his eyes, a deep horror involuntarily surged out from within his brown-red eyes. Before this, Xiaoyan had never told him that the person who had come to find him would be as strong as a Dodi. Just who is this fellow? Why is it that even an elite Dodi has come in order to find him? This thought flashed across Ah Bao's heart in both shock and fear. However, he did not dare to be careless. The other party was after all an elite Dodi. He was merely a bandit. Since the other party had already arrived in front of his cave, how would he dare to not come out to welcome him? I did not know that Sir had arrived. Please forgive me. Ah Bao hurriedly exited the cave. He hurriedly bowed to Lin Ziyang, who was currently standing in front of the cave. At the same time, his mouth spoke respectfully. Don't try this with the old me. Speak. Did an injured human enter your cave? Lin Ziyang was already used to Ah Bao's actions. He was too lazy to be bothered. He coldly snorted and went straight to the point. Eh? Once these words were spoken, Ah Bao's heart was greatly shaken. He thought in his heart that the person in front of him was indeed here for Xiaoyan. However, his heart was filled with bitterness and helplessness. At this moment, regardless of whether it was Xiaoyan who was in the cave or Lin Ziyang who was in front of him, both of them were existences that he could not afford to offend. If he were to accidentally let slip something, it was possible that he could take his life at any time. This caused Ah Bao to complain incessantly in his heart. Sir, I don't understand what you mean." After a long while, Ah Bao, who was prostrating on the ground, rolled his eyes, hoping that he could get away with it. Since you don't want to say it, I won't force you. But I have to warn you first, if you don't say it now, I won't do anything to you, but I can't guarantee that others won't do anything to you. Lin Ziyang coldly laughed. His gaze randomly glanced at the cave behind Ah Bao. Originally, he wanted to enter and search it. However, he gave up on this thought after a moment. Xiaoyan had already disappeared from this mountain range for a month. After such a long time, it was likely that the injuries on his body had already healed. How could he continue to stay in this place? Hence, Lin Ziyang thought that he might as well bring Ah Bao back and report to the Bai clan as soon as possible. This would save him the trouble of worrying about being discovered by the Bai clan. Ah Bao's heart was immediately startled when he heard Lin Zihong's words. However, before he could think any further, Lin Ziyang immediately attacked. He waved his large hand and a majestic doqi spluttered out from his palm. With just one move, he easily subdued Ah Bao, who was a 9-star bandit. It must be said that a Dodi was like an invincible existence in the face of a bandit. The strongest technique in the eyes of a bandit was like a fart in the eyes of a bandit. Ao Bao's expression immediately changed drastically after being subdued by Lin Zheong with one hand. He used all of his strength in hopes of escaping the restraint. However, the douqi that seemed to cover his body like a thin film was actually as hard as metal. No matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to escape. On the contrary, each time his attempt to escape became increasingly intense, the thin film that covered his body would shrink a little, forcefully squeezing his entire body. An even more intense pain was immediately transmitted over, causing Ao Bao to involuntarily emit waves of miserable screams. Humph, you really overestimate yourself. Obediently follow the old me back and you might be able to suffer less. Otherwise, the more you struggle, the more intense the pain you will suffer. Lin Zheong parted his mouth and laughed coldly. The row of teeth he revealed appeared extremely dense. However, just as he was about to bring Ao Bao back to the clan, he was helpless against Ao Bao. All he could do was place his final hope on Xiaoyan. He hoped that this fellow would not forget the relationship that he had worked hard to protect and would save him. Sir! Sir, save me! A miserable screech was mightily emitted from Ao Bao's mouth. This voice was mixed with douqi, causing the entire mountain in front of him to tremble slightly. Soon after, the thin film of douqi that covered Ao Bao's body immediately became even narrower. Looking from the outside, his entire face had become distorted. However, at this moment, Lin Zheong's brows were knit together the moment Ao Bao let out a loud cry. An uneasy feeling involuntarily surged into his heart. The sudden loud cry of Sir by Ao Bao caused him to involuntarily think of Xiaoyan. Don't tell me that that fellow has not left? This sudden thought in his heart caused Lin Zheong to feel both shock and fear in his heart. He was shocked that Xiaoyan had yet to leave. This meant that he had found him. As long as he found the people from the Bai clan and the Hu clan to capture Xiaoyan, he would be the greatest contributor to this matter. On the other hand, his Lin clan would definitely receive a great reward. On the other hand, he was afraid that Xiaoyan's injuries might have already recovered after a month. This fellow had a terrifying battle record of killing a 3-star Dodi in the outside world. Regardless of the truth, just this point alone meant that Xiaoyan was not someone that he could deal with. Once they fought, it was likely that he would immediately fall into a disadvantage. Lin Zheong's heart hardened when he thought of this. From Ao Bao's action just now, it was likely that Xiaoyan would intervene on his behalf. Once Xiaoyan's heart was on Ao Bao's side, Lin Zheong would immediately have an additional layer of protection. If he could borrow Ao Bao to cause Xiaoyan to hold back, all he needed to do was to send a message to the people from the two large clans. At that time, it would really be difficult for Xiaoyan to escape even if he had wings. Lin Zheong hurriedly controlled Ao Bao's body with the intention of grabbing the latter's throat. It was also at this moment that an extremely frightening spiritual strength suddenly descended. Not only did it shatter the douqi film that wrapped around Ao Bao's body, but it also directly pulled Ao Bao in the direction of the cave. Cuckoo, Clan Head Lin, we have not met for a month. Why are you still doing such a thing? You want to use such a despicable method to threaten me. Clan Head Lin really has a good plan. Unfortunately, you are a little late. Remember, in your next life, don't think so much if you want to kill someone. Between heaven and earth, Xiaoyan's mocking voice leisurely drifted. On the ground below, Lin Zheong, who was standing in front of Xiaoyan's cave, had a green and white expression on his face. The muscles at the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched intensely. His gaze swept all around him, hoping to find traces of Xiaoyan. Haha, are you looking for me again? Aren't I right in front of you? Suddenly, an extremely clear sound of lips biting was transmitted from beside Lin Zheong's ear. It was as if someone was speaking into his ear. Lin Zheong's face was suddenly filled with shock. At the same time, the expression on his face changed, and his body hurriedly retreated. Only when he had retreated to the edge of the open space did he raise his head to take a look. He saw a young man wearing a black robe standing at the spot where he was standing a moment ago. This person was Xiaoyan, who had disappeared for a month. Xiaoyan, Lin Zheong's expression was extremely grave as he muttered in a deep voice. At the same time, the douqi within the vortex within his body was also swiftly raised at this moment. He was prepared to face Xiaoyan at any moment. Although Xiaoyan's strength appeared to only be that of a 6-star half-martial emperor, anyone in the current western region who had some understanding of him clearly knew that behind this seemingly weak strength of his, there was a powerful destructive force that caused even Dodi to feel fear. When facing him, no Dodi would dare to be careless. Seeing this, Xiaoyan parted his mouth and smiled, revealing a playful arc. Coincidentally, after swallowing the jade bone fruit, his strength had already stepped into the late stage of a 6-star half-martial emperor. Even the might of his force elephant technique had increased slightly. He wondered what kind of might his force elephant technique would be able to erupt with if he were to fight now. This guy, seeing the indescribable arc on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth, Lin Zihong's heart tightened. This kind of smile was extremely frightening in his eyes. Only God knew what this guy in front of him was thinking. Lin Zihong did not wish to lose his life in this place. Soon after, however, Xiaoyan suddenly frowned just as he was about to attack. Within his spiritual perception, there was another person who was swiftly flying in the direction of the two of them. It's him. Xiaoyan was slightly surprised. He didn't expect that even he would come. A short while later, a human figure appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Lin Zihong's sight. At the same time, Ah Bao, who was hiding far behind the two of them, also noticed the newcomer. Immediately, a stunned expression appeared in his eyes. He was within the Bai clan's sphere of influence and was naturally well aware of this person's identity. This person was the young master of the Bai clan, Bai Zhan. Damn it! How did he discover the commotion here? When he saw Bai Zhan, Lin Zihong's already heavy heart instantly sank to the bottom. However, he immediately relaxed a little and thought of a solution. Clan leader Lin, why are you here? There's actually Xiaoyan. When Bai Zhan saw Lin Zihong, his eyes flickered slightly as he asked a question that he already knew the answer to. Then, his gaze turned and landed on Xiaoyan. Deep within his eyes, a trace of astonishment could not help but flash. He didn't expect Xiaoyan to still be in this mountain range. Lord Crown Prince, you came at the right time. A few days ago, I heard that there was some movement in the depths of this mountain range. I'm afraid that Xiaoyan is still here. Hence, I specially came here today to observe. I did not report to clan leader Bai in advance. This is my fault. Lin Zihong did not hear anything from Bai Zhan's words. He pretended to cup his fists at Bai Zhan as he muttered to himself. From his words, it seemed as if he was admitting his mistake, but also as if he was asking for credit. No matter. Everything will be fine as long as we find Xiaoyan. A sharp glow shot out from Bai Zhan's eyes. Lin Zihong only thought that Bai Zhan was targeting Xiaoyan. He immediately coldly laughed in his heart. Humph, you are indeed just trash. You actually still have the thought of capturing Xiaoyan at such a time. Once you die in Xiaoyan's hands, the Bai clan, Lin Zihong coldly laughed in his heart. He immediately recovered and turned his gaze to Xiaoyan. It seemed that he was afraid that the latter would reveal the truth. Fortunately, Xiaoyan did not open his mouth. His gaze had landed on Bai Zhan since the beginning. Lin Zihong did not know, but Bai Zhan knew that Bai Zhan's strength appeared to be that of a 9-star half-emperor. However, his strength had already reached the middle stage of a 2-star Dodi. Lin Zihong alone was not a match for him. Even Xiaoyan himself would have difficulty being a match for Bai Zhan without relying on the Northern King. Since you and I have met Xiaoyan today, why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to attack together and capture him? At that time, you can bring him back to the clan and hand him over to the sect. This will be a great merit. Lin Zihong revealed an earnest smile to Bai Zhan. The gaze he used to look at the latter was as if he was looking at a fool. Oh? Bai Zhan's eyes brightened. It was as if he had really been tricked. However, he quickly frowned and asked in a doubtful voice, Clan head Lin, you won't be doing this for nothing, right? Pretending to be smart. Lin Zihong coldly laughed in his heart and hurriedly said, Haha, what are you saying, heir? We belong to the same group and are all members of the sect. There is no need to treat us as outsiders. Right now, it is more important to deal with Xiaoyan first. Although Lin Zihong said this, he did not think this way in his heart. He was not a match for Xiaoyan alone. Of course, he did not expect Bai Zhan, a 9-star half-emperor, to be of any help. He only hoped that Bai Zhan would be able to hold back Xiaoyan so that he could find an opportunity to leave this place. At that time, even if Bai Zhan died, this matter would only be blamed on Xiaoyan. Lin Zheong only needed to go back and fabricate this matter to Huating to get away. Naturally, he would be fine. This way, not only would his clan be safe, but he would also be able to get rid of the heir of the Bai clan. When the Bai clan was destroyed in the future, it would be the time for his Lin clan to rise to power. When he thought about the arrival of that day, Lin Zheong felt a little excited. Heir, let's take action now and take down Xiaoyan. With a cold cry from his mouth, Lin Zheong's body shook. The doqi in his body immediately gathered on his arms. His pair of eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan on the opposite side. The corner of his mouth slowly lifted into an extremely cold smile. At the same time, Bai Zhan, who was beside him, also grinned. He lifted his gaze and stared at Xiaoyan. The smile on his face gradually widened. Seeing this, the latter could not help but frown slightly. The doqi in the cyclone in his body quietly turned to the left. At the same time, the Northern King in the storage ring was also secretly preparing. However, in the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Lin Zheong, who was beside Bai Zhan, had already been beheaded. This sudden turn of events caused Xiaoyan, who was on the opposite side, to be involuntarily stunned. He did not expect that the two people in front of him, who were about to attack him, would suddenly turn into such a state. Of course, the person who was the most sullen at this moment was likely Lin Zheong. Even until his death, he did not understand why Bai Zhan, who was beside him, would attack him. The trash in his eyes, who he thought was a fool, had killed him at the most critical moment while he was unprepared. Who would continue to think that he was a fool after using such tactics? After all, anyone with a discerning eye would be able to hear that Lin Zheong did not have any good intentions when he said those words. Bai Zhan appeared to have fallen into his trap. However, only at the last moment did Lin Zheong truly understand that Bai Zhan was not a fool. Instead, he was too naive. From the beginning until the end, Bai Zhan had treated the other party like a fool. The other party had also treated him in the same manner. It was just that Bai Zhan was unable to see through it. Bang! Following a muffled sound, Lin Zheong's corpse fell to the ground like a pile of mud. Fresh blood continued to splatter. After twitching a couple of times, it stopped moving. Bai Zhan narrowed his eyes when he saw this. A sharp glint shot out from his eyes. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. At the same time, he raised his hand and aimed his palm at Lin Zheong's corpse. Soon after, a wild suction force surged out from Bai Zhan's palm. Lin Zheong's body was immediately lifted into the air by the suction force. Bai Zhan's hand suddenly withdrew. Following a miserable cry, Lin Zheong's corpse once again smashed heavily onto the ground. At the same time, an illusionary body appeared in Bai Zhan's hand. From the looks of it, it was Lin Zheong. In the Yuanwu continent, as long as one's strength reached the Do D class, one's spiritual essence would not scatter even if one did not have a physical body. Hence, the current Lin Zheong's spiritual essence within his body was completely undamaged. You are not a bandit. Only at this moment did Lin Zheong, whose body had already turned illusionary, truly realize that the strength of the Bai Zhan in front of him was not that of a 9-star bandit. The other party's strength was even stronger than Lin Zheong at his peak. You are correct. However, it is too late. Bai Zhan coldly laughed as he mocked. Why, are you helping him? Don't you also want me to die? As long as I die, and with your interference, my father will definitely blame all of this on Xiaoyan. When my Bai clan and Xiaoyan fight to the death, your Lin clan will be able to replace my Bai clan's position. Bai Zhan sneered. He had already roughly grasped the latter's thoughts. However, it was a pity that such thoughts were just wishful thinking in his opinion. Hearing Bai Zhan's words, Lin Zheong couldn't help but reveal a deep fear in his eyes. He didn't expect the young Bai Zhan to have such a meticulous mind. What the Bai clan could think of, he had thought of it without a single mistake. Boom! Immediately after, without waiting for Lin Zheong to struggle, Bai Zhan's hand, which was pinching Lin Zheong's neck, suddenly exerted force and crushed Lin Zheong's neck. This time, Lin Zheong's life could be considered to have come to an end. After doing all this, Baijian finally raised his head and looked at Xiaoyan on the opposite side. He smiled and said, "Mr. Xiaoyan is truly a capable person. A month ago, you were still a middle-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. In the blink of an eye, you've already reached late-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. This sort of frightening cultivation speed is truly stupefying. Haha, I merely borrowed the miraculous effect of the jadebone fruit. It can't be considered much." Xiaoyan lightly smiled. He was not exaggerating. Hearing that, a radiance flashed through Baijian's eyes. He thought to himself, sure enough, Lin Zheong is dead. I believe that the Lin clan will soon discover that Lin Zheong is dead. At that time, they will inevitably send people over. Mr. Xiaoyan, do you still plan to continue to stay here? Baijian looked to Xiaoyan with a smile that was not a smile. Hearing those words, the latter frowned slightly. Soon after, the corners of his mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "Brother Bai's scheming is much better than this fellow's. Once I leave, the crime of killing Lin Zheong will be placed on my head. That way, the Hui clan will turn their attention to you and your Bai clan will have less pressure." Baijian frowned slightly. He did have such a plan. On one hand, he wanted to find an excuse for himself. On the other hand, he hoped that he would be able to use this opportunity to gather the Hui clan's attention on Xiaoyan. To his Bai clan, this would be extremely beneficial. However, looking at Xiaoyan's current appearance, it seemed that, forget it. Seeing that you helped me get rid of him, I can help you take the blame. However, I want something from you. Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. Seeing the smile that was lifted from the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth, Baijian's heart involuntarily tightened. Why did this smile give him a strange feeling? However, in the end, Baijian violently clenched his teeth and asked in a solemn voice. May I know what Mr. Xiaoyan wants? That 5-star Do D-class monster core. Baijian's words had just sounded when Xiaoyan immediately spoke. At the same time, the latter's expression instantly changed. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched wildly. This action of Xiaoyan really had the feeling of snatching food from a tiger's mouth. That monster core was something that both father and son valued greatly. Although they knew in their hearts that the result of refining it would be greatly reduced, they were unwilling to give it up. At this moment, Xiaoyan had actually unceremoniously opened his mouth to ask for this thing. Even with Baijian's character, he could not help but have the impulse to curse at this moment. Baijian was quiet for a long while before he finally calmed himself down. A thought flew in his heart, but he was unable to think of a complete reason to reply to Xiaoyan. That, the monster core is in my father's hands. Perhaps I can accompany you here and wait for the arrival of the Lin clan. I think that the Hui clan will also send someone here not long later. Before Baijian could finish speaking, Xiaoyan interrupted him. Xiaoyan smiled as he looked at Baijian. His indifferent manner caused Baijian's heart to itch with anger. He wished that he could charge forward and bite Xiaoyan a couple of times. However, in the end, Baijian could only helplessly compromise. After all, that monster core might be a treasure, but compared to it, the future of the clan was more important. Hence, after Baijian quietly weighed the pros and cons in his heart, he finally threw a jade box that contained the monster core to Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan did not inspect it. Instead, he threw it into his storage ring. The other party currently had a weakness that he could use against him. Naturally, Baijian would not dare to give him a fake one. Otherwise, Baijian should have expected that kind of result. Thanks. We will meet again. Xiaoyan grinned and revealed a smile that was as bright as the sun. However, this smile caused Baijian to bitterly laugh when he saw it. Xiaoyan turned around and called out to Ah Bao, who was carefully observing from afar. When Ah Bao heard Xiaoyan's words, he immediately ran over and obediently followed behind Xiaoyan. The two of them swiftly flew towards the southern horizon. Baijian looked at the direction where the two of them had gradually disappeared from where he stood. His face finally revealed a helpless expression. He looked at Lin Zheong, who had already died beside him, and cursed softly. Immediately, he waved his sleeves and a cluster of turbulent flames immediately flew out, turning Lin Zheong's corpse and head into ashes in an instant. After leaving the territory of the Bai clan, Xiaoyan conveniently brought Ah Bao with him. Although this 9-star half-martial emperor was currently very weak, as long as he was given sufficient time or the opportunity, it would be extremely easy for him to step into the Do D class. Next, Xiaoyan's target was to head to the south of the Shilin region, the Shilin mountain range. Currently, the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the medicinal pill had been gathered. It was time for Xiaoyan to refine the Bodhisattva returning pill. Once he successfully refined the Bodhisattva returning pill and obtained the icy spirit cold liquid, there would be hope. For the ice spirit pill. Once the ice spirit pill was refined, it would be time for Xiaoyan to swallow the heavenly flame. Now, the day of swallowing the heavenly flame was approaching. However, Xiaoyan also felt a sense of loss in his heart at the same time. Unlike an ordinary person who borrowed the strength of a heavenly flame, once he swallowed Guyu's actual body, Guyu's consciousness would disappear. At that time, Guyu, who had accompanied Xiaoyan, would completely disappear from this world. This thought caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel an endless loneliness. Of course, Xiaoyan also understood in his heart that this was Guyu's mission. Guyu's existence was to wait for Xiaoyan's arrival. According to Guyu's words, he was already tired of living like this. Haha, little fellow, there is no need to mind. It is inevitable that you will swallow the bone-chilling flame. The old me has been trapped in this world for too long. If you can successfully swallow the bone-chilling flame, it will be a kind of release for me. Guyu sensed the change in Xiaoyan's mental state along the way. He immediately made a guess in his heart. Xiaoyan quietly nodded in his heart after hearing Guyu's words. The disappointed expression on his face was also withdrawn. He led Ah Bao behind him and swiftly flew in the direction of the Shilin mountain range. In the blink of an eye, 1 month had passed. Currently, there was still more than a year left before the 2-year agreement between Xiaoyan and Leng Bingshuang. However, Xiaoyan had already found the medicinal ingredients to refine the Bodhisattva pill and returned here once again. Xiaoyan stood high in the sky. His gaze looked at the vast mountain range in front of him, which he could not see the end of. His heart finally sighed in relief. Arriving at this place gave him the feeling that he had found his family. Compared to the complicated emotions of a human, everything in this place appeared much more straightforward. The so-called good and evil were easily displayed in this place. At the very least, Xiaoyan did not need to scheme against the magical beasts in this mountain range. At this moment, even Ah Bao, who was standing behind Xiaoyan, also swept his gaze over the mountain range in front of him. A shock immediately surged into his eyes. Compared to the mountain range he was in, this place was simply boundless. Comparing the two, it actually felt like a small child in the presence of a great one. Perhaps, this Shilin mountain range would be tens or hundreds of times the size of his mountain range. Is this the Shilin mountain range? It is really huge. Ah Bao's face was stunned as he opened his mouth. Originally, he wanted to say something impressive. However, in the end, he realized that he did not know how to describe the mountain range in front of him. Alright, let's go. We have yet to reach our destination. Xiaoyan smiled. His body moved and took the lead to fly into the depths of the mountain range. Ah Bao followed closely behind. Sir, Ah Bao has a question that I have always wanted to ask you. May I know? Just ask. Ah Bao involuntarily frowned during the journey and asked Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan faintly replied. He listened to Ah Bao's words as he swiftly rushed forward. That is, sir, may I ask if you are really a human? Ah Bao's Adam's apple moved slightly as he spoke, indicating the nervousness in his heart. Ever since Xiaoyan had recovered from his injuries, Ah Bao had always faintly sensed a faint pressure from Xiaoyan's body. This kind of pressure came from the bloodline pressure between magical beasts. Only magical beasts could sense each other. When he had first met Xiaoyan back then, Ah Bao had not sensed it due to Xiaoyan's weak aura. However, after Xiaoyan had recovered from his injuries, that strange pressure had been emitted from Xiaoyan's body. The closer he was, the clearer he could sense it. It was because of this that he had such a question. No. Hearing Ah Bao's words, Xiaoyan secretly smiled. He naturally knew the reason, but there was no need to reveal it to Ah Bao. Ah Bao felt somewhat helpless in the face of Xiaoyan's vague answer. He scratched his head and followed closely behind Xiaoyan. However, he carefully maintained a distance. Not long after, Xiaoyan brought Ah Bao to the depths of the Shilin mountain range. The Sky Eagle trio were nowhere to be seen, but Xiaoyan knew where they were. Xiaoyan smiled. A thought passed through his mind and the soul bead between his brows trembled slightly. Soon after, a majestic spiritual strength swiftly spread towards the mountain range below. After a few breaths of time, 3 figures sitting cross-legged in the depths of the earth suddenly opened their eyes. They raised their heads, and a fierce look appeared in their eyes. Who dares to spy here? Haha, there is no need to be nervous. It is me. Just as the expressions of the 3 changed, a somewhat illusory human figure slowly condensed in the empty space in front of him. These 3 were the 3 beast kings of the Shilin mountain range, Sky Eagle, Flame Lion and Xionggang. Xiaoyan. It's Xiaoyan. Brother Xiaoyan, you're back. The 3 of them cried out in surprise at the same time. The stern expression on their faces instantly turned into ecstasy. It seemed that there was nothing happier than seeing the person in front of them. Haha, 3 brothers, it's best if you come out and meet me. All right. The 3 of them exchanged glances with each other when they heard Xiaoyan's words. They immediately nodded their heads in agreement. First, they sealed the underground space where the 3 of them were located. After which, their bodies moved and they left this place. A few minutes later, in the sky outside, 5 figures stood impressively. When the Sky Eagle trio saw Xiaoyan again, it was as if they were brothers reuniting. The 3 of them stepped forward and gave Xiaoyan a big bear hug. Only then did the 3 of them notice Bao, who was behind Xiaoyan. This is, Sky Eagle frowned. The bloodline connection let him know at first glance that this guy was the same as them. They were all magical beasts. Moreover, he was also a 9-star half-emperor. Xiaoyan casually recounted what had happened in the Bai family's territory. Although it was an understatement, it still caused the expressions of the 3 in front of him to change. However, seeing that Xiaoyan had returned unharmed, they were able to relax. Right, brother Xiaoyan, you came back this time for, after coming back to his senses, Bai first looked at Bao, who was behind Xiaoyan, then turned his gaze to Xiaoyan and asked in a puzzled voice. Haha, of course I'm back to fulfill the agreement. Shilin mountain range, within Tianying's cave. Xiaoyan and Tianying were seated within the large hall. As for Yanshi and Xionggang, they thought that Bao was looking for a cave and had sent him away. Brother Xiaoyan, what you said earlier means, you have already finished refining the Bodhisattva returning pill. Tianying's face carried a trace of surprise. Ever since Xiaoyan had revealed his spiritual strength earlier, he had already sensed that the current Xiaoyan was no longer the same as before. He was no longer a rank 2 alchemist. In less than a year, the person in front of him had actually become a rank 3 alchemist that even an elite Dodi would treat with respect. The Bodhisattva returning pill was a rank 3 medicinal pill. Tianying's heart immediately thought of the Bodhisattva returning pill when he heard that Xiaoyan had returned to deliver the promise. No, I have only just found the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the medicinal pill. I have yet to begin refining it. Xiaoyan smiled bitterly and shook his head when he heard Tianying's words. Although he had already become a rank 3 alchemist in the eyes of others, who would know that this rank 3 alchemist in name had yet to personally refine a true rank 3 medicinal pill. Tianying nodded his head when he saw this and said, it's fine. Since the medicinal ingredients have already been found, refining the medicinal pill is merely a matter of time. You have also had a tough journey. You should rest at my place for a couple of days. I can see that your aura is a little weak. You have only broken through to the advanced 6-star half-martial emperor level not long ago, right? Tianying first nodded his head. Soon after, he discovered another abnormality on Xiaoyan's body. He was surprised in his heart. He did not expect that Xiaoyan had actually broken through to the advanced 6-star half-martial emperor level so quickly. This kind of training speed was something that the 3 brothers could only hope to catch up with. Haha, it is merely borrowing external strength. It is nothing much. Xiaoyan smiled awkwardly when he heard this. He did not deny it. You're really a monster. Tianying's brows twitched. He involuntarily shook his head and smiled bitterly. Immediately, he randomly gave Xiaoyan some instructions before turning around and leaving this place. He left the remaining strength and space to Xiaoyan. All of a sudden, Xiaoyan was the only one left in the huge cave abode. Xiaoyan pondered for a moment. There was still a year before the agreement with Lung Bingshuang. During this period of time, it was completely enough for him to refine the Bodhi returning pill. His body lazily leaned against the back of the chair. Soon after, Xiaoyan's spirit was roused. He seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly stood up from the chair. Both of his hands were swiftly lifted from under his sleeves, revealing two fair palms. With a flick of his hand, a circle of pitch-black ancient scrolls appeared in Xiaoyan's left hand, while a palm-sized jade bottle appeared in his right hand. The pitch-black scroll was naturally the incomplete sage-grade cultivation method that had been auctioned off at the auction. As for the jade bottle, it naturally contained Xiaoxian's remnant soul. After Xiaoyan took out these two items, the empty space beside him became slightly distorted. Soon after, Guyu's body appeared. His eyes were firmly fixed on the black scroll in Xiaoyan's left hand from the very beginning. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw Guyu appear by the side. He had originally intended to ask Guyu for advice. Unexpectedly, Guyu had appeared on his own. "Old Gu, do you know what's different about this cultivation method?" Xiaoyan softly inquired as he opened the scroll in his left hand. Immediately, a fragment of an ancient qi method was exposed in the air. At this moment, the jade bottle in Xiaoyan's right hand trembled slightly. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between the two that could not be seen with the naked eye. "I can't be wrong. This must be the origin skill." Guyu's eyes stared intently at the small fragment of the qi method in front of him. Both of his eyes involuntarily revealed a deep surprise. "This is unexpected. I really did not expect that this thing, which had disappeared from the continent for so many years, would actually appear here. Moreover, it has appeared together with him. This is really fate." Guyu smacked his lips. A gloating smile appeared on his old face. Just how many people had once gone crazy over the origin skill? Because of this thing, a countless number of people had died. However, from the looks of it now, no one recognized it even though it was placed in front of them. This allowed Xiaoyan to take advantage of it. Origin skill, huh? A sage-grade qi method. I wonder just how powerful it is. Xiaoyan revealed a curious expression when he heard Guyu's words. He looked at the qi method fragment in his left hand. A qi method that could cause Guyu to exclaim was definitely extraordinary. Haha, this origin skill is not only powerful. It is not an exaggeration to call it heaven-defying. Guyu smiled. He did not hide the praise in his words. Xiaoyan lifted his eyebrows. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. Just how heaven-defying was this origin skill? To think that Guyu would repeatedly praise it. Origin skill. Based on what I know, anyone who practices this qi method will definitely be able to reach the origin venerate level. Guyu mused for a moment. After which, he spoke to Xiaoyan in a solemn tone. Origin venerate. A shocked expression immediately appeared on Xiaoyan's face when Guyu's words sounded. Origin venerate was a true top expert in the Yuanwu continent. An expert who stood at the top of the pyramid. Just what kind of qi method was this? It actually guaranteed that the practitioner would definitely be able to reach the origin venerate level. It was likely that even some cultivation geniuses, who boasted of their frightening talent, would not dare to make such a claim. But why would it cause ancestor Xiaoxian to react in such an unusual manner? Soon after, Xiaoyan recovered. The reason why he had taken out these two things was merely to find out why Xiaoxian's soul fragment had reacted in such an unusual manner. He was not concerned about just how frightening this qi method was. This is because your ancestor practices the origin skill. The qi method that he practices is of the same origin as this remnant scroll. This is why a mysterious connection is formed between them. What? Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically after Guyu's words sounded. From Guyu's words, it seemed that the qi method that Xiaoxian practiced was this origin skill. Don't be so anxious. If he had really practiced the complete version of the origin skill, how could his strength be stuck at the 9th star of the Doshan class? The reason why he was unable to break through to the Ban D class was because his qi method was incomplete. Incomplete? The excited expression on Xiaoyan's face was slowly withdrawn. The excitement in his heart also gradually returned to calmness. However, the doubt in his heart grew. Could it be that the origin skill that ancestor Xianxia practiced was merely an incomplete scroll? There is no need to think too much about it. The origin skill that your ancestor practiced is indeed complete. However, the one that he practiced only allowed his strength to reach the 9-star Doshin class. One's strength can only reach the 9th star of the Doshin class? Why is that so? Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed after hearing Guyu's words. He was surprised in his heart. Had Guyu not said that this origin skill would allow one's strength to reach the great origin venerate level? Why had it become a 9th star Doshin in the blink of an eye? Brat, why are you so anxious? I have yet to finish speaking. Guyu softly teased. After which, his old face became serious as he continued. I have just said that the origin skill can allow one's strength to reach the great origin venerate level. This is indeed the truth. However, I have also said that the origin skill that your ancestor practiced would at the very most allow his strength to reach the 9th star of the Doshin class. Huh? Xiaoyan was startled. Could it be that the origin skill was divided into different levels? This thought had just appeared in Xiaoyan's heart when Guyu by the side quickly opened his mouth. Based on what I know, the origin skill is divided into 3 volumes, that is really the case. Xiaoyan was startled. The muscles on the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It was unexpected that there was such a ridiculous chi method. The first volume of the origin skill can raise one's strength to the Doshin class. There will be no bottleneck before one reaches the 9th star of the Doshin class. What? Xiaoyan's heart was greatly startled after these words were uttered. A chi method that could eliminate bottlenecks. Just this point alone made this origin skill worthy of being called frightening. As everyone knew, the so-called path of cultivation was bitter and arduous. Cultivation was not easy. Who knew how many people with great ambitions had their strength stagnated because of some bottlenecks on the path of cultivation? Originally, they had great cultivation aptitude, but because they were unable to break through their own cultivation bottlenecks, their cultivation ended. In the end, the cultivation geniuses could only fade into the crowd. There would never be a lack of people on this continent who had turned from a genius to a good-for-nothing. For example, Xiaoyan back then, or Baijian, who had once competed with him. Of course, the latter was naturally pretending. But even so, he still couldn't escape the eyes of ordinary people. The bottleneck of cultivation could be said to be a fence that blocked the path of countless experts. If one could break through it, their future would be smooth. If not, they would be imprisoned on the other side of the fence forever, and could only be reduced to the background of others for the rest of their lives. But now, the returnance technique could actually allow cultivators to avoid all kinds of bottlenecks on the path of cultivation. Didn't this mean that as long as one cultivated the returnance technique, no matter how poor one's cultivation talent was, they could use it to become a powerhouse overnight? Who didn't wish to transform into a dragon? Who didn't wish to become a peerless expert whose name would shake the world and be revered by the world? It was also because of this that so many experts on the mainland had gone crazy over the returnance technique. Don't be happy too early. This is indeed the reason why people have gone crazy over the returnance technique. However, how can it be so easy to become a powerhouse? Even the returnance technique cannot allow one to reach a bottleneck. Guyu poured a bucket of cold water over Xiaoyan's head while he was feeling shocked by the returnance technique. He immediately pulled Xiaoyan out of his imagination. I have already said that the returnance technique is divided into 3 volumes. Each volume has its own advantages. However, if one wishes to use the returnance technique to raise one's cultivation to the origin venerate, one needs to use the 3 volumes to complement each other. The first volume can help a cultivator reach the 9th star of the Doshin realm, just like your ancestor. However, the 9th star of the Doshin realm is the limit of the first volume. One needs to cultivate the second volume if they want to break through this barrier. Similarly, the second volume can only raise a cultivator's strength to the returnance realm. If they want to break through, they need to cultivate the third volume. The connection between each volume is the 2 realms of Half-Emperor, Origin King, and the Origin Saint realm after the Origin Venerate. After cultivating the returnance technique, the amount of time and difficulty required to break through these 3 realms will be several times that of an ordinary person. However, even if this is the case, it cannot hide the fact that the returnance technique is powerful. This old man once heard that 1,000 years ago, someone had coincidentally obtained the complete set of this secret art. In a short 100 years, that person had actually leapt to become a peerless expert whose name shook the entire continent. That person's strength was something that few people could compare to even in that era. From this, one can imagine just how frightening this returnance art is. Even with Guyu's mental fortitude, he could not help but reveal a shocked expression when he reached the end of his speech. It was easy to imagine that someone had become a peerless expert who could shock the continent in just 100 years. How could this not cause one's expression to change? 100 years might seem like a very long time, but it was merely the blink of an eye in the eyes of a cultivator. Just think of the sect leaders of the 4 great sects of the western region. Every single one of them had cultivated for hundreds of years to reach their current accomplishments. On the other hand, it seemed like they had been sleeping their entire lives when compared to that person. Hiss hiss, Xiaoyan's throat rolled slightly. Since Guyu had already revealed such an appearance, he was naturally not in a much better state. It was a long while later before Xiaoyan gradually withdrew his mind. His eyes once again returned to the scroll in his hand. Immediately, Xiaoyan felt that this remnant scroll had become much heavier. If it was really as Gugu had said, this remnant scroll in his hand was related to the problem of Xiaoxian's strength after he was revived. Xiaoyan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing Xiaoxian no matter what. Old Gu, can you tell which part of the returnance technique this remnant scroll belongs to? Xiaoyan lifted his eyes, turned to Guyu by the side, and asked curiously. Although there were quite a number of words on this scroll fragment, Xiaoyan was unable to understand any of these ancient and strange things. How would he be able to identify which scroll it was? This? I don't understand either. I can only see if you have the opportunity to find the other remnant scrolls. I can't tell anything from this small piece. If it were not for the abnormality of this jade bottle in the auction house, I would not have thought that this was the returnance technique. Guyu helplessly shrugged his shoulders when he heard Xiaoyan's words. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel vexed. Helpless, he could only temporarily keep it safe. As for the remaining remnant scroll that Guyu had mentioned, Xiaoyan would naturally try his luck. After all, it was related to his ancestor, Xiaoxian. After recovering, Xiaoyan's gaze once again looked at the jade bottle in his right hand. A smile surfaced on his face. Ancestor, please wait a little longer. As long as I gather enough spiritual origin, I will help you repair your soul as soon as possible. After which, Xiaoyan flipped his hand. At the same time, he stood up and walked out of the cave. However, the moment Xiaoyan kept the jade bottle in his storage ring, an extremely weak light lit up within the jade bottle. Even Xiaoyan did not notice it. /6. 3 days later, a black-robed figure stood at the peak of the Shilin mountain range. Xiaoyan stood with his hands behind his back as he faced the blowing cold wind. He allowed the cold wind to blow at his black robes as his pitch-black eyes looked towards the southern horizon. At the end of his sight was a vast white world. One could faintly see the silhouette of some tall mountains. Behind the tall mountains was the hinterland of Shilin. Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly as he felt the incoming cold wind. Has the cold wind already invaded this place? Xiaoyan was naturally referring to the cold wind in the hinterland of Shilin. Even though the eastern wall had been sealed, the cold current had crossed over the tall mountains and spread towards the Shilin mountain range. Quite a large area of the forest had already been covered by ice and snow. That's right. The cold wind there is growing stronger and stronger. Moreover, that lord's injuries have yet to recover. After so many years, no one knows what will happen to this place if this drags on. Tianying's figure slowly appeared in the empty space to the side. His eyes were similarly looking towards the southern horizon. His eyes could not help but reveal a worried expression. They were born and grew up here. They were destined to stay and protect the Shilin mountain range. However, they ultimately did not wish to see this mountain range destroyed. Regardless of whether it was invaded by humans or drowned by the cold wind, the blow to the Shilin mountain range would be devastating. Is there no way to deal with this cold wind? Xiaoyan's brows were almost tightly knitted together. The cold current had spread from underground. Blindly sealing it was ultimately not a long-term solution. Once the cold current once again charged out of the ground, the Shilin mountain range would definitely become a living hell. It was simply impossible for an ordinary half-martial emperor to survive the cold current. Besides Leng Bingshuang, the strongest people in the Shilin mountain range were Tianning and the other two. Even the three of them were not confident in dealing with the cold current, let alone the others. Before Her Excellency was injured, she had been using her strength to forcefully suppress the cold currents, which prevented them from spreading throughout the entire mountain range. However, after Her Excellency was injured, her ability to suppress the cold currents became weaker and weaker. A few years ago, Her Excellency could no longer suppress the cold currents and could only allow them to spread. Fortunately, there was the mountain wall to block them. However, after what happened last time, the mountain wall clearly could not block them for much longer. It was also because of this that Her Excellency was in such an urgent need for the Bodhi returning pill. Tianning shook his head with a heavy expression. His words allowed Xiaoyan to understand why Leng Bingshuang was so concerned about the Bodhi returning pill. As the master of the Shilin mountain range, she needed to protect everything here. Xiaoyan took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Then, he turned his head and said to Sky Eagle, "Old brother Sky Eagle, I will have to trouble you to help me clear the nearby mountain range." Sky Eagle's expression was involuntarily stunned when he heard this. He asked in confusion, "Old brother Xiaoyan, I think that it is time to refine the Bodhi returning pill." Xiaoyan pursed his mouth and smiled. He did not say anything else as he sat cross-legged on the mountain top. He waved his large hand and a light flashed. Soon after, a green-gold enormous medicinal cauldron landed in front of Xiaoyan like a small mountain. It was only at this moment that Tianning by the side finally recovered. Joy immediately surged onto his face as he nodded heavily. His body flashed and disappeared from the sky above the mountain top. Not long later, all the magical beasts within the territory of Tianning and the other two brothers deep within the Shilin mountain range appeared to have received an order as they swiftly withdrew from the periphery of the Shilin mountain range. Within a short moment, only Xiaoyan, the three Tianning brothers, and Ah Bao remained in this mountain range. On a mountain peak, the three Sky Eagles and Ah Bao stood there. The four of them raised their eyes and stared at the mountain peak where Xiaoyan was. The expressions in each of their eyes were different. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. His eyes slowly closed and his breathing gradually became even. He tossed all the thoughts in his mind to the back of his mind as his heart gradually calmed down. A moment later, Xiaoyan's body stopped moving. He allowed the medicinal cauldron in front of him to land heavily on the mountain peak. The area within 1,000 feet of Xiaoyan's body seemed to have formed a special area. It was as though there was an invisible wall. Each time the cold wind invaded this area, it would automatically scatter to the sides. Xiaoyan's body did not move even a little. His entire person was like an old monk who had entered a meditative state. All the distracting thoughts in his heart were abandoned by Xiaoyan. His mind was completely blank. His entire person had entered an ethereal state. He could not hear any sound in the world, nor could he sense any movement. In this manner, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged for a total of 4 hours. It was not until 4 hours later at a certain moment that Xiaoyan, who was on the mountain peak, finally slowly exhaled. His dark, deep eyes slowly opened. They were calm, much like a deep pool of water that one could not see through and could not see through. The thoughts in Xiaoyan's mind rotated. The medicinal properties of the various medicinal ingredients and the medicinal formula of the Bodhisattva returning pill clearly appeared in Xiaoyan's mind as though he was flipping through a book. Every step and detail was repeatedly formed in Xiaoyan's mind. A completed Bodhisattva returning pill seemed to have appeared in Xiaoyan's mind. He sat there for another 2 hours. The setting sun was like a remnant of blood. In the distance, one could see a red sun that looked like a huge fireball. The scarlet clouds emitted a blazing light under the scarlet sun. It looked like a large flame burning in the sky. It looked like it was boiling, but also like it was about to be extinguished. PFFF, the mountain peak in the distance was like a giant beast that ate the sky. It swallowed a small part of the red sun. The setting sun was like blood, and it was even more gorgeous. At the same time, on the mountain peak, Xiaoyan had been sitting in front of the medicinal cauldron for a day. Billowing flames burned fiercely with a puff. The gorgeous flames emitted a radiance as bright as the sun. The terrifying high temperature was isolated by the medicinal cauldron, and the entire mountain range became bright in an instant. Even the red sun in the sky couldn't compare to this radiance. The moment the flames rose, on the other side, on the mountain peak in the distance, the four people sitting with their eyes closed suddenly opened their eyes. Their eyes brightened, and their hearts relaxed. This guy, he's finally going to start refining pills. The flame lion parted his mouth and smiled. Half of the large stone suspended in his heart had finally fallen. He had waited for an entire day for this scene. It was unexpected that Xiaoyan would only unleash his flame at this moment. /54. The moon rose above the treetops. Unknowingly, night had already descended. Xiaoyan sat in front of the huge green gold cauldron at the top of the cliff. Hundreds of precious medicinal ingredients floated in the air around him, forming a ring that surrounded Xiaoyan. A fierce flame burned within the medicinal cauldron. Xiaoyan controlled a couple of medicinal ingredients at a steady pace and threw them into the medicinal cauldron. Under the refinement of the heavenly flame, those originally green and bright medicinal ingredients gradually changed color. Of course, this kind of change was extremely minute. An ordinary person would have difficulty sensing it. Only an alchemist could clearly see it in his mind by relying on his enormous spiritual perception. The process of refining medicinal ingredients was long and boring. It tested the alchemist's patience. At the same time, it also tested the alchemist's understanding of medicinal ingredients. The degree of refinement of each medicinal ingredient determined the final result of the refinement. This was directly related to the final result of the refinement of the pill. The quality of the finished product not only needed to consider the fusion of the medicinal ingredients at the later stage, but also the refinement at the earlier stage. It played a crucial role. The purity of the medicinal herbs was related to the quality of the medicinal pill itself, and the degree of purification was related to the number of finished medicinal pills. The more medicinal herbs were refined, the more pills would be refined. Otherwise, there would be nothing left. In the blink of an eye, half a month had already passed. It was said that there was no time in cultivation. However, refining medicine was not much different. In the end, it required a large amount of time to complete. As the saying goes, where there are gains, there are losses. From a certain point of view, refining medicine was a combination of gains and losses. This was even more so for cultivation. The roaring flames burned without any change within the green gold cauldron. Xiaoyan's eyes were tightly shut. Half a month did not cause Xiaoyan to feel the slightest bit of fatigue. On the contrary, he felt that his temperament had become even more stable under the repeated refinement. Tianing and the other two would occasionally watch from afar with awe. Under the might of the three people, not a single magical beast dared to take half a step into this place. The high-ranked magical beasts that originally resided in the depths of the Xiling mountain range had also helplessly retreated to the outskirts of the Xiling mountain range. This matter caused the various magical beasts in the Xiling mountain range to change their expressions. The humans outside the mountain range were also extremely puzzled by this. Damn it! What exactly happened in the Xiling mountain range? Why have all these high-ranked magical beasts come here? 8-star half-emperor level magical beasts. Such powerful fellows should normally be cultivating in the depths of the mountain range. Why have they appeared here? In the outskirts of the Xiling mountain range. Of they even more. Of them even more, and, in the Xiling mountain range. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Time swiftly flowed by without Xiaoyan realizing it. The medicinal ingredients in the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan had basically been refined into various states. They were either powders, viscous liquids, or some different colored liquids and plasters. There were over 100 types in total. On the peak of the mountain, Xiaoyan's seated figure did not move at all. He was like a statue. In the cauldron in front of him, several hundred types of medicinal ingredients that had already been refined were slowly fusing together under the control of the heavenly fire. When medicinal properties clashed, there would be medicinal ingredients that would neutralize them. When medicinal properties were compatible, there would be medicinal ingredients with violent medicinal properties that would fuse together. The process of fusing medicinal ingredients was slow and long. This step alone took Xiaoyan an entire week's time. Within the hot medicinal cauldron that was filled with a heavenly flame, clusters of thumb-sized medicinal ingredient essences were wrapped by the heavenly flame as they rotated. Following the pouring in of Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, these medicinal ingredients began to approach at an extremely slow speed. An unyielding energy ripple erupted from within the medicinal cauldron the moment they made contact, scattering some of the surrounding flames. The two clusters of medicinal liquid were just like two wild and violent magical beasts. Neither of them was willing to show weakness. Allowing them to fuse together was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. With regards to this, even with Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, he could not help but feel a little troubled in his heart. It was indeed worthy of being a medicinal ingredient used to refine a Tier 3 medicinal pill. This kind of powerful energy fluctuation was not something that those Tier 2 medicinal pills could compare with. Fortunately, even though this process caused Xiaoyan to spend quite a lot of effort, the two clusters of medicinal liquid still slowly fused together under Xiaoyan's powerful spiritual strength. However, this was merely the beginning. After this, there were still quite a number of medicinal liquid that had yet to be fused. By the time Xiaoyan had completely fused these medicinal ingredients, another half a month had already passed. However, just as everything gradually appeared to be on the right track, the medicinal ingredients within the medicinal cauldron that were about to formally enter the pill merging process suddenly emitted a puff sound and turned into a pile of ashes in an extremely abrupt manner. The sudden appearance of this scene caused everything that Xiaoyan had done earlier to instantly turn into bubbles. His entire person was absent-minded for a moment. Fortunately, not long after, Xiaoyan recovered from it. Failing to refine a medicinal pill was simply a common occurrence for alchemists. It was just a failure. At the very most, they could just start all over again. The only thing that could be feared was that after failing once, they would not have the courage to face it again. This was truly pitiful. The first failure did not leave any complicated feelings in Xiaoyan's heart. Instead, it caused Xiaoyan to be even faster in his second refining process. Everything became smooth like flowing water. Even when it came to the crucial steps of refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill, Xiaoyan did not hesitate at all. Just like this, after more than 2 months, the second batch of medicinal ingredients in Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron officially entered the pill fusing process. This process was to separate and fuse the various medicinal ingredients that had been previously refined. After this process, it would be the final step of fusing the pills. As long as this step was passed, it would be the process of condensing the pills and nurturing the pills. This step was the most crucial and important moment in the entire refining process. It could be said that the success or failure of this step was directly related to the medicinal pill itself. If it succeeded, there was hope for the medicinal pill and how valuable it would be. If it failed, it would turn into a pile of black ashes and become worthless. At this moment, some cold sweat finally flowed down Xiaoyan's forehead. 54. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed since Xiaoyan had begun refining the Bodhisattva return pill. During these 5 months, he had failed to refine the Bodhisattva return pill once. After taking out the second set of medicinal ingredients, Xiaoyan was only left with 1 set of medicinal ingredients out of the 3 sets that he needed to refine the Bodhisattva return pill. In other words, Xiaoyan only had 1 chance of failing when refining the Bodhisattva return pill. With the first failure, Xiaoyan was even more cautious this time around. The various small errors that had occurred during the previous refinement were all eliminated by Xiaoyan this time around. Although some small unforeseen events had occurred during this period of time, it was fortunate that they did not have any impact on the actual pill fusion process. On the top of the cliff, Xiaoyan's statue-like body trembled slightly. His eyes, which had been tightly shut for many months, finally opened once again. His mouth exhaled a long breath. The huge rock that had been suspended high in Xiaoyan's heart had finally been lifted a little. The long and difficult pill fusion process was finally completed after bitterly persevering for over a month. Fortunately, Xiaoyan did not encounter any accidents this time around. Perhaps it was because his spiritual strength was stronger than an ordinary rank 3 alchemist. However, Xiaoyan was more inclined towards luck. He believed that it was because of his good luck that he was able to safely pass through this stage. In Xiaoyan's words, it was merely a fluke. Although the pill fusion process had been announced to be over, Xiaoyan's face had already turned pale. Even though he had already become a rank 3 alchemist, refining a rank 3 medicinal pill was not so easy. The amount of spiritual strength that was needed to be exhausted in this process was similarly enormous. Based on Xiaoyan's current spiritual strength, his spiritual strength would be completely exhausted after he finished refining the Bodhi. Returning pill. Of course, if he did not experience the previous failure, his condition would naturally be much better. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. After the pill fusion was completed, he could temporarily breathe a sigh of relief. However, it would not be long before he would once again have to concentrate on the next pill formation process. Beautiful flames rose within the enormous green-gold medicinal cauldron. A cluster of fist-sized viscous liquid was leisurely rotating within the flames. From time to time, a surge of energy would be emitted from it, causing the surrounding flames to be pushed back a little. Immediately after, the flames would once again pounce ferociously like hungry wolves. The same scene within the medicinal cauldron repeated over and over again. The battle between the flames and the viscous liquid did not seem to end. Xiaoyan, who was seated on the mountain peak, did not move his body. The flame mantra chi method followed, and strands of natural energy from the surroundings seemed to be attracted to gather toward Xiaoyan. While refining medicine, the consumption of dou qi was similarly not small. In order to refine those special medicinal ingredients as soon as possible, Xiaoyan had no choice but to expend even more dou qi to increase the strength of the heavenly flame. After using it for a long period of time, his body would naturally not be able to endure it. To be able to rely on the strength of a 6-star half-emperor to endure until now was already extremely good. Xiaoyan had not been sitting for 3 days. In the outside world, the original 3 great beast kings of the Shilin mountain range had now been joined by a new Bao. This more or less caused Tianning and the other 2 to feel conflicted emotionally. However, since this person was brought here by Xiaoyan, they naturally could not say much. Although they were usually amiable when they saw him, they had invisibly distanced themselves from him. Being isolated by these 3, Bao felt rather helpless in his heart. He was definitely unable to return to his original home, but there was no place for him to stay in the Shilin mountain range. This caused him to be at a loss as to where he should go. He could only place his hopes on Xiaoyan. The latter was very powerful. Since he was able to bring him here, he naturally had his own intentions. On the other side, Tianning and the other 2 actually did not know how to treat Bao. In terms of friends, it could be said that they did not know each other, let alone acquaintances. Although Bao had some relationship with Xiaoyan, the 3 of them had known Bao much earlier in comparison. They were even friends who had gone through life and death with each other. This Bao was truly too unfamiliar. "Boss, do you think that this fellow will be up to no good? He has been staying on that mountain since 2 months ago and has been watching Xiaoyan day and night. Who knows if anything good will happen to him?" On a mountain peak, Xianxia frowned as he stared at Bao, who was standing on a mountain peak closer to Xiaoyan. Both of his eyes involuntarily revealed a worried expression. To them, Bao was ultimately an outsider. No one knew what he was thinking. Once he had ill intentions towards Xiaoyan, it would still be extremely dangerous even with the 3 of them watching. Let's wait and see first. Don't jump to conclusions. It is fine if nothing happens. However, if something happens, we must not allow him to leave alive. Keep a close eye on him in the future. Be careful that he does not do anything that he should not do. Sky Eagle could not help but frown when he heard this. How could he not understand the meaning behind Yanshir's words? However, this person was after all brought back by Xiaoyan. Since the latter had chosen to believe him, Sky Eagle naturally had no reason to doubt him. Of course, this was only effective under the premise that Xiaoyan was watching. Since Bao was able to obediently follow Xiaoyan back, he should naturally be aware that Xiaoyan's fighting strength was far from what an ordinary person could compare with. What made Sky Eagle suspect was that the reason why Bao was obedient was likely because he was afraid of Xiaoyan's strength. If anything happened to the latter, it would likely be troublesome. Sky Eagle quietly said in his heart. His gaze turned and looked at Xiaoyan, who was currently seated on the mountain peak. He could not help but feel a little worried in his heart. He was not worried about whether the returning Bodhi pill could be successfully refined. Instead, he was worried about whether Xiaoyan would be harmed. This was something that he could not tolerate. It was also something that he would never allow to happen. He turned his head and looked at Xiaoyan's side. He had used 3 days to recover his condition. Even though the effect was not ideal, it was not a problem if he used it to maintain the refinement of the medicinal pill. After passing the stage of fusing the pill, the next step was to condense the pill. The so-called condensing of the pill was to further fuse the irregular medicinal strength, causing the medicinal pill to truly take shape. The medicinal strength within the medicinal pill also had to completely fuse into one. Only then could it truly be called condensing the pill. The final result of condensing the pill would be a perfectly round medicinal pill. The pill fragrance would be released, indicating that the medicinal strength had solidified. It could truly be called a medicinal pill. As for pill nurturing, it was a process where the quality of the medicinal pill underwent a sublimation. This process completely depended on the alchemist's understanding of alchemy. It tested the alchemist's level in various aspects of alchemy. Ultimately, the quality of the medicinal pill also indicated the alchemist's ability. 54. Compared to fusing a pill, the method of condensing a pill appeared to be much simpler. Of course, just because it appeared to be easy did not mean that it was similarly easy to do. The process of condensing a pill tested an alchemist's control over both his spiritual strength and flame. His spiritual strength was used to condense the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill as well as the temperature of the flame. If there was even the slightest difference during this process, it was possible that all the previous efforts would be wasted. With the flow of time, the originally fist-sized mottled viscous liquid within the green-gold medicinal cauldron gradually solidified. Finally, it turned into a longan-sized pill. Waves of surging energy were occasionally emitted from within it. It collided with the inner walls of the medicinal cauldron and emitted waves of a groaning sound. The activity on this side was naturally seen by Tianying's group. The hearts of the 3 of them were also filled with doubt. They were true laymen when it came to alchemy. This little activity was really difficult for them to discern anything. Hence, all of their hearts were both shocked and joyful. Their eyes looked at Xiaoyan, who had been seated on the mountain peak for nearly half a year. A worried expression was revealed between their brows. This fellow has already been seated there for half a year. I wonder if he has successfully refined the medicinal pill. The flame lion frowned as he stared at Xiaoyan, who was seated in front of the medicinal cauldron on the distant mountain peak. His tone was filled with doubt as he spoke. Let's not worry blindly. How can the matters of an alchemist be known by the both of us? He is refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill. Even a Tier 2 medicinal pill requires a couple of months to refine. How can the time needed to refine a Tier 3 medicinal pill be any shorter? Xionggang by the side displayed an appearance as though he had already expected this. However, from the way he knitted his brows, his heart was not as relaxed as his words. Regardless of whether the refinement is successful or not, we cannot easily interfere. We can only wait for him to stop. The matters of an alchemist are indeed not something that we can understand. If he happens to be at a crucial moment and is disturbed by us, we cannot bear this responsibility. Tianing frowned and said in a deep voice. The 2 people by the side nodded their heads with solemn expressions when they heard this. The Bodhi returning pill was a medicinal pill that was refined for Lungbingxuang. Before ensuring that the medicinal pill was refined, they would not dare to randomly intervene. Once something happened, even if Xiaoyan did not find trouble with them, Lungbingxuang would definitely not let them off easily. They were clearly aware of how terrifying that woman was. Also, don't forget about that guy. Keep a close eye on him. Xiaoyan has been refining medicine for almost half a year. I think it won't be long before he finishes. We can't let anything happen to him at this time. Understood. Soon after, Tianying's gaze once again landed on Abao. Currently, other than quietly waiting for Xiaoyan's medicinal pill to be refined, the only other thing that they were worried about was Abao. As the saying goes, time is like flowing water, flowing and never returning. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. The pill-forming process was finally completed. The originally uneven surface of the longan-sized medicinal pill gradually became smooth and sleek under the heavenly flame. The moment the pill-forming process was completed, a rich pill fragrance was emitted from the medicinal cauldron and gradually spread in all directions from the mountain peak. This is the pill fragrance. That's right, this is definitely the pill fragrance. The appearance of the pill fragrance means that the refinement of the medicinal pill is gradually coming to an end. The Bodhi returning pill is about to be completed. On the mountain peak in the distance, Tianying's trio were sensitive enough to smell the faint pill fragrance in the air. Immediately, the three of them were wild with joy in their hearts. Once the Bodhi returning pill was successfully refined, there was hope that the injuries within Lin Bingshuang's body would recover. At that time, the cold flow that spread out from the interior of Shilin would also be interrupted. This was undoubtedly a good thing for the entire Shilin mountain range. Xiaoyan's figure was seated cross-legged on the peak of the mountain. Both of his eyes were tightly shut and his brows were tightly knitted. His pale face and bean-sized beads of perspiration on his forehead all described Xiaoyan's current condition. After nearly half a year of continuous pill refinement, even a rank 3 alchemist should have reached his limit. However, he had finally reached the most important stage of pill formation. Pill formation could be said to be important, but it could also be said to be unimportant. The pill formation stage could be said to be dispensable. Regardless of whether Xiaoyan persevered or not, the Bodhi returning pill was considered to have been completed after the pill formation. Even if it did not undergo pill formation, it could still be used. Of course, even if this was the case, the pill formation process also had its purpose. Pill formation was able to raise the quality of the pill that had already been refined. This step was related to the effect that the pill could unleash. As an alchemist, he naturally had to pursue perfection. Hence, Xiaoyan did not omit that last step. It was also because of this that no matter what, Xiaoyan would control the situation within the medicinal cauldron. Regardless of whether it was in terms of spiritual strength or the temperature of the flame, Xiaoyan would definitely maintain it in an absolutely stable state. This was not only for the icy spirit frozen liquid. At the same time, it was also to prove his ability as a rank 3 alchemist. Xiaoyan also wanted to understand just where his true limit was. Large beads of perspiration had already drenched Xiaoyan's clothes. With the flow of time, Xiaoyan's expression became increasingly pale. The doqi within his body was still wildly being poured into the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Even though there was not much left, Xiaoyan still squeezed every single cell in his body, forcefully extracting energy from within in order to use it for the pill formation of the Bodhi returning pill. At this very moment, the glow on the dark black soul bead in his mind had also gradually dimmed. The originally ink-like dark black color gradually became grayish. Finally, it actually showed some signs of becoming transparent. Fortunately, the pill formation process had already ended. The pill formation process did not require too much effort. Within a short few days, the pill formation process had already officially ended. What he had to face next, rumble. The instant Xiaoyan was about to complete the pill refinement in the medicinal cauldron, the sky above his head suddenly turned dark. The color of the sky changed. The dense dark clouds were like an enormous strange bird suspended above Xiaoyan's head, covering a large part of the mountain forest below. Pill lightning, the pale-faced Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze from the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He lifted his head and looked at the thunderclouds that were turning intensely in the sky. The corners of his pale lips were lifted into a smile at this moment. In the eyes of others, the pill lightning was as frightening as a demon. However, in his eyes, it was the best medicine. Northern King, it is your turn. The sky above the vast and boundless mountain forest was covered by a dark black thundercloud that blotted out the sun. It was just like an enormous curtain. The originally bright and beautiful mountain forest below had suddenly become completely dark. The rumbling thunder was just like the roar of a huge beast. Under the thunder, the entire mountain range below seemed to tremble. A terrifying destructive aura spread from the thundercloud. Occasionally, thunderbolts would flicker from within, causing one's heart to tremble. This scene really gave off the feeling of the end of the world. The appearance of this scene caused the expressions of the Tianing trio, who were constantly guarding Xiaoyan, and Ah Bao, who was currently closest to Xiaoyan, to change. Immediately, the four figures moved in unison. They swiftly flew towards Xiaoyan, who was still seated on the mountain peak. The descent of the pill lightning was a destructive force that was second to none in this world. Under this force, unless the medicinal pill was destroyed, everything that blocked the pill lightning would be mercilessly and forcefully destroyed by it. The terror of the pill lightning was publicly acknowledged by everyone on the continent. Damn it. I have been so focused on this brat that I have forgotten about the pill lightning. Its terror is far from something that this brat can compare with. We must be quick. Xiaoyan does not have much strength left. Once the pill lightning falls, he will be finished. Tianying's body swiftly rushed to Xiaoyan's side. At the same time, his mouth let out an anxious cry. The expression on his face was extremely grave. Even they did not have much confidence in being able to block a pill lightning of this level. However, Xiaoyan was currently in danger and they could not be bothered with so much. No matter what, nothing must happen to Xiaoyan. As for Ah Bao, the three brothers did not have the mood to care about him at this moment. Currently, everything was focused on Xiaoyan. If anything happened to Xiaoyan, the three brothers would feel guilty for the rest of their lives even if the returning bodhisattva pill was completed. Of course, they did not know that Ah Bao was also thinking about how to help Xiaoyan at this moment. The moment these four people moved, the black mass of thunder clouds in the distant sky began to churn intensely at this moment. Soon after, an earth-shaking rumbling thunder sounded. A dark black shocking thunderbolt shot out from the thunder clouds and violently smashed toward Xiaoyan below. Damn it! Quick, faster! On the other side, the expressions of the Tianing trio changed. However, before they could do anything, the frightening thunderbolt had already descended and headed straight for Xiaoyan's head. The pale-faced Xiaoyan flicked his finger when the four of them saw that the thunderbolt was only a couple of 100 feet from Xiaoyan's head. A dark black light instantly shot out from the storage ring on his finger. It was just like an arrow that instantly penetrated the empty space. Soon after, it heavily collided with the frightening thunderbolt that was heading toward him. Boom! Immediately, an earth-shaking explosion resounded across the 9 heavens. A frightening energy storm instantly swept out from between the two. The four of them, who had yet to step forward, were caught off guard and were violently sent flying by the energy storm. After the four of them stabilized their bodies 1,000 feet away, they focused their eyes and were shocked to see a purple-gold human figure standing proudly in the sky. The human figure was expressionless. His eyes were empty. At this moment, he stood proudly in the sky like an invincible giant god. He had easily disintegrated the frightening thunderbolt that had fallen heavily a moment ago. Looking at the purple-gold human figure, who else could it be other than the Northern King? The thunderbolt spread and left a hole the size of an ordinary person's fist on the Northern King's chest. If such a heavy blow landed on an ordinary person's body, even if that person was lucky enough to not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Although the Northern King had suffered such a heavy blow at this moment, numerous black thunderbolts were swiftly emitted from within his body. They swiftly flowed over the enormous hole. Within a short couple of breaths, the hole had once again become flat. If one were to carefully observe it, one would discover that the purple-gold color that covered the Northern King's body was becoming denser. This indicated that the Northern King's strength as a one-star Dodi was gradually increasing. Pill lightning was indeed the best medicine for the Northern King to advance his strength. The faces of the four people who had been forced back immediately revealed shocked expressions when they saw this scene in front of them. The four of them had seen the Northern King before and knew that he was a puppet. His strength was stronger than any of the four of them. However, they did not expect the Northern King to be this strong. Just from this point alone, it was likely that even an ordinary elite Dodi would not have the courage and strength to shake the pill lightning. This fellow, he never planned on getting our help from the start. Hey, as expected, not only is he a monster himself, but even the things in his hands are also extremely monstrous. The strength of this puppet has long since surpassed that of a Dodi. TSK, we have trained for hundreds of years, but we are merely 9-star Bandi. In the end, we are actually not as strong as a puppet. We are truly ashamed. The eyes of the three brothers revealed shock as they stared at the Northern King in the sky. They immediately faced each other. Their eyes involuntarily revealed a sweaty expression. At the same time, Ah Bao, who was on the other mountain peak, was also in a similar state. Ha! Suddenly, the Northern King, who was standing in the sky, raised his head and cried out. His voice was indifferent and did not contain the slightest emotion or fear. It was as though he was provoking the Northern King. He wanted to shatter this pill lightning. Today, the Northern King wanted to fight against the strength of this world. Rumble. The Northern King's cry seemed to have caused the thunderclouds to sense a provocation and threat. The originally churning thunderbolts became even more intense at this moment. Thunderbolts rolled and churned unceasingly. The thunderbolts that would occasionally descend were like numerous horned dragons. Bang! Until a certain moment, as the thunderclouds churned, another shocking bolt of lightning suddenly descended. This thunderbolt was even thicker and stronger. Just by looking at it, one could tell that it was much stronger than the previous one. The frightening aura that spread from it caused one's back to feel a chill. The four people in the distance involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva when they saw this. They were certain that if they were in the Northern King's shoes, it was likely that they would lose all their fighting strength with just this thunderbolt. However, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth carried an excited smile as he sat cross-legged on the mountain peak at this moment. 54. From Xiaoyan's point of view, the strength of the pill lightning did not pose any threat to him. Instead, it was filled with an endless amount of temptation. This point was just like a naked beauty. No matter how she swayed her body in front of you, it might cause one to feel that it was boring. However, if she was dressed in a sexy manner, perhaps a small action would cause one to go crazy. Perhaps, at this moment, this pill lightning was like this in Xiaoyan's eyes. Bang! Soon after, an earth-shaking explosion once again resounded over the clouds. The entire mountain range below shook intensely at this moment. The mountain forest swayed and the huge rocks shook. It was as though an earthquake had occurred. The thunderbolt was broken. The Northern King continued to stand proudly. The purple-gold color on its body was extremely dense. Even the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was curled higher and higher. On the other hand, the thundercloud in the sky trembled intensely. It appeared to be furious and also frightened. Rumble! 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 Soon after, mighty thunderbolts arrived one after another. They appeared endless. The Northern King became increasingly courageous as it fought. Regardless of how strong the thunderbolts were, they were unable to withstand a single blow from the Northern King's fist. Regardless of how strong the thunderbolts were, the Northern King was not afraid. It could be said that he would deal with whatever came his way. In a few hours, the Northern King had continuously received nearly 100 bolts of lightning. However, in the end, the Northern King still stood proudly in the sky. On the other hand, the huge thundercloud seemed to have shrunk. The thundercloud that originally covered the sky had now shrunk to the point where it could only cover the few mountains below. Seeing such a scene in the sky, the four people outside the battle circle were already dumbfounded. These four people had naturally discovered the change in the Northern King's body. The Northern King's strength seemed to be growing in the face of the thunderbolts. Each time the thunderbolts struck, the Northern King's strength would become even greater. After nearly 100 strikes, the Northern King's strength was likely comparable to an advanced 1-star Dodi. It was difficult to imagine just how much the Northern King's strength would rise once the thundercloud in the sky completely scattered. At the same time, Xiaoyan, who was sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak, had already swallowed a medicinal pill that recovered Do Qi and was doing his best to refine it. The loss of soul energy made Xiaoyan's head feel heavier and heavier. This was a sign that he was about to faint. But before that, Xiaoyan still had something to resolve. That was the pill in the cauldron in front of him. Bodhi returning pill. Xiaoyan had already set up the pill transforming ring long ago. His goal was to prepare for this final moment. Now that the time had come, there was not much Do Qi left in his body. In order to have the ability to retrieve the medicinal pill from the medicinal cauldron in front of him, Xiaoyan had no choice but to endure for a little longer. Buzz buzz buzz. It was also at this moment that the Bodhisattva returning pill that had already been refined within the medicinal cauldron seemed to have come alive. The perfectly round medicinal pill violently trembled within the medicinal cauldron before heavily colliding against the inner wall of the medicinal cauldron. Clang! Immediately, a bell-like sound spread. Soon after, however, Xiaoyan, who was seated cross-legged, waved his large hand. The top cover of the medicinal cauldron in front of him emitted a bang sound as it opened. In the next moment, a round medicinal pill automatically leaped out from within. After being distorted for a moment in midair, it transformed into a human shape. From the looks of it, it was actually no different from Xiaoyan. Ga. Thank you very much. I have been nurtured in your medicinal cauldron for half a month. The strength in my body has become even stronger. Thank you for giving me this body. But now, I should leave. Cuckoo, leave? Do you think that you can leave? Hearing the strange laughter that was emitted from the mouth of this Xiaoyan in front of him, Xiaoyan, who was the actual body, coldly laughed. Since he was able to refine the latter, how could he easily allow him to leave? Oh? Ga. I really can't think of any method that the current you can use to make me stay. The human figure once again laughed strangely. His tone was filled with cold laughter. It seemed that he did not believe that Xiaoyan, who was currently in such a weak state, would have any method to make him stay. If they were to compare strength, with his current peak condition, it would be as easy as flipping his hand if he wanted to kill Xiaoyan. Cuckoo, Xiaoyan laughed faintly. He did not explain further. Instead, he raised both of his hands. Following the thought in his heart, his 10 fingers moved together. Complicated seals were swiftly formed from his fingertips. At the same time, a strange ring of fire suddenly rose around the human figure's body. This is, the transforming pill ring. How did you? Transforming pill ring, withdraw. Xiaoyan completely ignored the shocked expression that was revealed on the latter's face. His tone was indifferent as he coldly spat out a sentence from his mouth. Soon after, the fire halo that surrounded the human figure was swiftly withdrawn. Damn it. So what if it's the transforming pill ring? I don't believe that I can't break this damn thing today. Knowing that there was no way to retreat, the human figure immediately made up his mind. He decided to use offense as a form of defense. If he could break it, he would naturally be free to move forward. If he could not, he could only accept his fate. Bang bang bang. Unfortunately, no matter how much he struggled, the energy that gushed out from his palm became increasingly thin. Soon after, a mysterious light wrapped around his entire body. In a short moment, the huge human figure once again returned to the size of a pill. Xiaoyan reached out his hand and beckoned. The pill was kept in a jade bottle that he had prepared beforehand. With a flip of his hand, he kept it in his storage ring. Soon after, Xiaoyan lifted his gaze and looked at the sky above his head once again. At this moment, the thunderclouds were about to disperse. Hundreds of thunderbolts bombarded the Northern King's body. In the end, the only result was that the latter had become even more powerful. Bang! After another fierce bombardment, the dark black thunderclouds that had covered the entire mountain forest in the sky finally scattered at this moment. When one looked at the sky again, it was already close to dusk. The pill lightning scattered and the Northern King once again returned in front of Xiaoyan. At this moment, the latter had already fainted. However, he could not wait to find out about the Northern King's current condition. Therefore, he had forcefully endured. The Northern King arrived in front of Xiaoyan. A smile surfaced on the latter's pale face. He forcefully opened his eyes and swept them over the Northern King in front of him. When he saw the increasingly dense purple-gold color on the Northern King's body, Xiaoyan involuntarily nodded. Just from this point alone, the strength of the current Northern King was likely comparable to an initial 2-star Dodi. This was something that he had not expected. /54. After the pill lightning scattered, Xiaoyan, who had subdued the Bodhi returning pill, collapsed on the top of the cliff and fell into a deep sleep. After refining pills for over half a year, Xiaoyan's body and mind had reached an extremely weak state. Xiaoyan really needed to rest right now. However, he had never imagined that this sleep would last for half a month. During this half a month, Xiaoyan's body lay on the top of the cliff like a corpse. The wind could not move him at all. The Northern King was like a metal tower, guarding Xiaoyan's side. No one was allowed to take half a step closer with him standing there, not even the 3 sky eagles. This point caused the hearts of these 3 brothers to be extremely anxious. Although the medicinal pill had already been refined, their hearts were extremely worried when they saw Xiaoyan's manner. They were afraid that something would happen to Xiaoyan because he was refining the medicinal pill. That would really be a loss for the three of them. During this half a month, Tianying's group and Ah Bao had confessed to each other about the matter from before. Although Ah Bao admitted that his actions were to help Xiaoyan, the hearts of Tianying's group still contained some doubt. Ah Bao was also in a state of tacit agreement. If he wanted to truly join this place, he naturally had to have doubts from the start. Otherwise, it would be laughable if he really treated everyone here as a greenhorn. This was the Shilin mountain range, the place where all the powerful magical beasts gathered in the Shilin region. They did not accept mediocre people here. At the same time, news of the natural phenomenon that had appeared in the Shilin mountain range half a month ago rapidly spread in the outside world. The four great clans, the Bai clan. Father, have you heard? It happened half a month ago. Bai Ying and his son were seated in the discussion hall. At this moment, Bai Ying held a cup of tea in his hand. He listened to Bai Zhan's statement while gently sipping the tea in his cup. When he heard Bai Zhan's words, Bai Ying put down the teacup in his hand. He lifted his gaze and looked at Bai Zhan opposite him. He nodded and said, "Of course I've heard of it. How can I not have heard of such a spectacular sight when the thunderclouds covered the entire mountain range? What do you think it is? Is someone undergoing an emperor tribulation or something else?" Bai Zhan frowned slightly and asked in a doubtful tone. Emperor tribulation. You should know what it means. Moreover, it's not like you haven't seen something like that before. Although it's possible, I don't think it's an emperor tribulation. Then what is it? Bai Ying smiled as he stared at Bai Zhan and asked, "What are you talking about?" Then what are the other things you were referring to just now? Pill lightning? Bai Zhan was startled and he could not help but ask. Yes, it shouldn't be wrong. A tier 3 pill? Otherwise, ordinary tier 2 medicinal pills wouldn't be able to summon that level of pill lightning. When he heard Bai Ying's guess, Bai Zhan quickly spoke. Soon after, the father and son looked at each other and the corners of their mouths lifted, revealing a meaningful smile. It's been half a year since that guy last disappeared. I don't think there's a second person who can create such a scene in the Shilin mountain range. Bai Ying said with a smile. Surprise involuntarily flowed out from his eyes. The latter had actually chosen the Shilin mountain range to refine pills. Was he not afraid of being targeted by the guy inside? However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Given the latter's strength and personality, he might feel safer in the Shilin mountain range compared to refining pills in human territory. Xiaoyan, Bai Zhan's eyes narrowed as he muttered the name. He could not help but think back to half a year ago. As the young master of the Bai clan, he had actually been threatened by Xiaoyan and forced to hand over his precious monster core. Even now, he felt extremely depressed when he thought about it. Father, should we send someone to take a look? What if those 3 clans? There is no need. Let them go if they want to. Since Xiaoyan dared to choose that place to refine medicine, he would not do so without a certain degree of confidence. If the 3 clans really have the guts to go, then let them go. Let's see how many of them go and how many of them return. Bai Ying laughed coldly before Bai Zhan's words sounded. Currently, those 3 clans had placed Xiaoyan on the blacklist of those who must be killed. Because of him, the 3 clans had each lost a Do D class expert. This was undoubtedly a serious blow to the clans. From the looks of it, it seemed that only his Bai clan was not affected. Alright, you should go back and train. Make some preparations. I heard that the strength of that brat from the Zhou clan is about to enter the 3-star Do D class. Humph, he is the future hope of the Zhou clan. Bai Ying narrowed his eyes. A disdain was revealed deep within his eyes. The expression on Bai Zhan's face paused when he heard this. He immediately laughed softly, stood up, and left the large hall. Xiaoyan, just what kind of person are you? I am really curious. Unfortunately, the more curious I am, the more I should stop. Curiosity kills the cat. Only by being careful can one sail a boat for 10,000 years. A faint sigh sounded within the large hall. Immediately, Bai Ying, who was seated on a chair, gradually distorted his body and slowly disappeared. Shilin mountain range. Xiaoyan, who had been in a deep slumber for half a month on the mountain peak, finally woke up at this moment. Xiaoyan subconsciously raised his right hand to block the sunlight the moment the bright sunlight shot into his eyes. It was only a couple of breaths later that Xiaoyan gradually adapted to the sunlight that seeped through the gaps between his fingers. Xiaoyan sat up and saw the Northern King standing guard by his side. His eyes swept across the sky, but Tianying's group was nowhere to be seen. A thought passed through his heart and a vast and mighty spiritual strength swiftly spread out from deep within his brows. In the blink of an eye, he had discovered the traces of these 4 people. Half a month of deep sleep had allowed Xiaoyan's condition in all aspects to once again recover to its peak. It must be said that no matter how much rest he had, it was not as comfortable as having a good sleep. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. His body once again sat down. He did not intend to disturb the 4 of them. At this moment, Xiaoyan still had something to do. Xiaoyan lifted his hand and rubbed the patterns on the Luotian cauldron in front of him. He involuntarily felt some pity in his heart. He had been in a deep slumber for half a month and the medicinal cauldron in front of him had been blown by the wind for half a month. This caused Xiaoyan to feel a little reluctant in his heart. Soon after, the hand that was rubbing the medicinal cauldron gently trembled. With a pop sound, a fierce flame once again rose within the medicinal cauldron. The Bodhi returning pill had been refined. Next, Xiaoyan planned to refine the Emperor Tribulation pill, /54. Xiaoyan used half a year to finally complete the refinement of the returning Bodhisattva pill. However, Xiaoyan did not immediately start refining the Icy Spirit pill. Instead, he restarted the medicinal cauldron and prepared to refine the Emperor Tribulation pill. Xiaoyan already had 1 Emperor Tribulation pill on him. Naturally, he did not need more. The Emperor Tribulation pill that Xiaoyan was currently refining was prepared for the 4 of them. Tianing and the other 2 had already reached the peak of the advanced 9-star half-martial emperor realm. They only lacked an opportunity to truly break through to the Do-Di realm. This opportunity was the Emperor Tribulation pill. Xiaoyan had already promised the 3 of them that he would refine an Emperor Tribulation pill for each of them. However, due to various reasons, he was unable to refine one in the past. However, such a great opportunity was now placed in front of Xiaoyan. How could he easily miss it? As for Ah Bao, Xiaoyan and him were at most in an employer-employee relationship. If they were closer, they were merely acquaintances. The reason why Xiaoyan helped Ah Bao was because Xiaoyan had taken a fancy to Ah Bao's future potential. Although most of the magical beasts gathered in the Xiling mountain range, there were very few truly powerful magical beasts. Even though Tianing and the other 2 had already broken through to the Do-Di class, they were merely 3 elite Do-Di. Without the addition of Leng Bingshuang, the overall strength of the Xiling mountain range could be said to be extremely weak. It was impossible for them to be compared with the factions in the outside world, let alone stand opposite the 4 great sections. Even if the addition of Ah Bao could not cause the overall strength of the Xiling mountain range to increase, the addition of an elite Do-Di would at least share some of the pressure for the Xiling mountain range. Of course, from the current point of view, the current Ah Bao only had expectations. He was only a future elite Do-Di. As for now, whether they could recruit him was the most important thing. As for how to recruit him, the Emperor Tribulation pill was undoubtedly the best choice. Given Xiaoyan's status as a rank 3 alchemist and the allure of the Emperor Trial pill, Ah Bao had no reason to reject him. Moreover, as long as Ah Bao could stay in the Xiling mountain range for a period of time, Xiaoyan could guarantee that he would never leave again. After all, the treatment and resources that he could enjoy in this place were undoubtedly many times better than the outside world. As long as he was not a fool, he would definitely not easily leave this place. The Emperor Tribulation pill was an emperor-grade pill. For the current Xiaoyan, it was undoubtedly much easier to refine. Whether it was in terms of the strength of his spiritual strength or Do-Chi, Xiaoyan did not feel any pressure refining an Emperor Tribulation pill. It was also because of this that Xiaoyan planned to refine 4 Emperor Tribulation pills at the same time. As soon as he thought of doing so, the lid of the medicinal cauldron was opened and 4 sets of medicinal ingredients for refining the Emperor Tribulation pill were thrown into the medicinal cauldron by Xiaoyan. Soon after, the raging flame pounced on the medicinal ingredients like a hungry wolf. The frightening temperature was completely displayed at this moment. Each medicinal ingredient rapidly withered under the high temperature of the heavenly flame. Within a short 4 hours, all the medicinal ingredients that were thrown into the medicinal cauldron had turned into clusters of medicinal liquid and powder. With the increase in his strength, refining an emperor-grade pill was as easy as flipping his hand for Xiaoyan. Even though he was refining 4 emperor-grade pills at the same time, Xiaoyan was still able to easily refine them. Half a month. In less than half a month, it was time to fuse the 4 emperor tribulation pills. Moreover, the purity of each cluster of medicinal liquid was impeccable and all of them were in their best condition. It was also because of this that the quality and medicinal properties of the pills refined would naturally be even more perfect. In the outside world, Tianning and the other 3 had also discovered Xiaoyan's unusual condition. Originally, they thought that the latter would look for them after he woke up. However, they did not expect that the latter would wake up and actually refine pills again. This fellow, don't tell me that he is already refining the ice spirit pill. What a lunatic. No, that's impossible. I heard him say that the last medicinal ingredient needed to refine the ice spirit pill, which is also the most important one, is the ice spirit liquid. From the looks of it, he has yet to hand over the Bodhi returning pill to Sir. Therefore, it is impossible for him to obtain the ice spirit liquid and even more impossible for him to start refining the ice spirit pill. Tianning gently shook his head and retorted when he heard Xiongang's words. However, just as Xionggang was about to voice his doubts, the sky above Xiaoyan's head suddenly changed. The color of the sky changed and dark clouds churned. From the looks of it, pill lightning was gathering again. This is pill lightning. How can it be so fast? The last time, it took half a year. Why is this? Tianning and the other 2 were astonished. They did not expect the pill lightning to come so quickly this time. However, looking at this pill lightning, it seems to be much smaller than the previous one. The pills that he is refining should not be a tier 3 pill. Very quickly, the few of them found some clues from the pill lightning. This time around, the 4 of them did not move when the pill lightning appeared. They did not intend to step forward and help. With the experience from the last time, they clearly understood in their hearts that Xiaoyan did not need their help in dealing with this pill lightning. Soon after, thunderbolts fell from the high sky. Although Xiaoyan was refining D-tier medicinal pills, the pill lightning that was created by 4 D-tier medicinal pills was not weak. The merging of the 4 thunderbolts was undoubtedly even stronger. However, to the North King, these bolts of lightning were nothing. Even if the 4 bolts of pill lightning were to strike him together, they would not be able to withstand it. With the tempering of these thunderbolts, the purple-gold color on the Northern King's body became denser. After being struck by dozens of thunderbolts, the Northern King's strength had successfully advanced to a new level. Intermediate 2-star Do-D, of course, after exhausting all of these thunderbolts, the Northern King's strength had barely reached this level. It was likely that it was still lacking if it wanted to truly break through. Xiaoyan adopted an indifferent attitude toward this. It was merely a pill lightning that was ignited by a D-tier medicinal pill. He did not place much hope on it. At this moment, the only thing that could truly help the Northern King's strength was the pill lightning that was ignited by a tier 3 medicinal pill or above. Only then could it truly help the Northern King. These were merely small fries. After the pill lightning scattered, Xiaoyan easily kept the 4 medicinal pills into a jade bottle. After which, he put away the medicinal cauldron in front of him. He turned around and smiled as he looked at Tianying's group. After over half a year of painstakingly refining medicine, he had already obtained the returning Bodhisattva pill and the Emperor Calamity pill. Next, Xiaoyan only needed to wait for the icy spirit cold liquid to be ready before he could begin refining the icy spirit pill. Xiaoyan smiled and withdrew his thoughts. After which, he faced the 4 people from Tianning. 54. Shilin Mountain Range, within Tianying's cave dwelling. Xiaoyan, Tianning, and the rest were a total of 5 people. Each of them was seated in a large hall. Haha, young brother Xiaoyan, you have really caused us to be extremely anxious while refining the medicinal pill this time around. We are afraid that something will happen while you are refining the medicinal pill. If that happens, we will not be able to bear the responsibility. The flame lion first glanced at Ah Bao. Only then did he look at Xiaoyan and spoke in a seemingly joking manner. A glint involuntarily flashed deep within Xiaoyan's eyes when he heard this. He smiled and said, "Thank you for your concern. The medicinal pill refinement this time around can be considered smooth. In that case, the returning Bodhisattva pill has been successfully refined?" Even though he had already seen the pill lightning, Tianning still could not resist asking. Xiaoyan pursed his mouth and smiled when he heard this. He nodded and said, "I was lucky enough to succeed. I was lucky enough to successfully refine it. At least I didn't let you down. TSK, young brother Xiaoyan is really a genius of this generation. Not only do you possess great strength, but your medicinal pill refinement skills are also peerless in this world." Ha 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 ha. Sky Eagle smiled, his words actually having a hint of flattery in them. Soon after, everyone present began to laugh out loud. After which, they joked a little before Xiaoyan withdrew his emotions. His expression became serious as he said, "Brothers, this time around, I have something that I intend to give to everyone." Xiaoyan purposely smiled mysteriously after saying these words. After which, he flipped his hand and a jade bottle appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. There were 4 round medicinal pills within the jade bottle. Despite being separated by the jade bottle, there was already a medicinal fragrance spreading from within, causing one to feel comfortable after smelling it. The quiet doqi within one's body actually began to leap at this moment. The expressions of Tianning and the other 3 immediately changed when they sensed the change in the aura within their bodies. They were involuntarily surprised in their hearts. Just what kind of medicinal pill was this? It was actually able to cause a change in their auras. Soon after, Tianying's eyes hardened. He seemed to already have an answer in his heart. His eyes were instantly lifted, stared at Xiaoyan, and exclaimed, Don't tell me this is, ha, old brother's guess is right. This is the Emperor Tribulation pill. Hua. The expressions of the other 3 people present suddenly changed when the soft laughter from Xiaoyan's mouth sounded. All of them were surprised. Could it be that the medicinal pill that Xiaoyan had refined earlier was this Emperor Calamity pill? With this thought in their hearts, the expressions of the few of them involuntarily changed as they looked at the 4 medicinal pills within the jade bottle. Their hearts were filled with hesitation as a fiery hot emotion involuntarily rose from the bottom of their hearts. The Emperor Calamity pill. As long as they possessed this thing, the strength of the few people present would have a chance to advance by another step. Using it to break through to the Do D class was undoubtedly the greatest dream of the few of them. In the past, they had no dealings with humans. They could even be said to treat humans as enemies. There was no chance for them to obtain the Emperor Tribulation Elixir. But now, the Emperor Tribulation Elixir was placed in front of them, causing them to be at a loss. Xiaoyan involuntarily smiled when he saw the scene. After which, he lifted his other hand. A glow flashed in his palm and a jade box appeared. The moment the jade box appeared, a dense bloody aura that could not be hidden spread out from the jade box. The expressions of the other 4 people present suddenly changed wildly. An extremely great pressure involuntarily spread within their hearts. It was not difficult to imagine just what kind of horror they were feeling in their hearts at this moment. Brother Xiaoyan, what is this thing? Faced with this frightening aura, even with Tianying's character, his aura involuntarily trembled. This kind of suppression that originated from deep within his soul caused him to have difficulty raising his head. This is the monster core of a 5-star Do D class magical beast. I obtained it from the auction. Xiaoyan did not dare to joke any longer when he saw that the 4 people in front of him had actually revealed such a terrified manner. His face was serious as he spoke. The few of them slowly sighed in relief when they heard these words. A moment ago, they had really had difficulty moving under that frightening pressure. However, after learning that the thing within the jade box was an inanimate object, they no longer had anything to worry about. However, the shocking pressure from the magical beast still caused their minds to be uneasy. I intend to give this thing to all of you. If you are able to swallow and refine it, with the help of this Emperor Calamity pill, your strength will definitely be able to stabilize at the 1-star Do D class for a short period of time. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. A thin layer of Do Qi covered the surface of the jade box, removing that strange pressure. After which, he handed it to Tianning and spoke in a gentle voice. The hearts of the 4 people in front of him involuntarily moved when these words were spoken. This was especially the case for Ah Bao. After hearing that this thing was actually for Tianying's group, his heart involuntarily felt a sense of disappointment. His eyes occasionally glanced at the jade bottle in Xiaoyan's other hand. There were only 4 medicinal pills within it. Currently, Xiaoyan's strength was merely that of a bandit. It was likely that he did not intend to prepare anything for him. Ah Bao's originally lowered head even further when he thought of this. Xiaoyan did not care if Tianning was willing to accept it. He still handed the monster core to him. After which, he opened the jade bottle. With a flick of his finger, the 4 Emperor Calamity pills within the jade bottle flew out under the control of Xiaoyan's mind. They were suspended in front of Tianying's group and Ah Bao. The 3 Tianning brothers anxiously stored the medicinal pills suspended in front of them into their clothes. Ah Bao, on the other hand, did not see the medicinal pills suspended in front of him because he had lowered his head. Ah Bao. Xiaoyan softly called out. Ah Bao immediately appeared to have been electrocuted. He instantly straightened his body. Soon after, he saw the Emperor Calamity pill suspended in front of him. Take this. Xiaoyan laughed softly. However, this caused Ah Bao to be stunned. He seemed to suspect that his ears had misheard. He could not help but ask Xiaoyan again. After receiving Xiaoyan's confirmation, he was wild with joy as he snatched the medicinal pills in front of him from the air. It was as if he was afraid that Xiaoyan would take them back. Xiaoyan smiled faintly when he saw this. He did not say anything else. After chatting with the 4 people in front of him for a while, they headed towards the narwhal snake's location under Tianying's lead. Along the way, Tianning was quite surprised that Xiaoyan actually knew about the narwhal snake's location. He did not expect that Xiaoyan had actually seen through Lung Bingshuang's plan. With regards to this, Xiaoyan casually brushed it off with a few vague words. Xiaoyan did not explicitly say that he already knew about the narwhal snake's location a year ago. This could be considered as leaving some leeway between them. A moment later, Xiaoyan and Tianning arrived deep underground. However, there was nothing in the scorching magma space. /54. Inside the scorching hot underground magma space. Xiaoyan and Sky Eagle stood there. Other than the 2 of them, there was nothing else. Even Xiaoyan could not help but feel a little surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. He clearly remembered that the narwhal snake was within this realm a year ago. Why was it that there was not the slightest trace of it now? Shock was written all over Xiaoyan's face. Since Sky Eagle had brought him here, the narwhal snake must be here. However, why was there no sign of it? Just as Xiaoyan turned his head, he saw Sky Eagle's lips curling into a smile. Haha, brother Xiaoyan, looks like even you did not discover its whereabouts. Sky Eagle smiled and seemed to be rather satisfied with this. There was even a tinge of pride in his smile. Brother Sky Eagle, what is going on? Hee. Sky Eagle grinned when he saw Xiaoyan frowning. After which, he lifted his hands and the seals in his hands changed. After a few breaths, the magma in front of Xiaoyan and Sky Eagle suddenly became illusory and disappeared. At the same time, a huge creature appeared in front of the 2 of them. The creature that appeared in front of the 2 of them was an extremely huge snake. However, unlike ordinary snake-type magical beasts, it had a single horn that was shaped like lightning on its head. It was the narwhal snake. This is a formation? It is a formation. However, this is a natural formation. Xiaoyan frowned in confusion. Sky Eagle, who was beside him, smiled and explained. Oh? A formation can be formed naturally? Xiaoyan knew that all living things in the world, including beasts, flowers, and birds, were born from nature. However, Xiaoyan really did not expect that the world could create such a mysterious formation. Haha, brother Xiaoyan, there is something that you do not know. A formation is similar to Douqi. They are both energy from the universe. However, the method of using them is different. Overall, they are still connected. Those energies that exist in the universe can be used by humans because humans are able to successfully arrange them. Hence, they can be controlled. The reason why a formation like this can exist is because it has been correctly arranged after countless changes in history. That is all. Xiaoyan finally understood in his heart when he heard this. This world was filled with various kinds of coincidences. At this moment, this mysterious formation that had appeared in front of her was just like the falling star pavilion on the Dochi continent. Did it not borrow a meteorite from outer space to create the star realm, resulting in the falling star pavilion? After understanding this point, Xiaoyan immediately nodded. After which, he withdrew his thoughts and looked at the narwhal snake. After a year, the energy stratum on the narwhal snake's body did not change much. However, Xiaoyan could faintly feel that the narwhal snake's aura was gradually rising. From the looks of it, its strength had likely exceeded that of a 4-star Dodi. Xiaoyan's heart rejoiced because of this. Even though the narwhal snake still needed quite a long time to refine the energy cuticle, its training path was at the very least much more stable than Xiaoyan's. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to feel a little unfair. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with joy. However, Xiaoyan immediately felt relieved. Everyone was like this. There was no such thing as fairness in this world. There were thousands of ways to obtain strength, but the goal was the same. Some people's path was destined to be smooth while some people's path was destined to be bumpy. However, as long as one wanted to become strong, one had to continue walking. No matter what the road ahead was, even if it was a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, as long as one wanted to become strong, one had to continue walking. Even if one's path was as flat as a grassland, it did not mean that there was no danger in the grassland. A seemingly flat grassland might be a bottomless swamp in the next step. Compared to these invisible dangers, looking at it from another angle, perhaps a mountain of knives and sea of fire in front of one's eyes would make one feel more at ease. The path of a strong person was full of hardships and difficulties. There were no shortcuts in training. If one wanted to become strong, the best way was to be down to earth and take one step at a time. After seeing the narwhal snake, Xiaoyan's next goal was to head straight for the hinterland of Shilin. That was the final destination of Xiaoyan's journey to the Shilin mountain range. After bidding farewell to Sky Eagle and the other three, Xiaoyan set off alone and flew towards the hinterland of Shilin. After a few hours, the sunlight between heaven and earth gradually dimmed. The originally lush land was gradually covered by ice and snow. The temperature between heaven and earth also gradually became cold. The cold wind whistled and the snow danced wildly. The entire world was filled with bitter cold. The snow spread to the ends of one's sight. Xiaoyan's figure was not affected by the cold wind at all. Gradually, the area behind him was also filled with a vast expanse of snow. In front of Xiaoyan's eyes, a slightly blurry mountain stood in front of him like a giant beast. At this point, Xiaoyan's forward footsteps could not help but pause. In his mind, a graceful figure involuntarily flashed out. It was Morong Xianxia. Sigh, I wonder how that girl is doing now. In short, she is better than me. Her fourth uncle's strength is extremely frightening. The clan behind him should not be weak either. Xiaoyan muttered a few words in his heart for no reason. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. With a flip of his hand, a palm-sized jade tablet appeared in his hand. It was Qi Hanyu. This thing was given to him by Lung Bingshuang back then. He remembered that she had given him and Morong Xianxia one each. The purpose was to allow them to safely enter the hinterland of Shilin in the future. After taking out the Qi Hanyu, a thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind. A thread of doqi followed his palm and poured into it. Immediately, an invisible energy barrier was released from the Qi Hanyu in his hand. It wrapped around the space within a dozen feet around Xiaoyan. The biting cold wind was isolated far away. Xiaoyan's body felt much more relaxed. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan instantly used the sky extinction step. In the blink of an eye, his body had already crossed the tall mountain in front of him and swiftly flew towards the deep regions. Although the hinterland of Shilin was the hinterland, it was still quite large. With Xiaoyan's speed, he roughly searched for a direction in his heart. However, he still spent nearly 4 hours before he found the underground ice palace that Lung Bingshuang had stayed in back then. After finding the entrance, Xiaoyan successfully entered Lung Bingshuang's underground ice palace with the help of Qi Hanyu. Back then, his spiritual strength was still weak and Xiaoyan did not clearly sense it. However, the moment Xiaoyan took his first step into the ice palace, he clearly sensed the location of the icy spirit cold fountain within the ice palace. The interior of the ice palace was very spacious. Due to his injuries last time, Xiaoyan did not have the opportunity to explore it properly. However, this time, Xiaoyan's target was clear. He was going straight for the icy spirit frozen spring. After entering the ice palace, the first thing that entered his eyes was the courtyard buildings that looked like ordinary courtyards. The only difference was the materials used. All the buildings here were carved out of ice. Even though there was only one type, it still had a different kind of beauty. At this moment, Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about these. After entering the ice palace, Xiaoyan quickly headed in the direction of the icy spirit frozen spring. However, it was only at this moment that Xiaoyan suddenly realized that ever since he entered the ice palace, his spiritual energy was restricted by something. In other words, the current him could only rely on the general direction in his memory to find the icy spirit frozen spring. Right now, other than searching around the ice palace, there was no other way. This caused Xiaoyan to feel helpless. However, at the same time, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily felt a little doubtful. Why was it that he did not see Lin Bingshuang's figure this time around? Logically speaking, she should have discovered that the Bodhisattva returning pill had been refined. Why was it that she was still unwilling to show herself even now? With doubts in his heart, Xiaoyan continued to move forward. If he could find the icy spirit frozen spring, he would take it himself first. At the very most, when he met her again in the future, he would give the Bodhi returning pill to her. At this moment, Xiaoyan's mind was filled with thoughts of the icy spirit frozen liquid. How could he be in the mood to care about how frightening Lin Bingfeng's strength was? The size of the ice palace had clearly exceeded Xiaoyan's imagination. From the beginning until now, he had already walked around the ice palace for 2 hours. During this time, there were many times when he reached a dead end. Helplessly, he took a few more turns and suffered a few more setbacks. Although he could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the icy spirit frozen spring, it was as if there was a wall between them. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to be filled with anxiety. Fortunately, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. After half a day of searching, the clear sound of flowing water finally reached Xiaoyan's ears. This was definitely the icy spirit cold fountain. Finally found it. Immediately, Xiaoyan felt a great joy in his heart. As he carefully listened to the direction of the water sound, his footsteps swiftly moved in that direction. However, at a certain moment, a soft painful moan was transmitted into Xiaoyan's ear. Judging from the voice, it was obviously a woman. Huh? Xiaoyan's body shuddered when he heard the moaning. He turned his gaze to look at the courtyard to his left. He could clearly hear the moaning coming from there. What's going on? How could there be someone here? Even if there was someone, it should only be a cold woman. But what's going on? From the voice, Xiaoyan could clearly hear an extremely painful emotion. It was unimaginable that the owner of the voice was enduring an unimaginable pain. On one side was the icy spirit frozen spring and on the other was a woman moaning in pain. Even though Xiaoyan did not like to meddle in other people's business, this was after all Lin Bingshuang's territory. No matter who this person was, if something happened to the latter, Lin Bingshuang would not let him off so easily when she returned. After making a decision in his heart, Xiaoyan finally let out a deep sigh. He violently clenched his teeth and his gaze once again looked at the direction where the sound of water was coming from. Somewhat unwillingly, he turned into the courtyard on the left. After entering the courtyard, Xiaoyan first asked a question. However, the moaning sound from the room in the courtyard was forcefully suppressed. Obviously, the sudden entry of an outsider like Xiaoyan had caused the owner of the courtyard to be extremely surprised. The sudden disappearance of the moaning sound also caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily frown. He did not think too much in his heart as he stepped forward and opened the door to the room in the courtyard. Immediately following this, a frightening dochi pillar swiftly drew across Xiaoyan's face the moment the door was opened. If that person's body was not in pain at this moment, it was likely that Xiaoyan's head would have already been separated from his body. Being ambushed by this frightening dochi pillar caused Xiaoyan's heart to be both shocked and furious. His body flashed and he immediately entered the room. Soon after, however, when Xiaoyan focused his eyes and looked over, the scene that appeared in front of him caused his body to instantly freeze on the spot. At this moment, on the ice bed in the room, a delicate and graceful figure was curled up on the ice bed while trembling intensely. Her entire body had turned icy blue, as if she was an ice sculpture. It was so much so that one could faintly see the traces of her bones through her skin. However, the thing that caused Xiaoyan to feel the most astonished was the stunning face of this beautiful figure. Looking at her face, she was the overlord of the Shilin mountain range, Lin Bingshuang. At this very moment, the dignified overlord of the Shilin mountain range appeared as weak as a dead person. It was likely that the attack she had used to attack Xiaoyan earlier was already her final move. From Xiaoyan's position, he could clearly see that at this moment, there were tears continuously dripping from the corners of this exceptional beauty's eyes. Unfortunately, the moment the tears fell, they had already turned into ice shards and landed on the ice bed. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan could not help but be slightly startled. He was even a little surprised in his heart. What exactly had happened? Ugh! Immediately, when Lung Bingshuang could not help but let out a low moan from her nose, Xiaoyan hurriedly regained his senses. He hurriedly took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Lung Bingshuang. Under the latter's helpless and struggling gaze, he carried Lung Bingshuang's ice-cold body up. After which, he hurriedly took out his own clothes from his storage ring and spread them all over the ice bed. Only then did he put Lung Bingshuang's delicate body down. With a flick of his finger, a beautiful flame swiftly shot out. The temperature of the entire room immediately rose by a lot. After doing all this, Xiaoyan ignored the latter's struggling gaze and grabbed Lung Bingshuang's ice-cold wrist. With a thought, the heavenly flame in his body flowed through his meridians and entered Lung Bingshuang's body from his palm. It was also at this moment that an even colder energy in Lung Bingshuang's body, like a ferocious beast, instantly swallowed the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan had just merged into her body. Ugh! This sudden turn of events caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily let out a muffled groan. However, Xiaoyan once again grabbed Lung Bingshuang's wrist and fiercely clenched his teeth. An even more ferocious heavenly flame flowed into Lung Bingshuang's body under Xiaoyan's control. In the ice palace in the hinterland of Shilin, Xiaoyan's hand, which had turned red from the cold, was still holding Lung Bingshuang's cold wrist tightly. He did not care about Lung Bingshuang's struggle. The heavenly fire in his body surged into Lung Bingshuang's body again and again, but it was swallowed by the strange ice. Damn it! What is going on? After a couple of fruitless attempts, Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily became somewhat anxious. Although his relationship with Lung Bingshuang could not be considered good, the latter had once saved his life. Even though the two of them had their own motives, that was that. Xiaoyan must help Lung Bingshuang resolve the matter today no matter what. Elder Gu, take a look. What is going on? Xiaoyan had no choice but to place all his hopes on Guyu. Hey, you brat. You are pushing this matter on me again. Guyu laughed and scolded him. After that, he separated a wisp of his spiritual energy and injected it into Lung Bingshuang's body through Xiaoyan's arm. It was as the saying went. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was useless. Just like now, when Guyu's wisp of spiritual energy was injected into Lung Bingshuang's body, the originally menacing cold air receded rapidly like a tide. It was no longer as domineering as it had been when it had faced Xiaoyan's heavenly fire. Guyu's spiritual energy circled Lung Bingshuang's body once before it was withdrawn. However, what Guyu said next made Xiaoyan's face turn gloomy. This little girl's current situation is not very optimistic. Guyu's voice sounded a little heavy. From this point alone, Xiaoyan could feel the seriousness of the situation. For Guyu to say such pessimistic words, how could it be so easy to solve this problem? Elder Gu, what is going on with her? Xiaoyan's brows were tightly knit together. Regardless of whether it was based on emotion or reason, he could not sit back and do nothing about this matter. Do you still remember why this girl wants the Bodhi pill back? Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, he raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, is it the cold poison in her body? That's right. I'm afraid that this girl has been injured for quite some time. She's been delaying it for a long time. In addition, this is an extremely cold place to begin with. The cold poison flared up again and again, getting more and more serious each time. Now, she can't withstand the power of the cold poison and can only let it spread. Guyu's tone was grave as he explained to Xiaoyan. The latter's expression involuntarily changed upon hearing this. It was unexpected that the cold poison within Leng Bingshuang's body was even more frightening than he had expected. Normally, when Leng Bingshuang appeared in front of others, she always had a strong and domineering aura, causing others to be intimidated by her. But who knew what kind of intense and unbearable pain she was enduring under her strong appearance? In order to protect the Shilin mountain range, Leng Bingshuang had already endured a lot alone. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan did not dare to hesitate any longer. With a flip of his palm, he quickly took out the body-returning pill and fed it to Leng Bingshuang. Wait. At this moment, Guyu suddenly spoke to stop Xiaoyan. The cold poison within this girl's body has already accumulated to an unimaginable level. It is likely that it will be very difficult to completely eradicate it with just the body-returning pill. It will not be of much use if you feed it to her now. What should I do? Xiaoyan hurriedly withdrew his extended hand after hearing Guyu's words. He frowned and hurriedly asked Guyu in his heart. The best method now is to use the heavenly flame to nourish her body. Once the cold poison has been suppressed a little, use the body-returning pill to completely eradicate the hidden danger. Guyu's words had just sounded when Xiaoyan suddenly felt his head swell. A wave of information surged into Xiaoyan's mind. The method that Guyu had given him was to inject the heavenly flame into the few spots on Lin Bingshuang's body where the cold poison was the weakest. This would remove the cold poison within her body in the shortest amount of time. However, after Xiaoyan carefully organized the information in his mind, his old face involuntarily became boiling hot. Other than the head, there was also the neck, the heart, and the lower abdomen, where the vortex was located. These few spots were crucial to the human body and were also the places where one's energy was the most abundant. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with the information that Guyu had given him. However, its location caused Xiaoyan to feel a little embarrassed. These few spots were undoubtedly the most sensitive parts of a woman's body. Once he touched them, Xiaoyan did not dare to imagine whether this woman would tear him apart in a fit of anger after she recovered. Gulp gulp, even with Xiaoyan's mental fortitude, he involuntarily felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of this. His throat rolled slightly as he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Old Gu, you are not purposely trying to trick me, are you? The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched a little as he awkwardly smiled and asked in his heart. Heh, with your level, you should be able to see it. Other than the few places that I have given you, what other methods do you think can save her? You have also seen it earlier. With the might of the cold poison, it is impossible for your heavenly flame to enter her body. If you were to forcefully enter her body, it would instead harm her body. Since you do not wish to harm her, and yet you wish to save her, the method that I have given you is already the safest. If you are unwilling, then there is nothing that I can do. Guyu laughed, but the words that he said left Xiaoyan unable to refute. Guyu was right. The few spots that he had pointed out were indeed the weakest parts of Lin Bingshuang's body. Other than this, there was no other method for Xiaoyan to inject the heavenly flame into her body. Ugh, don't blame me. Xiaoyan helplessly laughed bitterly in his heart. Only then did he raise his eyes to look at the woman in front of him. At a glance, Lin Bingshuang was already close to fainting. During this short period of time, the cold poison in her body had become even more intense. Perhaps this was because she had sensed the threatening aura of Xiaoyan in the outside world. Gulp gulp, Xiaoyan's throat rolled as he slowly raised his trembling hand. He slowly moved it to Lin Bingshuang's lower abdomen. Just as Xiaoyan was about to place his hand on it, Lin Bingshuang, who was about to faint, suddenly opened her eyes. A pair of icy cold eyes stared at Xiaoyan in a manner that seemed to want to devour him. Her cold killing intent was not hidden at all. The expression on her pale face was extremely cold. She could not help but pause for a moment. A painful groan was emitted from her nose. After which, she spoke in a cold and solemn voice. What are you trying to do? The sudden appearance of this scene also caused Xiaoyan, who had just extended his hand, to withdraw it with a swoosh. His entire body abruptly shook at this moment and he could not help but take 2 steps back. The sudden action of the woman in front of him, which appeared to be the final radiance of the setting sun, nearly scared Xiaoyan out of his wits. His breath trembled as he inhaled a deep breath. Only then did Xiaoyan softly say, "The cold poison in your body is becoming more and more serious. Don't move. Let me help you expel the poison. Get lost. This king does not need you." Leng Bingshuang cried out furiously the moment Xiaoyan's words sounded. However, before she could finish speaking, the world in front of her turned black, and she immediately fainted. Leng Bingshuang's delicate body was lying flat on the ice bed. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut and she was not breathing. At a glance, the surface of Leng Bingshuang's body was actually covered with a thin layer of ice. Her entire body looked like a beautiful work of art. If it was not because Xiaoyan was already familiar with her, it was likely that anyone would have thought that she was really an ice sculpture. The thin layer of ice covered Leng Bingshuang's entire delicate body. Even the body under the layer of ice was actually suffused with an icy blue color. One could even faintly see the flesh and bones under it. Unfortunately, everything was already covered by the layer of ice. The current Leng Bingshuang could be said to have completely turned into a piece of ice from the inside out. It was as if it would shatter with a knock, causing one to not dare to carelessly touch it. However, it was also at this moment that within Leng Bingshuang's body, from her lower abdomen to the area above her chest, a small fiery red glow actually appeared within her body. That glow flickered faintly and erratically. It was as if a cluster of burning flames was really there. It looked extremely mysterious. This was the heavenly flame that Xiaoyan had injected into Leng Bingshuang's body. Leng Bingshuang had fainted, but Xiaoyan was still trembling with fear. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. At the same time that he tried his best to inject the heavenly flame into Leng Bingshuang's body, cold sweat that was as dense as raindrops continuously fell from his forehead. Every action that Xiaoyan made was extremely careful. He was afraid that he would once again wake this woman up. At that time, if he were to be misunderstood by her, it would really be a matter of life and death, due to the fact that the invasion of the cold poison in these few areas was weaker. Xiaoyan's heavenly flame easily poured into them. However, due to the anxiety in Xiaoyan's heart, this process continued for a total of 4 hours. The result that he obtained was even more unsatisfactory. Fortunately, under Xiaoyan's continuous perseverance, Leng Bingshuang's body was finally gradually occupied by the heavenly flame. The areas that were currently flickering with red light in Leng Bingshuang's body were occupied by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. At the same time, these areas were also the weakest parts of the cold poison. However, even so, Xiaoyan had still expended quite a lot of effort to send his heavenly flame into Leng Bingshuang's body. He turned his head back and looked at Leng Bingshuang. At this time, in Leng Bingshuang's body, the 3 energies each occupied one side, forming a tripod, not giving way to each other. Without a doubt, the most powerful of the 3 was the cold poison. After a long period of accumulation, the cold poison had become extremely powerful and terrifying. Even an origin transformation expert like Leng Bingshuang had fallen before it, so it was easy to imagine just how terrifying the cold poison was. As for the second power, it was naturally Leng Bingshuang's own Genesis Qi. As an origin transformation expert, the Do Qi in her body was gradually transforming into Genesis Qi. When Leng Bingshuang truly became a returnance expert, all the Do Qi in her body would transform into Genesis Qi. This was the rule of the Yuanwu continent, a path that every returnance expert had to take. Unfortunately, even though Leng Bingshuang had already reached the origin transformation realm, she had still fallen to the cold poison in the end. As for the third energy, it was naturally Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was undoubtedly the weakest of the 3. Even Genesis Qi could not withstand the cold poison, while Xiaoyan's heavenly flame was no match for the tremendous amount of Genesis Qi. Naturally, the existence of the heavenly flame was the weakest of the 3. Of course, the fact that the heavenly flame was able to compete with the other 2 naturally meant that it had its own advantages. In terms of position, Xiaoyan's heavenly flame occupied a few of the most important organs in Leng Bingshuang's body. It could be said that pulling one part would affect the entire body. As long as Xiaoyan was able to properly protect these organs in Leng Bingshuang's body, the cold poison would not be able to threaten Leng Bingshuang's life regardless of how strong it was. In addition, the existence of the heavenly flame was an even greater threat to the cold poison. The heavenly flame was a divine object of extreme yang between heaven and earth. Even a living person would fear the power of the heavenly flame, let alone this kind of insidious poison that resided in the human body. Heavenly flames could be said to be the natural nemesis of the cold poison. Following the formation of the three-legged force, Xiaoyan in the outside world could not remain idle. Although the heavenly flame had already been poured into Lin Bingshuang's body, the cold poison's strength was too strong. Just by relying on his spiritual strength, Xiaoyan was unable to push through the cold poison to spread the heavenly flame. Hence, the only thing Xiaoyan could do now was to personally act. He used Lin Bingshuang's skin to control the spreading of the heavenly flame. During this process, Xiaoyan had to personally reach every spot where the heavenly flame spread. Wherever Xiaoyan's hand went, the heavenly flame would spread. The cold poison had already invaded Lin Bingshuang's limbs and bones. As for the Genesis Qi in her body, no matter how powerful it was, it could only protect her essence from being harmed. Initially, when Xiaoyan had just discovered this point, the expression on his old face was also extremely embarrassed. Putting it this way, did it not mean that if he wanted to help Lin Bingshuang expel all the cold poison within her body, he would need to let his hand pass over every inch of her skin? The thought of this made Xiaoyan's old face turn red. Besides this, there was also a deep sense of worry. Who knew if this woman would try to kill him after she woke up? After all, Lin Bingshuang had personally seen Xiaoyan's hand reach towards her lower abdomen before she fainted. For someone who was about to faint, especially a woman, it was difficult not to think about such a scene. While Xiaoyan was hesitating in his heart, the cold poison in Lin Bingshuang's body did not wait any longer. It was unwilling to be outdone by the heavenly flame that had suddenly interfered. The deep blue cold poison was like a thick fog in Lin Bingshuang's body as it spread in all directions. Wherever it passed, her meridians, blood, bones and internal organs were swiftly covered in a layer of ice. However, every time the fog neared the heavenly flame, it would swiftly melt away, emitting a faint sizzling sound in Lin Bingshuang's body before disappearing. However, even though the heavenly flame was the natural nemesis of the cold poison, as time passed, the cold poison that was continuously approaching the heavenly flame was also taking a step closer to Xiaoyan's heavenly flame. Under closer inspection, the internal organs that had originally recovered under the protection of Xiaoyan's heavenly flame were now showing signs of being covered in ice. The appearance of this scene caused Xiaoyan's heart to tighten. He knew that no matter what, he could no longer hesitate. Inside the ice room, which was completely made of ice, a few fist-sized balls of brilliant flames were emitting a blazing heat in midair. Therefore, the temperature in this ice room, which seemed to be surrounded by ice on all sides, was not as low as one would imagine. Instead, there was a sense of warmth. Inside the ice room, there was an ice bed, which was covered with a man's clothes. An ice-cold beauty was lying on the bed with her beautiful eyes tightly shut, just like an ice sculpture, not moving at all. Xiaoyan removed a layer of the woman's long dress, revealing the smooth jade-like skin underneath. At this moment, Lin Bingshuang's entire body, only her chest and lower body were still covered by the long dress. A large portion of her body was exposed to the warm air, undoubtedly in front of Xiaoyan's eyes. Initially, Xiaoyan did not want to do this. However, in order to be able to clearly control the temperature and direction of the heavenly flame, so as to prevent Lin Bingshuang from getting hurt, he had no choice but to do this. Even though he was extremely nervous, saving a life was more important. Xiaoyan did not have the time to care about so many rules. At this moment, Xiaoyan was carefully extending 2 fingers, gently pressing on the delicate body of this peerless beauty in front of him, creating a small depression, allowing one to clearly feel the ice-cold yet smooth skin. Xiaoyan held his breath, not daring to be careless. His entire mind was in a highly tense state. His 2 fingers slowly moved on the woman's lower abdomen. There was not a trace of excess flesh on the smooth lower abdomen, the soft skin causing Xiaoyan's heart to involuntarily tremble. However, he still forcefully steadied his mind, doing his best to control the heavenly flame in Lin Bingshuang's body, gradually approaching the area occupied by the cold poison. The spreading of the heavenly flame was especially difficult. Xiaoyan had to ensure that Lin Bingshuang's body was not harmed while expelling the cold poison. This in itself was an extremely difficult test. Moreover, the cold poison was not weak. The expulsion of the heavenly flame also caused the cold poison to begin to retaliate. Hence, Xiaoyan's actions might appear gentle, but he would pause for a long time each time his finger landed. His goal was to control the heavenly flame, to expel the cold poison from the spots where his finger was pressed before continuing to move forward. This caused Xiaoyan's finger to move even more slowly. On this smooth skin, Xiaoyan's finger often needed 15 minutes to be able to move a short distance of an inch. One could imagine how difficult it was to do so. As time passed, Xiaoyan's fingertips gradually moved from Ling Bingshuang's smooth lower abdomen to her chest. First, her heart, then her lungs. Even with the isolation of a layer of robes, the unique softness that only existed on a woman's body caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. The depths of his heart violently trembled. Xiaoyan's finger, which was pressed on Ling Bingshuang's delicate body, could not help but tremble slightly. Instantly, an even clearer and softer feeling rapidly stimulated Xiaoyan's body like a burst of electricity. His mind trembled and the heavenly flame in Ling Bingshuang's body almost lost control. Suddenly quivering, Xiaoyan's teeth fiercely bit the tip of his tongue. Instantly, a small piece of flesh on the tip of his tongue was bitten to pieces. An unbearable intense pain immediately spread throughout his body and reached the depths of his soul. In an instant, Xiaoyan completely regained his senses. Forcefully enduring the intense pain, Xiaoyan's other thoughts were completely withdrawn. He did not dare to be careless as he focused all his attention and hurriedly controlled the heavenly flame in Ling Bingshuang's body. A huge amount of spiritual force gushed out from Xiaoyan's fingertips, then passed through Ling Bingshuang's skin and entered her body. It quickly poured into the heavenly flame, causing it to calm down once again. After doing all this, Xiaoyan fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The sweet blood rolled down his throat, and with Xiaoyan's breathing, it once again surged up. It gradually spread out in his mouth and did not dissipate for a long time. Xiaoyan endured the intense pain, controlled his 2 fingers, and continued to walk on Ling Bingshuang's delicate body. After a full 2 hours, Xiaoyan's fingers finally moved away from Ling Bingshuang's proud chest. Then, it was the latter's snow-white neck. Huff huff. Only at this moment did Xiaoyan involuntarily pant a few times. The tense emotions in his heart finally relaxed. However, immediately after, Xiaoyan once again focused his attention. The process of expelling the cold poison had already been close to a day, but Xiaoyan was mentally exhausted. However, there was still quite a lot of cold poison in Ling Bingshuang's body. Until now, Ling Bingshuang's 4 limbs were still filled with the ice-blue cold poison. Her 2 arms were like ice crystals, and one could clearly see the bones under Ling Bingshuang's flesh through her skin. The places that Xiaoyan's heavenly flame had passed through were only Ling Bingshuang's upper body. Time flowed by. Xiaoyan's fingers gradually moved up Ling Bingshuang's neck. After a long time, after maintaining a conscious state for a few hours, Xiaoyan's emotions once again began to fluctuate. Unknowingly, one of the 2 fingers that were originally on Ling Bingshuang's neck actually fell down. As he controlled the heavenly flame, he also felt the latter's soft and smooth skin. The bottom of his heart was slightly agitated. Immediately after, 4 fingers, 5 fingers. Finally, his entire palm gently landed on Ling Bingshuang's upper body and unconsciously began to wander. However, until a certain moment, Ling Bingshuang, who was originally quietly lying down, seemed to have felt the gentle caress from her body. Her nose involuntarily emitted a soft moan. Swoosh! In an instant, Xiaoyan regained his senses. His chest felt as if it had been hit by a hammer. His entire body violently leaned forward, and the breath that was held in his chest was completely spat out. His face instantly became incomparably red. Only after a long while did Xiaoyan gradually regain his senses. The instant he lifted his head, he clearly saw that his palm was actually pressing on the chest of this ice beauty in front of him. Ugh! After a brief stupefaction, Xiaoyan's atoms. Apple bobbed slightly as his face instantly turned as red as if it had been set on fire. Xiaoyan hurriedly withdrew his hand. Although it was unintentional, the soft warmth that had spread from his palm caused his heartbeat to abruptly quicken. At the same time, an extremely ominous premonition swiftly surged from the bottom of his heart. As the frost poison was gradually expelled, the Genesis Qi in Ling Bingshuang's body gradually gained the upper hand. The balance of power was gradually tilting. Lung Bingshuang slowly woke up, as if she had just woken up from a long dream. Her consciousness, however, was still stuck at the moment before she had entered the dream. Gradually, at a certain moment, this sleeping beauty, who had been in a deep slumber for a long time, slowly woke up. The moment her pair of pretty eyes opened, she saw Xiaoyan in front of her, whose face was completely red. Within the ice room, two figures, one black and one white, were standing opposite each other. The person wearing the black robe was a man. His face was crimson red and his lips were strangely pale. His aura was weak and his mouth was constantly panting heavily. Opposite him, the one whose delicate body was wrapped in a long dress was a beauty that could topple the world. Her pretty face was ice-cold as she stared at the black-robed man with killing intent. Lung Bingshuang's fair jade-like hand suddenly clenched in midair. In an instant, an ice-blue long sword that was 3 fingers wide appeared in her hand. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the spot between Xiaoyan's eyebrows. "Xiaoyan, what have you done to me?" When she recalled her disheveled appearance when she woke up, Lung Bingshuang's heart could not help but be filled with shame and anger. The expression on her pretty face alternated between green and white. The hand that was holding the long sword could not help but tremble slightly. At the same time, the killing intent in her heart crazily surged. When he heard Lung Bingshuang's words, the pale-faced Xiaoyan could not help but be startled. He glanced at his right hand, which had unknowingly turned ice blue, and quickly kept it in his sleeve. After which, he looked at Lung Bingshuang opposite him and swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. The blood in his mouth that had yet to dissipate caused Xiaoyan's head to feel dizzy. "If I said that I did this to help you expel the cold poison, would you believe me?" Xiaoyan gently shook his head, trying his best to dispel the dizziness in his mind. It was a long while later before he weakly said, "You still dare to quibble after doing something, you're courting death." When he heard Xiaoyan's words, the killing intent in Lung Bingshuang's heart became even thicker. When he was awake, he faintly realized some of the things that had happened previously. The so-called healing, could it be that one could heal one's hand on someone else's chest? Immediately, Lung Bingshuang's wrist jerked and the long sword in her hand danced. The sword viciously pierced towards Xiaoyan's chest. In the blink of an eye, the long sword was about to pierce into Xiaoyan's chest. It was also at this moment that the giddy Xiaoyan suddenly felt everything in front of him turn black. His entire body immediately fell backward and coincidentally dodged the sword that was thrusting toward him. However, even so, the sharp edge of the sword still easily tore through the black robe on Xiaoyan's chest, leaving behind a deep wound on Xiaoyan's chest. Dark red blood immediately gushed out, but before it could land, it had already been instantly frozen in this ice cave-like room. In the next moment, with a muffled bang, Xiaoyan's body heavily fell onto the ground of the ice room. Fresh blood continuously gushed out and froze on the wound on Xiaoyan's chest. At the same time that the wound was sealed, the icy cold air also continuously poured into Xiaoyan's body. Seeing this scene, Lung Bingshuang originally wanted to ignore him and leave him to die under the cold air. However, just as she was about to pass by Xiaoyan, the left hand under Xiaoyan's sleeve unconsciously opened. Immediately after, a jade bottle rolled out and appeared in Lung Bingshuang's line of sight. As the jade bottle slid out, a rich pill fragrance immediately spread out. Even though it was separated by the jade bottle, Lung Bingshuang could still feel the blazing energy aura within the pill. "This is," Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes narrowed. She couldn't help but feel bewildered. With a wave of her hand, the jade bottle on the ground rose up and was received by Lung Bingshuang. With a forceful shake, the jade bottle immediately turned into powder. After that, a scarlet pill gradually appeared in front of Lung Bingshuang's eyes. An even richer pill fragrance pounced on Lung Bingshuang's face. Lung Bingshuang merely inhaled a breath before she immediately felt the still rampant cold poison in her body swiftly shrink back. "This is the Bodhi returning pill." Lung Bingshuang cried out in surprise in her heart. She immediately swept her gaze towards Xiaoyan, who had already fainted at her feet. A trace of astonishment flashed across her beautiful eyes. She didn't expect that Xiaoyan had actually successfully refined the Bodhi returning pill. Moreover, looking at the color of this pill, its quality was definitely not bad. This fellow is really a terrifying person. Even so, you still have to pay the price for what you did to this prince. Lung Bingshuang couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Immediately after, the expression on her beautiful face instantly turned ice cold. With a twist of her wrist, the long sword in her hand immediately pointed downwards and pierced towards Xiaoyan's chest. However, in the next instant, Lung Bingshuang's hand movement once again stopped. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xiaoyan's deathly pale face, then glanced at the long sword wound on his chest. The Bodhi returning pill that was held in her other jade-like hand was returned to her storage ring. Lung Bingshuang's beautiful eyes were tightly shut. Her shapely eyebrows were almost knitted together. She was constantly struggling in her heart. Should she stab down with this sword or not? After struggling for a while, the long sword in her jade-like hand fiercely fell. Just as it was about to pierce Xiaoyan's chest, it exploded with a bang and turned into a ray of light, which was kept into Lung Bingshuang's storage ring. Humph. You can take this pill as a form of repayment for what happened just now. As for the icy spirit frost liquid, don't even think about getting it. With a cold rebuke, Lung Bingshuang waved her sleeve. An invisible force swept up Xiaoyan's body and heavily smashed him onto the ice bed. Although her actions seemed fierce, in reality, with Xiaoyan's physical strength, how could this kind of impact hurt him? Lung Bingshuang's actions were only to vent her anger. After doing all this, Lung Bingshuang couldn't be bothered with Xiaoyan anymore. She didn't care if he was dead or alive. She walked out. Now that she had obtained the Bodhi returning pill, she had to make some preparations to swallow it. In the blink of an eye, only the unconscious Xiaoyan was left in the ice room. This scene was somewhat similar to when Xiaoyan had first stepped into this place. However, the roles had been switched. At this moment, Xiaoyan's right hand under his sleeve was icy blue. Within his palm, an extremely cold qi was following Xiaoyan's qi paths and gradually spreading towards his arm. This qi was the cold poison that originally existed in Lung Bingshuang's body. After expelling the cold poison for Lung Bingshuang for a long time, a portion of the cold poison in Lung Bingshuang's body had unknowingly flowed into Xiaoyan's body. Although the heavenly flame in Xiaoyan's body tried to resist, Xiaoyan was already exhausted from expelling the cold poison for Lung Bingshuang. Not only had he used up more than half of his spiritual strength, but even the dou qi in his body was almost depleted. At this moment, the cold poison was surging and Xiaoyan had fainted. He was completely powerless to resist. Ugh, this stinking brat. He tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. I was thinking of throwing out the Bodhi returning pill and wishing you a good marriage. Who could have imagined that it would end up like this? Deep within Xiaoyan's soul, Vu let out a disappointed sigh. He sensed the cold poison that was gradually spreading within Xiaoyan's arm. He was just about to intervene when he seemed to have discovered something and paused. Inside the empty ice room, a pale-faced Xiaoyan was lying flat on the ice bed. At this moment, Xiaoyan's entire right arm had turned into an icy blue color. The surface of his arm seemed to be covered with a layer of ice armor. Through this layer of ice armor, one could see pieces of crystal-like scales. That was Xiaoyan's Dragon Phoenix ancient armor. When the cold poison invaded Xiaoyan's body and sealed the interior of his arm with ice, it also activated Xiaoyan's Dragon Phoenix ancient armor. While Xiaoyan was unaware, it protected his body from harm. As time passed, the cold poison that had invaded Xiaoyan's body had almost filled Xiaoyan's entire right arm. However, that was all it could do. The cold poison that had entered Xiaoyan's body was only a small part of the cold poison in Lung Bingshuang's body. Being able to seal Xiaoyan's arm in ice was enough to prove how powerful the cold poison was. However, when the cold poison stopped, the heavenly flame that had been suppressed in Xiaoyan's body gradually recovered. The heavenly flame never stopped attacking the cold poison that had invaded Xiaoyan's right arm. However, the two of them were evenly matched. Within a short period of time, the cold poison was unable to cause any substantial harm to Xiaoyan's body. However, the heavenly flame was also unable to do anything to Xiaoyan. Finally, the cold poison was completely incinerated by the heavenly flame. After a long period of exhaustion, Xiaoyan's aura gradually recovered while he was in a deep slumber. However, this did not happen to the cold poison. As the cold poison was being refined by the heavenly flame, the threads of pure energy contained within the cold poison were swept by the heavenly flame and returned to Xiaoyan's vortex. The moment the extremely pure energy entered Xiaoyan's vortex space, it was swiftly broken apart. Compared to this thread of pure energy, Xiaoyan's douqi was extremely weak. The moment the latter entered Xiaoyan's vortex space, it was immediately torn apart by the douqi and replenished each other. In the blink of an eye, the douqi that had been exhausted in the vortex space within Xiaoyan's body was actually completely recovered. This was not the end. With the replenishment of the energy, Xiaoyan's vortex space gradually swelled. The douqi that was stored within even surpassed that of Xiaoyan at his peak condition. When the icy blue color that was wrapped around Xiaoyan's right arm completely disappeared, Xiaoyan's body involuntarily trembled slightly. His originally pale face had completely recovered. Swoosh! Quickly following this, Xiaoyan's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A glint instantly flashed deep within his dark black eyes. His skinny body shook slightly and a huge force immediately surged out. At the same time that the ice bed under him shattered, Xiaoyan's body also leaped up from it. After which, he steadily stood on the ground. At the same time this scene appeared, Lin Bingshuang, whose pretty eyes were originally tightly shut, slowly opened them at this moment in front of a small pool in another part of the ice palace. Her pretty eyes inadvertently glanced in the direction where Xiaoyan was located. A glint flickered in her pretty eyes before she once again shut them. Xiaoyan involuntarily raised his eyebrows as he sensed the abundant douqi within his body. He wondered just how long he had been unconscious. The douqi within his body had already recovered the moment he woke up. "Old Gu, how long have I been unconscious this time around?" Xiaoyan frowned and asked Guyu in his heart. "Hee, I am not afraid of scaring you." 6 hours. Guyu laughed. The words that he uttered caused Xiaoyan to be momentarily stunned. 6 hours. Could it be that there was a problem with his ears after sleeping for a while? He clearly remembered that he had helped Lin Bingshuang heal her injuries before he had fainted. Xiaoyan's old face immediately became boiling hot when this thought suddenly appeared in his mind. He recalled the special feeling that had been transmitted from his hand back then and involuntarily lifted his hand to rub his nose. He sniffed gently. There seemed to be a certain fragrance remaining on his hand. Soon after, Xiaoyan discovered that the hand he had lifted was his right hand, which was roaming over Lin Bingshuang's lovely body back then. **Old Gu**, what is going on? Xiaoyan's face was red as he tried his best to withdraw his thoughts. Only then did he ask Guyu. "Hee, smelly brat, originally I thought that you would not gain anything this time around. However, it seems that you have gained something." Guyu mischievously laughed as though he had seen through Xiaoyan's thoughts. He quickly explained to Xiaoyan what had happened in his body earlier. Xiaoyan came to a sudden understanding. He did not expect the cold poison to be so ferocious. Even though Xiaoyan was protected by a heavenly flame, it was still able to invade his body. Fortunately, Xiaoyan ultimately benefited from this disaster. The cold poison had accumulated in Lin Bingshuang's body over a long period of time and contained a lot of Lin Bingshuang's energy. After the energy was refined by Xiaoyan's heavenly flame, the pure energy returned to Xiaoyan. Of course, most of the Genesis Qi had scattered. Only a portion of douqi could be used by Xiaoyan. As a result, Xiaoyan's advanced 6-star half-emperor cultivation had completely stabilized in a few short hours. Unlike other cultivation levels, the origin transformation realm was the most special. At this level, both douqi and Genesis Qi existed in a cultivator's body. The two types of energy coexisted in the world and did not conflict with each other. However, to become a returnance expert, one needed to first convert all the douqi in one's body into Genesis Qi. During this period of time, the Genesis Qi and douqi would coexist and gradually transform. Once the douqi was completely converted into Genesis Qi, one would become a returnance expert. As a result, Xiaoyan was able to obtain pure douqi after his heavenly flame refined the energy from the cold poison. Hee, don't celebrate too early. Although your strength has been stabilized, the Bodhi returning pill has already landed in that girl's hands. Oh? Xiaoyan's eyes immediately narrowed when he heard Guyu's words. Only then did he remember the main objective of this trip. That's right, the Bodhi returning pill and the icy spirit liquid. Don't even think about it. Do you think that girl won't kill you after you touched her body? It's all because of the Bodhi returning pill. She urgently needs the body-returning pill to recover from her injuries, which is why she let you go. If it weren't for the cold poison in her body, she would have died long ago. Guyu gloated before Xiaoyan could finish his sentence. His words were like a bucket of cold water that had been poured over Xiaoyan's head. That girl has already taken the body-returning pill. There's no hope for the icy spirit liquid anymore. Xiaoyan stood stiffly in the ice room that was filled with cold air. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together and his heart was filled with many thoughts. What that woman said. Don't tell me she is really not going to give it to me, Xiaoyan's heart sank. The icy spirit frozen liquid was related to the ice spiritual pill. It was extremely important to him. No matter what, he could not afford to make any mistakes in this matter. Now that he had gathered all the medicinal ingredients he needed to refine the ice spiritual pill, he was only lacking the icy spirit frozen liquid. If anything went wrong, Xiaoyan would not be able to reverse the situation no matter how many tricks he had up his sleeves. Then, with her strength, how much of what she said would be false? Gulp, Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have an answer in his heart. Don't tell me I have to go back like this, Xiaoyan said unwillingly. He had not expected that the situation would turn out like this. He had really suffered a double loss. Now, not only did he not give Lung Bingshuang any benefits, he had even lost the icy spirit frozen liquid. Without the icy spirit frozen liquid, how could he refine the ice spiritual pill? Without the ice spiritual pill, how could he swallow the heavenly flame? It was unbearable. Perhaps you can try here. Your current position is extremely close to the icy spirit frozen fountain. Perhaps you can refine some icy spirit frozen liquid from the air here. Xiaoyan helplessly sighed after Guyu uttered these words. Although he was unwilling in his heart, this was the only solution at this moment. Ugh, looks like this is the only way. Soon after, Xiaoyan was about to sit down. However, at this moment, Lung Bingshuang, who was sitting beside a pool in a certain part of the ice palace, had a drastic change in her expression. At the same time, on Xiaoyan's side, despite being isolated by the ice wall, Xiaoyan could faintly feel that the ice room he was in was trembling slightly. This is... what happened? It's the icy spirit frozen fountain. Let's go over quickly. Xiaoyan was unable to clearly sense it, but this did not mean that Guyu was unaware. With his enormous spiritual strength, this ice palace could not stop him. Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed when he heard Guyu's words. An ominous premonition immediately rose in his heart. Xiaoyan followed Guyu's guidance and hurriedly rushed in the direction of the icy spirit frozen fountain. At the edge of the pond that was about 500 feet in size, Lun Bingshuang's pretty face had an incomparably solemn expression. The aura that had yet to recover to its peak gushed out without reservation at this moment. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared fixedly at the pool in front of her, as if she was waiting for something. On the other side, Xiaoyan was getting closer and closer to the fountain under Guyu's guidance. However, in the blink of an eye, 15 minutes had already passed. After Xiaoyan had repeatedly passed through tens of alleys, the sight in front of him suddenly became clear. The buildings in front of him had all disappeared. Instead, there was a pool. At this very moment, there was a beautiful lady, whose lovely body was wrapped under a long white dress, standing in midair beside the pool. A vast and mighty force and pressure surged out from her without any reservation. An incomparably solemn expression appeared on her beautiful, pretty face. Ugh, Xiaoyan's heart sank when he saw Lung Bingshuang. Soon after, his eyes landed on the fountain in front of him. Icy spirit frozen fountain. Xiaoyan's heart shook. The fountain in front of him was the icy spirit frozen fountain that he had been bitterly searching for. The fountain water was undoubtedly the icy spirit frozen liquid. Immediately, Xiaoyan's face involuntarily revealed a fanatical expression. The final main ingredient to refine the icy spirit pill had appeared in front of him. It could be said that it was within reach. What are you doing here? Get lost. Lung Bingshuang's pretty face turned cold when she saw Xiaoyan arrive. Her tone was especially cold as she cried out. However, the fountain in the middle of the place suddenly began to churn intensely the moment Lung Bingshuang's words sounded. Boiling bubbles surged out from deep within the fountain. The moment they burst on the surface of the water, a large amount of cold air was released. It was like a white fog that swiftly spread. It was fine if there was only a small amount of cold fog. However, the cold fog that had appeared in front of Xiaoyan and Leng Bingshuang swiftly covered the surface of the fountain. The fog was so dense that it even blocked Leng Bingshuang's sight. Damn it! The frequency of the fountain erupting has been increasing recently. Leng Bingshuang's heart suddenly sank when she saw this scene. She hurriedly unleashed the remaining energy within her body and formed an energy barrier that covered the periphery of the fountain in an attempt to block the spreading of the fog. Chi. Even though Leng Bingshuang's method was effective, the moment the fog came into contact with the energy barrier, a thick white fog quickly rose between the two. The originally thick energy barrier was also rapidly melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it! Leng Bingshuang's pretty face changed. Currently, her condition was not at her peak. Hence, she did not have any extra strength to continue supporting the energy barrier. If this continued, it was likely that her energy barrier would shatter soon. However, at this critical moment, Xiaoyan swiftly stepped forward from behind. Compared to Leng Bingshuang, the current Xiaoyan's condition could not be any better. The doqi in his body was like floodwater that had burst out of a dam as it swept out in all directions. It was mixed with a dense, heavenly flame as it once again covered the exterior of Leng Bingshuang's energy barrier. Chi. Immediately, the frighteningly high temperature swiftly dissolved the cold fog within the two layers of energy barrier. Although the cold fog was still rapidly increasing, it was likely that it would not be able to break through the energy barrier formed by the two within a short period of time. Leng Bingshuang finally breathed a long sigh of relief when she saw this scene. She turned her head as her eyes instantly turned incomparably cold. She stared at Xiaoyan and said in a frosty voice, "I've already told you to scram. Why are you still staying here?" This time, Xiaoyan's expression was relaxed. He smiled faintly and said, "If I leave, will you be able to deal with the ice spirit frozen fountain alone? Do I need a half-step emperor like you to interfere in the matters of this king?" Leng Bingshuang was enraged. The instant she raised her hand, she was just about to circulate the Genesis Qi in her body when she discovered that she no longer had even a sliver of Genesis Qi to move. "Save it. You should rest for a while in your current state. As for this thing, leave it to me." Xiaoyan smiled confidently. The worry within his heart had been completely eliminated within this short moment. His pair of dark black eyes were as calm as a deep pool in the past. His gaze stared at the pool within the energy barrier in front of him. A glint instantly flickered deep within his eyes. It flashed and disappeared. Even Leng Bingshuang did not discover it. The age of the icy spirit cold spring was calculated by the size of the cold pool it formed. 1,000 years was 10 feet, 2,000 years was 20 feet, and so on. Now, the cold pool that appeared in front of Xiaoyan was at least 500 feet in size. From this, it could be concluded that this cold pool had existed for at least 5,000 years. 5,000 years. It was unknown how many eras had changed. This icy spirit cold spring had existed for a very long time. It was also because of this that the value of this icy spirit cold spring was obvious. As for the current situation of the icy spirit cold spring, it was a state of overflowing energy. This meant that the icy spirit cold liquid within the cold pool had accumulated to an extremely large amount, and the energy within it was unbelievably strong. Normally speaking, overflowing energy should not occur. This was because as the age of the icy spirit cold spring increased, the energy should have spread out on its own, causing the surface area of the cold pool to gradually increase and circulate on its own, causing the energy within the icy spirit cold spring to always be in a state of balance. Logically speaking, such a situation should not occur. However, because of some people, this situation occurred in the icy spirit cold spring. Needless to say, this person was naturally Leng Bingshuang. The hinterland of Xilin should not be surrounded by towering snowy mountains. The so-called Eastern Wall was Leng Bingshuang's masterpiece. On one hand, it was to prevent the energy within the icy spirit cold spring from spreading to the entire Xilin mountain range. On the other hand, it was to hide the existence of the icy spirit cold spring to prevent it from being discovered by some powerful factions. From the fact that the hinterland of Xilin had not been invaded by outsiders, Leng Bingshuang had obviously achieved her goal of hiding the icy spirit cold spring. However, at the same time, Leng Bingshuang had also left behind an extremely serious problem. The establishment of those snowy mountains caused the energy within the icy spirit cold spring to be unable to spread outwards. This was like a basketball that was already filled with air. All of this had clearly reached its limit. Constant inflation would only increase the pressure within it. When the basketball exploded, even the thickest iron sheet would not be able to stop it. Lung Bingshuang's method was like a basketball that was filled with air, constantly inflating. Now, the ice spirit cold fountain basketball had reached the point where it was about to explode. Once the ice spirit cold fountain had a solution, at that time, it would not only be the Shilin mountain range that would suffer, even Lung Bingshuang herself would suffer quite a bit of damage because of this. However, there was no turning back for Lung Bingshuang's actions. The establishment of those snowy peaks had caused the energy within the icy spirit cold spring to become increasingly vigorous. The direct result of this was that the energy that was constantly accumulating in the cold pool would erupt out uncontrollably. In the past, Lung Bingshuang could still forcefully suppress it. However, as time passed, after so many years, the energy that had accumulated in the icy spirit cold spring had reached an extremely terrifying level. Not to mention that Lung Bingshuang was not in her best state at the moment. Even if she was at her peak, she might not be able to suppress the energy within the cold pool. At this moment, the cold mist that was gushing outwards was only a small beginning. When the energy within the cold pool completely erupted, it would be truly terrifying. The reason why Lung Bingshuang had berated Xiaoyan earlier was probably because she knew what was going to happen next. Get out of here. Don't think that you have the ability to resolve this matter just because you have temporarily blocked the cold mist. You are merely borrowing the power of the heavenly flame. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get out of here. Lung Bingshuang clenched her silver teeth. Her beautiful face was filled with anger as she berated Xiaoyan once again, hoping that Xiaoyan would leave this place. After all, facing the continuous eruption of the cold pool, even she was becoming less and less confident that she could withstand it. Plop. However, the moment Lung Bingshuang's words left her mouth, a crack suddenly appeared on the energy barrier behind her. Immediately, a gust of cold air spurted out and spread out. Lung Bingshuang, who was the closest, was the first to bear the brunt. The long dress on her back was quickly covered by ice. In the blink of an eye, the dress on Lung Bingshuang's body was completely frozen. Her entire body seemed to be sealed under a layer of ice, unable to move. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan's expression involuntarily changed slightly. Just as he was about to act, the crack on the energy barrier behind him grew larger and larger. Seeing that the energy barrier was about to shatter, Xiaoyan had no time to care about Lung Bingshuang in front of him. He hurriedly moved, waving his sleeve. Vigorous heavenly flames immediately spewed out, covering the sky as they pounced forward, once again blocking the cold mist. At the same time, Lung Bingshuang was struggling with all her might, continuously squeezing out the remaining traces of power in the cells in her body. It was only at a certain moment, after exhausting all her strength, that Lung Bingshuang forcefully condensed a thumb-sized ball of Genesis Qi within the vortex. This little bit of Genesis Qi was naturally unable to do anything in a battle, but at this moment, it was enough for Lung Bingshuang to shatter the layer of ice on the surface of her body. With a thought, the thumb-sized ball of Genesis Qi rapidly surged out along the meridians in her body. At the same time, Xiaoyan swiftly retreated with a grave expression. Guyu sensed that there was a tremendous force rapidly surging out from the depths of the ice spirit cold spring. The energy barrier was about to collapse. In the face of such a force, even Xiaoyan could only temporarily avoid it. The layer of cold ice on the surface of Lung Bingshuang's body also broke when Xiaoyan's body rushed back. Even her dress, which was covered by the cold ice, was shattered. The cold ice shattered and immediately turned into a pile of fragments. They fell down with a clear cracking sound. Immediately, Lung Bingshuang's snow-white lovely body was completely exposed to the air. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body also arrived in front of Lung Bingshuang, intending to bring her away from this place. However, the scene that suddenly appeared in front of him caused Xiaoyan, who had just flashed over, to instantly become dull. Xiaoyan's old face quickly turned boiling hot at the sight of the curvaceous and beautiful body in front of him. Lung Bingshuang also recovered her senses the moment the ice shattered, but it was too late. Because she had exhausted all the Genesis Qi in her body, a feeling of emptiness spread throughout her body, and she almost fell to the ground. Boom! However, in the next moment, one could hear a muffled thunder-like sound. The energy barrier that covered the entire cold pool was instantly shattered. Cold fog swiftly spread as a towering water pillar shot out from deep within the cold pool. Countless number of extremely cold water droplets scattered and swiftly shot across the interior of the ice palace. The sudden appearance of this scene caused Xiaoyan to instantly recover. He bitterly clenched his teeth and could not be bothered about anything else in his heart. He hurriedly took 2 steps forward, extended both of his hands, and pulled the naked Lung Bingshuang into his embrace. Following the exclamation from Lung Bingshuang's mouth, a large black robe wrapped around the both of them. Xiaoyan's feet moved. The sky extinction steps was unleashed to its limit. His entire body was even faster than lightning. Within the blink of an eye, he had disappeared from the side of this cold pool. The extremely cold water pillar broke through the layers of thick ice at the top of the ice palace, finally bursting out of the snow and breaking through the thick white mist above Shilin's hinterland. Only when it saw the blazing sun in the sky did it stop. The water pillar exploded with a bang, turning into a torrential downpour that sprinkled throughout Shilin's hinterland. Wherever the cold rain fell, the ground instantly turned to ice. Shilin's hinterland, which was already covered in snow all year round, instantly felt even colder. Below, the icy lake in the ice palace was filled with cold mist. Through the huge hole directly above the lake, waves of biting cold wind rushed in from the outside world like a group of bandits, quickly plundering the ice palace. Xiaoyan's figure suddenly stood in the ice room where he had met Lin Bingxing for the first time at a certain spot within the ice palace. At this moment, Xiaoyan was holding the weak Lin Bingshuang in his arms. Her originally soft and delicate body appeared even more delicate in the current situation. Her snow-white body emitted an even whiter light in the ice palace, as if she had just bathed in milk. Large patches of spring were exposed to the cold air. Without the support of Genesis Qi, how could her body withstand such extreme cold? Lung Bingshuang's face rapidly paled, and her delicate body could not help but tremble. The beauty in Xiaoyan's arms involuntarily reached out to hug Xiaoyan's arms, her nose frantically inhaling the warm aura emitted from Xiaoyan's body. If an ordinary person were to see this matter, they would definitely be unable to restrain a smile and be unable to control their own emotions. Even the current Xiaoyan could not help but feel an intense surge in his heart. Fortunately, however, it was ultimately forcefully suppressed by him. However, at this moment, Lung Bingshuang, who was in Xiaoyan's arms, clearly sensed that something was wrong with Xiaoyan's body. She instantly sobered up, and her pale face immediately flushed red. As if she had suddenly regained her strength, she hurriedly struggled out of Xiaoyan's arms. Her smooth feet retreated 2 steps on the icy ground, and she was even more shocked to find that she was completely exposed to the man's gaze. Cough cough. Xiaoyan hurriedly withdrew his gaze. At the same time, he waved his large hand and hurriedly took out a black robe of his from his storage ring. He carelessly handed it to Lin Bingshuang in front of him. The latter hurriedly received the black robe. Only after wearing the black robe did she raise her eyes to look at Xiaoyan with a flushed face. Cough cough, that. I didn't do it on purpose. What I did just now was only to save you. Otherwise, you would have been swallowed by the energy gushing out from the icy spirit-frozen spring. Xiaoyan's face was also flushed red, and he did not even dare to lift his head to look at Lin Bingshuang. Previously, she was unable to react in time, but now that she had regained her composure, if he dared to casually look at her again, she would definitely kill him after she recovered. After Xiaoyan's words, the expression on Lin Bingshuang's beautiful face became incomparably embarrassed and angry. Although she really wanted to tear Xiaoyan apart, if she thought about it carefully, she really could not blame Xiaoyan for what happened just now. In fact, if it was not for Xiaoyan, she would have really died under the powerful energy of the icy spirit-frozen spring. Once this matter is over, you better forget everything that happened between the two of us. Otherwise, even if you escape to the ends of the earth, this prince will definitely kill you. After being silent for a long while, Lin Bingshuang's beautiful face regained its usual indifference, and her words were even more unusually cold. With regards to her words, Xiaoyan did not doubt her at all. After all, a strong practitioner like Lin Bingshuang usually disdained to lie. After Lin Bingshuang finished speaking, she prepared to move and walked towards the direction of the icy spirit-frozen spring. Now that the icy spirit frozen spring had already erupted, if it was not stopped, then the situation would definitely become even more serious. If it was allowed to continue, the next ones to suffer would not only be the hinterland of Xilin. Ugh, however, after taking 2 steps, Lung Bingshuang's face, which had just recovered, instantly turned deathly pale once again. Her delicate body went limp and directly sat down on the ground. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyan's heart could not help but tighten a little. He wanted to step forward and support her, but the latter waved her large sleeves and stopped Xiaoyan with a cold gaze. This prince does not need you to interfere in my matters. This prince will naturally give you the icy spirit frozen liquid after this matter is over, but now, please leave the hinterland of Xilin. Otherwise, this prince will kill you right now. Even though her body was already so weak that it was difficult for her to move, Lun Bingshuang was still unwilling to give in. In her heart, she was still the majestic and domineering king of the Xilin mountain range. Any difficulty in front of him was incomparably weak. In order to protect the Xilin mountain range, she definitely could not fall, and even more so, could not reveal any weakness, because that would be a flaw. As a king, she definitely could not allow herself to have any flaws. If you want to kill me, then wait until this matter is over. But now, it is best for you to obediently stay here. As for the icy spirit frozen liquid, as I said, just leave it to me. Upon hearing Lin Bingshuang's words, not only did Xiaoyan have no intention of backing down, his tone was even more resolute as he directly agreed. With a flip of his palm, 2 jade bottles filled with elixirs appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. After delivering them to Lin Bingshuang, only then did Xiaoyan move his feet. Ignoring Lin Bingshuang's complicated gaze, in the blink of an eye, his figure transformed into a cool breeze and disappeared from this ice room. After Xiaoyan left, Lin Bingshuang's originally upright and delicate body suddenly softened. On the other side of a woman's strength, was an even more fragile and delicate side. With a complicated expression in her eyes, Lin Bingshuang's heart was filled with hesitation as she stared at the 2 jade bottles filled with elixirs in front of her. After a long while, she finally clenched her silver teeth and grabbed one of the jade bottles. Without any hesitation, she poured out the elixirs within it and swiftly consumed them. Then, she coiled up her body and began to slowly refine them. On the other side, relying on the speed of the sky extinction steps, Xiaoyan had once again arrived in front of the cold pool in a short period of time. As he gazed at the cold pool in front of him, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth gradually curled into a smile. Old goo, it's all up to you now. Haha, stinking brat, don't worry. With this old man here, nothing will go wrong. However, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. You actually thought of using such a method to swindle a girl into having a good impression of you. I'm afraid that you have swindled quite a few girls back then. Ha 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 ha. Cough cough, you really don't know how to act as an old man. Hurry up and get to work. Right now, the most important thing is to settle this problem first. Xiaoyan's face was red as he softly reprimanded. He could not help but use his hand to rub his nose. After which, he moved his feet and arrived at the edge of the cold pool. In the hinterland of Xilin, beside the cold pool in the underground ice palace, a black-robed figure stood in this place. His handsome face appeared incomparably white under the reflection of the cold light. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than Xiaoyan? At this moment, Xiaoyan was staring at the cold pool in front of him. He frowned slightly and could not help but feel slightly nervous. The current cold pool was very different from when Lin Bingshuang was here. The surface of the water, which was originally as smooth as a mirror, was now deeply sunken, forming a bottomless whirlpool. In particular, the center of the whirlpool was a pitch-black hole. One could not see the bottom at a glance. The water was spinning rapidly in the whirlpool. Waves of cold air were sucked in from the huge hole above and poured into the depths of the whirlpool. Old goo, do you think we can really go down? Xiaoyan could not help but ask embarrassedly. Even with Xiaoyan's temperament, he could not help but feel nervous when he saw the bottomless whirlpool in front of him. Hee, why are you scared? Are you afraid? Since you are scared, don't go down. In any case, the eruption of the icy spirit cold spring this time is not complete. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You don't lack this time, right? I just don't know how many times the girl outside can withstand such an eruption. Guyu chuckled when he heard Xiaoyan's doubtful words and deliberately teased him. Xiaoyan was speechless when he heard Guyu's words. He pursed his lips and smiled helplessly. Alright, tell me. How can I go down? I will listen to your arrangements. Isn't it easy to go down? You don't have to listen to my arrangements. Just jump down from here. Guyu spoke in a seemingly careless manner. However, these words caused Xiaoyan to be stunned when he heard them. The muscles at the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He cursed the old man in his heart. The terror of this icy spirit cold fountain was something that he had personally experienced. Faced with the strength from earlier, Xiaoyan did not think that he had the ability to contend with it. Now, he was actually asked to jump down. Was that not no different from seeking death? It should be known that the reason he dared to come here alone was because he had Guyu behind him. Otherwise, he would not have dared to come here and throw away his life. Little fellow, don't worry. With me around, I guarantee that you will be safe. Guyu could not help but laugh in his heart when he saw Xiaoyan's hesitation. He immediately withdrew his joking tone and solemnly spoke. Hearing this, Xiaoyan finally became certain in his heart. It seemed that this old man was indeed not lying to him. However, it was likely that no one would be able to make him jump down without any preparation. Xiaoyan carefully extended his head to look at the enormous whirlpool in front of him. He felt a little afraid in his heart. However, at this moment, an invisible foot heavily kicked his buttocks from behind. Xiaoyan's heart was greatly startled as his body fell uncontrollably into the whirlpool. What a dilly-dallying! Guyu's somewhat illusory body finally revealed itself beside the cold pool. He helplessly shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. After which, he suddenly disappeared with a bang. In the next moment, a fierce dense white heavenly flame rose from the surface of Xiaoyan's body the moment his body fell into the whirlpool. It protected Xiaoyan's body while its frighteningly high temperature isolated the spring water. In front of Guyu, this icy spirit cold spring was indeed nothing. Even though it had existed for 5,000 years, this so-called advantage was nothing in the face of absolute strength. The entire pool flowed downwards in a straight line. With the isolation of the bone-chilling flame, Xiaoyan was not eroded by the extremely cold spring water. This caused him to rejoice in his heart as he quickly moved and dived deeper into the pool. Without the pressure created by the spring water, Xiaoyan's speed was not hindered by the slightest. Within a short moment, he had already descended a couple of thousand feet. However, it appeared that he was far from reaching the end of the pool. The depths of his sight were still pitch black. No life could be seen in this deep pool. This place appeared deathly silent. The deeper he dived, the larger the space became. The surrounding world was filled with icy blue spring water. There was only pitch-black darkness at the end of his sight. No light could be seen. At a certain moment, Xiaoyan even lost his sense of direction. If it were not for Guyu's guidance, it was likely that he would have been lost in this deep pool. Time gradually passed as Xiaoyan dived deeper. This long dive took Xiaoyan an hour. However, the surrounding world was still pitch black in the end. At this moment, even with the isolation of the bone-chilling flame, Xiaoyan could still sense the iciness of the surrounding spring water. Of course, he did not know that this was done on purpose by Guyu. Guyu's objective was naturally to use the extremely cold spring water to keep Xiaoyan in an extremely clear-headed state. This would prevent the emotions at the bottom of his heart from destroying his original objective of coming here. In this endless dive, Xiaoyan gradually lost track of how long he had dived and how deep he had gone. He could only guarantee that his direction was not wrong as well as his initial goal in the bottom of his heart. The surrounding world became increasingly pitch black. Xiaoyan seemed to have lost his sense of this space. He was like a helpless bird in the night sky. He could neither go nor retreat. Time was like flowing water around him as it rapidly passed by Xiaoyan. An icy temperature enveloped Xiaoyan's entire body. The bone-chilling flame seemed to be unable to hold on any longer. Xiaoyan had reached the end of his journey. Even though he had not seen any valuable results, he could no longer continue diving. Xiaoyan's body stopped in the water. He could clearly feel the temperature of the spring water through the thick white flame. Without the protection of the heavenly flame, he might have frozen to death in an instant. Even if such an outcome would not occur for the time being, if Xiaoyan were to continue diving, such an outcome would be possible. Should he continue diving or choose to give up, between perseverance and his life, Xiaoyan had to make a choice. In the end, Xiaoyan mobilized all the dou-qi in his body. With a thought, a brilliant heavenly flame rose from the surface of his body. It was like a blooming flower in this dark and cold world, releasing brilliant colors. Furthermore, it was the only blazing flower in this pitch-black and cold world. Xiaoyan moved once again and continued heading deeper into the spring water. Guyu revealed a satisfied smile in Xiaoyan's heart. The coldness around Xiaoyan's body also swiftly faded. It was as if all the coldness had been diluted by this brilliant flower. Little did he know that he wasn't as strong as he had imagined. It was just that there was someone who had silently shouldered all of this for him. Time flew by quickly. Even though Xiaoyan's movements were not slow, it was impossible to distinguish them in this pitch-black world. Finally, at a certain moment, a starlight suddenly flashed at the edge of Xiaoyan's sight as he continued diving. Even though it disappeared in a flash, it was like a beautiful sunset in Xiaoyan's eyes. It lingered in his mind for a long time. At the bottom of the cold pool within the ice palace. At this moment, Xiaoyan was standing in the extremely cold spring water. Fortunately, with the isolation of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan was not eroded by the spring water. A shocked glint was revealed in Xiaoyan's dark black eyes. He was staring at the enormous ice block in front of him, which was the size of a small mountain. His mouth was wide open and he appeared to be stunned. There was no need to describe the shock in his heart. At this moment, the thing that was suspended in front of Xiaoyan was an incomparably large piece of cold ice. Looking from a distance, this piece of cold ice was like a stalagmite. Its sharp end was pointed upward. The lower one was, the larger its size. From Xiaoyan's current position, he was unable to see the roots of this ice mountain at a glance. One could imagine just how large the size of this piece of cold ice was. The cold spring water swiftly withdrew beside Xiaoyan. Light flowed and finally turned into Guyu's figure. "Old Gu, what is this?" Xiaoyan opened his mouth slightly. His voice was somewhat astringent as he asked. "Unexpectedly, I really did not expect that there would really be an extreme cold ice soul here. Moreover, it is 5,000 years old. TSK, this is a peerless treasure." Guyu, who had appeared, also looked at the boundless enormous ice mountain in front of him with shock in his old eyes. The words from his mouth had already revealed the shock in his heart. "Extreme cold ice soul, old Gu, what is this?" Xiaoyan frowned. His eyes involuntarily swept over the enormous ice block in front of him. Guyu by the side nodded gently. He immediately explained to Xiaoyan, "Extreme cold ice soul. This is something that has a certain chance of appearing only in the core area of the icy spirit cold spring. Moreover, it can only appear under certain special environmental conditions. This ice soul is agglomerated from the purest energy of the icy spirit cold spring. Its ability is many times stronger than the spring water. Even if this thing is thrown into a heavenly flame, it will not be an easy task to refine it. With it, your chances of swallowing a heavenly flame in the future will greatly increase. This thing will be of great help in raising your strength." The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes hardened when he heard this. He had heard from Guyu that the icy spirit cold liquid had a great suppressive effect on all flames in the world. However, he did not expect that the effect of this extreme cold ice soul would be several times that of the icy spirit cold liquid. If Xiaoyan could obtain it and use it to refine a heavenly flame, would it not be an easy task? "Little brat, don't think too much. Do you really think that you have all the good things in the world? How powerful is a heavenly flame? It is the most overbearing energy in the world. How can it be easily suppressed by this ice soul? Even if it can be suppressed, it will only be possible if the entire ice soul is used. Otherwise, do you really think that the reputation of a heavenly flame is just a bluff?" "Ugh." Xiaoyan was startled. He immediately smiled embarrassedly. That's right. Ever since he had swallowed a heavenly flame, anyone who saw the flame in his hand would reveal a shocked expression. The strength of a heavenly flame was renowned throughout the continent. Since ancient times, a heavenly flame had been a symbol of strength. Even a small flame would cause countless people to fight over it. From this point alone, one could tell that the strength of a heavenly flame was not undeserved. Although this ice soul was extraordinary, the strength of a heavenly flame was much greater than that of a natural object. Even if one wanted to suppress it, it was likely impossible unless one had an advantage in numbers. However, Xiaoyan lifted his head and looked at the enormous ice soul in front of him. He recalled what Guyu had said a moment ago. If one wished to suppress a heavenly flame, one would have to use the entire ice soul. Not to mention using it to suppress the heavenly flame, even trying to move it away was an impossible task. Cough cough, old Gu, what should we do now? We can't just sit here and watch. I don't think that I have the ability to move it away. Xiaoyan curled his lips and helplessly shrugged his shoulders as he looked at the enormous ice soul in front of him. Stinking brat, you are dreaming. You want to move it away? Forget about you, even this old man does not have the ability to do so. Guyu involuntarily cursed at Xiaoyan, not knowing whether to laugh or cry after hearing his words. Soon after, Guyu continued without waiting for Xiaoyan to speak. Brat, have you forgotten why we have entered this place? Xiaoyan was startled. His expression immediately brightened as he hurriedly replied. It is to quell the energy riot within the icy spirit cold fountain. That's right, but do you know how to quell it? Ugh, will old Gu please explain? Xiaoyan immediately displayed a respectful appearance after returning to the main topic. He cupped his hands together respectfully to Guyu and spoke with a serious expression. Heh, stinking brat, why do you immediately become normal when this matter concerns that girl? Xiaoyan's face turned red after teasing Guyu. Guyu shook his head and said, My original plan was to use the icy spirit cold fountain. My original plan was to use the bone-chilling flame to consume a portion of the energy in the core of the icy pool. This way, the energy within the icy spirit cold spring would be in a state of lack. Naturally, there would be no reason for the icy pool to riot. However, from the looks of it now, there is no need for us to do so. A smile appeared on Guyu's old face when he spoke. He lifted his eyes and swept them over the enormous ice soul in front of him. A glint flickered deep within his old eyes. Xiaoyan by the side involuntarily frowned when he saw this scene. He swiftly thought about it in his heart and the muscles on the corner of his eyes involuntarily twitched. In his heart, he wondered if this old man in front of him was really thinking about this extreme cold ice. Soul. I have indeed taken a fancy to this ice soul. After all, this thing is the energy crystal of the icy spirit cold fountain. Its value is much higher than this spring water. Guyu turned his head and spoke to Xiaoyan with a smile. He seemed to have seen through Xiaoyan's thoughts. Even if this is the case, we have no way of moving it away, right? Who asked you to move it away? It is the same idea as I had earlier. We will reduce a portion of the energy on this ice soul. At that time, the energy of the icy spirit cold fountain will naturally gather here and do its best to repair the energy that the ice soul has lost. This way, the icy spirit cold fountain will remain in a stable state and the riot will be resolved. As for the method, all we need to do is to remove a piece of this ice soul. Guyu smiled. His somewhat illusory body leisurely arrived in front of the enormous ice soul. He extended his hand and slowly placed it on the surface of the ice soul while being wrapped by the bone-chilling flame. Xiaoyan also understood Guyu's intention from behind. It seemed that Guyu had already planned to start with this ice soul the moment they arrived. This would eliminate the hidden danger of the energy riot of the icy spirit cold fountain and help Xiaoyan obtain a piece of ice soul. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. Xiaoyan looked at Guyu's back as he thought of this. His heart involuntarily felt a little touched. Guyu had done too much for him along the way. Although the two of them had not really interacted much, the relationship between the two of them had already reached an extremely close stage. Perhaps, from a certain point of view, the current Guyu was just like Yao Lao back then. Xiaoyan's throat rolled as he stared at Guyu's back. It was a long while later before he quietly said in his heart. Old Gu, thank you for this journey. Oh, take it. Be careful. Although this thing does not appear big, it is agglomerated with the extremely cold energy of the entire icy spirit cold spring. Once this thing touches you, even you might not be able to deal with it. Guyu randomly threw a football-sized ice soul to Xiaoyan from the deepest part of the cold pool. Xiaoyan, who had originally intended to use his hand to catch it, hurriedly withdrew his hand when he heard Gu Yu's words. He swiftly took out a jade box of similar size from his storage ring. Only then did he manage to catch it and swiftly closed the jade box. Although Xiaoyan's actions were quick, a thin layer of ice swiftly spread over the jade box the moment the jade box was closed. At the same time, an extremely cold feeling swiftly surged out from within the jade box. Damn it, it is indeed worthy of being an ice soul. This temperature is really frighteningly low. Xiaoyan hurriedly used his heavenly flame to wrap the entire jade box. A layer of fire barrier formed on the surface of the jade box. Only then did he manage to isolate the frightening cold aura. Even though this was the case, Xiaoyan was still able to sense waves of cold aura being emitted from within. Xiaoyan carefully put it away. After which, he finally sighed in relief in his heart. He lifted his eyes and looked at the ice soul in front of him. He could see that an eye-catching pit had appeared on it. At this moment, waves of cold energy from the surrounding spring water seemed to have been attracted by something as they swiftly gathered toward the pit. This activity swiftly spread to the other parts of the pool. Finally, the entire pool seemed to have gathered at this moment. Waves of enormous energy continued to surge out from the spring water and swiftly poured into the pit. Within the ice palace in the outside world. At this moment, Lung Bingshuang had used the medicinal pill that Xiaoyan had left behind to recover a portion of her strength. Coincidentally, Lung Bingshuang had arrived at the cold pool. However, the scene that appeared in front of her caused her pretty face to be filled with surprise. At this moment, the surface of the cold pool in front of Lung Bingshuang, which was originally rapidly rotating in a whirlpool shape, had suddenly become quiet. Even the extremely cold water pillars that occasionally shot out from within swiftly disappeared the moment they rose. Soon, the entire cold pool regained its initial calmness. It was as though nothing had happened here. However, under this calmness, Lung Bingshuang clearly discovered that a storm was brewing deep within the cold pool. The pool, which appeared to have calmed down, was definitely not as it appeared on the surface. What is happening below? Lung Bingshuang clearly sensed that in the depths of the cold pool, the terrifying energy contained within the spring water was gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was the first time that she had seen such a commotion after guarding the icy spirit cold spring for so many years. The appearance of this scene caused Lung Bingshuang to rejoice in her heart. At the same time, she did not dare to let down her guard for even a moment. After all, without knowing exactly what was happening, no one could guarantee that the icy spirit cold spring would not suddenly erupt again. If Lung Bingshuang were to let down her guard and get injured, it would be too late for regrets. Lung Bingshuang's delicate figure stood upright. With a twist of her jade-like hand, the icy blue longsword landed in her palm. A pair of long beautiful eyes stared intently at the seemingly calm water surface, patiently waiting. Time passed by minute, and the energy under the water was still gathering towards the depths. It seemed that there was no end to it at all. On the other hand, the expression on Lung Bingshuang's pretty face did not recover at all. Instead, it seemed to have become more dignified. No one knew exactly what was happening below the cold pool. Even with Lung Bingshuang's strength, she did not have any confidence in such a situation. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had already passed. At a certain moment, the expression on Lung Bingshuang's face suddenly changed. The hand holding the longsword tightened slightly as the Genesis Chi in the Chi vortex in her body stealthily began to circulate. It's coming. Undercurrents surged beneath the surface of the water, causing the calm water surface to violently churn at this moment, as if something was about to rush out from the depths. Lung Bingshuang's pretty face was filled with nervousness, ready to deal with whatever was about to happen. A few minutes later, a black figure suddenly charged out from the bottom of the cold pool, causing a large splash that splashed onto the icy ground around the cold pool. Icicles rapidly grew one after another, blooming like beautiful flowers. However, the piercingly cold light made it so that no one dared to carelessly touch them. Lung Bingshuang's soft body trembled slightly as the Genesis Chi in her body poured out, completely blocking the splashing water. Next, the longsword in her hand was fiercely swung as a ferocious sword chi swiftly shot towards the black figure. Bang! At this crucial moment, Xiaoyan, who had rushed out of the water, hurriedly retrieved the heavy Xian ruler. The giant ruler flipped in the air, beautiful flames drawing a beautiful arc in the air as it heavily collided with the sword qi. Following an intense bang sound, the huge heavy Xian ruler uncontrollably escaped from Xiaoyan's hand and flew to the icy ground beside the cold pool. The heavy, huge ruler was forcefully inserted into the ground. Xiaoyan's body also involuntarily flew backwards. Finally, he heavily smashed into the ground on the other side of the cold pool. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat and the blood in his body churned. If it were not for the fact that Lin Bingshuang had yet to recover her strength, it was likely that the attack earlier would have been sufficient to take Xiaoyan's life. When she saw that the black figure that had rushed out of the water was actually Xiaoyan, a look of surprise involuntarily appeared on Lin Bingshuang's pretty face. Even she did not dare to enter the cold pool. Who would have thought that Xiaoyan would actually come out from below? This was just too unbelievable. Cough, 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 cough. I say, woman, I spent a lot of effort to help you quell the riot in this cold lake. Not only did you not thank me, you actually tried to kill me as soon as you came up. If it wasn't for my good luck today, if it was someone else, I'm afraid they would have already died under your sword. Xiaoyan also did not expect Lin Bingshuang to suddenly do something like this. While he felt some lingering fear in his heart, anger also swiftly rose from the bottom of his heart. Immediately, he could not be bothered to care about the other party's identity and could not help but reprimand her. Hearing Xiaoyan's words, the expression on Lin Bingshuang's pretty face became embarrassed and angry. As an origin transformation expert, when had she ever been reprimanded like this? What's more, it was by a mere 6-star half-martial emperor brat. If it was any other time, Lin Bingshuang would definitely have retorted. If she was a little more vicious, she would have already threatened him with his life. However, this time, she did not know why. Although she clearly had such thoughts in her heart, her body remained frozen on the spot for a long time. In the end, she did not do anything. She just listened to Xiaoyan's reprimand with a red face. Only after a long while did Lin Bingshuang violently shake her head. She raised her long and narrow eyes and coldly glanced at Xiaoyan. The latter was immediately stunned. Only then did he remember how terrifying this woman was. Just as he was at a loss for words, Lin Bingshuang let out a soft snort. With a twist of her body, she left the place in a flash. On the spot, Xiaoyan's expression could not help but be slightly stunned. He wondered when this woman had stopped holding grudges. Soon after, he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. With a move of his body, he quickly left the place. Within the ice palace, Lin Bingshuang was slowly walking into a large hall that was completely made of ice. Xiaoyan followed closely behind her. Humph, do you really think that I won't kill you? Seeing that Xiaoyan had actually followed her, the expression on Lin Bingshuang's pretty face immediately turned cold. She turned her head and coldly reprimanded Xiaoyan. At the same time, an incomparably powerful aura was emitted from her body and ruthlessly pressed down on Xiaoyan. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's footsteps, which were continuing to walk forward, also paused slightly. With a thought, a large amount of spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows and blocked Lin Bingshuang's aura. Of course, even though Xiaoyan had forcefully blocked the latter's aura, the expression on his face could not help but become slightly distorted. His complexion also became pale. You overestimate yourself. Lin Bingshuang let out a cold snort. She immediately withdrew the aura and pressure that she had spread out. Xiaoyan's body also suddenly felt relaxed. His stiff body suddenly straightened as his mouth panted for coarse air. After all, Lin Bingshuang was an origin transformation expert. Her aura was something that even a Dou-Di would not be able to endure. How could he possibly endure it with just his strength? From the looks of it, it was likely that Lin Bingshuang had intentionally held back. Otherwise, with Xiaoyan's strength as a 6-star half-emperor, even if the current Lin Bingshuang was not at her peak, it was still impossible for him to fight against her. Why exactly did the icy spirit cold spring stop moving? Ignoring Xiaoyan, Lin Bingshuang minded her own business and walked towards the depths of the large hall. At the same time, she also asked the question that had been in her heart along the way. Hearing this, a glint quickly flashed across Xiaoyan's eyes. He had already expected that the woman in front of him would definitely ask such a question. I don't really understand either. After the icy spirit frozen spring met my heavenly flame, it disintegrated very easily. I stayed in the icy spirit frozen spring for 4 hours and used up a lot of the icy spirit frozen spring's energy. Perhaps because of this, the icy spirit frozen spring stopped rioting. Xiaoyan shrugged his shoulders and displayed an innocent expression, as if this was the true reason for this matter. Oh? Lung Bingshuang's footsteps paused. The corner of her eyes glanced at Xiaoyan behind her. Her sharp eyes contained a hint of suspicion. Xiaoyan's expression did not change. In the face of Lung Bingshuang's doubt, he had already repeatedly considered it in his heart many times. He had even imagined what the latter's expression would be like. Compared to what he had imagined, the current Lung Bingshuang's expression was much gentler. This also caused Xiaoyan's heart to be slightly different. Humph, I'll believe you for now. You followed me for the icy spirit frost liquid, right? Lung Bingshuang changed the topic and said again. Ever since they left the icy spirit cold spring, Xiaoyan had been following her. Other than the icy spirit cold spring, there could not be any other reason. You should have already taken the Bodhi returning pill. Now that I have helped you stop the icy spirit cold spring's movement, the icy spirit cold spring, shut up. Xiaoyan's heart was slightly shocked. He thought to himself, how can this woman turn hostile so quickly? You still have the face to mention the Bodhi returning pill. I have yet to settle that matter with you. Lung Bingshuang suddenly turned around. Her graceful figure was perfectly displayed as she turned around. A pair of long and beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Xiaoyan. A cold light flickered in the depths of her beautiful eyes. Lung Bingshuang was naturally referring to the matter of Xiaoyan touching her body. Hearing this, Xiaoyan was slightly stunned. Immediately, his expression became awkward. He could not help but feel a little helpless. Being stared at by such a dangerous woman, how could he dare to act rashly? Humph, I am warning you one last time. You better forget about that matter. Otherwise, no one can save you. With a cold snort, Lung Bingshuang turned around again. At the same time, a ray of light flew towards Xiaoyan at the instant she turned around. Xiaoyan carefully received the flowing light. He focused his eyes and took a look. The thing that appeared in the air above his palm was surprisingly a jade bottle that was filled with icy spirit cold liquid. Xiaoyan smiled slightly and randomly kept it. At the same time, he quietly thought in his heart, woman, you clearly exposed yourself in front of me. How can it be so easy for me to forget? Putting away the thoughts in his heart, Xiaoyan smiled embarrassedly and was about to raise his feet to follow. Get lost. You have already obtained what you want. Now, get out of the hinterland of Shilin. Otherwise, don't blame me for personally taking action. Lung Bingshuang coldly reprimanded in a low voice. At the same time, a powerful aura rapidly swept out from her body. Like an invisible giant bird, it pounced towards Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan's expression suddenly changed. He knew that this woman was not joking around this time. Helplessly, he could only quickly retreat. It was not until he left the hall that Lung Bingshuang's aura stopped. Xiaoyan helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Since Lung Bingshuang intended to chase him away, he could only do as he was told. After all, the latter's strength was clearly displayed here. If this woman really got angry, Xiaoyan did not think that he had the ability to resolve it. Anyway, now that he had obtained the icy spirit cold spring, there was not much difference whether he stayed or not. He might as well leave this place and prepare for the next step of refining medicine. Icy spirit pill, I have waited for so many years for you. Now, you have finally arrived. Sighing softly in his heart, Xiaoyan's figure moved. He did not delay any longer and followed the route in his memory. In a moment, Xiaoyan had already left the ice palace and once again appeared in the snowy hinterland of Shilin. Lifting his head to identify the direction, Xiaoyan's figure moved and swiftly flew towards the east. This time, Xiaoyan did not plan to return to Tianning and the rest. Instead, he chose a more suitable mountain peak among the snowy peaks. Under the protection of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan quickly opened up a cave halfway up the snowy peak. After entering, he immediately took out the medicinal cauldron. Clang! A loud sound was heard. The enormous Luotian cauldron immediately smashed heavily in front of Xiaoyan. Its frightening weight caused the entire snowy peak to tremble slightly at this moment. The pure white snow that had accumulated over the years also suddenly collapsed, causing the nearby mountain forest to shake. After taking out the Luotian cauldron, Xiaoyan was not in a hurry to begin refining the medicinal pill. Instead, he sat down and closed his eyes. He began to calm his heart and recover the doqi that he had exhausted in the ice palace. After refining the returning bodhisattva pill the last time, Xiaoyan had already realized just how much energy a rank 3 alchemist needed to refine a medicinal pill was. Hence, before he confirmed that he had completely recovered to his peak, Xiaoyan did not dare to rashly start refining a medicinal pill. Compared to refining a medicinal pill for someone else, Xiaoyan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when doing things for himself. He wanted to ensure that this icy spirit pill was refined to an absolutely perfect state. While Xiaoyan entered the cultivation state, Leng Bingshuang also began to cultivate, not daring to be careless. She was naturally doing this to refine the Bodhi return pill. Due to the unforeseen event in the cold pool, the Genesis Qi in Leng Bingshuang's body had been cleanly washed away by the eruption of the cold pool before she could recover her strength to its peak. Hence, for safety's sake, Leng Bingshuang had no choice but to restore her strength to its peak. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. In the cave, Xiaoyan's eyelids trembled slightly as he sat cross-legged like a statue. His tightly shut eyes slowly opened as his lips parted slightly. The turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest was also slowly exhaled at this moment. With a slight twist of his body, Xiaoyan exerted force in his legs as he rose from his seated position. At the same time, the cracking sound of bones colliding rang out from all over Xiaoyan's body. A numb feeling spread from all over his body, causing Xiaoyan to involuntarily let out a long and comfortable sigh. He casually moved his body a few times, feeling the doqi in his body return to its peak. A smile slowly emerged from the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth. Every time the doqi in his body was overly exhausted and recovered, Xiaoyan's strength would once again solidify by a little. Although this process was slow and long, the path of cultivation was about gradual progress. Even the slightest growth that was akin to a drop of water was enough for Xiaoyan to treat it with all his strength. Xiaoyan withdrew his gaze and looked towards the green-gold medicinal cauldron in front of him. The special metallic luster made the cauldron appear even heavier than it looked. Xiaoyan's legs were crossed as he once again sat in front of the cauldron. With a thought, an enormous amount of spirit force immediately poured out from between his brows and poured into the enormous cauldron in front of him. At the same time, Xiaoyan's vigorous doqi was also poured in. Pop! All of a sudden, a magnificent flame suddenly rose up in the medicinal cauldron. The light of the flame passed through the cauldron's fire vent and shone on Xiaoyan's face. A pair of dark eyes that were as calm as an ancient well were reflecting the changes in the medicinal cauldron in front of him. Xiaoyan's expression was calm as he patiently waited for the temperature within the medicinal cauldron to gradually rise. When the temperature within the medicinal cauldron reached the level that Xiaoyan had expected, Xiaoyan suddenly waved his sleeve. Astral winds howled as streaks of flowing light shot out from Xiaoyan's palm like flying arrows and quickly entered the medicinal cauldron that had already opened its lid. The raging, heavenly flame charged up without any hesitation. Under the continuous consumption of the doqi in Xiaoyan's body, it wildly refined the medicinal ingredients that had already been thrown into the medicinal cauldron. With the experience of refining the bodhisattva pill, Xiaoyan also had some confidence in refining a Tier 3 medicinal pill. This was undoubtedly a good thing. After all, confidence was the beginning of success. Of course, excessive confidence would naturally lead to a tragic outcome. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's confidence was based on the premise that he had to be cautious. Only by being prepared and confident could he reduce the chances of failure to the lowest level. This was because he could already imagine the appearance of failure. Naturally, he would be more careful to avoid such a situation from happening. At this moment, Xiaoyan was like a mold. He already had an answer to the exact appearance of the ice spirit pill in his heart. What he needed to do now was to pour the ingredients into the mold. Once time passed, the medicinal pill would naturally be completed. Time flew by. Unknowingly, 1 month had already passed. The medicinal ingredients within Xiaoyan's medicinal cauldron had already been completely transformed into various kinds of extremely pure medicinal liquids. Under Xiaoyan's great control, he prepared to enter the next pill melting process. On the other side, Lin Bingshuang finally withdrew from her training state after a long recovery of over a month's time. After resting for a moment, she quickly swallowed the Bodhisattva pill and once again entered her training state. She began to concentrate on refining the Bodhisattva pill within her body. In the outside world, at the bottom of the volcano deep within the Shilin mountain range, the three Sky Eagle brothers, along with Ah Bao, were also present. In front of the four of them was an enormous stone platform. Some kind of complicated symbols were carved on it, causing it to be difficult to understand. At the middle of the stone platform, there was a scarlet monster core that appeared like a crystal ball. This monster core was that 5-star Do D-class monster core. At this moment, the four of them had their eyes tightly shut. Following the rhythm of their breathing from their noses, waves of powerful energy that was filled with a wild and violent feeling gradually surged out from within the monster core. It was like scarlet fresh blood that climbed onto the bodies of the four of them. As they breathed, it poured into the bodies of the four of them. Originally, Xiaoyan did not plan to allow Ah Bao to refine the energy within this monster core. After all, the time that they had known each other was really too short. Splitting such a powerful energy into 3 portions had already greatly reduced the utilization rate of this monster core. According to Xiaoyan's original estimation, if the energy within this monster core was completely swallowed by the 3 Sky Eagle brothers, the strength of the 3 of them should be able to reach the 2-star Do D class. However, if there was one more person, it would be difficult to say. The action of allowing Ah Bao to join them was also suggested by Sky Eagle. He knew that Xiaoyan had the intention of keeping Ah Bao in the Shilin mountain range from the very beginning. His invitation to Ah Bao this time around would undoubtedly be able to help Xiaoyan while also allowing Ah Bao to feel gratitude towards Xiaoyan and the rest of them. Even though Ah Bao would lose a portion of the energy within this monster core because of this, it could also be considered several times more beneficial. Regardless of how one looked at it, they would not lose out in this transaction. In the blink of an eye, half a year had already passed. During this half a year, Xiaoyan had completely immersed himself in the process of refining medicine. Fortunately, Xiaoyan did not make any mistakes in the refinement of the Ice Spirit pill this time around. It was basically completed in one go from the beginning to the end. At this moment, a round medicinal pill was already rotating and suspended in the medicinal cauldron in front of Xiaoyan. The final step of the pill formation process was also about to come to an end. The smoothness of everything caused Xiaoyan to feel a pleasant surprise in his heart. At the same time, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless deep within his heart. The more important it was, the more he needed to clench his teeth. Only the moment the medicinal pill was truly completed would Xiaoyan be able to truly relax. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of thunder was emitted from the rising white fog in the sky. Xiaoyan, who had been sitting cross-legged within the cave for half a year, finally woke up at this moment. An exhausted smile was revealed on his pale face. With a flick of his finger, the Northern King once again appeared by his side. Pill lightning descends, Northern King appears. On the other side, Shilin region, for great clans. A gentle white light was being emitted from the night pearls on the wall within a dark room of the Zhua clan, causing the entire secret room to appear less dark. At this moment, the young master of the Zhua clan, Zhua Lin, was seated cross-legged in this room. Both of his eyes were tightly shut while both of his hands formed training seals. Waves of mottled natural energy continued to pour into his body from the surrounding space. With the increase of time, Zhua Lin's aura had also gradually strengthened. From the looks of it, he was already close to an advanced 2-star Do D. By clan the father and son were seated cross-legged within a similarly dark secret room. A cream-white crystal was placed in front of the two of them. There was no need to say anything. This crystal was surprisingly a spirit stone. However, it was different from an ordinary spirit stone in that the energy within this spirit stone was even purer. After over half a year of continuous swallowing and refining, the glow on this spirit stone did not show any obvious changes. Just this point alone was enough to cause people to praise it. This spirit stone was surprisingly a true high-grade spirit stone. It was likely that even the 4 great sects might not be able to take out such a high-grade spirit stone. Looking at the auras of Bai Ying and his son, Bai Ying's original strength of an intermediate 3-star Do D had already successfully broken through to an advanced 3-star Do D. even by Zhang's strength had already reached an advanced 2-star Dodi. He was even stronger than Xuelin of the Zhua clan. As for the Hua clan, Sun clan, ever since the death of the patriarch, Sun Shua, and the young master, Sun Hanqi, the current Sun family had been unable to recover from the setback. The Sun family, which was originally ranked at the bottom, had now become the laughingstock of many forces. When they went out, they would attract the ridicule of many people. This also caused the entire Sun family to be extremely disappointed. Currently, the only people in the Sun clan who were still in control of the clan were those old people within the clan. The middle-aged people of the same generation as Sun Shua were either weak and had difficulty convincing everyone or were incompetent. They had strength but were unable to manage the matters of the clan. As for the younger generation of the clan, each of them was worse than the other. The current Sun clan was like a rock at the edge of a cliff that was tottering. It seemed that it could fall off the altar of the 4 great clans at any moment. At that time, not only would it lose its glorious reputation, but it would also suffer attacks from a countless number of factions. Being one of the 4 great clans, the Sun clan had made quite a number of enemies over the years. Now that it was already in such a state, one could easily imagine its future. The Northern King was completely fearless in the face of the vast and mighty thunderclouds that were hidden within the dense white fog within the Shilin mountain range. Its purple-gold body stood proudly in the sky, allowing the cold wind to sweep over it and the thunderbolts to strike it. Its body did not move at all. Each time the pale lightning struck, it would either be resolved by a punch from the Northern King or be forcefully swallowed by it. Such might caused one to feel a wave of fear when they saw it. Such a powerful puppet was something that one would not be able to find another in the entire Yuanwu continent. The pale lightning lasted for nearly 2 days. Xiaoyan had already used the pill melting ring to retrieve the ice spirit pill that was about to flee. At this moment, he was quietly refining the medicinal pill that he had swallowed within his body. As the medicinal strength of the medicinal pill gradually spread, Xiaoyan's aura also gradually recovered. 1 week later. After Xiaoyan had consecutively refined 3 Tier 3 medicinal pills, all aspects of Xiaoyan's body had once again recovered to its peak. Xiaoyan slowly stood up. He sensed the dou-qi within his body that had once again become abundant. He smiled slightly. His eyes immediately turned and looked at the Northern King, who had already returned to the cave. At this moment, the purple-gold skin on the surface of the Northern King's body had become much purer after swallowing all the pill lightning. The original dark black color was gradually fading as though it was undergoing a slow transformation. Bang! Suddenly, Xiaoyan flipped his hand and heavily struck the chest of the Northern King in front of him. Immediately, a heavy muffled sound was emitted. The Northern King's body involuntarily took a couple of steps back. After which, it stood steadily and no longer moved. On the other hand, Xiaoyan staggered back over 10 steps. Only then did he forcefully stop his body with a surprised expression. The surprise in Xiaoyan's heart deepened as he looked at his completely red right hand. At the same time, it also contained a wild joy. Xiaoyan had used at least 30% of his physical strength in that attack earlier. However, based on this result, it was likely that the strength of the current Northern King was close to that of a 3-star Dodi. How could this result not cause Xiaoyan to feel wild joy? The increase in the strength of the Northern King had undoubtedly increased Xiaoyan's overall strength. In this way, it was likely that the Northern King would not have any problem facing an ordinary 3-star Dodi with its current strength. By relying on its puppet body, it was likely that the Northern King would even have the strength to fight against an intermediate 3-star Dodi. When he thought of this, Xiaoyan, who was already incomparably excited in his heart, felt an emotion that could not be described with words. The increase in the strength of the Northern King had allowed Xiaoyan to have more confidence when he faced the 4 great sects in the future. It was likely that the 4 great sects would never have imagined that the small bandit, whom they had looked down upon back then, had now become an existence that could shake an elite Dodi. Xiaoyan withdrew his thoughts. He flipped his hand and turned his gaze to the jade bottle that had appeared in his hand. At this moment, there was an icy blue medicinal pill lying within the jade bottle. Despite the isolation of the jade bottle, Xiaoyan was still able to sense an extremely powerful, extremely cold aura from the medicinal pill. In the face of this aura, even the heavenly flame within his body involuntarily shook. It is indeed worthy of being a medicinal pill that can suppress a heavenly flame. This ice spirit pill is really extraordinary. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes brightened as he spoke with surprise. Next, it was time to prepare to swallow the heavenly flame. The smile that had just surfaced on Xiaoyan's face gradually disappeared as this thought appeared in his mind. It was replaced by a sad expression. Haha, that's enough, little guy. How many times have I told you? What's going to come will come. Even if you can't bear to part with it, what can you do? If you really want to live up to this old man's expectations, then work hard on your cultivation and become an expert of your generation. Then, this old man will feel that it's worth it even if I lose my life. Guyu's figure gradually appeared beside Xiaoyan. He patted Xiaoyan's shoulder with one hand. His elderly eyes swept over the jade bottle in Xiaoyan's hand. The expression in his eyes appeared free and easy, but it also appeared to be unwilling. One day later, within the mountain cave, Xiaoyan kept his medicinal cauldron. In an instant, only Xiaoyan was left in the large mountain cave. This space involuntarily became empty. Xiaoyan's lips parted slightly as he slowly exhaled a breath of air. After which, his tightly shut eyes were once again opened. A sharp glint immediately flashed deep within his eyes. Soon after, the space in front of Xiaoyan distorted slightly and Guyu's figure appeared. Haha, have you recovered to your peak? Guyu gently stroked his beard with one hand. His eyes swept over Xiaoyan's body as he softly laughed. Xiaoyan nodded. After a couple of rounds of medicinal refinement, his strength had not only stabilized at the advanced 6-star half-martial emperor level, but the aura within his body had also become much denser. After another day and night of recovery, Xiaoyan had once again recovered to his peak condition. This also meant that the current Xiaoyan could begin to devour and refine the heavenly flame. Xiaoyan's throat rolled slightly. An indescribably complicated feeling rose within his heart. Haha, alright. Since everything is ready, it is time for the old me to begin. Guyu smiled faintly. His body sat in front of Xiaoyan. A thought passed through his mind and a puff sound was immediately heard. A dense white flame fiercely burned on Guyu's body. This time around, it was different from usual. Guyu's originally solid body gradually faded as the heavenly flame fiercely burned. His soul seemed to be gradually being burned. Xiaoyan's heart involuntarily tightened upon seeing this scene. From the looks of it, Guyu was already burning his spiritual essence. Once his spiritual essence was completely burned, the wild and violent characteristics of the bone-chilling flame would be completely unleashed. At that time, unless Xiaoyan was able to devour and refine it, not only would Xiaoyan not be able to escape the Sea of Fire, but even the entire Shilin mountain range would not be able to escape the fate of being destroyed. Brat, in 15 minutes, my soul will be completely burned. At that time I will lose control of the bone-chilling flame. You will have to rely on yourself for everything that happens after that. Guyu, who was seated in the middle of the flame, revealed a slight smile to Xiaoyan. His words caused Xiaoyan's eyes to involuntarily redden. Guyu laughed out loud upon seeing this and said, Brat. You are a grown man. Why do you cry so easily? Instead of feeling sad here, why don't you quickly prepare yourself? After all, regardless of whether you are able to devour the bone-chilling flame or not, the old me can only watch by the side. Guyu's laughter sounded. Immediately, a fierce flame rose from his body. His originally powerful aura became even more ferocious at this moment. Xiaoyan withdrew the emotions within his heart and did his best to calm himself down. He did his best to control his emotions in order to ensure that no accident would occur during the process of devouring the heavenly flame. As Xiaoyan's breathing gradually stabilized, the distracting thoughts within his heart were also tossed to the back of his mind. Before 15 minutes were up, Xiaoyan's condition had once again risen to another level. 15 minutes was up. Bang! One could hear a muffled bang being emitted from the heavenly flame. The dense white flame immediately became wild and violent. A powerful force filled the entire mountain cave in the blink of an eye. The frighteningly high temperature actually forcefully melted the walls of the mountain cave, turning them into a pool of magma. It was accompanied by a frighteningly high temperature as it gradually spread. At the same time, even the snowy peaks in the outside world were greatly affected. The pure white snow that had accumulated on the snowy peak that Xiaoyan was on for 100 years swiftly melted under the frighteningly high temperature of the bone-chilling flame. In less than 10 breaths, all the white snow that had accumulated on the entire snowy peak had completely melted. Even the few snowy peaks that were relatively close to it were in the same situation. Since the outside world was already like this, the temperature within the mountain cave was naturally even more frighteningly high. Fortunately, Xiaoyan had the heavenly flame protecting his body. As the beautiful flame wrapped around his body, it temporarily blocked the bone-chilling flame around him. He would not be swallowed by the bone-chilling flame within a short period of time. However, if Xiaoyan continued to remain indifferent like this, the result would be hard to say. Following the gradual spread of the bone-chilling flame within the huge mountain cave, the dense white flame was like a rising sea wave as it continuously spread towards the four walls of the mountain cave. The mountain began to melt at a speed that was visible to the naked eye from the inside out. At this moment, Xiaoyan also lifted his pair of pitch-black eyes. Both of his eyes were focused on the cluster of dense white flame that was the size of a basketball within the flame in front of him. This was also the essence of the bone-chilling flame. Staring intently at the actual body of the cluster of bone-chilling flame in front of him, Xiaoyan waved his large hand. That heavenly flame in his palm spat out and wrapped around it. Chi, however, just as the heavenly flame in Xiaoyan's palm was about to approach the bone-chilling flame, Xiaoyan's flame was quickly extinguished uncontrollably. Xiaoyan was startled. Immediately, he reacted. To the bone-chilling flame's essence, his heavenly flame was merely a cluster of flame. Facing the latter, it was already not bad that Xiaoyan's flame was able to continue burning. If he wanted to use it to refine the bone-chilling flame, it was basically impossible. Damn it, I forgot about this. That heavenly flame was the king of all flames. An ordinary flame did not even have the qualifications to burn in front of it. Even among the heavenly flames, one's status was similarly determined by one's strength. Xiaoyan's heavenly flame had no way of contending against the actual bone-chilling flame. Looks like I can only rely on my own strength. Xiaoyan bitterly clenched his teeth. That heavenly flame could at the very most be used to block. In that case, the task of swallowing and refining the bone-chilling flame could only be completed by Xiaoyan himself. Of course, during this process, the effect of the Ice Spirit Pill was naturally indispensable. Force Elephant Skill, activate. With a roar in his heart, Xiaoyan's body shook. A powerful force instantly swept through his entire body. In the state of the Force Elephant Skill, other than using the virtual shadow, it could also be used on the actual body. However, it did not have the effect of ignoring pain. The Force Elephant Skill was extremely tyrannical in terms of the strength of the physical body. After using the Force Elephant Skill, Xiaoyan's physical body, from inside to outside, would be raised by a level. In this way, Xiaoyan would naturally have more confidence in resisting the corrosion of the bone-chilling flame on his body. After doing all this, Xiaoyan finally slowly exhaled a breath of air. His gaze focused on this cluster of extremely wild and violent flame in front of him. He widened his mouth and a suction force immediately surged from it. He actually forcefully swallowed the essence of the bone-chilling flame into his body. Once the bone-chilling fire entered Xiaoyan's body, it immediately emitted a terrifyingly high temperature. Under this high temperature, even though Xiaoyan had already used the Force Elephant Skill and had the heavenly flame protecting his body, it was still difficult to withstand the might of the bone-chilling fire. Very quickly, an extremely high temperature gradually spread out within Xiaoyan's body. Those internal organs and qi paths that were wrapped by dou qi were also gradually covered by a layer of cold ice. The unique characteristic of the bone-chilling fire was that while it emitted a high temperature, it would also completely freeze the other party. That kind of cold ice might appear to be extremely cold, but the temperature that was emitted from it was extremely frightening. Under the layer of ice, Xiaoyan's internal organs and qi paths gradually became scalding hot and painful. Xiaoyan's originally calm expression could not help but become distorted the moment the bone-chilling fire erupted. Fortunately, Xiaoyan's tenacious and firm character was finally able to barely endure this intense burning pain. Even so, Xiaoyan's monkey face also became flushed red. Xiaoyan forcefully stabilized his mind. A thought passed through his mind and surging dou qi immediately swept out from the vortex in his body. It took the form of an inescapable net as it surrounded the bone-chilling flame that was currently wantonly destroying his chi paths. As an origin flame, the strength of the bone-chilling fire was naturally not something that an ordinary seed flame could compare with. Faced with Xiaoyan's douqi encirclement, the bone-chilling fire also took the initiative to defend itself. The raging flame did not dodge and faced Xiaoyan's encirclement head-on. A terrifyingly high temperature spread out and Xiaoyan's chi paths were swiftly wrapped by the cold ice. Those surging douqi were also blocked by the cold ice, causing Xiaoyan to expend quite a bit of strength in order to remove the cold ice. However, following this, the bone-chilling fire suddenly charged over and heavily shattered the douqi that Xiaoyan had agglomerated. Instantly, his douqi was broken and a tearing pain swiftly surged out from within his body, causing Xiaoyan to feel so much pain that he wished he was dead. He could only use all of his strength to urge the douqi within the vortex to crazily surge toward the thick white flame. Under this heart-wrenching pain, Xiaoyan's flesh and blood turned scarlet from inside out. His entire body could not help but tremble violently. However, as time passed, Xiaoyan's trembling body gradually stabilized. The bone-chilling flame temporarily stopped spreading under the crazy bombardment of the douqi within Xiaoyan's body. It was also at this moment that Xiaoyan, who had his eyes tightly shut, suddenly opened them. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle immediately landed in his hand. Xiaoyan did not hesitate to crush it. Immediately, the ice spirit pill appeared in his palm and he stuffed it into his mouth. The instant the ice spirit pill entered his mouth, it turned into an icy cold energy that flowed along Xiaoyan's throat and quickly merged into his body. Immediately, the icy cold medicinal strength swiftly spread throughout Xiaoyan's body. Wherever it passed, the powerful bone-chilling flame would quickly retreat. The thick white flame that had already spread to Xiaoyan's entire body was forced back into the vortex within Xiaoyan's lower abdomen by the ice spirit pill within a short period of time. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's heart was immediately filled with joy. This ice spirit pill was really mysterious. Even Xiaoyan himself was helpless against the bone-chilling flame in his body. He did not expect that this medicinal pill would display such a shocking strength the moment it appeared. The ice spirit pill really lived up to its reputation. Within the vortex, the ice spirit pill continued to emit waves of majestic medicinal strength, forming a layer of almost solid icy blue energy barrier that firmly covered the bone-chilling flame within it. The powerful medicinal strength continued to approach the bone-chilling flame, as though it wanted to extinguish it. However, faced with such an overbearing ice spirit pill, the bone-chilling flame seemed to be furious. The thick white flame cluster suddenly began to burn intensely. Waves of frightening destructive aura continued to be emitted from within it. Just as the medicinal strength of the ice spirit pill gradually approached, a fierce, heavenly flame suddenly surged out from within the bone-chilling flame, instantly incinerating the medicinal strength that was repeatedly approaching. After incinerating the medicinal strength, the bone-chilling flame viciously charged toward the icy blue energy barrier like a hot knife through butter. It seemed as though it wanted to break through it in one go. The sudden appearance of this scene also caused Xiaoyan's heart to suddenly tremble. He hurriedly maneuvered the douqi within his body and stepped forward to provide support. However, Xiaoyan's worry was clearly unnecessary. Faced with the sudden counterattack of the heavenly flame, the ice spirit pill also emitted a bright glow. At the same time, a similarly frightening medicinal strength also swept out from within it and swiftly poured into the icy blue energy barrier. Soon after, the bone-chilling flame heavily collided with the layer of energy barrier. The instant of collision caused some crack lines to appear on the icy blue barrier. At the same time, the strength of the raging bone-chilling flame also swiftly declined. The two separated upon contact. The collision this time around could be said to be a draw. However, in the next moment, the cracks on the icy blue barrier that had just appeared suddenly and swiftly shrunk. The crack lines on it also completely recovered in an instant. The icy blue glow became even deeper. Just as the bone-chilling flame was about to struggle free, the icy blue barrier also swiftly wrapped around the exterior of the dense white flame cluster, completely sealing the hot energy within it. Within a short period of time, the bone-chilling flame would likely have difficulty escaping from this layer of barrier. In an instant, all the hot aura within Xiaoyan's body was annihilated. Xiaoyan also took advantage of this opportunity to hurriedly maneuver the heavenly flame within the vortex within his body. It surrounded the bone-chilling flame, which had temporarily lost all resistance, and swiftly turned into a fire medicinal cauldron. A beautiful flame rose and wildly refined the heavenly flame. Currently, the bone-chilling flame had already lost the ability to resist. What Xiaoyan needed to do now was to completely destroy the little bit of consciousness within the bone-chilling flame. After which, he would imprint his own spiritual imprint on it, refine it and merge it with the heavenly flame within his body. As long as he reached this point, the process of swallowing the heavenly flame would be completely completed. The enormous spiritual strength that belonged to a rank 3 alchemist swarmed out at this moment. It passed through the energy barrier like an invisible drill and directly entered the depths of the bone-chilling flame. This process sounded simple in theory, but if it was to be done, it would be extremely troublesome and painful. Pure spiritual strength had to pass through the bone-chilling flame's essence and reach the deepest part. During this process, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had to endure the merciless roasting of the bone-chilling flame. It had to corrode the core of the bone-chilling flame and erase that trace of consciousness. If there was even the slightest intention of retreating, it would cause all of his previous efforts to be wasted. This process was slow and long. Fortunately, the bone-chilling flame's essence had already been suppressed by the ice spirit pill and its strength had been greatly reduced. Even though the process was still somewhat painful, Xiaoyan was able to endure it given his tenacity. The corrosion process was extremely slow. However, Xiaoyan was not anxious. After all, no matter how one put it, a heavenly flame was the most destructive thing in the world. If one wanted to control a heavenly flame, how would one be able to obtain it without paying a price? Giving and receiving were originally mutually balanced. Moreover, riches were sought from danger. Dealing with a heavenly flame itself was an extremely dangerous matter. Time slowly flowed by under this dull erosion. Xiaoyan was like an old monk meditating, not the slightest bit moved by external things. He focused his mind and placed all of his attention on the dense white flame. This kind of slow erosion continued for a full month. Xiaoyan's face also became increasingly pale. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and traces of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. Looking at the bone-chilling fire within the vortex, the dense white flame had gradually calmed down. It was no longer as berserk as it was at the beginning. This indicated that the trace of consciousness within the bone-chilling fire was gradually being worn down. Crack, until a certain moment, within Xiaoyan's body, within the dense white flame within the vortex, a slight cracking sound suddenly rang out. Following the sound, Xiaoyan's quiet mind also fiercely jumped. Looking inside his mind, Xiaoyan hurriedly looked at the bone-chilling fire within the vortex. At this moment, the bone-chilling fire was currently being wrapped by the remaining medicinal strength of the ice spirit pill. It was currently suspended within the vortex, and the dense white flame light was warm and peaceful. The bone-chilling fire, which was originally filled with offensive and destructive power, had finally completely dissipated after Xiaoyan's long period of erosion. Right now, this ball of flame was probably as cold as a newborn baby, and did not possess any offensive capabilities. I've finally succeeded. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's pale face finally could not help but reveal a relaxed smile. In order to wait for this moment, he had exhausted nearly a third of his spiritual force within this ball of flame. If he did not succeed, Xiaoyan did not know if he would be able to continue bitterly enduring. Next, it's time to refine and fuse it. With a smile in his heart, Xiaoyan once again gathered his attention. With a thought, an enormous amount of spiritual force once again surged out, wrapping around the bone-chilling fire, which had already lost the control of the ice spirit pill. He slowly moved it into the route of the flame mantra chi method, and quietly began to circulate it. Refining the bone-chilling fire, which had lost its consciousness to resist, was much easier than Xiaoyan had imagined. Perhaps this was because this body had been burned by the damn flame for a long period of time, causing Xiaoyan to have already adapted to the temperature emitted by this fellow. Fortunately, the refining process this time around was unusually smooth. Of course, although it was smooth, there was a similarity with the erosion of the consciousness of the fallen heart flame. It was still extremely slow. This slow speed even caused one to feel as though one was about to collapse. Fortunately, no matter how terrifyingly slow the speed was, at the very least, it would eventually reach the end. This point was already sufficient for Xiaoyan to persevere with all his heart. The moment the bone-chilling fire was successfully refined by Xiaoyan, a joy slowly climbed out from the depths of his heart, causing the latter's handsome face to be filled with a joyful smile. Looking within his mind, Xiaoyan looked at the bone-chilling fire that was currently quietly flowing within his chi paths. The joy in Xiaoyan's heart grew a little denser. Now that the refinement of the bone-chilling fire had been completed, the next step was to merge it. As long as the bone-chilling fire itself was merged with the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body, the two energies would blend together. At that time, Xiaoyan's strength would also be able to rise. After being refined, the bone-chilling fire was just like an obedient baby within Xiaoyan's chi paths. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and it began to circulate according to his thoughts. However, just an existence like this alone was unable to allow Xiaoyan to truly control it. After all, before the bone-chilling fire and the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body completely merged, they were ultimately two different energies. Even if he could control them as though they were his arms, there would be great inconveniences regardless of whether it was in various aspects. Moreover, if he was careless, there might even be the danger of a backlash from the heavenly flame. With regards to this, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. Within the crystal-clear spacious chi paths, the dense white-colored flame crazily surged like floodwaters. Xiaoyan's mind controlled the flame and it slowly flowed along his chi paths. This repeated for a couple of cycles before it gradually flowed through his chi paths and poured into the vortex that had already become empty. At the center of the vortex, within the vortex space, there would occasionally be some brilliant flames flickering. It involuntarily released a faint pressure, as though it was somewhat resistant to the intrusion of the bone-chilling fire. A thought passed through Xiaoyan's mind and he suppressed that brilliant flame. However, the bone-chilling fire on the other side once again began to churn uncontrollably. This kind of boiling on the left and right caused Xiaoyan to be somewhat unable to split himself. Even though all of his spiritual strength had already gushed out, these two clusters of flames were not the slightest bit willing to calm down. The flames between them also became increasingly fierce. In the end, even Xiaoyan found it somewhat difficult to control them. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan could not help but be stunned in his heart. Why did this appearance look like two hot-tempered women arguing about status? Neither of them was willing to give in to the other. It was as though Xiaoyan did not have the right to speak in this vortex space and it was completely the two of them. Helplessly sighing, Xiaoyan did not give these two clusters of flames the chance to continue. After all, if this dragged on for too long, Xiaoyan was also worried that the bone-chilling fire would suddenly lose control. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this moment and make the best use of his time to completely merge these two clusters of heavenly flames. With a thought, a powerful do-chi swiftly surged out from within the vortex space. It followed the chi method route of the flame mantra and carefully poured into the vortex. Like a boundary, it stood between the two clusters of flames. Fuse it for me now. Violently inhaling a breath of cool air, Xiaoyan no longer hesitated as an order was issued from the bottom of his heart. Following the issuance of this order, a layer of powerful do-chi light film immediately covered the two clusters of heavenly flames. It separately wrapped around the two clusters of heavenly flames and forcefully suppressed the aura of the two clusters of flames that were repeatedly climbing. After which, under the control of Xiaoyan's mind, the two clusters of flames that were wrapped in do-chi slowly approached each other. Finally, they collided together. Bang! Even though these two clusters of flames were separated by do-chi, the instant they collided together, they still emitted a low, deep, and clear sound. The scorching temperature also swiftly rose in Xiaoyan's mind at this instant. Facing this situation, Xiaoyan's heart was calm. He had already predicted what would happen next. Having swallowed heavenly flame several times, Xiaoyan could be said to be extremely familiar with this process. Carefully controlling his do-chi, Xiaoyan did his best to isolate most of the two clusters of flames. After which, they slowly approached each other and gradually came into contact with each other a little at a time. However, even though Xiaoyan's action had already reached the point where it was difficult to detect with the naked eye, the two types of heavenly flames that were so close to each other still violently rolled. They burned, entangled, rolled, and finally appeared to be competing with each other as they repeatedly emitted a high temperature. From the looks of it, it was as though they would not stop until they defeated the other party. However, after a long period of time, if one was able to carefully observe, one would be able to discover that the flames that came into contact with each other between the two clusters of flames were gradually blending together. These two clusters of flames were like two war-crazed generals. No fighting, no friendship. The two clusters of flames gradually merged bit by bit after a long period of contact. In this regard, Xiaoyan's heart was both excited and nervous. However, he still steadied his mind and patiently waited for the two clusters of flames to blend together. Within the vortex, enormous and pure qi endlessly poured into the two balls of flames. It did its best to maintain the balance between the two balls of flames, preventing them from exploding or stopping them from colliding with each other. Time quickly passed by in this slow fusion. Unknowingly, even Xiaoyan himself forgot about the existence of time. His mind was focused on the two balls of flames that were slowly mixing with each other within the vortex. In the outside world, at the bottom of the volcano, the four people who were in seclusion within the depths of the magma woke up one by one. Asterisk rumble 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 asterisk The entire Xiling mountain range was enveloped by pitch-black, dense clouds. Lightning was vast and mighty, and its momentum was astonishing. Even a portion of the Xiling region's experts also discovered the situation over here. Immediately, the human experts in the Xiling region couldn't help but boil over. The abnormality in the Xiling mountain range also quickly spread. The existence of this dark cloud lasted for a whole week. During this period, many experts in the Xiling region saw figures flashing in the sky in the depths of the Xiling mountain range. They collided fiercely with the shocking thunderbolts that fell from the thunderclouds. Even though they were far away, they could still feel the terrifying power that came from the thunderbolts. This is the Emperor's tribulation. There's a magical beast undergoing the Emperor's tribulation. It's said that there are 3 powerful magical beasts in the depths of the Xiling mountain range. They're in charge of all the magical beasts in the Xiling mountain range. Looking at this Emperor's tribulation, could it be that one of them is undergoing the Emperor's tribulation? Very soon, the news of a magical beast undergoing the Emperor's tribulation in the Xiling mountain range spread throughout the Xiling region. If it was in the past, the 4 great clans wouldn't care about the Xiling mountain range. However, this time, they were especially careful. Especially when they found out that the Emperor's tribulation lasted for an entire week, the upper echelons of the 4 great clans immediately became silent. The reason why they didn't do anything wasn't because they didn't do anything. On the contrary, they secretly sent people to infiltrate the Xiling mountain range to investigate the situation. In the end, the upper echelons of the 4 great clans obtained the answer that there were 4 9-star half-emperors undergoing the tribulation in the depths of the Xiling mountain range at the same time. When the experts they sent discovered them, they had already established themselves as emperors. They even almost discovered the people from the 4 great clans. 4 people undergoing the tribulation at the same time and becoming emperors. This caused the 4 great clans couldn't help but sink into deep thoughts. Was there really such a coincidence in this world that 4 people were transcending their tribulations at the same time? Most importantly, it was in the same place. This was the most suspicious thing. Could it be because of Xiaoyan? Once this thought arose, the 4 great clans immediately became restless. They all knew that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiaoyan would not have any pressure when refining a D-tier medicinal pill like the Emperor Disaster Pill. If Xiaoyan had used the Emperor Disaster Pill to make a deal with a high-rank magic beast in the Xiling mountain range, it would make sense for the 4 of them to break through to the Do D class at the same time. No wonder. No wonder Xiaoyan had disappeared for over 2 years. He was actually hiding in the Xiling mountain range. With the magical beasts of the Xiling mountain range as a cover, even human experts would not dare to venture in. Naturally, no one would be able to discover his tracks. Do you think you're so smart that we won't be able to find you? However, even though the members of the 4 great clans had thought of this point, they still did not make a move. The 4 great clans did not make a move. They quietly waiting for the day when their baby dragon would break out of its cocoon. Time slowly flowed by during this boring merger. Xiaoyan's body was just like a statue that did not move even a little. Even the aura around his body had been completely withdrawn into his body. If it was not for the occasional breaths from his nose, it was likely that anyone would have thought that he was a dead person. Unknowingly, another year had passed. Within the mountain cave, the merger of the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body was gradually nearing its end. Looking at it now, the originally two clusters of different colored flames had completely merged together. In the middle of the two clusters of flames, a cluster of white-colored flames that carried a brilliant color slowly rose. The aura that was emitted from it was many times stronger than the dense white flame and the brilliant flame beside it. It was also at this moment that the aura within Xiaoyan's body finally started to fluctuate. A burst of powerful energy was emitted from the cluster of heavenly flame in the middle of the vortex. It gradually filled the entire vortex space within Xiaoyan's body. In the end, it entered into his meridians and followed the route of Xiaoyan's flame technique. After circling around once, it returned to the vortex space once again. Xiaoyan's strength was gradually increasing in this endless cycle of refinement. The strength of a late-stage 6-star half-martial emperor rapidly increased. Soon, Xiaoyan's aura had reached the peak of late-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. In fact, it did not even have the slightest trace of stopping. It broke through to the 7th-star half-martial emperor in one go and directly approached the 8th-star half-martial emperor. 3 months later, Xiaoyan's aura had reached the middle stage 9-star half-martial emperor. However, this momentum still did not have the slightest trace of stopping. Time passed quickly. Unknowingly, the heavenly flame within Xiaoyan's body had finally calmed down. The bone-chilling flame and those brilliant heavenly flames had finally completed their merger. It was also at this moment that an even more enormous energy aura suddenly surged out from Xiaoyan's body. Half a year later, Xiaoyan's strength had reached the peak of late-stage 9-star half-martial emperor. In the end, he had broken through to the Do-Di realm. All of this appeared to be very smooth. It could be said that when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. There was not the slightest trace of stopping. The only flaw was that this process was somewhat long. However, after waiting for a long time, Xiaoyan had obtained true strength. Merely, it was unknown what would happen if Xiaoyan's thoughts were to be heard by others. One must know that the process of breaking through from a 6-star half-martial emperor to a Do-Di was a process that even those with good talent would need over 10 years. For those with poor talent, it might even take tens or hundreds of years. On the other hand, Xiaoyan had broken through from a 6-star half-martial emperor to a Do-Di in a mere couple of years. Yet, he still felt that this was not enough. How could others raise their heads with such thoughts? However, what was even more unimaginable was that even though Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the Do-Di realm, the enormous energy that was surging out from his body did not stop. In other words, Xiaoyan's strength still had the space to increase. However, it was also at this moment that several tens of thousands of kilometers away at a certain place in the central region, within a pitch-black mysterious space, a couple of figures were standing in a disorderly fashion. In the middle of this space, there was a strangely shaped mirror. The reason why it was called a mirror was because its outer appearance was exactly the same as a commonly seen mirror. However, it was several times larger in comparison. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that this mirror, which was supposed to be smooth and reflective, was abnormally dark and deep. In the dimly lit mysterious space, several figures were standing within it. At this very moment, in the middle of the crowd, there was a huge mirror. However, what was different from an ordinary mirror was that this mirror was abnormally dark. The frame of the mirror was engraved with dense mysterious runes that no one could understand. Invisibly, one could see some scarlet blood-like light flashing on those runes from time to time. It looked quite strange. The back of this mirror was also filled with strange symbols. The only difference was that there were 3 mysterious symbols carved in the middle of the back of the mirror. The 3 symbols were invisibly pieced together and were seamlessly joined together. It was as if they were originally a single entity. There was an empty space around these 3 symbols. Nothing was carved on it. No one knew if the person who created this mirror did not have the time to carve it or if he had purposely left it in such a state. At this very moment, one of the 3 symbols was emitting a faint glow. It was flickering slowly. As for the other 2 beside it, perhaps they were originally flickering as well. However, due to some reason, they had dimmed down. This time around, all of you must find the key. If you really can't find it, you must not leave behind any future troubles." Suddenly, an extremely gloomy voice sounded from within the darkness. After the people present heard this voice, their hearts all trembled. The only two half-martial emperors present were so frightened that they prostrated themselves on the ground. They did not even dare to raise their heads as their bodies trembled uncontrollably. "Go and retrieve the key. I guarantee that you will no longer have to worry about anything in the future." The gloomy voice was transmitted once again. The hearts of the two half-martial emperors immediately rejoiced. Normally, the two of them were existences that were akin to fleas. No one would lower their heads to take a look at them. Now that they finally had the opportunity to make a comeback, how could they not be excited? The voice expressed its gratitude and excitement. Soon after, a dark black light suddenly shot out from the darkness behind everyone. It was like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, it had already entered the huge mirror. Soon after, the pitch-black mirror suddenly distorted as the black light poured in. In just a few breaths, a faint suction force surged out from it, causing the space in front of it to distort slightly. At this moment, the two half-martial emperors also slowly crawled up. The two of them looked at each other. After that, they walked to the front of the mirror. One of the two, a gray-haired old man, cautiously looked at the mirror before him. Then, with a thought, a strand of spiritual strength was separated from his mind and sent into the mirror before him. In the blink of an eye, the old man frowned slightly. A pained expression appeared between his brows. The wisp of spiritual strength that he had injected earlier had actually been forcefully swallowed by the mirror in front of him. "Humph, you overestimate yourself. You want to pry into its end with just you?" A black-robed person standing by the side suddenly opened his mouth. His tone was filled with disdain. Hearing those words, the bodies of the two half-martial emperors involuntarily trembled once again. With the exception of the two of them, the rest of the people present were all extremely powerful individuals. They were existences that they absolutely could not afford to offend. Of course, that might only be the case for now. Once they returned, things would no longer be certain. The eyes of the two old men carried the longing in their hearts as they turned around. They once again landed on the mirror in front of them. After hesitating for a moment in their hearts, the two of them simultaneously leaped into the black hole-like distorted space in front of them. Turning their heads around, they once again looked at the western region. Shilin Mountain Range, within the mountain cave. At this moment, Xiaoyan was still immersed in his long training state. Normally speaking, the D-calamity should have already appeared above the mountain range. However, due to Xiaoyan's advancement still not stopping, the time when the D-calamity would appear was delayed. However, this did not mean that the D-calamity would not descend. With the flow of time, the aura within Xiaoyan's body had already gradually stabilized at the initial 1-star Do-D level. Moreover, it was still becoming stronger and stronger. At the same time, the few future young masters of the 4 great clans within the Shilin region were also doing their best to train. An invisible competition had already been established between the few of them. Everyone was doing their best to increase their strength. Of course, other than becoming stronger, the 4 great clans naturally hoped to capture Xiaoyan and display their might. As for the 4 great sects, they did not seem to bother about the current Xiaoyan despite some small actions between them. Of course, there might also be someone quietly observing. It was just that no one was aware of it. As the saying went, there was no time in training. In the blink of an eye, another half a year hurriedly flashed by. Looking at Xiaoyan's current strength, he had actually reached the 2-star Do-D level. However, it seemed that this training had yet to come to an end. Even though his strength had already reached the initial 2-star Do-D level, Xiaoyan's aura was about to step into the intermediate 2-star Do-D level. This scene caused Xiaoyan to be quietly joyful in his heart. At the same time, he involuntarily felt a faint pain deep within his heart. It seemed that something deep within his heart had been touched. The training continued. However, Xiaoyan's mind began to waver without any forewarning. Although this was not enough to affect the increase in Xiaoyan's strength, it still caused Xiaoyan to be unable to relax. Finally, Xiaoyan's strength had once again broken through one day. It was also at this moment that the majestic energy within the vortex within Xiaoyan's body was gradually refined. Looking at Xiaoyan's strength again, he had already reached the peak of the advanced 2-star Do-D level. He was only one step away from the 3-star Do-D level. Of course, Xiaoyan could use that energy to break through to the 3-star Do-D level or an even higher level. However, Xiaoyan clearly understood that one could only obtain a truly great strength by taking things one step at a time on the path of training. Blindly seeking strength and forgetting one's foundation would only affect one's future training path. Hence, even though Xiaoyan's strength was ultimately suppressed to the peak of the advanced 2-star Do-D level, Xiaoyan's strength might not necessarily be weaker than some experts who had advanced to the advanced 2-star Do-D level for many years. He might even be stronger. This was the advantage of having a solid foundation. When facing experts of the same level, one's own foundation was where one could truly compete. However, when the aura within Xiaoyan's body had just stopped rising, a slight fluctuation was suddenly transmitted from deep within Xiaoyan's mind. Instantly, a glint flashed within Xiaoyan's dark black eyes. A cold glint flashed past in a lightning-like manner. Xiaoyan sat cross-legged within the mountain cave. The powerful aura within his body was just like a huge entrenched dragon. Following the complete merger of the heavenly flame, Xiaoyan's strength had completely stabilized at the peak of an advanced 2-star Do-D. However, it was also at this moment that an unusual change suddenly occurred deep within Xiaoyan's body and deep within his mind. The dark black soul bead slowly stood within his mind. The extremely solid spiritual strength had caused the soul bead to become a little deeper. At the same time, following the increase in Xiaoyan's strength this time around, his own spiritual strength had also greatly increased. Based on the current situation, it was likely that Xiaoyan's spiritual strength could be considered outstanding among all the rank 3 alchemists. However, just as Xiaoyan's aura broke through to the peak of an advanced 2-star Do-D, an extremely obscure aura suddenly surged out from within the dark black soul bead. The moment he sensed this aura, Xiaoyan's heart was not the least bit worried. Instead, it was filled with a cold smile. It seemed that he had already expected this. You are finally willing to come out. I have been waiting for you. Xiaoyan coldly laughed in his heart. It was also at this moment that the soul bead within his mind began to tremble intensely. Waves of majestic spiritual strength spread out uncontrollably. Soon after, a cluster of black smoke slowly rose from within the soul bead. After a couple of changes, it agglomerated into a somewhat illusionary human figure. Ga. Xiaoyan, do you still remember the old me? Ga. An ear-piercing strange laughter repeatedly reverberated within Xiaoyan's mind. A dense black fog spread out and surrounded the soul bead within his mind. Xiaoyan looked within his mind. The spiritual strength within the soul bead swiftly surged out and agglomerated into Xiaoyan's illusory figure. Xiaoyan stood opposite Heimu and faced the latter with a smile. Heimu, it has really been a long time since we last met. Xiaoyan smiled slightly. His tone was calm as he spoke. One could not hear any emotional fluctuation in his tone. It was as though he had already expected this moment to arrive. Yes, this ball of pitch black mist was the black wood that should have been annihilated in the Southern Territory's ginseng world. Pretending to be calm. This old man has been hiding in your body for so long just for this day. How could you find me so easily? Heimu sneered disdainfully. He did not believe that Xiaoyan could remain calm in front of him at such a critical moment. Unfortunately, he had overlooked one person before this. Guyu. Xiaoyan could not detect Heimu's existence, but it did not mean that Guyu could not detect him. Given Guyu's powerful means, Heimu's remnant soul could crush him as easily as crushing an ant. However, Guyu did not do so. According to what old Luo had said back then, they had found a fragment of the ginseng spiritual root in the ginseng spiritual space. However, the powerful energy that was originally contained in that fragment of the ginseng spiritual root had completely disappeared. Even its original body had been destroyed. The disappearance of the energy in the ginseng spiritual root made Guyu think of Heimu immediately. Unless Heimu had taken away the powerful energy when he separated the remnant soul from the ginseng spiritual root, it was impossible for the ginseng spiritual root to turn into scrap metal. However, if that was the case, Heimu's remnant soul was a great fortune to Xiaoyan. Based on this situation at that time, Guyu did not forcibly remove Heimu's remnant soul from Xiaoyan's body. Firstly, he did not want to harm Xiaoyan's essence and affect his future cultivation. Secondly, the ginseng spiritual root contained a great amount of energy. Given Xiaoyan's strength at that time, he could not contain it. If he was not careful, his body would explode and he would die. Therefore, in order for Xiaoyan to make the best use of this energy, Guyu had asked Xiaoyan to keep Heimu's remnant soul in order to wait for the day when Heimu appeared. As long as Heimu dared to leave the depths of Xiaoyan's essence, everything would be under Guyu's control. Coincidentally, the time Guyu had predicted Heimu's appearance was now, right after Xiaoyan had refined the bone-freezing fire. Without Guyu's protection, Xiaoyan would be alone. As long as Heimu took Xiaoyan by surprise, he was confident that he could erase Xiaoyan's consciousness and devour Xiaoyan's spiritual origin to achieve his goal of being reborn. However, it was a pity that all of this was within Guyu's expectations. Ha! Suddenly, Heimu, who was surrounded by black fog, let out a roar. His body moved, and his body, which was surrounded by black fog, charged forward. A large amount of black fog pounced toward Xiaoyan in an imposing manner that seemed to cover the sky. At the center of this black fog was Xiaoyan and the dark black spiritual bead. Xiaoyan's expression was calm in the face of Heimu's attack. He only smiled when Heimu's body was close to him. He slowly lifted his hand and aimed it at Heimu, deliberately mystifying things. Heimu viciously laughed. His speed became even faster as he charged forward. In the blink of an eye, he was only 2 steps away from Xiaoyan's raised hand. At this moment, Xiaoyan suddenly clenched his outstretched hand. In an instant, a large white flame rose in the space around Xiaoyan's body. Immediately, Xiaoyan's entire spiritual sea turned into a sea of fire. Fierce flames rose. A few wisps of beautiful flames were mixed within the dense white flame. It was like a beautiful stamen that was wrapped under snow-white petals. The black fog around Heimu was swiftly incinerated by this dense white flame. Heimu, who had originally come in a menacing manner, had become a general without an army at this moment. He no longer had any means to resist. This is... Heimu's heart suddenly shook when the flame rose. A deep fear involuntarily surged from the bottom of his heart. Haha, it is indeed impossible for me to discover your existence. However, don't forget that Elder Gu's strength was even greater than you at your peak. Therefore, before he scattered his consciousness, he had already made a plan for you. What? Heimu's heart was incomparably terrified when he heard Xiaoyan's words. He did not expect that Guyu had already discovered him hiding deep within Xiaoyan's soul. His goal had also been used by Guyu. You, no, that old thing. And you. All of you, are too vicious. Heimu involuntarily let out a furious roar. Xiaoyan let out a mocking cold laugh when he heard this. You say that we are frightening. Don't tell me that you, who have thought of swallowing another person's soul, are not even more frightening? Xiaoyan suddenly withdrew his tightly clenched fist after he spoke. Immediately, the dense white flame swiftly gathered toward Heimu. Haha, coincidentally, I am still lacking some energy to break through to a 3-star Dodi. In that case, I shall borrow your energy to help me break through to the 3-star Dodi class. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed since Xiaoyan had refined Heimu's soul fragment. Under the frightening temperature of the heavenly flame, Heimu's soul fragment was quickly refined. At the same time, an enormous energy once again filled Xiaoyan's vortex. Wave after wave of energy swiftly circulated within Xiaoyan's spacious veins. It followed the Qi method route of the flame mantra for 1 cycle before being refined by the heavenly flame. Finally, it entered the vortex space. With the support of this enormous energy, Xiaoyan's peak advanced 2-star Dodi aura once again rose. Half a month later, Xiaoyan's strength had successfully advanced to a 3-star Dodi. However, this was not the end. The interior of the vortex still contained nearly half of the enormous energy. This caused Xiaoyan's heart to involuntarily rejoice. It was said that the ginseng spirit root was a top-notch training treasure. Unexpectedly, just a thread of Heimu's soul fragment actually contained such a powerful energy. If he was able to completely refine this energy, Xiaoyan was confident that he would be able to reach the intermediate 3-star Dodi level. Time quietly flowed by during this continuous refinement. At this moment, the weather on another continent outside of the Yuanwu continent had changed. Dochi continent, Central Plains. The current Dochi continent was even more prosperous than before. A countless number of experts continued to rise on the continent. Various experts from all walks of life were like bamboo shoots after a rain as they swiftly stood on the continent. Being the most prosperous region on the Dochi continent, the Central Plains had witnessed all of these changes. Currently, there were many experts standing on the Central Plains. Various factions had risen, causing the originally bustling Central Plains to have an additional livelier atmosphere. The strongest faction on the Central Plains was naturally the Sky Mansion Alliance. At this moment, the name of the alliance no longer existed. However, this enormous being still existed in everyone's hearts. There was no other reason other than the appearance of an ultimate expert within this faction who had once saved the entire continent, the Flame Emperor, Xianxia, Falling Star Pavilion. At this moment, an old man with white hair and an elderly face was seated in the hall of the Falling Star Pavilion. He was chatting with a middle-aged man. From the looks of these two people, they were surprisingly Xiaoyan's teacher, Yao Lao, and his father, Xiao Zhan. After so many years, the two of them had become much older. There was no need to mention Yao Lao, but there was an additional white hair on Xiao Zhan's temples. However, his face had become much more rosy. Just as the two of them were chatting happily, outside the hall, a woman with a delicate figure like a young girl slowly walked into the hall. She came to the side of the two of them and filled their cups with tea. Hehe, Sunair, aren't you in Wutan City? How come you have the time to come here? Seeing Sunair suddenly enter the hall, the expression on Yao Lao's old face was involuntarily startled. After which, he asked with a smile. Sunair had undertaken a retreat for a long time after the little fairy doctor and Kai Lin had left one after another during these past few years. Sunair's strength had already reached the advanced 9-star Doshin class. The number of people on the entire continent who could contend with her could be counted with one's fingers. Xiao Zhan's eyes were filled with love when he looked at Sunair. Soon after, however, Xiao Zhan's eyes hardened. He involuntarily asked in surprise. Sunair, your strength has broken through to the advanced 9-star Doshin class? Yao Lao by the side involuntarily lifted his eyebrows when these words sounded. His eyes swept over Sunair's body. He involuntarily clicked his tongue and exclaimed. Sunair's pretty face involuntarily revealed a bright redness when she heard the teasing words of these two old men. She habitually shrugged her shoulders and spread her hands. I am merely lucky. The two elders in front of her teased her after these words left her mouth. Soon after, Yao Lao seemed to have suddenly recalled something. He did not look at Sunair as he softly asked, Xiao, she has been practicing that qi method during these years. She should have reached the bottleneck of the second level, right? Xiao Zhan's eyes hardened when he heard Yao Lao's words. He involuntarily looked at Sunair. Sunair curled her red lips and smiled. In that case, I'm afraid that I will have to disappoint you. Yao Lao and Xiao Zhan exchanged glances before her words sounded. Their faces revealed some doubt. Given that girl's talent, she should have reached the second level by now. Why was it that, Xiao? Actually, she had already broken through to the third level 2 months ago. What? The faces of the two old men involuntarily revealed a shocked expression after these words were uttered. They had originally thought that it was already very good for Xiao to be able to practice that qi method to the second level. However, they did not expect that the surprise that Xiao had given them was much greater than they had imagined. Haha, I really did not expect this. This girl's cultivation talent is even more terrifying than her father's. Yao Lao's weathered face immediately revealed a surprised smile. However, when he mentioned Xiaoyan in his words, Xiao Zhan and Sunair could not help but become silent. It had already been over 10 years since Xiaoyan had left. There was no news of him. How could their hearts remain calm, sensing the sudden change in the atmosphere? Yao Lao could not help but be slightly startled. He awkwardly smiled and hurriedly said, That's right, where is that girl Xiao now? Could it be that she is still in seclusion? Pursuing strength is indeed not a bad thing, but blindly cultivating may not be a good thing. You don't have to worry about this. I have already told Xiao. She herself understands that Xiao has already come out of seclusion a week ago and entered the magical beast mountain range. Yes, Yao Lao was just about to open his mouth when he suddenly paused. He could only secretly say in his heart, this is the same as Xiaoyan back then. Northwestern continent, Jiama Empire, magical beast mountain range. Deep within a dark valley, there was a rotting coffin and a pretty figure within a dense purple-black poison fog. At a certain moment, the woman's tightly shut eyes trembled slightly. Central Plains continent, 9 serene deep-ground python tribe. Undercurrents flowed under the 9 serene spring, in the endless void, within the ancient void dragon tribe's dragon tomb, the dragon aura was vast and mighty. A pretty figure, who had been seated cross-legged for a long time, trembled slightly at this moment, above the dual emperor abyss in the Central Plains. All of a sudden, the calm space began to churn violently like the surface of a lake where a boulder had been thrown. Ripples of space began to spread out in all directions. In an instant, rolling thunderclouds covered the horizon, shrouding the entire Central Plains. TSK. This is the Dochi continent. The process of Xiaoyan refining Heimu's spirit remnant within the mountain cave continued for a full month. Only today was Heimu's spirit remnant completely refined and absorbed by Xiaoyan. His strength had also successfully reached the middle level of a 3-star Do-Di just as Xiaoyan had expected. The energy within the vortex within Xiaoyan's body was gradually completely refined. From the looks of it, the D calamity was about to arrive. After successfully advancing to the Do-Di class, the D calamity should have arrived a long time ago. However, Xiaoyan had always been in a breakthrough state. Therefore, the D calamity did not descend for a long time. Currently, Heimu's spirit remnant had been completely refined. The energy within Heimu's ginseng spirit root had also been completely absorbed by Xiaoyan. From the looks of it, the D calamity was about to arrive. However, just as the final wisp of energy within the vortex within his body entered his chi paths, Xiaoyan once again smiled. Since his current condition was not bad and there was such a good opportunity, why not try to break through by another star? If he was lucky, he might even be able to break through to a 5-star Do-Di. Xiaoyan opened his eyes. A glint flashed deep within his dark black eyes. Just as the final wisp of energy within the chi paths within his body was about to enter the vortex, Xiaoyan flipped his hand. A jade bottle immediately appeared in his palm. With a slight shake, he crushed the jade bottle. Immediately, a rich pill fragrance spread out, causing one to feel relaxed and happy. This medicinal pill was a rank 4 medicinal pill, the Extreme Transformation Pill. This was something that he had obtained from Xiaoxian during the auction in Yin City back then. Xiaoxian was also the first elite Do-Di that Xiaoyan had killed. After taking out the Extreme Transformation Pill, Xiaoyan did not hesitate as he swallowed it into his stomach. In the blink of an eye, the enormous Do-Chi energy within the vortex that had just disappeared once again became filled at this moment. However, just as Xiaoyan was preparing to once again enter his training state, Xiaoyan frowned slightly. His eyes rotated slightly as he seemed to have an idea in his heart. A thought passed through his mind and the soul bead between his brows, which had clearly become much larger, suddenly trembled intensely. Wave after wave of enormous spiritual strength immediately lingered and agglomerated within the mountain cave. Finally, it transformed into 9 incarnations. Following the increase in Xiaoyan's strength, the strength of these 9 incarnations had also reached the 1-star Do-Di level. If they were to merge into one, their strength would likely not be inferior to Xiaoyan's actual body. It must be said that as his strength grew, the 9 revolutions incarnation technique's miraculous effects also became more and more obvious. With a flick of his finger, 9 rays of light immediately flew out from Xiaoyan's storage ring. Each of them lingered around the lower abdomen of an incarnation. These 9 rays of light were surprisingly 9 spirit stones. Moreover, they were all middle-grade spirit stones. These 9 spirit stones were obtained by Xiaoyan after he had killed the 5 huge apes in the desolate ancient remains back then. There were 2 spirit stones in each huge ape's body. The 5 of them added up to 10 spirit stones. At this moment, after removing these 9 spirit stones, Xiaoyan still had 1 spirit stone left. Adding the countless number of low-grade spirit stones in his storage ring, the current Xiaoyan could be said to be extremely wealthy. If one were to count it in this way, it was likely that just the wealth of Xiaoyan alone was comparable to any one of the 4 large sects. After taking out the spirit stones, the 9 incarnations began to train. The milky white light on the spirit stones flickered faintly. Soon after, energy pillars were formed one after another. They followed the bodies of the incarnations a few times and finally merged into the bodies of the 9 incarnations. After such a long period of training, the auras of the 9 incarnations grew increasingly powerful. Compared to Xiaoyan's actual body, the cultivation of the incarnations was undoubtedly much simpler. Not only did they not encounter any cultivation bottlenecks, the energy they required was also much simpler. Regardless of whether it was Do Qi or Genesis Qi, as long as they had sufficient energy to support them, their strength would swiftly soar. Of course, no matter how powerful they were, an incarnation was ultimately an incarnation. At the very most, their strength could only be balanced with the actual body. Even so, they were still a great help to the current Xiaoyan. The existence of the 9 incarnations could at least reduce the weight of the 9 Dodi experts for Xiaoyan. 9 Dodi. This was considered an extremely powerful force even in the entire western region. Just Xiaoyan alone, including his actual body, would be able to deal with 10 Dodi experts at the same time. If news of this spread, wouldn't the entire continent be shocked? Upon seeing that the 9 incarnations had officially entered a cultivation state, Xiaoyan withdrew his thoughts and divided his attention into 2 tasks. On one hand, he borrowed the heavenly fire to refine the medicinal pill in his body, while on the other, he controlled the 9 incarnations to absorb the energy within the spirit stones. Time flowed by. In the blink of an eye, over 4 months had passed. Within Xiaoyan's body, the pure energy of the extreme transformation pill swiftly spread out under the fierce refinement of the heavenly fire. Wave after wave of enormous energy also gathered toward Xiaoyan in an uncontrollable manner. After passing through Xiaoyan's body, it was refined by the heavenly fire before finally merging into the vortex space within Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, the extreme transformation pill that was lingering within Xiaoyan's vortex was originally the size of a longan. At this moment, it was only the size of a grain of rice. The strength of the extreme transformation pill was about to be completely exhausted. On the other hand, Xiaoyan's aura had already reached the intermediate level of a 4-star Dodi. At the same time, the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect in the Xilin region finally began to move. After nearly 5 years of silence, the strength of the young master of the Zhua clan among the 4 great clans had already broken through to the initial level of a 4-star Dodi. None of the younger generation members within the 4 great clans could compare with him. Of course, this was only on the surface. At the very least, Baijian from the Bai clan was not weaker than him. In fact, he was even a little stronger than him. It was just that no one was aware of all of this. The 4 great clans of the Xilin region all headed toward the Xilin mountain range without any prior agreement. Among them, the younger generation members of the Bai and Sun clans did not participate in this operation. The reason given by the Bai clan was that Baijian was still in a retreat. As for the Sun clan, no one opened their mouths to ask. However, everyone understood in their hearts that this had caused the members of the Sun clan to feel quite awkward along the way. In the end, everyone chose to remain silent. Unknowingly, the Sun clan, which was ranked last among the 4 great clans, had fallen some distance away from the other 3 clans. This perhaps indicated the position of the Sun clan. The 4 great clans used a month's time to travel from the Xilin region to the Xilin mountain range. This was basically due to the fact that the members of the group were not all elite Dodi. In order to maintain the overall strength of the group, the upper echelons of the clans were extremely helpless. Just as the members of the 4 great clans arrived at the outskirts of the mountain range to the west, the extreme transformation pill within Xiaoyan's body within the mountain cave had finally been completely refined. The aura of Xiaoyan's body appeared quite powerful. If one were to carefully investigate, one would find that Xiaoyan's strength had already reached the advanced level of a 4-star Dodi. Moreover, unlike ordinary training, the Doqi within Xiaoyan's body did not show the slightest sign of emptiness. With the help of the medicinal pill's strength, Xiaoyan's strength had already completely stabilized at the advanced level of a 4-star Dodi. Finally, the detribulation finally descended. While Xiaoyan's strength had broken through to the advanced 4-star Dodi level, a calamity was about to unfold on the distant Doqi continent. Doqi continent, Central Plains. The Central Plains, which had been bathed in bright sunlight a moment ago, was covered by dark clouds that filled the sky a moment later. The entire Central Plains was covered in darkness. There was no light in the world and everything appeared to have lost its life force. The entire world had lost its original luster. The invisible space above the dual emperor abyss began to fluctuate intensely. At a certain moment, a clear shattering sound akin to a mirror shattering appeared. A dark black spatial tunnel was suddenly formed in the empty space. Soon after, two human figures stepped out one after another. The human figures wrapped in black fog stood proudly in the sky. Their eyes swept over the densely packed human figures below as though they were looking at a group of ants. Their eyes were filled with disdain. TSK, this is the Dochi continent. It is indeed a place where trash stays. There is not even the slightest trace of Genesis chi in the air. Such a barren land is actually able to give birth to experts. How laughable. One of the two human figures extended his hand and grabbed the empty space in front of him. He involuntarily let out a cold laugh as he sensed the mottled energy in the empty space. The other person by the side also voiced his agreement. However, soon after the cold laughter from the mouths of these two people sounded, a strange pressure enveloped their bodies. This pressure did not affect the others. Instead, it only pressured these two people. It was as though the world wanted to expel the two of them. This is merely a barren land. It is unexpected that this world would actually restrict us in such a manner. It has caused the strength of this venerable self to be suppressed to that of a one-star half-D. How annoying. A low furious curse was emitted from the black fog. However, the disdain in his heart was not reduced by the slightest. At the same time, the various factions and everyone in the Central Plains threw their gazes towards the two people who had appeared in the sky at this moment. The hearts of quite a number of experts involuntarily trembled when they saw the strange black fog that lingered around the two of them. Their hearts involuntarily recalled the frightening faction that had similarly shaken the Dochi continent back then. Soul Race. The upper echelons of the Falling Star Pavilion, Pale Tower, Burning Flame Valley, and the 5 ancient clans all spat out these two words in unison. At the same time, within the magical beast world, the leading ancient void dragon tribe, the heaven demon phoenix tribe and the 9 serene deep ground python tribe also turned their eyes towards the Central Plains. These two human figures, who were wrapped in a black fog, had suddenly appeared. Buzz buzz buzz, all of a sudden, the space above the Central Plains twisted again. This time, it was in the space 1,000 feet away from the two strange figures. A short while later, a middle-aged man in violet gold robes and another middle-aged man in linen robes appeared in the sky at the same time. Immediately, the crowd below could not help but cheer when they saw the two of them. Hua! It's Lord Dragon Monarch of the ancient Void Dragon clan. And the clan leader of the Gu clan, Gu Yuan. He, with these two sirs stepping forward, they can forget about creating trouble here regardless of who they are. That's right. They should take a look at whose territory this is if they wish to act presumptuously in the Central Plains. The Sky Mansion Alliance. These two fellows really do not know their limits. Following that, the crowd below began to mock and ridicule the two black figures. Indeed, other than Xiaoyan, these two people in front of them were the strongest people on the Dochi continent that everyone had seen. As long as the other party was not an elite Dodi, it was impossible for them to pose any threat to the two of them. Other than Xiaoyan, how could there be another elite Dodi on the entire Dochi continent? Hence, the pressure in the hearts of everyone below was greatly reduced when they saw Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan appear. However, reality was always like this. It would always use the cruelest method to shatter their understanding of the things in front of them. Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan exchanged glances with each other after they appeared. Both of them saw the grave expression in each other's eyes. Other people might not be able to tell, but how could they not be able to tell that these two strange fellows, who were surrounded by a black fog, were clearly stronger than them? Earlier, the both of them were unable to tell just how strong these two fellows were given their strength. Usually, there were only two explanations for such a situation. Either the other party was too strong or they were ordinary people without any strength. However, from the looks of it, these two people were clearly not ordinary people. After all, being able to rely on their own strength to cover the entire Central Plains in darkness was something that even they would find extremely difficult to achieve. Zhu Kuan and Gu Yuan carried an incomparably grave emotion in their hearts as they respectfully cupped their hands together towards the two people 1,000 feet away. May I know why the two of you have descended on the Central Plains? The other party had arrived in a ferocious manner. They had covered the entire Central Plains with darkness the moment they attacked. They really did not think that these two people were good people. TSK 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 TSK, two ants actually have the qualification to question us? The appearance of this scene in the sky caused countless people below to be stunned. Who would have imagined that the Guyuan duo would actually be so respectful towards these two people given their strength? Most importantly, they actually dared to shamelessly insult them. This had really overturned their understanding of the Guyuan duo's strength. Humph, why are you saying so much nonsense? Our time is limited. It is more important to find the key as soon as possible. The other human figure urged. The person in front nodded heavily upon hearing this. Immediately, a pair of shady old eyes within the black fog looked towards the Guyuan duo and said in a deep voice. Humph, since the two of you are the strongest people on this continent, let this venerable self ask you, where is the Tushi ancient god's jade? Hand it over now and this venerable self can consider not killing you. Clamor. The moment these words were spoken, everyone in the world who knew about this matter had a change in expression. Their hearts were filled with shock. They never expected that the aim of these two fellows would actually be the Tushi ancient god's jade. The greatest use of the Tushi ancient god's jade was to open the Tushi ancient god's cave. However, the Tushi ancient god's cave had already been opened back then. Hence, the Tushi ancient god's jade had also lost all its value. In the end, it was kept by Xiaoyan. However, they never expected that the aim of these two people was actually the Tushi ancient god's jade. Within the mountain cave, Xiaochen's body, which had been sitting cross-legged for 5 years, finally relaxed completely at this moment. Xiaoyan slowly stood up. His body twisted slightly and a wave of firecracker-like crackling sounds were immediately emitted from within his body. After his body relaxed, Xiaoyan turned his gaze and looked at the 9 incarnations around him. After a few months of continuous training, the strength of these 9 incarnations did not disappoint Xiaoyan's expectations. Currently, the auras of the 9 incarnations had all reached the middle stage of a 2-star Dodi. This was a little higher than Xiaoyan's expectations. This was indeed very good. Smiling with satisfaction, Xiaoyan's heart moved and he recalled the 9 incarnations. At the same time, the 9 spirit stones, which had dimmed slightly, were also stored into Xiaoyan's storage ring. Compared to a low-grade spirit stone, the energy contained within a middle-grade spirit stone was much larger and purer. This allowed a middle-grade spirit stone to be used many times. It was not like a low-grade spirit stone where not only was the energy mixed, but the amount that could be truly used was also pitifully small. After doing all this, Xiaoyan's body flashed. In the next moment, the black-robed Xiaoyan had already appeared at the top of the cliff of this snowy mountain. A Dodi was really frightening. With the support of the sky extinction step, Xiaoyan's current speed had already reached an unimaginable level. A 4-star Dodi of the same level would definitely not be a match for Xiaoyan in terms of speed. The corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was slowly lifted into a smile. Immediately, he raised his head and looked at the sky. A pair of dark black eyes flickered. His gaze directly penetrated through the endless mist above and reached the top of the sky. Finally, right above the white mist, he saw a thundercloud that was churning intensely. Emperor's tribulation, huh? Sorry for making you wait for so long. Now, let me experience just how frightening an Emperor's tribulation is. A faint smile was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth. He gently twisted his body. After which, he raised one of his hands high above his head and gently curled his finger at the thunderclouds above the clouds, making an action that appeared to be provoking them. Rumble. Xiaoyan's action seemed to have truly angered the thunder clouds. Immediately, a rumbling sound was emitted from above the clouds. The thunder clouds churned and their aura was vast and mighty. The frightening loud sound caused the mountain range below to tremble unceasingly. On the other side, deep within the Shilin mountain range, Tianying's group of 4 had also discovered the activity here. What's going on? What's that sound? The flame lion frowned as he looked towards the hinterland of Shilin. Just now, he had clearly heard a roar of thunder that made him feel uneasy. Could it be that someone is refining pills? Is it Xiaoyan? That's not right. We have all seen Xiaoyan concoct pills before, and the pill lightning he triggered did not possess such might. This lightning doesn't seem to be something that can be triggered by a pill. Could it be? Tianning furrowed his brows. He seemed to have thought of something. After all, they had been baptized by that thing not too long ago. If it were not for the Emperor Tribulation pill, they might not have been able to survive. You mean, this is the Emperor's Tribulation? It is extremely likely. Other than that great person, there is only Xiaoyan in the hinterland of Shilin. However, that great person's strength has already reached the Do D class. Other than her, there is only Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan has broken through to the Do D class. Immediately, the faces of the four people revealed a shocked expression. If this was really the case, Xiaoyan's training speed was really too frightening. 5 years. In less than 5 years, Xiaoyan's strength had actually leaped from a 6-star band D to a Do D. How could anyone accept this? This kind of speed was equivalent to an increase of 1 star every year. This fellow is a demon. No, not a demon. He is a demon. The few of them involuntarily laughed out loud. At this moment, an earth-shaking thunderbolt suddenly fell from the sky above Xiaoyan's head in the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. Bang! Before the thunderbolt arrived, its frightening aura caused the entire place to tremble. Even the mountain range below appeared to have been startled as it continued to tremble. However, Xiaoyan, who was currently on the mountain peak, was unusually calm. It seemed that he did not sense much strength from this Emperor's Tribulation. As a precaution, Xiaoyan flipped his palm and a medicinal pill appeared in his hand. This Emperor Tribulation pill was something that Xiaoyan had successfully refined during his first attempt at refining a D-tier medicinal pill. Although it was his first time refining a medicinal pill, its quality was not inferior to the one that Xiaoyan had given to Tianning and the other 3 previously. Without any hesitation, Xiaoyan opened his mouth and swallowed the Emperor Tribulation pill when he saw the thunderbolt descending. The Emperor Tribulation pill melted the moment it entered his mouth and turned into a warm current. It flowed along Xiaoyan's throat and rapidly entered his body. Soon after, it released a huge amount of energy. It passed through Xiaoyan's internal organs, bones and meridians, forming a layer of jade-green protective film. Finally, it passed through Xiaoyan's body and formed a layer of jade-green energy barrier around Xiaoyan's body. With the support of the Emperor Tribulation pill, Xiaoyan immediately felt a little more confident. Although he did not know why this thunderbolt looked so strange, since he had swallowed the Emperor Tribulation pill, no matter how strange it was, Xiaoyan had nothing to fear. Suddenly, Xiaoyan clenched his fists tightly. His feet heavily stomped on the mountain peak. Immediately, his entire body shot towards the sky like a spring and faced the descending thunderbolt. Bang! Xiaoyan's punch seemed to have used all of his strength. He had used all of his strength on one point. Such a punch was even more frightening than some Do skills. However, after Xiaoyan threw his punch, the scene that appeared in front of Xiaoyan caused him to be stunned. He saw that the incomparable thunderbolt had actually been forcefully blasted apart by his punch. The first Emperor Tribulation had been easily destroyed by Xiaoyan in this manner. The scene in front of him caused even Xiaoyan to be involuntarily stunned. He had never expected that this frightening thunderbolt, which countless number of elite Do D would never be able to forget, would appear so weak in his hands. However, soon after, Xiaoyan seemed to have understood something. The Emperor Tribulation itself was indeed extremely frightening. However, those who faced it were usually some ordinary 1-star Do D. When had there ever been someone like Xiaoyan, who had actually forcefully reached the level of an advanced 4-star Do D after stopping his training? Facing the Emperor Tribulation with such strength in addition to the Emperor Tribulation pill would naturally not cause even the slightest pressure to Xiaoyan. After understanding this point in his heart, Xiaoyan could not help but laugh out loud. It was unexpected that the strength of the Emperor Tribulation was actually only this much. It was impossible for it to change because of the strength of the person undergoing the tribulation. In this way, would Xiaoyan not benefit from it? Cuckoo, this Emperor Tribulation is not a living thing. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would be depressed to death. Xiaoyan could not help but laugh softly in his heart. After which, he once again raised his head and looked at the thunder clouds in the sky. At the same time, a large group of humans were also cutting their way through the Shilin mountain range. After killing quite a number of magical beasts that blocked their way, they were getting closer and closer to the deeper parts of the Shilin mountain range. The central plains of the Dochi continent. Countless numbers of people lifted their heads at this moment. Their eyes looked at the 4 human figures in the distant sky. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan knit their brows tightly as they stood in the sky. They exchanged glances with each other and felt a grave feeling in their hearts. They had never expected that the other party's aim was actually the Tushi ancient god Jade. Moreover, they had threatened them with their lives the moment they opened their mouths. From this, it could be seen that this god Jade was extremely important to them. However, the reality in front of them was that they were unable to take out the Tushi ancient god Jade. It was fine if the god Jade was still around. However, the key point was that the Tushi ancient god Jade had already been kept by Xiaoyan. It had become an inconspicuous accessory in his storage ring. Following the departure of the Flame D, the god Jade had naturally been taken away by Xiaoyan. Forget about them being unwilling to hand it over. Even if they were willing, they were unable to take it out now. After a short dozen breaths, the faces of the 2 figures under the black fog had already turned gloomy. The dark clouds that shrouded the entire central continent suddenly rolled at this moment, imperceptibly indicating the mood of the 2 figures at this moment. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Soon after, a couple of rays of light swiftly flew out from the various cities below. Finally, they stood beside Gu Yuan and Zhu Kuan. These people were surprisingly the members of the Sky Mansion Alliance from back then. The first elder of the Pill Tower, the ancestor of the Burning Flame Valley and even the tribe head of the 9 serene deep-ground python tribe, Yao Ming, were all present. Within a short dozen breaths' time, over half of the elite Doshings on the Dochi continent had gathered in the sky. This was especially the case for the elite Doshings who had come from the Xiao clan. There were over a dozen of them and all of them were high-class Doshings. This lineup could be said to be the strongest alliance in history. Who are these 2 fellows? Could they be the descendants of the Hun clan? Xiaochen knit his brows tightly as he stood beside Gu Yuan. After being stimulated by the Dodi bloodline, Xiaochen's strength had also advanced at a great speed during these few years. In terms of strength, he was not the least bit inferior to Gu Yuan. In the entire Dochi continent, the only person who could cause him to feel fear was this dragon emperor from the dragon tribe. I don't know, but looking at their hideous appearances, there's an 80 to 90% chance that it's them. But how could they become so strong all of a sudden? Even if they were lucky enough to escape from the soul world, there's absolutely no reason for them to become so strong in just over 20 years. Sigh, it's useless to say anything now. What's important isn't why they're so strong, but that we're no match for them at all. Gu Yuan used the corner of his eyes to sweep over the crowd behind him. The expression in his eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw Sun Er. Given the current situation, even he did not have the confidence to deal with the 2 of them. How could Sun Er be here? It did not matter what these old fellows did. However, if anything happened to Sun Er, regardless of whether it was him, her father, or Xiaoyan, he would not be able to answer to them. Sun Er, what's wrong with you? TSK 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 TSK, this must be Gu Sun Er, Gu Yuan, Zhu Kuan. TSK 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 TSK, these are the strongest people on the Dochi continent. However, at this moment, a burst of ear-piercing strange laughter suddenly came out from the 2 ghost-like black fog. However, the moment the laughter fell, the other person followed with a sinister laugh and said, "That's right. That's right. That's right. Unfortunately, an ant is ultimately an ant. Quickly hand over the Tushi ancient god Jade. Otherwise, this venerable self will turn the entire Dochi continent into a river of blood." Shameless boasting. Remnants of the Hun clan. Back when Hun Tiandi was still around, your Hun clan was also completely exterminated. Now, with just the 2 of you remnants, you actually dare to dream of slaughtering the entire Dochi continent. Really? Bang! A 5-star Doshin from the crowd in the sky stepped forward with a disdainful face after the words from the cluster of black fog sounded. A frightening aura spread across the sky. Originally, he thought that the 2 of them would not be able to do anything with Gu Yuan's group present. Unexpectedly, his body and even his soul had turned into a cluster of blood fog amidst an unknown explosion before the words from his mouth sounded. This scene had occurred so suddenly that even Gu Yuan's group did not manage to discover it in time. By the time they recovered, that 5-star Do Sheng, who possessed quite a high position in the Central Plains and whose strength could be said to be at the top, had already turned into a cluster of blood fog that scattered with the wind. A mere ant actually dares to speak such presumptuous words. You are really seeking death. What about all of you? Have you thought it through? Hand over the two Xianxia god jade and this venerable self might spare your lowly lives. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as his. Disdainful words were once again emitted from the black fog. The expressions of everyone in the sky involuntarily changed again and again. The strength of these two people in front of them was really frighteningly powerful. If they did not cooperate with them, it was likely that the Dochi continent would really face a calamity today. What should we do now? The god jade is not in our hands. We cannot take it out even if we want to. The ancestor of the Pill Tower spoke with a solemn expression. We have no choice. Let's first tell them the truth. Otherwise, the ending will not be changed. Gu Yuan helplessly shook his head. This was the truth in front of them. If they did not cooperate with these two fellows, the entire continent would be buried in a sea of blood because of a two-she ancient god jade that no longer existed on the Dochi continent. This was not something that they were willing to see. Everyone mused for a moment before agreeing with Gu Yuan's thoughts. However, the two clusters of black fog descended into deep thought after Gu Yuan informed the two of them of the whereabouts of the god jade. The two-she ancient god jade is with Xiaoyan. This is also within our expectations. As long as those fellows from the western region are able to capture Xiaoyan, the god jade will still belong to us. However, if we return empty-handed, will the promise that Sir has made to us still count? The two of them quietly schemed. Their ultimate goal was still their own good. Even if we are unable to bring the god jade back, we can still threaten Xiaoyan to hand over the god jade if we are able to bring his woman back. The two of them did as they thought. Two invisible forces surged out the moment they recovered. They instantly controlled Sun Er and the crowd on the opposite side. The enormous strength was just like a large invisible hand that tightly held Sun Er's lovely body. Regardless of how she struggled, it was useless. Sun Er. At this moment, Gu Yuan in the crowd was suddenly startled. However, before he could act, Sun Er's lovely body had already been pulled to the front of the two clusters of black fog. However, it was also at this moment that an enormous energy light pillar shot to the sky from 3 different positions on the Dochi continent at the same time. It was just like a pillar that supported the sky as it shot into the clouds. The entire Dochi continent shook at this moment. Deep within the Shilin mountain range stood Tianying's group of 4. With the original strength of the 4 of them, the strength of the 4 of them had advanced to the Do D class after they had absorbed the 5-star Do D class monster core. Currently, the strongest person among the 4 of them was none other than the leader, Tianying. Due to his good luck, his cultivation had coincidentally broken through to the initial 2-star Do D class. After these few years of training, Tianying's strength had completely stabilized. Yanshi and Xionggang had also relied on the monster core to reach the advanced 1-star Do D class. Xionggang was even a little stronger than Yanshi and was close to the peak of the advanced 1-star Do D class. As for Ah Bao, his strength was only at the intermediate 1-star Do D class. Although his cultivation was still the lowest among the 4 of them, his heart clearly understood that if it was not because of Xiaoyan and these 3 people in front of him, he would still be that 9-star Do D even if he was given another 10 or dozens of years. Hence, Ah Bao's heart was completely grateful to the 3 people in front of him. Of course, the person he was most grateful to was none other than Xiaoyan. After a couple of years of interaction, the relationship between the 4 of them had swiftly become closer. The distant feeling that the 3 of them had toward Ah Bao back then had already been completely erased. The long river of time was always able to smooth all the edges of the world. The estrangement that the 3 brothers originally had toward Ah Bao had also gradually disappeared during these few years of interaction. They were just like 4 sharp rocks that had sunk to the bottom of a river. After a long period of grinding and colliding, the edges between them were smoothed out and finally became smooth. At this moment, the four of them were standing shoulder to shoulder in the deep regions of the Xiling mountain range. They were standing at the highest point of a mountain peak. Their eyes were focused towards the south. There were occasional waves of thunder at that spot, causing one's heart to tremble. However, at a certain moment, the leader of the four, Tianning, suddenly frowned. Soon after, the originally calm expression on his face gradually became grave. At the same time, the other three beside him had also discovered something. The four of them faced each other. After which, they slowly turned their bodies and looked towards the north. From their senses, they could sense that there was a large strength that was swiftly heading in their direction at this moment. They didn't come with good intentions, however, from their auras, they were able to determine that these people were all humans. Moreover, with their current strength, they could clearly sense that there were as many as 8 elite Dodi in this group. Such a team, without including the group behind them, was enough to sweep through the entire Xiling mountain range. Of course, this was without the addition of Lun Bingshuang. After all, with the latter's frightening strength, a so-called elite Dodi was no different from an ordinary Bandi in her eyes. They don't come with good intentions. Be careful. Tianying's tone was solemn as he instructed. The three people beside him also nodded solemnly. They did not think that such a large group had entered the Xiling mountain range for fun. A short moment later, a large group of human figures appeared in the distant side of Tianying's group like a dark cloud. The closer they were, the more the four of them could sense an invisible pressure. It was just like an enormous beast pouncing toward them. Even the air they breathed in had become much heavier. A short while later, this group of people had already appeared 1,000 feet in front of Tianying's group. Both parties looked at each other from a distance. The atmosphere appeared quite pressuring. The four of you should be the owners of this Xiling mountain range, right? A middle-aged man in black robes with the emblem of the Hua family embroidered on his chest clasped his hands at the four people from Tianning. He glanced at them one by one and asked with a smile, "Brother Tianning, what do you think?" "For elite Dodi." This was exactly the same as the information they had obtained a couple of years ago. Hearing this, the eyes of Tianying's group swept over the four groups of people on the opposite side. This was especially the case when their eyes noticed the person leading the group. The expression on their faces involuntarily became increasingly grave. Other than the group wearing white robes, the strength of the person leading the group was at least a 4-star Dodi. There was even a group led by a white-robed young man. There were even 2 4-star Dodi in the group. That young man was one of them. At a certain moment, Abao's eyes swept over the group of white-robed leaders. The expression in his eyes involuntarily hardened. Tianying's group did not recognize them, but it did not mean that he did not recognize them. After all, he had left from the other party's territory. The leader of the white-robed group was the head of the Bai clan, Bai Ying. "May I know why all of you have brought so many people to my Xiling mountain range?" Tianning did not dare to be careless in his heart when faced with this group of people. 8 elite Dodi. This kind of lineup was not something that they could deal with. It would naturally be best if they did not fight. "Cuckoo, the four of you should not misunderstand. We are not here to fight with the four of you. Instead, we are here to find a person, a human." At the end of his words, the person from the Hua clan who had spoken earlier did not forget to emphasize that the person they were looking for was a human. Huh? Tianying's group of four immediately raised their eyebrows when these words were uttered. The four of them swiftly exchanged glances. Their hearts felt quite grave. All of them knew that Xiaoyan had quite a number of enemies in the outside world. From the meaning behind the words of this person, the target of this group of people was clearly Xiaoyan. "I'm sorry, we do not have the person you are looking for here. The Xiling mountain range does not welcome any humans. Please leave if there is nothing else. Forgive me for not sending you off." Tianying's eyes turned around. His eyes were indifferent as he stared at the person from the Hua clan opposite him and spoke in a serious voice. That elite Dodi from the Hua clan frowned when he heard this. They had clearly seen the change in expression on the faces of Tianying's group of four earlier. How could they believe that Xiaoyan was not here? "The four of you, we know that that fellow has used the Emperor Calamity Pill to exchange with all of you in order to hide here. How about this, we can also give you the things that you need." For example, spirit stones or even high-class Do techniques. All you need to do is tell me where Xiaoyan is currently hiding. Suddenly, the white-robed Shuolin took a step forward. He stared at the four people opposite him with a smile that was not quite a smile. At the same time, he waved his hand. Immediately, quite a number of spirit stones and qi methods and Do techniques floated in the air. They slowly jumped, appearing to be beckoning to Tianying's group of four. Tianying's group of four completely ignored this. The reason why they were able to break through to the Do D class was because of Xiaoyan's efforts. Trying to bribe them with just this little benefit was really looking down on them. I have already said that the person you are looking for is not here. The Shilin mountain range is not a place where you can randomly behave atrociously. This time around, Tianying's tone was much gloomier. Following his thought, all the magical beasts within the mountain range were summoned and swiftly swarmed toward their current location. In the blink of an eye, they formed an enormous encirclement that surrounded the people from the four great clans. Just this aura alone suppressed the people from the four great clans. Humph, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you are unwilling to speak, don't blame us for attacking. That elite Do D from the Hui clan opened his mouth once again. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura instantly swept out from his body. It transformed into an invisible storm that swiftly covered the entire place. In merely an instant, the aura that was agglomerated from a countless number of magical beasts was suppressed by him alone. A group of ants actually dares to act presumptuously in front of this D. A disdainful snort sounded. Soon after, this elite Do D from the Hui clan was about to attack. However, at the next moment, a thunderous sound was suddenly transmitted from deep within the southern sky. The swiftly circulating Do Qi within the middle-aged man's body also paused at this moment. His eyes hardened slightly as he lifted them and looked towards the southern sky. Do Qi continent rumble. The light pillars that suddenly rose caused the entire Do Qi continent to shake intensely at this moment. Every life form in every corner of the continent turned their eyes to the three light pillars that shot to the sky. Regardless of where they were, they would definitely be able to see the three light pillars as long as they were on the Do Qi continent. The three light pillars that shot into the sky. What happened? The hearts of everyone in the central plains, including the two black figures, were filled with shock. This sudden turn of events had caught them off guard. This was especially the case for the two black figures. Their bodies, which were wrapped in the black fog, could not help but tremble slightly. This was not because there was anything special about the three pillars of light. Instead, the instant the pillars of light rose, they could clearly feel that the world's pressure on them had become even more tyrannical. This also meant that they did not have much time left. Damn it, what exactly has happened? Why has the pressure of this world suddenly become so much stronger? A furious curse was emitted from the black fog. They had never imagined that the restriction of this world on them would become even heavier. If they did not leave this place as soon as possible, it was likely that they would face quite a lot of trouble. The two of them moved as soon as they thought of doing so. They intended to step into the spatial tunnel behind them. However, it was also at this moment that three extremely powerful auras simultaneously descended on the central plains. You can leave if you wish to. Leave them behind. A cold cry was emitted. From the sound of it, the other party was clearly a woman. At the same time, a bewitching figure wearing a tight red dress appeared a short distance in front of the two clusters of black fog. The beautiful woman slowly revealed her body from the space. She coincidentally entered the spatial tunnel and was blocked. From the looks of it, she was undoubtedly Kai Lin. The two of them were startled. They once again looked over. The eyes within the black fog involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. Bandi. A quasi-emperor has actually been born on this desolate continent. If Xiaoyan was able to do so before, he will also be able to do so in the future. Humph, even if there is, so what? A mere Bandi would only be able to barely protect themselves in the Yuanwu continent. Moreover, with just her alone. Huh? What? In the black fog, before the two of them could finish their conversation, the space beside the flirtatious woman distorted again. Then, two women whose figures and appearances were not inferior to the former appeared. Of these two people, the one on the left wore a purple gold tight-fitting dress that outlined her perfect figure. Her pretty face had a cold and indifferent expression at this moment. Her pair of purple eyes stared at the two black figures opposite her. Killing intent surged from the depths of her eyes. This woman was the current Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Clan, Xian. As for the one on the right, she was wearing a plain dress. She had bright eyes, white teeth, and a straight nose. On her forehead, there was a black lotus flower blooming like a living creature. This woman was undoubtedly the fairy doctor. However, compared to back then, the current three women could be said to be completely different. They were very different from back then. The strength of the three ladies had broken through the shackles of the 9-star Doshin class and had successfully stepped into the Band D class. They were all top experts in the entire Dochi continent. Today, however, they did not expect such a thing to happen on the Dochi continent while they were breaking through. Although they did not know just who the other party was, the fact that they had captured Sun Air was sufficient to cause them to turn their weapons against each other. "Who are you people? Put her down and I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, you will die." The faces of the three ladies were ice cold. Their tone was indifferent. Each of their words contained an endless iciness. The two people within the black fog involuntarily frowned when faced with the three women in front of them. It would be fine if they were only facing a single quasi-emperor. However, the crux of the matter was that they were facing an entire three quasi-emperors. Coupled with the fact that the pressure from this expanse of the heavens and the earth was growing heavier and heavier, it wouldn't be beneficial to them if they continued to stay here. Charge over. The three of them have just broken through to the Band D class. Their auras are still unstable. With the Do skills that we have grasped, we will definitely be able to charge over as long as we use our full strength. At that time, we will report this matter to the higher-ups. We might be able to obtain even greater benefits. The two people within the black fog quietly muttered. However, they already had an answer in their hearts in the blink of an eye. TSK, that's right. Additionally, with her in our hands, these three women will be afraid of attacking us. Let's see if they dare to kill us. A pair of eyes within the black fog glanced at the unconscious Sun Air by the side. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cruel arc. It seemed that he really wanted to see the other party's expression when they wanted to attack but did not dare to. In the next moment, these two people controlled Sun Air. Their bodies moved as they charged toward Kai Lin and the other two ladies. From the looks of it, it seemed that they wanted to fight to the death with them. However, the subsequent collision caused Kai Lin and the other two ladies to continuously suffer losses. Kai Lin and the other two, who should have gained the upper hand, had to be careful each time they attacked because of Sun Air. Hence, Kai Lin and the other two were unable to gain the slightest advantage even after nearly 100 exchanges. This caused the three ladies to feel extremely furious in their hearts, but they also felt extremely helpless. After a couple of exchanges, the three ladies discovered that the other party's strength might be similar to theirs, but the Do skills that these two people used were clearly stronger than their Tian class Do skills. These two people did not seem to be from the Dochi continent. This thought suddenly rose in the hearts of the three ladies. The appearance of these two people was extremely sudden. Regardless of whether it was their origin or their strength, no one on the Dochi continent knew about them. These two people seemed to have descended from the sky. It was also because of this that the three of them would not allow these two people in front of them, who were neither human nor ghost, to take Sun Air away no matter what. However, after 100 exchanges, these two people took the opportunity to gradually approach the spatial tunnel. By the time the three ladies focused their attention, these two black figures had already controlled Sun Air and arrived in front of the spatial tunnel. TSK, you are indeed loyal. Unfortunately, what use is there? TSK. Two clusters of black fog swiftly entered the spatial tunnel while accompanied by a sharp strange laughter. At the same time, they kidnapped Sun Air. Kai Lin and the other two ladies' faces turned cold as they attempted to give chase. However, they could only watch as the spatial tunnel was sealed. End of chapter 794. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.